stream is starting. People should be able to hear me. Say something, Peter. Let's see if you register.
Hello, Amy.
No, that's for you. I'm going to bring her on. And the first thing that mattered was getting ourselves on at all. That was, so let's see now. Amy, just enter her name here. And we're going to click on this, Amy, and bring you on. Let's hope she responds. And then I'll do my best to just explain everything to everybody. And what we'll do as well is, of course, register, see if she registers. And then we will see if all of this... T-Tank Barry says, God bless these authentic transmissions. God bless you. He says, Peter Clare. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. And thank you so very much for just being who you are. Okay, so let me give him hugs. Okay, all right. Now, we have what seems to be an excellent connection. Let's see what's going on with Amy here. And she has responded. Amy, let's see if you register on the online broadcasting software. If you could say something, please.
Sure. I'm coming to you from northern Vermont, where it's snowy and cold.
Excellent. I mean, not that it's snowy and cold, but that you're registering on the online broadcasting software. Okay, now, everyone remember what I said about newsroom ambience, and there is something that I need to explain right away. Aristides says acknowledged. Oh, shit, I forgot to bring him on, so I'll bring him on for backup. And with everything, I take it that you wrote to him as well, right, dear Peter?
No, I didn't have chance, but
okay.
I was writing Amy, and then I had to notify Paula something, so I was,
okay.
I'm fine, but everything he knows now, everything's good.
Yes, I know, but we need to bring him up on his backup anyway. And
Yes,
there he is. He's joined us. So let's see if you register on the online broadcasting software. Aristides, please say something.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Hope everything's okay now. How's it going?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I want to inform everyone that there was an enormous crisis on a literally global scale, and it has been resolved. You can have your grandchildren thank me later. A statue or two would fucking help. But basically...
Are we on the air?
Yeah, we're on the air, yes.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry.
Yes, and so I just want everyone to understand the gravity of the situation. First off, as I said a few years ago, the United Arab Emirates became the first nation of Arab faith and population on Earth, the first Muslim nation, to basically establish a Holocaust Memorial Museum. And at that point, what had happened was Israel then maneuvered that they became the meeting place for COP28, which is the 28th Conference of Parties, which was held in Dubai and is basically only now beginning to draw down. And so what had happened was, of course, this was a tit for tat. And it was extraordinarily destructive to the human race because this is the leading state, along with Saudi Arabia, for oil production. And there were more fossil fuel representatives at COP28 than there has ever been in history. I don't know how to overemphasize this. There is no way to overemphasize this. People don't understand the gravity of what I'm saying. In other words, this was a conference for the lowering emissions and the carbon footprint that is threatening to destroy the human species. And the end result was, of course, of the Israeli machinations that brought the UAE into the fore as the host nation for this conference. Basically, everyone was there simply to be sold the fossil fuel ticket. Now, for those of you who do not doubt, who have any doubt for what I'm saying, all you have to do is check all the circumstantial evidence. Aside from the fact that European Union scientists concur that 2023 is now the warmest year on human record, there is the fact, of course, that all of these people convening at COP28 were overwhelmingly petrofuel representatives, and the man who is in charge of the national oil company for the United Arab Emirates, Al Jaber, basically says there's no such thing as global warming. All of the science is fake, and by God, everybody keep buying fossil fuels. Now, of course, what happened was the United Nations climate chief Simon Steele, ordered the countries to please do something for the future of humanity. He said each step back will cost countless millions of lives. And already we have shall we say, a tipping point that's been reached, and we've got climate change migrants all over the world. Most people are unaware of this because it's underreported, but everyone is aware that migration up north is an enormous problem. So with all of that being said, in context, basically, as I've said before, there is a positive involved here, in a sense, with all of the corporate heads that have come to visit Dubai. And many of these are, of course, involved with other fields aside from the petro fields. It's simply that there's been more people involved with fossil fuels at this COP28 than there ever was in the history of this conference. 28 years of this conference, and this time there were literally hundreds of these motherfuckers, these sons of bitches there to push oil. And so everything was going to crash and burn. Anyhow, the Blood Boys were really depressed. My son was calling me up crying to do something. And I said, why don't you let me talk to Sugar Daddy? Of course, this is an individual whose identity we're protecting. Certainly keeping secure because, well, there's no reason to go into that. That should be obvious. Considering who I am and who he is, he cannot afford the connection to be made. Such being said, he's one of many tech CEOs who was at the conference. So over the past several days, my son was able to expedite through him a number of suggestions, my suggestions, which of course there's an advantage that I have. I do speak Arabic. So since he put me on the line several times with people in Dubai, we were able to finally convince, through his reputation and his, position as a tech executive, we were able to position Al Jaber into receipt of messages that ultimately sourced from myself, but through my son's husband, they were relayed as if coming from him. There's no credit provided to me in this. But my son's husband was able to convey to Al Jaber the tremendous advantages that he could get if he were to establish himself as the head of the United Arab Emirates renewable energy supplies. So Al Jaber, of course, is part of a dictatorship, of an absolute monarchy of families. This is not a dynastic monarchy in the conventional sense. It's an oligarchy. But these people are born into their positions. That was how he was put in charge of the National Fuel Company. So he was finally convinced through my ability to speak Arabic, and I was put through to him personally for a few minutes, as brief as those were. Most of the time I spoke to his underlings. They were able to confer with the other heads of state in the United Arab Emirates, and he crowned himself as not only the head of the National Oil Company, but he's now in charge of all of the United Arab Emirates renewable fuel technology sector, in which he will be contracting with all kinds of companies now to make a killing on renewable sources of energy. So this resulted miraculously in a 180-degree turnaround, in which in the first time in any of these conferences in 28 years, the nations at the climate summit agreed to move away from fossil fuels. So I'm happy to report that nearly 200 countries, all convened by the United Nations, ultimately reflecting what was going on at COP28 in Dubai. It's directly connected. They approved a milestone plan to ramp up renewable energy and move away from fossil fuels. By the way, this too will kill millions of people in the southern hemisphere. That's the nature of reality. This is because the more we move away from fossil fuels, the less they're able to benefit from the fossil fuels they need to modernize or develop. At any rate, we have to think of the species as a whole. And the species as a whole, without this having happened, would be basically precipitously spiraling into a death spin. So what has happened is that, well, I think you get the point. By convincing Al Jaber, through the reputation of my son's husband and a number of other people he got on his side, a number of tech communications and the high technology sector, various other industries convinced Al Jaber that he would make more money in the long run by working with them, rather than just draining his nation of what's ultimately a depletable resource. And the end result was this agreement. So this otherwise would not have happened. If anybody finds this unbelievable, or just take a look at the circumstantial evidence. It was all there. You can check the number of fossil fuels representatives that showed up at Dubai. They were unprecedented. You can take a look at what Al Jaber was saying originally as soon as this conference started. There's no science behind climate change, that there is no global warming. Once he was convinced that he would make more money in the long run with renewable energies, everything changed. He put himself in charge of the nation's first centralized renewable energies department under his own heading, because in a oligarchy you can do that, and it doesn't take much time, and there's no need for litigation or legislation. So there's some advantages to totalitarianism. Always remember that. And in this case, they were able to make a 180-degree turn within a matter of what amounts to about 72 hours. So I have not slept during that entire period of time. I had to be available at all hours of the day in order to basically confer these ideas in Arabic. And so, there you have it. I saved the fucking world. Now, I need to take a few minutes to deal with this splitting headache. I'm going to be imbibing in some codeine. I'll be back. I'm going to leave the stage to these three wonderful people. They've got this. And when I come back, it should be about 15, 20 minutes at the longest. We will, well, then I'll start engaging. But as for my head, it's not anywhere near the point where I can, at this point, I'm beginning to crash. So obviously I'm going to do some lines of coke along with the codeine. Again, be back in about 15, 20 minutes at the longest, probably sooner. But once I'm back, I'll start engaging. But that was the reason why not much was prepared for tonight's production. Also, of course, this goes without saying, the moment that I tried to start production, the computer updated. This is something that's just beyond coincidence. That's impossible that it could do that just spontaneously like that, but that's what it did. And that shut down the Skype and the OBS. It no longer, whenever it updates, it no longer recognizes several functions. So I had to call Peter, reconnect the functions with the help of Brendan Zoge. And we're here. Let me take a look at the chat room, see how the numbers are and how we're progressing. Caesar Nagaraja says, "Hey Douglas, hey everyone." T-Tank Barry says, "Amy clear, Aristides clear." So we heard them earlier. Again, I want to just say welcome generally. And numbers are increasing bit by bit. Oh yes, of course, don't forget. Hit the upvotes, make certain the buttons are clicked on your laptop, your PC, your tablet, your cell phone. You hit an upvote from every IP address you've got, because otherwise they hit us with downvotes to prevent us from appearing on searches. Oh, yeah, of course I already have a question in the email about the dot on my chin. V took the acupuncture needles and went to work on an ingrown hair. underneath my lip line. That's what that is. No, I did not get a piercing. That's that's actually funny. That's something that I actually enjoy that after everything else that went down. Yes. Okay. All right. That should heal in a matter of days, if not sooner. Okay. I know you guys have got this. Everybody can hear you. I'll go mute and introduce yourselves and talk a bit about what we started on with the latest episode. And I'll try and screw my head back on and reappear with you in a matter of minutes. Okay, so thank you all so much for gathering. And thank everyone, participants, Peter Moon, Amy Como, Aristides, and of course everyone in the chat room. Thank you everyone for gathering tonight on what is actually a globally momentous victory on my part. Working diplomacy at the Kissingerian level without any of the profits. I really don't feel too good about it. At any rate, so all of you take over from here, and
you should feel good about it, Douglas. You should feel good about it.
Anything that stopped my son from crying the way he was. Yes.
But I mean, you should feel good about the fact that you didn't do it for money.
I guess.
Because you should feel good, and I'll talk about that while you go get your space.
Okay. Well, we are trying to raise funds for rent. Again, I did have to run a supply.
We want you to get money from the people sharing here.
Thank you.
But there's something, and I'll just talk about it now.
Okay.
You go get your rest, and we'll encourage people to send you money.
Okay. Thank you.
But it's good that you can operate and not be like them.
Thank you.
Because it makes you not like them. This is part of the reason you can't even talk to them without going through this very special connection that you have.
Yes.
And just go do what you have to do.
I'll be back.
Stage for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Pete.
And thank you for your contribution here.
God bless you. Okay, I'll be back.
Go do that and go do your stuff. And Amy and Aristides, it's good to have you here. And I have a lot of questions about what he said, and I don't have a lot of I guess what you call erudition on this matter, except I can say it has gotten a lot hotter in the last year. This is for damn sure. But without, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of that, because that's what he experienced, all the mechanics of it. But what this shows to me is that everything we've been talking about on this show is getting to a crescendo of apocalyptic proportions. And when I'm on the air with Douglas, it's mostly from an occult perspective that blends into geopolitics. He's much more into the geopolitics, and he's the one with all the data stream. My expertise is not his expertise, and we complement each other. But what this shows is that all of the connections he's made throughout the last several decades are significant, and now certain things are coming to fruition, and but this shows how beneficial he can be to world politics. The problem with world politics, and why I said it's so good that he didn't take any money from them, because he's not one of them. These people are all driven by greed and avarice. And where somebody's starting to make noise in the newsroom. So anyway, this is it's a clean energy that they do not have, and the clean energy won out in terms of influence, and that's a great thing, because Kissinger was completely the opposite. It's all about power, money, and control. And power and control are not bad if they are used intelligently, altruistically for the collective good. But when it's all about who gets what piece of the pie and their piece of the pie, this is a very insane way to think. And if you don't play that game, they view you as weak or stupid. Altruism is weak or stupid. It can only be done for one's selfish interest. And so even though he won the battle, he didn't convince the guy's not doing it for the good of humanity. He's doing it because he can profit by it. And this is just what it is. Any comments from either two of you? Amy or Aristides?
Yeah, I would like to point out that his language skills, made him an asset in ways that other people were not able to communicate.
Excellent point.
I think that's something that we need to understand, so that, in the future, being able to communicate in a native language that is, it's foreign to you, but it's native to somebody of, of some clout who can provide resources to people, even if it is in a selfish sort of way where they're, being altruistic so that they can then shine as the great benefactress. It's a hard dance to be so attuned to what needs to happen, and then to feel like you're doing the right thing despite having no acknowledgement, not being given any showing of respect, just being able to do these things, but then turn and walk away without having, invested so much that you're not, that you're off balance. Like, I find it really incredible how he does a great job communicating with people who are not like him at all, and being able to point out to them what they're going to benefit from by taking another avenue of theory, because it is all theory. When they're working with that level of power, there's not really too many times where they are running into people who are living at the bottom of the Mississippi, where everything drains out into there. These are not tourist destinations for, somebody with enough money to spend somewhere nice, spend their time somewhere that's, enjoyable, rather than looking at all the hardship that's created by these migrants, by these global citizens that are migrants because of climate change, because their lands were destroyed.
Yeah, you make some excellent points here. His language skills are over the top, and yeah, he has so much to contribute to the world. But you see, what these people who are powerful, they don't care about what he has to contribute to the world. Oh, they don't care, because it's like they can't see that. And I know David Anderson told me that he was really shocked to see how people would get so possessive and crazy over the fact that, like, his technology was something they couldn't control, and it just upset them. It viscerally upset them because it was something they could not control. And, like, who cares? I can't control it. It interests me. It doesn't threaten me. Maybe it could be very threatening to me. I don't know. But the whole idea of it doesn't scare me. But this is how these people are. They're incredibly, I guess you could say, petty. And it's all to the detriment of ultimately everyone when you get into a situation like this. So,
yeah, and it's important that there are people who can see the situation for what it is. I think I heard on the last transmission there was some talk about that there's this kind of people who are more like machines, who have no compassion. They're not caught in the wheel of Mara. They're not caught in a karmic cycle because they just simply aren't built the same. They have no compassion. They're not able to look at a puppy and think how cute, like that. I mean, just there's so many examples of what an emotionless life might look like, but to have that exist and to be able to point out to those people that this is how things will benefit you in the future and it's how it has to go, like to be able to have the ability to discriminate, like how important it is that this particular person who speaks Arabic, which I also speak, must be spoken to by me immediately. And I'm not going to sleep, and I'm going to have to give up critical omissions because I'm too tired. Do you think that's what he's headed towards? Let's hope not. Let's hope he can come back and answer some of our questions.
he will answer. He will come back.
I know.
He will come back. And he's just away for 10 or 15 minutes because he needs to regroup. He's been stressed out. And I would, reiterate to those of you who can contribute and do contribute, please contribute, even if it's a relatively small amount. DouglasDietrich@yahoo.com, upper right-hand corner. And we have been gaining momentum with the show. And, tonight, we were having you here, Amy, because you had organically brought up the Reiki and stuff, and we're all prepared to go into that. This kind of supersedes it. Nevertheless, it probably all ties back into that, because as I had enough time this morning and last night to type out, transcribe the part that he had said last Sunday about the green llama. And that was the implications of it. I'm not talking about the oil and the climate change. I'm talking about just what's going on planet Earth was staggering as I redigested it. And I still have to redigest it again when I put it into edited form. And then to say nothing of the discussions I need to have with him, not only for clarification of certain points, but where it's all going in the bigger scheme of things. So it's incredibly impactful. Just even yesterday came up on my YouTube feed, and I'll listen to it in the background. I don't dedicate that much time to listening to these, but it was a congressional hearing on UAPs, and they had, idiots testifying, saying, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. And then when they get him to parse words, he kind of runs it back. Well, I can't say. Officially, I can't say. And the people are all sitting there. These are congressmen, gaga with their mouth open. It's really finally time we discuss these things and take them seriously. I've been interested in UFOs since I was a kid. Meanwhile, uh, Tucker Carlson came up on Instagram. It's just a less than a minute clip talking to Alex Jones saying, how are you able to predict 9/11? And apparently, according to Tucker, there's a whole show where Alex Jones is predicting 9/11 before it happens. Now, I don't know if that's true. And if it is true, it's probably because he was in on it and was set up to do it.
Because
But
he ripped off Bill Cooper.
did Bill Cooper, was he the one who
Yeah.
predicted 9/11?
Yes.
Okay,
think so.
I'm not that clear on it. So go
That's
ahead
what-
and clarify that point.
Yeah, I
for
think
me
that's
and
what
the audience.
Douglas described, was that Bill Cooper was saying something, not predicted exactly, but something like this is going to happen. There's going to be something big go down. They're going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. That was allegedly something Bill Cooper had said. And, what happened to Bill Cooper? They basically took him out. And then Alex Jones basically reiterated that, took credit for it, and then talked a bunch of trash on Bill Cooper, as far as I recall the story that Douglas said.
Right. Well, whatever that is, it's just they're pumping up Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Who's just completely despicable.
Oh, yeah.
On many levels. And
they let him back on Twitter now too. So they're really putting him back in the game there.
Well, you can see how Elon Musk and Alex Jones would feed each other.
Yeah, they all will, even if they're seem to be opposed. All the parts working together.
Yeah. So this is like the vileness of these people, and I suppose you could say the vileness of the people who give them their time and energy. That's why. That's why I said what I said about Douglas. It's like that money. It's like Judas money.
Yeah.
That they take and interchange with each other. It's not. Yeah, it's nice that Douglas. It's better that he get the relatively paltry contributions. I don't mean to insult anybody's contributions, but I mean compared to what these people from the UAE are getting, and the other oil barons. It's like, because it's clean energy. And it's so funny that I say energy, because this is all about energy. It's all about clean energy. And you don't want to be passing dirty energy. And then you have his blood boys, who he's teaching history. Now, people can cast aspersions at the blood boys, but you have to remember, these kids are basically orphans who suffered whatever they have in terms of orphanhood, and they've been saved by sugar daddy, who leads a questionable lifestyle, but nevertheless, they're being educated in geopolitics and humanity in ways that you couldn't even begin to do in some UN organization or sustainable development or Harvard or Yale. They're getting an education that's over the top. And whatever their positives or negatives are as human beings, or misfortunes or good fortunes are, this is where the care of humanity has been relegated to. And this is just the bizarreness of the rabbit hole we live in. And you have, it reminds me of some cowboy movie where all the yokels are in favor of a lynching, just because it's mob mentality. Oh, we got to lynch him, he killed. And this is what your Tucker Carlsons and the people who follow the media, the alternative media, the New Age media, the conspiracy media, they're acting like a lynch mob just because of their general mentality. If they were apprised of all the facts, they need their heads and noses pointed into them because they're so obtuse. All of this aligns so much with what I've been reading and also intuiting in transcribing Douglas's discussion on Buddhism. What he said about Buddhism and the Forbidden Sutra that was iterated by Siddhartha on his last breaths because he had been poisoned twice, first with the Black Lotus and then with the Nioa drug. I don't quite remember how to pronounce it. But part of this drug that the Buddha saw had him iterating things that scared the living daylights out of his disciples, and it became the Forbidden Sutra. Now, whether that was, and there's questions as to whether it was accurate or not. What he saw was accurate, what he said was he said, but the bottom line is whenever this sutra was circulated into the hands of Buddhists or whoever it was circulated into, it created a horrible effect upon, it wreaked total havoc. So the power of the twisted information, or whether it's twisted or horrific but true, you have this anti-Buddha factor that just completely reverse vectors all the positives of what was taught in Buddhism. And you have it resurfacing in the Japanese culture, resurfacing with this guy who was accused of attacking, the subways, and who was put to death eventually about 5 or 6 years ago. And that he was of that cult. So it's like, wow, this is really heavy stuff. And I suppose you could say that the people involved in all of this oil and gas climate would be of that cult too. How could they not be? And the more you connect the dots, the more you begin to see. And I suppose you could say when the Buddha had this great enlightenment, and this goes back to not only when he died, it goes back to the final temptations underneath the Bodhi tree. When he's being tempted by Mara, the evil one, the tempter, and he overcomes Mara. But not before Mara can leave his imprint on the Buddha, so to speak. Whether he leaves the imprint in the aura or in the residue around him, and agents of Mara resurface at the end of his life and create a sect of Buddhism, it doesn't matter whether the Forbidden Sutra is accurate or not. Its effect is horrific. So it's like a force counterforce sort of game. And any presence of this sutra wreaks havoc. L. Ron Hubbard claimed to have written a book which did just that, called Excalibur. But it's a theme. The work of H.P. Lovecraft could drive people mad. And in what Douglas said, and what I plan to do in the book, is link all of this together. So it all links into a coherent thread. And to get people to understand it and appreciate it is another challenge, but it should all happen. It should all happen. And I suppose what I find to be the most perhaps challenging, curious, and relevant factor is that what's going on right now in the world is happening faster than I can comfortably keep up with. Sure, we all keep up with it, but it's not comfortable. I just fixed this major plumbing issue, and the water flooded in my career corner. And the only reason there was a flood, it wasn't necessary, is because the plumber didn't shut off the water main. I told him where it was, and he didn't retain the information, and we had a flood. And a flood is emotions, whether it's in your dreams or in your feng shui corner. And this was in my career corner. And I'm going like, okay, I just like everything to be okay. I'm just going to do the show. Everything's going to be pleasant. Instead, I'm having to, cope with all this emotional stuff. I had no idea it was going to parlay into my actual career, which is tonight. I'm just looking forward to doing a show, talking with Amy about this, the psychiatric stuff we talked about. And thank you again for showing up, and sort of put all this Black Lotus stuff on the back burner a little bit. And now we have, a full on freak show. But thank goodness Douglas was there, or circumstances allowed him to be there. So, wow. You guys have anything to say?
Yeah. Well, Peter, what you just said, it made me think of basically you alluded to, what was it? The rate of novelty increasing, right? And it makes me think of, what was it? Terence McKenna or Time Wave Zero or something, where it's like the prediction is that novelty will continue to increase towards some, singularity of sorts.
I could never understand Terence McKenna too well.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
But I know. What I'm saying is, he's talking about.
He's not the only one. He's not the only one who has said.
No, I know, but I'm not knocking what he said. I just never could understand it too well. And I want you to clarify. Time Wave Zero is what he talked about, and Jose Arguelles talked to. It's all these different. People come from different perspectives of talking about a crescendo of crisis or whatever you want to call it. Maybe you could clarify it a little bit. That's okay.
I think it has to do with just, I don't know, a building of novelty, or maybe it would be synchronicity that creates novelty. And he's not the only one talked about it, so I don't want to.
But what is novelty? I don't like that word. It sounds like something new. Yeah. What does he mean by novelty? Can you explain that?
I can't. New. No, I can't speak for him.
No, but what are you trying to say though, with novelty? What does that mean?
I guess would be the increase in the occurrence of unexpected or unforeseen things, or perhaps things that we take part in creating.
This is. I'll look up. Okay, novelty theory. This is a whole, and he explains it in 7 minutes. I have never heard of the novelty theory, but I will. So you've read it. McKenna formulated a concept about the nature of time based on fractal patterns he claimed to have discovered in the I Ching, which he called novelty theory. It's a novel theory, it sounds like to me, proposing that this predicted the end of time and a transition of consciousness in the year 2012. Now, his promotion of novel
reconnects. It says reconnection successful. Okay, so we were knocked off the air for several seconds. Everybody, fortunately, that happened only after I showed up, which is not surprising. But we need everybody to give us feedback on how we're sounding right now. Can everybody hear me talk Can everybody hear Peter, Aristides, and Amy Como speak? Please, let us know. So everybody do say hello again. Start over as if we're just starting because of the nature of what happened. T-Tank Barry says back online. Vicky Johnson says, I hear DDD. Excellent, honey. Love you. And Aristides, Amy, Peter, all the three of you just say hi.
I'm still here.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Okay. Dirk Omani says audio is good. 180 now says yay. Acid Kick 96 says hi DDD. And I'm presuming they can hear you because you all seem to be. There we are. Acid Kick 96 says pound and clear. Yeah, it seems like everybody can hear everybody. So good. Continue, Peter, where you were at. Speaking about.
I will reorient you to where we were because I was talking about how things were reaching a crescendo and how the work that we're doing, particularly with what I didn't talk about the green love, I only mentioned it, and all of this stuff that's reaching a crescendo, and now you're being pulled into it faster than is comfortable for me. As I was saying, we handled the plumbing problem today here that I told you about,
Right.
and now. And it's right in my career corner. It was an unfortunate flood the plumber caused by not shutting the water main off. When I told him where it was, he didn't register what I said for whatever reason.
Jesus.
So the water is emotions, and here I'm looking at it.
Europe was not.
In my own personal life, but I'm saying because I've been trying to finish this job for a long time. And now, what it is this is my career corner, which you were my career. This is tonight. So it's like, wow, this is not comfortable. I would have liked to have just had it gone quickly, taken a couple hours. He's done. But so instead of it being done, and it is done, I have this emotional residue.
Right. In other words, the janitor or the plumber rather made a career out of your your career corner there. Go on.
Well, what is a job that theoretically could have taken me 10 minutes to fix, but I wanted the pipes underneath or the valves to be replaced because they needed replacement. There's no question about that. I could have taken the new faucet in, fixed it up, and done in 10 minutes, maybe a half an hour.
Yeah.
But no, I wanted to do it right, and by doing it right, I suffered. But the point of it is, I'm flooded. Now, I've still got the fan on, making sure all the residue of the heat is off, the heater on it. It's still going on, but I have an emotional micro trauma in my aura over this. It's no big deal. But I'd like things to just go back and be regular, and we're going to do our show tonight. We're going to talk about the triumvirate of psychiatrists with Amy. That's
Yes.
why she's here.
Yes.
And then, I hear what you have to say and how your work, our work,
Yes.
because I'm involved with you, but this is more your end of the work. And it's like, okay, it's like, like a football player thinks he's going to be sitting on the bench and just, rooting the other players on. He gets thrown out into a big game.
Yeah.
And this is what happens with you. And you're only allowed to go in and, do a trick play. You're not allowed to go in and, play quarterback or play
Right.
every series of downs. You're just boom, boom, and you're gone. Thank good you were there. It saved the team for the time being. We're still in the game. This is what happened. And so Aristides was bringing up novel theory.
Okay.
Because we're talking about how things are coming to a crescendo with the book we're writing, and I didn't know what novel theory was, so I'm looking it up as Terence McKenna explains novel theory. And basically, he came up with a concept about the nature of time based on fractals that he discovered in the I Ching, which he called novelty theory, which Wikipedia calls a pseudoscience. His promotion of novelty theory and its connection to the Maya calendar is credited as one of the factors leading to the widespread beliefs about the 2012 phenomena. I'd say the 2012 phenomena was completely generated by Jose Arguelles and his immediate colleagues, who I don't remember the name of. Not Terence McKenna, although Terence McKenna was very widely followed in the alternative drug community. And he, but the real problem with 2012 is that by the time Hollywood gets through it and the new age, it turns into this psychotic bunch of BS, like what was it, Y2K.
Right.
It's just a bunch of millennium madness, and I wouldn't blame or credit Terence McKenna with all of that crap, nor would I blame or credit Jose Arguelles. This is just what human beings will do with their degenerative capacities. Their inbred degeneracy, which is fueled by the likes of Hollywood people, for lack of a better description, although it's quite adequate. So novelty theory is a whole entry in Wikipedia that's under the very long article on Terence McKenna, who's, I mean, he's a legend.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, I'm not allowed on Wikipedia.
Well, we're in good company. We're in good company with each other concerning that. Go.
I did have lunch with Terence McKenna at Starwood Festival in 1993.
Wow.
Just because we happened to be at the same bench, and I, told him who I was and what I was doing. I think I gave him a book, and we just had a, pleasant lunch. And I had the most miserable. These were all pagans. It was a pagan festival, and I had a veggie sandwich. You know what the veggie sandwich is? It's lettuce and tomato.
Yeah.
They don't even know what a veggie sandwich is. And as one guy said to me, I think when I was in the line registering, he was a warlock from Massachusetts, very nice guy. He says, don't expect. I think there was the lady signing up was into food, and he says, don't expect pagans to eat well. But anyway, novelty theory is a pseudoscientific idea that, why don't they just say, what's a pseudoscientific idea? I'm not a Terence McKenna fan, but pseudoscientific idea, it's an idea. There's no such thing as a pseudoscientific idea. It's just an idea that purports to predict the ebb and flow of novelty in the universe as an inherent quality of time. Novelty is the quality of being new or following from that of being striking, original, or unusual. Okay, so that's something new popping up. Now, you've heard it said that there's nothing new under the sun. Anything that happens is not new on a bigger picture. Like the I Ching is just infinite repetitions of all possible permutations of reality.
Yes.
Now, we can all admit that there is novelty. Like all of a sudden, cell phones come up, and then more cell phones, and then this, that, and the other thing. Like Apple was out of business until what was it that came up? I don't even remember not the music thing. What do they call the iPhone,
iPad, something. Yeah, something.
iTunes, yeah. And so then it was that, and then it went into cell phone. And so Apple was a example of novelty theory with the technology that they and then the whole BlackBerry thing. Everybody had a BlackBerry, except for me and you.
That's right.
I had no need for one because, I'm connected to the computer. And those rare times when I'm not around the computer, I don't want to be around it. So what he says is, it's an inherent quality of time, and I would agree with him that there is novelty, and its time is experienced with novelty. It can be dead for a long time, then it gets pepped up. Proposing that time is not a constant, but has various qualities tending either towards habit or novelty. Well, who can disagree with that? It's not a pseudoscientific idea. You could also say familiar and unfamiliar. This is what Aleister Crowley talked about. He says magic is a continuous interaction with the familiar and the unfamiliar. Hubbard wrote his own axiom. I don't know if he used those words, but your familiarity and unfamiliar. This is like a rewording of basic magic principles. Habit in this context can be thought of as entropic, repetitious, or conservative. Now that is I find a very suspect definition of entropic, or association of entropic. He says, habit can be thought of as entropic, repetitious, or conservative, and novelty as creative, disjunctive, or progressive phenomena. Can you comment on that, Douglas?
I'm too brain fried at the moment. I would just say I'm just rolling with it. I think
that he's saying entropic is is chaotic.
Okay. Yeah. And believe me, I'm certain there's another moment I could be more capable of a coherent response.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying is I find his definition is and I'm gonna look it up to.
Well, if you could just frame it from what the
Few words beforehand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna frame it by
Habit entropic. Is that like I'm kind of
define. That's the clearest thing I can do.
Yeah.
Entropic is an adjective that means of or relating to entropy. A measure of the thermal energy unavailable for work, or of the constituent randomness in a process system. Is a measure of the disorder or uncertainty of a system. Now, it relates to thermodynamics, but it refers to constituent randomness. So, see, I still don't like his definition, because entropy is something that's chaotic, unpredictable, and he's associating that with habit, which I don't agree with. Whereas novelty is creative or progressive or disjunctive. I think his idea is really screwed up. Not pseudoscientific, but it's like, I think he's very confused. And anyway, Aristides, you were the one who brought up novelty.
Where does the entropy tie in? Where are you seeing that? Or is this part of...
Well, he associates entropy. He says habit can be thought of as entropic, repetitious, or conservative. And novelty is creative, disjunctive, or progressive. Like creativity is happening. It's progressive. Whereas he's saying habit is entropic. Well, habit is repetitious, it's dull, it's conservative, but I don't see how dull and that is entropic, because it's not random. And I think his semantics are really screwed up, really severely, like his head's really screwed up for him to be saying stuff like that, in my opinion. I would never say that, because he's mixing metaphors, and because it can be confused, what he meant to say is maybe that's not what he meant to say. But
Okay.
And I can't relate to him. However, the underlying theory, what you're alluding to, is that novelty is progressive, creative, is stuff that's new and is happening. So I don't disagree with where you were going with this. I just hate his description of this. In fact, if I was editing his work, I'd be giving him a very hard time. What the hell do you mean? And disambiguate this. And I'm very careful, and I would ask him what he'd mean, and then I'd want to get a kickback, and I'd probably, if I had a professional position over him, I'd probably get him to capitulate, and I'd be, a bit of a slave driver. And I would say to you, now he was a well-read, popular author, but editors, it's very common for authors to have a very, and I'm not describing him because he could write pretty much whatever he wanted and people would bow down to him because of his reputation. But it's very common for authors to want to, what's the word? Bull in a china shop. Well, this is the way it is. And I will sometimes argue with people, you can't say this because I can't understand it. And I'm generally considered smart. So if I can't understand it, how can other people understand it? And it's like they don't budge. And consequently, the manuscript goes nowhere.
Right.
Because it's not that they're not smart or they don't know what they're talking about, they can't communicate. And that becomes the whole crucial thing. The whole crucial thing is to be able to get an idea across. But with regards to the novelty theme, this is what's coming up with what we're doing, Douglas. It's like we're bringing these ideas into the new sphere of humanity.
Yes.
And I've recently concluded, when I see people ubiquitously saying a lot of dumb things with regards to the stuff we talk about, I'm not going to engage them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to engage them because it wastes my time. And by counterposting them, I'm not going to make any progress.
Right.
It's like I have to allow them to be who and what they are. So I think, and it's not just the novelty, of what we're discussing, but the novelty, it is related to Israel and UFOs, because I don't want to digress, I don't know if it's fair to say digress, into Israel right now or UFOs, but as what I was essentially using as filler time, and I want to get back to what we were talking about with Amy, what she's here for,
yes,
with the Reichian stuff, because it'll all tie to this as well. It will tie in.
Well,
So
real quick, I think
go ahead.
I think I understand what he was talking about with the entropy and the state of novelty being basically a creative process that involves interaction of consciousness with the universe, probably. And if you're not creating, if you're just in the same habits, in the same patterns, not only are you not creating, but you're unlikely to keep the same state of quality. Like, things will naturally kind of diminish. So in other words, if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. I think that's.
Well, I think that's fair, accurate assessment of what he was at least trying to say in part, but he was also confusing the issue. The way it was defined on Wikipedia. I haven't read what he wrote, so and maybe Wikipedia is just trying to confuse him. I wouldn't put it past him.
Right.
But thank you for that.
Yeah.
But in the case of Israel, and I've consistently repeated that they will take care of themselves.
Yeah.
You don't need to get on the bandwagon against Israel or against because they're doing this foot bullets.
Yeah.
Major foot bullets. And what I mean, Netanyahu is consistently coming up on Instagram with foot bullets that some of them are old and some of them are new. And they don't need, and I'm not suggesting you censor yourself on the subject. I'm not. But I'm saying is that they're going to, because people hear this stuff and they rebel against it. The latest is that they have these videos of Israeli soldiers doing horrendous things to Palestinians, or degrading them or making fun of them and just talking real racist. In other words, it is such bad press. But then when they show it on, whether it was CNN or Fox, I don't know what I saw it on, because I had them both on for a short while, they watered down what the Israeli soldiers were doing. And the Jewish defense or the army has said, no, we frown on this. These are soldiers, they need to be disciplined. But it's far worse. They're saying all soldiers do this to their opponents. And while that may be true, it's totally inexcusable.
Yes.
What they're doing, and it really, everything Israel does is they're creating bad situations for themselves.
Yes.
This is not going to go well for them, for the people who are waging this war.
Yes.
And so that, then the other thing, which I said to the audience earlier, is that there was YouTube live feed. Well, there was also Tucker Carlson interviewing Alex Jones.
Oh, God.
Saying, how could you predict 9/11? Oh, this is incredible.
Oh, my God.
So Aristides kind of told me about how that all came from Bill Cooper.
Thank you.
And you would explain that. And Tucker Carlson is, I had sent him a copy of the book and to his personal address.
Right.
And it was refused.
Right.
It's refused. Or they think it had a bomb in it.
It did, in a very real sense.
Oh, Douglas, you'll laugh at this. Supposedly, so they let Alex Jones back on Twitter.
Of course.
What I saw, and I didn't verify this myself personally, but supposedly one of his first actions there was to retweet. Why is his name escaping me? What the?
Some other asshole, no doubt.
The other guy with the bioplasma, maybe Tate, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So went
The
right
figures.
for the gold there.
Yeah. So he's basically supporting his friend Andy Tate and saying he's victimized or something, no doubt. And
I don't know what even the retweet was, but it's just like they've got all these figures that they put out there, and they play with each other or against each other, and if the people need a hero or an enemy, we will provide it, I guess.
Yes. They all are in the same boat together. They support each other. They basically reference each other. So that sounds like they're referencing something. It's kind of like the same with the Ancient Aliens crowd, where you've got a select group of assholes, Graham Hancock and a number of other, Robert Schock, a number of other just charlatans who reference each other in footnotes, and that way they make themselves look legit. So these guys are just the equivalent of that with a different venue. In the end, it's all the same venue. Okay, thank you.
Well, yes, thank you for that. And it's really heinous. Now, the other thing, what I was going to say was perhaps the biggest news item of all on the YouTube live, and I watched it because it was live and it was background for what I was doing, and it was a congressional investigation into UAPs. Mm-hmm. And they had people from the Air Force in there, and a guy saying, have you seen anything? Have you seen, biologicals? Well, I haven't seen them. Oh, I can't say. It's like this witness is coming forth, and he's playing them all.
Of course.
He's obviously special forces, which he kind of more or less admits,
Right.
I can't say that. Well, I'm under security.
But by the way, you notice the paradox here is that he references himself as special forces, which I have no doubt he is, and that's supposed to add to his credibility. That's what's so ironic. And then he, without any fear or concern over losing his pension or anything else like that, or compromising national security, he will say that I know this thing that is completely forbidden that you've all wanted to know, and yet when they ask him for details, then it'll go back to, oh, I can't speak to that because it would compromise national security. I mean, the very circular logic of this asinine farce should tip everyone off to how ridiculous.
But it doesn't. It's all NLP, neuro-linguistic bullshit.
Thank you.
It's just bullshit, and people can't, and they listen to it or they tolerate it. And then you have it reminded me of when they had the congressional baseball hearings on steroids. It was in the Congress, and the congressman would say, I admired baseball since I was a kid. I used to watch Mickey Mantle, whatever. And it's like, who cares? and these guys are pontificating that they are, patrons of the national pastime or something. And it's like they were heavily criticized for this by the sports announcers who thought that they were just full, the congressmen were just full of shit, which they were. But then this is what these people remind me of. They get up and say, oh, I've always been interested in this subject. And it's good. We're finally taking this seriously sort of attitude. And it's like, it is so disingenuous. And it probably wouldn't be that revelatory to see if I sent the book to some of these congressmen and they look at it, if that would even get through to them, if it wouldn't be censored before they got it. And, because how could they, they're in a, what is the word, environment where this stuff is not kosher. It's kind of like what happens with the Forbidden Sutra. Mm-hmm. Now, the Forbidden Sutra, and I transcribed the rest of it this morning and last night. It was great.
Okay.
But it brings up a lot of disturbing issues.
Yes.
And these disturbing issues, well, I'm going to parlay this into having Amy here because we're already an hour and 17 minutes into the show. But the Forbidden Sutra, whether it's true or not, and you're really parsing your rhetoric around it when you talk about it very responsibly.
Thank you.
Because whether the Forbidden Sutra of the Buddha is true or not, it releases all havoc. It releases Armageddon almost by, at least on a microcosm for when it's, because people can't handle it.
Yes.
It's like like Jack Nicholson saying you can't handle the truth.
Yes.
Well, if it's true, whether it's true or not, you can't handle it. So this takes us, this goes into the whole psychology of mankind, the deep roots of psychology. So I'm going to use this to segue into Wilhelm Reich, which Amy is here for because she asked, and I will reiterate that story that I told about Wilhelm Reich.
Excellent.
And Preston Nichols. Now, and because you had been discussing last Sunday, or it was probably Monday morning,
yes,
in the last transmission, the triumvirate of psychiatrists, and they were all psychiatrists, Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud, and Wilhelm Reich. And of course, Freud was the sort of considered the founder of psychoanalysis, and Jung countered him with archetypes and occultism and spirituality, whereas Freud was all, sex and free association. These are very great oversimplifications. And then, of course, Wilhelm Reich, who was the most obscure and probably the most potent,
right,
in his own way.
That's right.
And Wilhelm Reich is mentioned in the Montauk Project. Preston did a whole thing because he fits into the Montauk Project. He does, but he doesn't. So what Wilhelm Reich is primarily known for is orgone, the concept of orgone, which is just another word of saying chi, life force. And then also DOR, which is DOR, dead orgone energy. Amy can talk more about that when it, organically, because she's studied a lot of the more quote unquote conventional aspects of Wilhelm Reich. But what I'm going to lead this off in is talking to the unconventional aspects of Wilhelm Reich. And I was only introduced to Wilhelm Reich through Preston Nichols. And Wilhelm Reich was creating radiosondes, or radiosondes were created using his technology, which was they go up in weather balloons and whatnot, and monitor energy, DOR energy, create orgone energy. But this was a big part. What happened when I was writing the Montauk project, and it was only probably a month within a month I'd been working, I had called my friend Janice, who I refer to as my first metaphysical friend on Long Island, and I'd only known her like about a year at that time, and I called her to tell her what I was into, and she says, "Oh, it's interesting." She says, "I'm having dinner with Michael right now." Michael was her boyfriend at the time, brand new boyfriend, and I had met Michael. He sold crystals, and afterwards, I hang up. He calls back 5 later, and she says, "Michael wants to talk to you." And I said, "Okay," and he says, "You've got to stop writing this book. You're going to get killed. They're going to nail you. They're going to nail you. Don't write this book," is what he tells me. I just got a very strong hit on this. This Michael's psychic. And I said, "Okay." So I don't let that stop me. And then when I see Preston in our next meeting, because we were meeting once or twice a week, and I'd bring him the rushes, the transcript, and get more, record him. And I think I waited, I don't know if it was till after the end of the meeting or the beginning, and I told him what had happened, that this guy had said that there was a hit on me. And I didn't take it too seriously. I treated it with respect. And he says, "Yeah," he says, "we already know about that, but it's been taken care of." Like he didn't hesitate. He said, "I already know about that. It's been taken care of." And I said, "What do you mean it's been taken care of?" He says, "Duncan got a psychic read on it. He said they're going to hit you. But," he said, "I took care of it because I told the government that if you put a hit on Peter Moon, I'm going to release the secret Wilhelm Reich papers." And I said, "What are the secret Wilhelm Reich papers?" And then he began to tell me a story.
And this was Preston? This was
Preston Nichols, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And he had, I don't know, he was always purchasing ham radio equipment, and he'd go up to ham fests, which were often in the Northeast, like New Hampshire, sometimes Massachusetts. And he ended up going to Rangeley, Maine. And he owned an antenna farm up there at one point. There was like antenna farms, but at some point he went into some old barn. He didn't know, he wasn't pursuing Wilhelm Reich. He was pursuing radio equipment. And in this barn or wherever it was on Reich's old property in Rangeley, Maine, he had these papers. And the papers were about his orgone therapy, but it was about using orgone techniques. Now, you'll see some of this in Wilhelm Reich's literature, which I've not studied extensively myself. But basically, the way Preston explained it is that by stroking the meridians of a male, you could get them into an orgone trance where they could then access information. Sort of like you go into a trance, like when you start downloading information, when you go into the zone.
That's right.
This was them going into a zone, much like a psychic might go into a zone. And this was also used in conjunction with the German work of Mengele with twins, where he said that the most best subjects for this type of therapy were two male twins who were genetically the same and were heterosexual, not homosexual, and to have this therapy done on them, and this could produce an orgone trance where they could, link into the Vril. Now this is kind of like the Vril girls. I had a little dialogue with our friend Marlena the other night. She was having some issues.
Marlena or Marina Sarah?
Marina, yeah, not Marlena, Marina.
Okay.
Yeah. So she surfaced yesterday.
Good.
But because so it reminds me of the Vril ladies who were trancing, and as I was told, the most prime Vril suspect that you won't see in any of, they have these exotic looking girls, but was one who was, I think this one might have, she was a big woman who would be nude and ectoplasm would come out of her vagina.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah. And, you visualize somebody who looks like Madame Blavatsky, but that's beside the point. It's to give you a little humor. So anyway, this stuff was, this was how, so this was the research of Mengele and twins combined with Wilhelm Reich is what they were using at Montauk. And they were sort of discovering this. Now, a lot of this rhymes with Aleister Crowley's Arte Magica, where he talks about sexualizing somebody, just sexualizing the hell out of them, and not just one person doing it. It's like a whole group working on them, like a massage table, and you get them up to this, and then till they're exhausted, and then you work them some more and work them some more. It sounded like a horrible experience. Arte Magica. There's a thing you can. It used to be on the internet. You can. I think I have a copy of it that I bought one time, but all of this like manipulative sexual techniques. But the orgone therapy was very dicey at best, and this was stuff that at that time, there's a lot of stuff was sensitive then that nobody care about now because their means of censorship are different. They can just shadow ban you, whereas back in those days they were more monitoring and afraid of what might transpire, blowing up transmitter stations and stuff. Now you can pretty much say anything you want, and if it's not on Google getting a lot of hits, nobody will pay attention to it. You could reveal the truth of the JFK assassination, the exact details in the video. And nobody would pay attention to it if it wasn't on the right algorithms, even if you knew it to be true in your neighborhood. So this is the kind of situation that we're in now. It's changed, but back then it was much more sensitive. And what I would say about Wilhelm Reich, though, is that one of the factors of his existence is that he claimed that he, grew up on a farm, and sex was very normal to him because he'd watch all the animals, and so he said people have huge armor for fresh. But he was being sexualized from at the age of 4, and I don't remember if it was by his stepmother or who it was, but he was being sexualized at a very early age. And this created, of course, different dynamic in him than other people. And of course, so sex, of course, was much more natural to him. And Preston was molested at a very early age himself. So, but it wasn't by a female. In Reich's case, it was by a female. And the Reichian therapy would basically be working at somebody's armor, which was their protective, protection they would put up, which would
the defense mechanisms. Go on.
Yeah, wired into their body, mind, soul complex. And sure, everybody has armor. The question becomes, when is it guardian chi or overprotective, repressed frigidity?
Right.
And, I think Amy could probably, has probably studied a lot of that stuff. And we're talking about doorbusters, but that's the core of what I wanted to share or reiterate. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, Amy. I don't consider myself an expert. I steered away from all this in my own interactions. I made it very clear that, I was not there to be deprogrammed. Preston was very puzzled at how I could have so much interest in the Montauk Project and not be a Montauk boy.
Interesting.
But he got over that. I mean, he just, it was a natural, because people who'd be all interested, take me to your leader, which, I was there to, and what I was interested in was time. I was not interested in super soldiers.
And this was before you met Dr. Anderson.
Dr. Anderson, no, Dr. Anderson, no. I didn't meet Dr. Anderson until 1999. 1999. I was involved with Preston since I met him in 1990. So when David Anderson shows up with blue eyes and blonde hair, and he's a time scientist, it's like, and Anderson is a coded name or a special name, it's like, wow, this is, what wall did this come off of? It came out of a familiar wall. It was a novelty, the coincidence of name synchronicities, the blue eyes and the blonde hair, so on and so forth. So, and this stuff happened so long ago, but it's still relevant. It's just kind of old news. But anyway, that is my foray into that. Amy, do you want to say anything or comment?
Of course.
So at one point, I don't know if you brought this up tonight, but one point I thought I heard you say that Preston Nichols had found the documents that he'd found with regard to Reich's teaching in an antique shop somewhere in New England.
Not an antique shop. No. In a barn in Rangeley, Maine.
Okay, so
It wasn't in an antique shop. It was in a barn in Rangeley, Maine, where he went out to get, I think it was strewn amongst the ham radio equipment that he was purchasing, or was left to him.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like right there amongst the equipment. It could have been door busting equipment for all I know.
Cloud busting.
He called it door busting.
Oh, he did?
And cloud busting too.
Okay.
But go ahead. Yeah, cloud busting, door busting. Because storm clouds had door energy.
Interesting. Okay.
It was door and door busting, yeah. And anytime, Preston created a device called the Bioson, and I used to sell them for him through for the book or whatnot. And we sold a few, more than a few. And he stopped producing them. I remember one farmer came down from Canada because he wanted them for his crops. It would help his crops. But the reason Preston stopped selling them, because as soon as he would put them out, the government would counteract it, would use some sort of radionics technology to counteract it. And he had integrity. He says, I'm not going to be selling stuff that is not going to help people. So he'd sell a few, it would go out, it would work, and then they counter it. He says, I'm not going to do it anymore. So he had some integrity over it. But what I learned, not only from Preston, but from some of his colleagues that were into radionics, one of the most serious things you can do, this is more dangerous to the government than January 6th, is start doing radionics. And they will find you. They will find you with their own radionics technology. It's like the Eye of Sauron in Lord of the Ring. When you bring out that ring, ISR and just locks on you. He feels it. And then he'll send out his black riders. The government, when you start doing serious radionics, and it's potent radionics, you know, it's like in the movie Lord of the Rings, I see you. Mm-hmm. And this is what I learned from his colleagues and him. And I would see the chaos that would ensue with these people. I never really got into radionics because I try to avoid devices. And I even heard of a story from one of my martial arts friends about how one martial artist who was great, fantastic, was defeated. I say defeated, outmaneuvered in a contest, not a fight. But when he was given a device that was, you know, had occult stuff, it was given to him as a gift. And when he wore the gift, it made him weaker. He didn't know that. Then he figured it out. So that's but the radionic stuff is they take very seriously, and of course how potent it is. Now, if you put a crystal and wrap a copper wire around it in your backyard, it will have some effect. I can't tell you how powerful it would be. Some are more powerful than others. But I've never been one to be too excited about, you know, having orgone protective devices. I have a few here and there. Some have been given to me, but I just use Qigong. And I'm not saying that they couldn't help me. And pyramid energy is very powerful. That's what we're talking about here. But I think sometimes people who have too many of these devices become too neurotic, and they're not balanced, and they would do far better to breathe.
Yeah. Andrew Bartzi's became. I'm sorry. Go on.
He was not negative about such devices, but then again, you know, you have to find your own balance. Go ahead. I cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I was just saying Andrew Bartzi's became kind of like that, neurotic about the devices. By the way, our dear friend Brendan Zogit, without whom we wouldn't be on the air tonight, said, when I travel, the only things the airport ever stopped me for was an orgone generator crystal and a silver and salt bag. So there we go.
It's a good point. It's a good point. So, Amy, did you have anything to say or ask or
by all means? Yeah, by all means, Amy, please take it from here.
So I did my own little rummaging around on the site for the museum for Dr. Reich in Rangeley, Maine. They are saying that he was in prison, moved to Pennsylvania, and died of a heart attack. Did somebody mention that he had been stabbed while he was in prison?
I think Douglas did, but I think he died in prison.
No,
I thought
Wilhelm Reich was murdered in prison. Yes, he was stabbed to death in prison. That was general knowledge for years. That was like, that was just like, that wasn't even like contentious or controversial. It's just what happened. So they're claiming differently these days. They've got a new scrubbed legend that they've put out there.
They need the grant money as a 501c, I guess. That's what the deal is.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a museum, and they're only open 3 months out of the year. They operate a cottage, so just like the rest of New England, it's all second homes that people now need to cash in on by charging people to stay there on vacations. So yeah, I've never been over there. That's not an area of New England that I've even traveled through. I've been to Prince Edward Island, I've been over to Maine, but I haven't been there to that particular area of Maine. And that's why, finding out where exactly Preston Nichols came up with the papers and knowing that they were in a barn next to some ham radio equipment, that makes a lot of sense, being from here.
I think it was Wilhelm Reich's old property, if I'm not mistaken. uh, there was some historical relevancy to all this, but it wasn't my priority. It was of interest. And Preston he wasn't a good historian that way. He was loose and sloppy. He had fascinating stories, but sometimes the stories he'd tell, there's too much weird stuff that gets in the way and doesn't come out coherent. So he wasn't that easy to work with in that regard. But I would also say that when any of this stuff would be brought up to conventional Wilhelm Reich people or societies, they would get rabidly antagonistic about the prospect that there could be any such thing. It was sort of like the sutra, like the Forbidden Sutra.
Interesting.
This was the secret Wilhelm Reich papers, the forbidden Wilhelm Reich papers, because this went right to the core of where human beings are programmed.
Yeah.
And I knew to stay away from this because it was not path. And I would see people sort of wild-eyed and bushy-tailed kind of go into Preston's lair, and they just didn't get it, but sometimes they turn on psychic abilities, yeah, and they'd go off with their own reality, psychic awareness. I don't begrudge them for it. One I became rather friendly with. I'd like to talk to him today. We had an amazing experience. And he was a bodybuilder. And he was always a bodybuilder. And he'd get picked on like crazy. Now, you'd be a big, strong guy, gets picked on. That's kind of remarkable, isn't it? I couldn't figure that one out. You'd think that's why he became big and strong. No. He was a really nice guy, and he had definitely psychic abilities. And we had spent one night it was in his car. We drove down to see this woman and get her input to help him. And it was so damn cold. It was on a cold, 20-degree night, and we were laughing. And I think I got so cold after that, because I was wearing these boots that I shouldn't have been wearing these boots. They were rubber boots, snow boots, but they froze me. But we were scraping ice off the inside of the window on the car.
Jesus.
How does even ice get on the inside? And we were had our scraper, and we're two scrapers scraping off the inside in addition to the outside. That's something we'll never forget. But yeah, but we're getting to the core, and you get to the core of their psychology via the sexuality. Mm-hmm. Now, the sexuality, it makes sense if you think about it. Freud was preoccupied with sex, the sexual function. But how we come into and out of this universe is through sexuality. We're born through sexuality. So all of that rhyme and rhythm, and this is in Tantra. Now, what this Reichian stuff is tantric, but it's a Western orientation.
Yes.
And the tantric, just like Douglas talked about Shambhala or the satanic inversion of Shambhala and the lax transmission, when you get to the gateway or the dweller on the threshold, that's when you are confronted either by Jane Wyatt from Father Knows Best, who appeared in the movie Shangri-La or The Lost Horizon. Pretty beautiful woman with a smiling face. Yeah. She leads you into the Garden of Paradise. Or, you find the abominable snowman or something worse. Going to send you to hell. And basically what that comes down to is your own worst nightmare. So the guarding the threshold, is if you're not ready to pass him, good luck. So you have to spend your life or your journey preparing to meet the guardian of the threshold. So when you go into an orgone trance, or you're pursuing tantra, whether it be red tantra, which is the physical aspect, or the white tantra, which is the non-physical aspect of tantra, but it's still the ebb and flow, the giving back and forth of energy. And I had a friend, not a follower, a friend who was doing white tantra. It was, beneath, would you say, beneath the dignity of Aquino's villainy. I love that word you said. It was beneath the dignity of his villainy to participate in torturing of the art elect.
Yes.
This was beneath the dignity of her, I guess, sexual morality to engage in red tantra. She was doing white tantra. And boy, did she have the energy sucked out of her.
Ooh.
Sucked out of her by a, energy sucker who he just reeled her. And she said I was the only one who recognized it and spotted it. And I, kind of told her this, and she finally saw the truth. I was her counsel. Lovely woman. But obviously went down the wrong path. And she was very evolved. But still, you sucker for things.
Yeah.
You sucker for things because you get suckered into them. But the point I'm making here is the sexuality is the go-between point, because you come into this universe on a sexual vibe, and all of those energies, and I would have discussions about this with my friend Tantra Bensko, where, it's, it's sex, but it's not sex. And this is what any tantrika will kind of tell you. Oh, it's not sexual. And then so many, you'll find, will exploit that. It's not that, but it's this. It all becomes about control. It all becomes about control. It's about the person with their hand over their heart telling you it's not sexual, and they're controlling your sexuality, or vice versa. It's the person who wants to get into the private parts of the other person. And as one of my friends was, it's like many yogis, like the Bhagwan, they end up in the role of Wile E. Coyote. Except if you could imagine Wile E. Coyote as a tantric teacher who's, always trying to get in the pants of the person he's pursuing. It's not a road runner. But, and he's always getting caught and being befuddled by his misadventures, his attempted sexual, like, instead of trying to get the road runner, he's trying to get his coyote penis and into the scoreboard. And he keeps, ending up with, doing foot billets.
Oh God, yes.
But this is what happens when somebody reaches the threshold, whether it's through the space-time labs environment of Preston Nichols, or through following the Bhagwan, or what's that guy's name, Sai Baba, or whatever, who liked the Kundalini of young boys.
Yeah.
And then again, what was really impressive and a novelty is to hear Duncan Cameron read information. And where was that coming from? What domain? It's like he's reading, whether it be the Akashic records, whatever he's reading. And he had all this terminology, and it was a terminology that Preston and him understood. And I understood it. I became familiar with it by osmosis. I may not have been as expert or as precise with it as them, but I was on familiar ground. It was very unique to hear them talking about this, that, or the other thing. And especially when Duncan would be in trance. And Duncan did not have to be in a, I guess what you'd say, sexual state to be doing trance. I never, the only time I think I saw him naked was during the video of Montauk Tour 1. And he's doing a reading. And we're putting this on video, which was to be a documentary. It ended up in Montauk Tour 1. And it's a side video that Preston did. There was another more proper video being done. And I think the director had, Duncan put something over his private parts. I don't remember. But he was naked, and he gets back on he's on his back, and he gets on his neck, and he's like holding himself up with his head and his feet, and his neck is crouched to where it's like he's crouched on his head. It's a very hard position to do. It's not like he's holding himself up with his elbows. You can imagine somebody with their feet and the top of their head on the ground, and his body is arched up. And he is just going into this trance. There's no sexuality involved. It's just he's going to this trance. And I think, I know one of the techniques he would use would be to stare into a light bulb until his eyes would begin to bleed.
No, Jesus Christ!
A little bit like the Vox Arca. Now, I don't think he did that on this. I just don't remember. But he did go into this stance where he just went into a different mind, and then he began to iterate or channel, and I think he was coming out with a ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah type language.
Oh, God.
And then it was recorded. And I don't remember if Preston translated, but this is what happened, and you'll remember me telling this story before, Douglas, is that we're in, I think, the 3rd floor of the Atlantic Beach condominiums in Montauk. And I think I hold up a tape recorder. It's like a handheld tape recorder, and I think I don't know if I held it up to record the ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, or it was what was going on, but Duncan just freaked out, and he started like flipping out, and he went out on the, what do you call it,
the patio, kind of like the porch patio. It was balcony.
Veranda, like 3/4, and he started like he was on the floor, and he was like if you've ever seen a fish that you've caught on a boat. He's out of the water, and he's like flipping like a big tuna fish. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I mean, if you put your hand on a tuna fish that's flipping, it's going to hurt.
Yes.
You just have to let that tuna fish flip until he runs out of gas and dies. And I mean, a tuna fish is like 300 pounds. That's huge.
Yes. Yeah.
But I never did that with a tuna fish. But you know, with the smaller versions of a bonita or a mackerel, they're related to the tuna fish. But so he's like flipping, and Preston just goes right out with his 300-pound body and just sits on Duncan and just basically saves his life.
Grounds him. He grounds him. That's what he does. Go on.
Yeah, but you know, Duncan could have flipped over. And
Understood.
Preston knew exactly what to do, and Preston knew what to do with certain people, like George Dixon, who I called Mr. X in my book. Who, you know, he had alcohol problems, but these were, I believe, generated from his experiences at Montauk. And when his wife was having problems, she'd call Preston, and he'd come over and help him. You know, it was only Preston. She didn't call AA. She didn't call, you know, he needed help. He needed more help than just what would be for a typical alcoholic.
Right.
And, you know, George had interdimensional experiences. And so Preston was very good psychologically at helping people. And he had a very deep understanding of psychology, and he's always said people studied psychology so they could understand themselves. I think he did actually study psychology in junior college for a while, but if you were to talk to him, you know, he did equipment for Masters and Johnson. He would tell you that he had the equivalent of a PhD in sexology, and he had the equivalent of a PhD in physics and theology. He didn't have degrees, but he had the education base. So, and there were many sides to Preston, and one of them was highly intelligent. But the point I'm saying here is when you get into these regions of the consciousness, you're tapping into different planes of existence, and you can call them by different names. Rudolf Steiner had his own orientation, and you're just and when people like Rudolf Steiner, I'm not a big fan of the way he writes. I don't negate his metaphysical prowess or what he said about biodynamics. I'm just not a fan of the way he writes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to say it's not without merit. He'd have a hard time with me as an editor. But people will start to write their own, use their own terminology. And that's okay. I mean, what else are they going to use? And they can't describe things. So there's not always a consistency of terminology. The stuff that Preston and Duncan used was quite unique and different. It's just, you're out there on the far reaches of Uranian space, is what the astrologers would call Uranian. It's weird, it's novel,
Mm-hmm.
and they're trying to categorize reality as we know it. So this is like abstract psychology. It's abstract theology. It's not to say that it can't be wound in by conventional theology or conventional psychology. And that's what I try to do as an editor. I try to ground it so people can understand it. It's not that I can't, flow with the strange and weird, but it has a limited value. And there's some things, like one thing my Qigong teacher would say, and it took me a while to really appreciate it. And you're just doing a stance, stillness, and he'd say, pay attention to the abstraction. Pay attention to the abstraction. So you're just sitting there standing. What's the abstraction? Hey, that's something for you to abstract about.
Right.
Just focus on the abstraction. That's from a Qigong perspective. And I find that much more beneficial than being strung out in space on some at the end of psychotronic.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Focus on abstraction. Focus on the top of that antenna. Now you can do that, and I've done it at Montauk at midnight. And
cool.
Focus on the abstraction. Yeah, but so this is like we're really getting out into the far layers of the ozone here. When we talk about the Reichian aspect of what Preston Nichols studied, and when these people would go into their orgone trances, whether it be Duncan Cameron or somebody else, they would pick up on information. There was one young man who all of a sudden he was like, he'd go to a facility out at Montauk, he'd say, well, yeah, the black fence means this, the green fence means this, and the red fence, and sure enough, there were these colors of the fences. He seemed to know what he was talking about. Whereas before he started working with Preston, no, he didn't seem to know all that. He was deeply into the occult,
Right.
and deeply abusive from a couple of the women that interacted with him.
Sad. Tragic. I mean, just offensive.
Yeah, and he might have. I think he had a homosexual streak in him too, but that seemed to be incidental. I know everything seemed to be incidental. When I first met him, very good-looking guy. He was telling me, he knew all about Aleister Crowley, and like he thought that would like interest me.
Yeah, I know. That's always the assumption. Everybody approaches you with that. Max Spears approached you with that.
But it didn't interest me.
Yeah.
It didn't interest me at all.
No.
Because it just didn't. And I was, active. Had been. I'd done a lot of Crowley stuff, but it's like. I mean, it's kind of like a guy going up to a girl and say, I just read, I just read the latest Playboy magazine.
Just
look at, I know about, naked girls and sex. It's like, so what? It's
There you go.
Aleister Crowley, yeah.
So I think that Amy, what you could do is perhaps tell us a bit of your own personal resonance with this kind of sexual energy. I believe that what happened to you was that there was a kind of relationship where this kind of orgone was not cultivated or somehow was not balanced. And as a result, you wound up carrying a calcified stone baby for a good part of your life that took all of your energies to finally have removed from your body. This was truly a burden, a cross to bear. What if you could put that into the Reichian context for us? How you perceive? I'm presuming this has something to do with your interest in Wilhelm Reich, or has validated Wilhelm Reich's philosophy for you, because what he was dealing with was the bioorganic sex energy that leads to the creation of life itself. It's the power of life itself. If you could express this and take your time with it, kind of share this struggle with us.
Of course. I think if we were to develop a timeline, my interest in organ and orgonite was prior to even have, like, I wasn't in a sexual relationship when all of that sort of came to me, and I was like looking into different stuff related to what orgonite could do for a person. Just the idea that there's an accumulation of energy that is available, like within your cosmic world. Like, you can tap into this universal flood of energy if you have the right technology, if you have the right tools. And also, I was understanding that there was what originally drew me into looking for more information was the fact that I was looking into it, and it was related to cancer. And still, some of the stuff that I was looking at earlier today has case studies by Eva Reich, which I'm not sure if that's his daughter. But
I never knew he had a daughter, or his son. I definitely knew he had a son. His son wrote a book, but yeah, who knows? Go on, please.
James DeMeo, DeMeo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know him. I know of him. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so that's what I was looking at today, and it was interesting. It's the Oregon Accumulator Handbook was what I was looking at, and I guess he wrote that along with Eva Reich, which I should.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes, yes.
I
There
will
was.
clarify Eva Reich.
Yes, go
She was
on.
the eldest child of Annie Pink and Wilhelm Reich, who was a well-known psychoanalyst who studied with Sigmund Freud. Reich was born. But Eva developed a type of infant massage. Eva Reich continued some of her father's work and found recognition for her energy massage during the New Age movements of the 1960s.
That's right. I remember now.
80s. New Age wasn't 1960s, it was the 80s.
Right.
She retired in 1992 and suffered a series of strokes before her death in 2008.
Sad. Now, I remember her now. Yes, so go on. Yeah, I remember now her brother talking about his sister. And she was very, very sensitive, could not stand to stay in buildings that had fluorescent light because it burns the potassium out of the skull. Wilhelm Reich was very sensitive to this and tried to get fluorescent lighting publicly banned. So, yeah, I remember her now. Go on. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Go on, Amy. Yes.
Go on, Amy.
I love that, the little bit about the fluorescent lighting, because I myself just spent an hour in Walmart, and the lights in Walmart are so difficult for me.
Yeah.
And I think it's the fluorescence. I think that I have a hard time under fluorescent lights. And
Yeah.
I don't know where I first discovered that, but that's interesting that that's something you remember about her.
Yeah. Yeah. She would never enter a building that had them on. Go on.
But yeah, like I really don't enjoy fluorescent lights at all, and I will sit in the dark. If that's my only option, I'll just turn them off and sit in the dark.
Yeah.
The other thing that is sort of bubbling up for me is this idea of the pharmacy element of Nanaga milk that allows you to see prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it possible that these Oregon generators are kind of doing the same thing as the Naga milk?
That's an interesting question. Do you want to try and answer that? I can try and answer it.
Please.
I don't know the answer, but I can try.
No, I mean, please do so, and then I'll take my shot at it when you're done.
That would be good. That would be good for me to go first. Yeah. It's a very prompting question, and this is the beauty of conversation or reading, is when it prompts questions and the mind is forced to or encouraged to ask a question. The Naga milk, of course, as Douglas, who knows about it, would excite prophetic visions. One is going into one of these realms, which, Duncan would categorize as some realm, but they didn't do drugs. It's a different energy. But the Oregon trance would be going into it could go into any domain you might reach, but it's basically where the filter of the mind is being opened up. The filters are coming off the mind, which is what a drug will do, which Aldous Huxley just used a jerry-rigged term he called the reducing valve, because you have to reduce all the perceptions you have. It's like a governor on a car that would, govern the speed of it. Otherwise, you could go too fast. So you have a reducing valve, which reduces the infinite capabilities of perception, which your mind could operate on full tilt. When you take a drug like LSD or psilocybin or ayahuasca, it opens up the filters and you begin to perceive differently. And these drugs are, in fact, a poison. Too much poison can be lethal. Nevertheless, it opens up the filters. The Oregon is opening it up in a different way. How the variations. Over to you, Douglas.
Oh, yeah, I think what comes to my mind when you're asking what you did, honey, and just bear with me because, of course, I'm still profoundly impacted by the last several days, and I'm not really altogether here. As a matter of fact, when you asked the question about the Nyaga milk and the pharmaceuticals, and I just got lost in a series of flashbacks concerning my mother because the state my mind is in. And I think what comes to the forefront of my mind, rather than any direct answer to what you've asked, is a kind of an insight that it's no coincidence that the Emerald Lama's avatar, how he appeared, if I remember how my mother referenced him, Emera Rudo Ramaso. Emera Rudom Ramaso. It was that was the term she used. The avatar of the King in Yellow, the avatar of Hastur. That it was no coincidence that the avatar's countenance, as I described it, has a close resemblance to gray aliens that are so popularized over the last century, that through their secret research by the green caps, the monastics of evil that I had articulated, the Asian equivalent of Michael Aquino's own First Earth Battalion of satanic warrior monks that through their ritual work, countless people are subject to experimentation and essence drain by the avatar. The Dugpas are attempting to trigger the Jungian collective unconscious to adopt a new religious model for the new millennium with the Emerald Lama at its center as God. This is something that is really coming to my mind right now when I'm trying to think in the directions of what you brought up. I remember that my mother, more than anything, warned me against his power. She had defeated him in the encounter thanks to the fact that she had been fortified with the Nyaga milk before confronting him. And this was, of course, something that not only allowed her to foresee the event, but to foresee that she would survive it, which, of course, most people who would approach that entity with hostile intent would never have been able to survive such an encounter. But she pointed out my particular weakness that I must always bear in mind whenever, throughout my life, because the Emerald Lama seeks to engage the intellectual weakness of researchers and mystics, seekers of knowledge, who fall into the trap. They waste away in meditation, lusting upon the very idea of enlightenment, and lost in that illusionary joy of achievement, they become living mummies, each one a living brain trapped in a desiccated shell, essentially for eternity. If anyone doubts what I'm saying, you can look up the mummies of Japan. Japan has its mummies. Some of them were victims succumbing to this very phenomenon. An early symptom is increasingly irrational thirst for the kind of knowledge that Jambo the Reese monkey, Jameson Reese, was always seeking, to the exclusion of all else. So he manifested everything wrong. Mara, that would be, of course, the Buddhist Satan, tempts with sensual pleasure, but the Emerald Lama presents a much more subtler trap, the entrancement of knowledge. Some told me that this is what lured me into the experiment that birthed the Dietrich Artelect. Of course, that was ultimately my salvation. I learned my lesson when I effectively died in that experiment and reanimated. The seeker becomes enamored with mystic powers and abilities gained through tantric blood rituals, obsessed by the raw power of cosmic secrets. This encourages the attachment to desire and an unquenchable appetite for knowledge, man's first and most potent desire and greatest weakness, a failure of every Buddhist tenet. You might ask what purpose this serves. Well, if too many humans become enlightened and are able to understand the true nature of the cosmos, redefining what is sane, quote unquote, then humanity might eventually become functional in a cosmological sense, in the cosmos itself rather than the pawns of the anti-gods. Surface humans might still fulfill their greatest potential, despite meddling by relic populations, might even surpass the feats of those ancient races, and this cannot be allowed by the enemy, the nemesis, the adversary, the anti-gods themselves. So the emerald mandala that I mentioned creates this unconscious hunger for knowledge and enlightenment. And people can find it in copies of select esoteric texts, and meditating on its geometric configurations opens the path to madness and cold, inhuman enlightenment, the kind that Michael Aquino had attained. I'm sorry, as I said, I've been 72 hours without sleep.
Douglas, none of the import of this has gone by me, especially when I transcribed this. it's like the ultimate trap. And I had to, consider Scientology, which Scientology has been described by Margaret Singer as the most complicated. Well, I forget the exact words she said. I had it in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. It was the most deeply embedded form of mind control. It was so intricate. The most potent, because it gives you this idea that you're all powerful as a spiritual being and you can do anything. And inherently that's true. But the thing is, it's like the same thing could be said about Qigong. You can watch these movies and say, oh, I can do all that. Potentially. You can do anything. But the question becomes, and why I'm so fortunate to be ruled by, or have Saturn in Libra, which is exalted. Saturn is the bottom line. I'm also ruled by Saturn in Capricorn, my sun sign. It's like I can look at the bottom line. Well, how good? How good can you be? It's like you have to, and my teacher told me this, he says, well, I could see what I could do and what I couldn't do. And it's like, one time he explained something, and I heard him, and I said, God damn, I said, he could walk on water if he wanted to. Years later, he made this comment. He says, if you actually do this, you could walk on water. And I knew exactly what he's talking about. Now, that didn't mean he could walk on water. It didn't mean I could walk on water. But if you kind of, stack the deck, you can see how it could be done. I couldn't even explain it to you right now. It's just that I that looks clear. But it's not something that I even aspire to do. I think one of the neatest stories was when he was applying a Qigong principle, stand lightly with firmness in the soles of your feet. And they went to a place in the sand. The whole class saw it where he was standing, but there was no footprint on the sand. But the point here is that you can do anything, but then you have to, gear things down to reality. And whether it be Naga milk, flying carpets like Aladdin, or the more exotic aspects of spirituality, which can be quite exotic, is like, what do you really want to accomplish in life? And Joe Matheny said this very cogently. He's also a Capricorn. And he said, people want to do incredible things with magic. And like, say, maybe they want to get $1 million. It's just go out and get a job. And it's, even Crowley says this, it's much more satisfying and good to just go out and do. It's much simpler. It's simpler to acquire $1 million by just going out and obtaining it in a conventional way, rather than trying. And I never forget Preston told me this problem he was having with a witch. Mm-hmm. That he was renting out, and he says, oh, she's very powerful, and she's very powerful. She uses magic. And I said, well, if she's not powerful, why can't she, manage to do the spell to pay the $300 for the rent? She wasn't paying him rent. You see, it's like, how powerful are you? You're using spells to get $300. You can't even get $300 with a spell. How powerful is this person? It's not to say that they weren't hurling evil intent at him, which could be harmful. But you have to look at sometimes, and I've heard people describing, their magical feats and, how they manifested $50 or $250. This is, this is not so powerful. It's not so powerful.
I might call it entropic. I might say it's just going to suck you into a void where somebody that looks a lot like Darth Vader underneath.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, and as I say, when I was in Scientology, I pretty much achieved harmony on very deep inner levels. And that was all I wanted originally, was personal harmony. And it's not to say that I didn't have insights into the outer spheres of reality, but I had achieved what I was there to do. I didn't need to, and what I found about out-of-body experiences, that there was a price to pay for them. And the only price to pay was disorientation. And that if I'm going to be living in this physical reality, I want to be in tune with this physical reality. I don't want to be halfway in and halfway out. Because I know many people who are that way, and they disregard. To the degree you don't pay attention to physical reality, you're penalized. Because it's kind of like going off sides in a football game. You get penalized 5 yards. It was, so it's like I want to be grounded and rooted to the earth while I'm playing the game of living on the earth. That's not to say I can't have a moment, but I don't seek them. And it's all a matter of balance. So I wholeheartedly say, understand how this can be a trap. And when we have these, and it's given cause for me to look at the incredible vistas that Radu Sinamar has laid out about Shambhala, which are juxtaposed differently with how the Green Lama's version of Shambhala, which, as you said, is a satanic inversion.
Yes.
But it's like enticing you to think in it. Well, it's positive to change your vibrational frequency, but it's all a matter, as he describes in the books, where your level is at. What can you do? With regards to Amy's situation, where she had that experience,
Yes.
that's, women in general are vulnerable and they're open. And every woman is different. They can have, past life orientation. Just the women are vulnerable because they can be impregnated. That in itself is a vulnerability, and that's a roulette wheel.
And we're not even talking about the Moonchild experience,
Right.
where
that is not disrelated. Is this stone baby you had, was this an actual seeded baby from sex, or did it happen without that? Without sex? No?
this was a pregnancy resulting from sex that was in the wrong place, and it was it was appearing on an ultrasound in August of 2021, but there was no it's just like there was a series of events that prevented me from getting any kind of assistance with it. And then the diagnostic laparoscopy that was done in October revealed that it has been resorbed, and there's just a tent of scar tissue around my ovary, but that was not something they could remove because there's a major blood vessel there, and she was concerned about bleeding. And as well, I had suggested that if nothing was malignant or damaged in some way, then she shouldn't take it out. So the discussion
Sorry.
Prior to the diagnostic, we had talked about, like, do you want a blood transfusion? which of course I said no to. And then she questioned what my religion was. Like, are you a Jehovah's Witness? Like, why are you refusing a blood transfusion? And I had to bite my tongue and say, because I don't want any plasma blood in case you'd run out of real blood. And I didn't go anywhere near that with the surgeon, but I just said I don't want anybody else's blood in me. I was like, that it just, to me, sounds like not a great idea to get blood transfusions. So we talked about that, and then she said, you know, if I have to take out the uterus or if I have to take out an ovary, are you okay with this? And I had just suggested that if there's nothing wrong with these things, please don't remove them, because that would just facilitate something that I would now have to heal from. Like, it would be like an additional removal of a hormone, which I wouldn't be able to then, I would have to then be given synthetic hormones, which I didn't want that either. So she didn't remove anything in the scar tissue. I was able to see in the photographs, and if I'd known how hard it would be to get access to the photographs again, I would have screenshot them when I was meeting with her. But the scar tissue is sort of it looks like bubble gum. It looks like it's just like pinched sort of between the muscle layer and the organs. And it's like it's mobile. Like, I could tell that, like, when they blew up the air into the abdomen, that it looks like bubble gum. And so I have my own ability to deal with scar tissue because I've had other medical things happen, and I've been able to get to a place where I'm functional even with a great amount of scar tissue. So I felt relieved in a way that, you know, she hadn't gone ahead and tried to take anything out and then created a longer healing process. But it was 2 years of me and my partner not feeling great about our relationship anymore. So, you know, as far as like what kind of emotional armoring goes on when something like that gets presented to you, like you are witnessing an ultrasound with a clear fetus in there that they can't actually locate because it's not in your uterus where it usually is.
Well, let me ask you this. So the fetus was never removed, correct?
It was not removed, but it was also very small. It was like
As it dissolved.
It's pretty much dissolved. There's just like this little tent of scar tissue that's remaining.
Okay. I don't know.
But it took surgery. It took surgery. Explain that, Amy.
No. So after 2 years, I was having a lot of issues still. Like the month before the diagnostic, I had 3 cycles, which is for me a lot. Like to not have but 1 week where I don't have menses is.
Right.
That's a lot. So I needed to know what was going on in there. And I feel as if even the act of them putting the gas into my belly was able to remove something that was on a nerve, because I'm not getting that pinching feeling that was in my abdomen prior to the diagnostic surgery. So that's, you know, they did not remove anything. There was nothing they could remove just based on what they were seeing. And I'm happy that they didn't. I'm glad that it was, you know, sort of a negative diagnostic showing that, first of all, that there is no endometriosis, which was a problem in 2015 that was taken care of. And then to have, you know, just to know that that's not growing in my abdomen anymore is a relief. It was. I have to wonder, like, how much of it was just like I was given this image in an ultrasound, and then I spent a lot of time like trying to get some support to figure out how do I get rid of this. Like it took about a year of going back to different doctors that I had seen for other surgeries. And then there was like all kinds of like just disruptive things happening sort on, you know, in the sphere of like your personal life, where like you can't really, like, you're pulled away from things because you're trying to get to a safe place and you're trying to care for yourself, but then you're like put in these situations where you're like, now you have to deal with this and there's no avoiding it. You have to go ahead and pay attention to this right now. And it, you know, and those situations can draw you off of whatever, you know, you think is the best situation for you. Like at the time I was like, can't they just go in there and take it out? Like just take it out. But that just wasn't happening. Like there wasn't any move. I mean, at the time people were masking up and getting fired from their jobs for not taking a shot. So, you know, it was like this confluence of situations where it ended up going on. And I think that the result is good, because there's been, you know, an ability for myself to kind of step away from things that were not serving me in any way, and then to kind of readjust like what I'm willing to endure. You know, and just like, I feel like people reveal themselves to be who they are. And that's kind of where I have to sit with all of it. Like, I mean, I went to a number of doctors who I really felt were just toxic. And I don't put any onus on them. They see a lot of people and they don't have a lot of tools. You know, they've got a script that they have to tell you, and they're not really well trained, and they're very compartmentalized. They don't do psychiatry. They don't do nutrition. They're not involved with like the nuances of what your nervous system needs in order to repair itself. So, you know, I feel like I had that experience of being able to step back and say, these are people who are telling you something about themselves, and you need to just listen to them and believe them, that they can't help you and they don't know what they're talking about. And so, you know, there was a lot of experiences that kind of, I would like to say that they were novel, but then they became more habitual. Like they were like, okay, so this one person says this, I'm going to go to someone else. And then the next person is sort of on that same script. Like they're still like going by the, okay, now you do this, and why haven't you done this? And you know, you're just doing things. At some point you're just doing things to try to feel like you're trying to be productive. And that's also a toxic behavior pattern of like fawning, like trying to always please people in order to make them feel like, okay, I'm gonna be there for you, I'm gonna make this happen. And then realizing that as soon as those people are away from you, that you're just running for the door. Like you're nowhere near them. You can't believe you just said that to them. You're not going there. But, you know, that again, that's the gift of it, of being able to step in and say, I can't do this anymore. Like I can't continue on that pattern where I lay myself out like a doormat for other people and then expect that they're gonna like one day pick me up and shake me off. Like it's not like they're never gonna change. Like these are just people who can't really see themselves and are only in it for themselves. And I understand that there's, you know, a lot of stuff with the Reichian therapies that has to do with sex and sexuality. My experience with it was that it was a protective mechanism for other kinds of weaponry. And you mentioned radionics, but I was thinking more of like radiation, toxic radiation overall, and finding a way to kind of mitigate elements that are in our atmosphere that nobody is really addressing. Like, we're having a hard time talking about nuclear fallout that's eating up our environments, and it's creating mass chaos for groups of people. So in order to like get to a place where you can even approach that conversation, you want to be able to come with like some, you want to be able to have like some tools, like instead of just being like, oh yeah, the world's falling into hell. No, that's not your message. Like, your message is, this is what I'm looking at, and can this really assist with any kind of mitigation efforts? And you know, my thought when you're talking about the Naga milk,
Mm-hmm.
and the that your mother had warned you against like being, you know, a aesthetic or a meditator, or like pursuing knowledge just for the sake of having knowledge and becoming wise.
Right.
Yeah, that, it feels to me very true to their whole doctrine of toxifying the Dharma, of drawing people in to study in a certain way and to admit that like this is the only way, and that, you know, in that way kind of getting people involved in something that's not, it's not good for them, and it's not good for anybody else either. But you can get sucked into stuff, and then it takes a lot of effort to pull yourself away from it, and most people don't. Most people will die on that hill.
Wisdom, very deep wisdom.
Yes.
Thank you both, and you know, thank Douglas for sharing it. And yeah, you're totally right, Amy. It's I've witnessed this many times. On the other hand, on the antithesis of that, what I would say, and I would remember my parents being very frustrated over my fascination with Scientology and dedicating my whole life to it. And my mother would say, "But your father's looked into these things and they don't go anywhere." And then they'd debate me, and they'd always lose. And finally they admitted defeat. He said, "I can't beat you." And I didn't want to discuss it with him at all. I wasn't entertaining. I wasn't trying to prove. I just wanted to have a happy relationship with him. But they wanted to bring up this point. They wanted to argue for their way of life, which was screwed up. And I said, if you don't change, something's going to change you. And unfortunately, they passed away violently.
Right.
And I could see it. And but you see, that's the other side of the coin. They weren't willing to look. So there's got to be a balance. You can't, like, just like as Douglas described the Buddha, he renounced the ascetic way of life because it was too much. It was too extreme. This is why he advocated the middle way. Now, what this forbidden doctrine, I haven't read it, of course, but I don't think it said anything about the middle way. It's pretty extreme. And it created extreme phenomena in the people who pursued it.
Yes. Yes.
It's just like, it makes people unhinged. It's like watching wrestling, you know. I watched wrestling as a young boy, and because it amused me. It amused me because it was so outrageous, and it was the entertainment. As particularly the San Francisco stations and the Sacramento stations. They were fun, but that was just entertainment. But the wrestling of today is crazy. I can't watch it. It doesn't, you know, you know, Hulk Hogan and all that stuff, I couldn't watch. I don't even, it's just so stupid.
Yo, I hear you. By the way, Amy says her battery is down to 9%. Amy, please, while we have the gift of your presence, before you recharge that and hopefully rejoin us later tonight, please share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing. We brought you on to speak about this triumvirate of psychiatrists. You said that you've done some follow-up research on Wilhelm Reich, in particular in your area. We were able to discover some things from Peter Moon about that made perfect sense and fit in with a lot of what you've been researching. What else comes to your mind, darling? Perhaps something that you'd like to ask Peter or myself, or share with our listeners, please.
Well, I'm really grateful that we have this opportunity to all be here together. It seems like there's always these forces looking to keep us apart, and yet we're still here. And so I'm Douglas, I'm at the library,
Yes.
which I know you love that I drive to the library, but our power's been going off at the farmhouse pretty regularly with all the snow. So that's why I thought I'm going to charge the phone up and then I'll just go somewhere where I know they won't lose power. So, because the emergency trucks are here next to the library, so this place doesn't lose power very much.
Interesting.
I don't have a battery charger, so I'm going to have to say goodnight, and then I'm going to charge it, and I don't know. I don't know how long you're going to last tonight. So.
No, I'll last. I took the cocaine, so my brain will start working as soon as I get into the zone. Then that's kind of talk is like sleep to me at that point. Like I've said before, I kind of sleep talk at times as opposed to sleepwalk. But I inherited that gift from my biological father, Adolf Hitler. So I'll be here and do join us for a bit. After midnight, if you've managed to recharge, we should be, having roundtabling for a little bit before I go into monologue. And if you can join us then, do so. But by all means, whatever. Yeah.
Do have to sleep. I'm a sleeper.
Well, I am too, mind you. It's just been an exceptional period of time.
I know. I really would love to allow you some opportunity to, decompress from all of that in whatever way you see fit.
Oh, I will after transmission, and I do want people to understand that as well. I will go into COP28 and tell people about their, exactly what was accomplished when I go into monologue, and I hope Peter will be able to review that. I know he's so busy with the book. I'd hate to distract him from that to kind of catch up with these other things.
No, I'm busy with the book and other things as well.
Yeah.
I've got so much going on. I got the newsletter, I've got all sorts of year-ending stuff. Yeah. And I'm supposed to talk to Maria DeAndrea tomorrow.
Oh, great.
We haven't talked hardly in a few weeks. Mm-hmm. And I got so much stuff going on. But you know what? My heart's been in the book. Yeah. And it would be, well, if you're not burned out by the morning, if we talked afterwards, there's some stuff. And I even thought of reconstructing the whole book. I don't know that I will. I don't know that I need to. But Amy, before you go, it's great. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for bringing this stuff up. And, maybe I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I won't.
I know, and I'm watching the number just fall down. It's now at 6, so.
You're talking about temperatures where you're at. Your temperature.
Oh, no, I'm talking about
cell phone.
Yeah. Oh.
The red, and then it's just like, dun, dun, dun,
before you go, CRXSH in the chat room asks, is there actually a safe way to practice radionics within a certain spectrum, or should we stay away from it entirely?
Well, what I would suggest, there's varied degrees of expertise. What I would suggest, if I was going to practice, I'd put a Faraday cage around my radionics, whether it be a virtual Faraday cage or an actual Faraday cage, probably an actual one. That's what I would do. I think the best Faraday cage you could have would be gold. Might be a little bit expensive. Silver, copper, but even
definitely.
I think that the idea of enclosing yourself in order to prevent external interference, I think that's probably a smart way if you wanted to play with frequency or look into the Royal Rife studies, which, that I kind of got into that after looking at the Reich stuff and seeing how Reich was really all about the conspiracy, and there's a lot of conflicting stories about how he died and why he left Sweden and what he was doing in Arizona. Was he talking to aliens? Did that have to do with the white sands in New Mexico? There's so much that gets kind of diverted, and we understand that as part of the tactic, right? If you're looking at this, they want you to look somewhere else. So
I would also recommend that radionics, as you surround yourself in purple light. I would also recommend that for this gentleman, but I don't use radionics myself. I haven't needed it. I don't know. Life is okay. I said the qigong has served me much better than what I see radionics serving people, in my opinion. By no question about it. But to each his own.
Thank you.
People want a device. They want to use tools. They want to, if you can do stuff on your own, it's always better.
Yes, and I do want Peter to know that our dear Brendan Zoget, who has been listening this whole time again, who helped us get on air tonight, was asking me questions about the Japanese treasures, the reliquaries, which I don't believe Peter was able to listen to that particular episode in which we discussed that. So I'll happily bring that up.
A long time ago I did. Okay. A long time ago, and I'd even mentioned them in the beginning of the book. But
yes.
if you have a question to answer it.
Yeah. Oh, well, what I meant to say was that what Brendan Zoget brought forth from myself was far more detailed than what we discussed in the book. We gave just basically a kind of outline in the book about the fact that the Americans definitely wanted to reverse engineer these artilica, but when it came to what Brendan and I were discussing, we were discussing several details about them that we didn't bring up in the book.
Well, I would love to hear this stuff, but has this been discussed in a broadcast that I should listen to, or is this what's the?
What I can do is bring it up with you either now or in our next transmission, which will be, of course, Sunday night. It's Wednesday tonight, but we'll be back on Sunday, and I'll happily make that the point of the discussion between you and I, at least as a starting point, or one of the facets of our conversation. And then I'll share with you what I did with Brendan. That way we know exactly where it's at, and you could transcribe it much easier. Rather than our, hunting back for what, even though it was only a few transmissions ago, why bother? We can go over it again, and it will be a bit more coherent, probably.
Fine, yeah. The more times you go over it, the better it gets. But yeah, I'm very interested to hear that. It might play the book by a few weeks, but it's okay.
Yeah, well, it's relevant. Yeah, or at least potentially so, and certainly with our man Brendan calls them the Dragon Balls. He was speaking specifically of course, the treasure. As a matter of fact, I could bring him on at the moment while Amy fades out, and that way he can ask the question again. Honey,
I'm at 1%. I gotta go.
We love
Bye.
You, honey.
Bye.
Okay.
Hey, good night.
Stay safe. Stay safe and be well.
Oh, thank you.
Say goodnight to the listeners. Any messages you have for them, please.
Oh, geez. That's it. That's the message.
Delightful, honey. All right. Okay. Take care, and I'll share some interesting things with you, okay? The caviar arrived. I'll let you know about that. The story behind that. Okay, take care. All right. So that's our lovely Amy Como. And with that, let's bring Brendan on. Let's see if he responds. And that way we can get into this, because his asking the question is very important as to how it is answered. It's part of the dynamic, just the way the human mind works. Okay, we're going to bring him on now. And let's see if he responds. Okay, we're calling him. And he, of course, has... there we are. Brendan Zoget has joined us. So, dear Brendan, you had asked a question about the Dragon Balls, but first off, you outlined the two aspects of the hidden treasures that you knew about, and you knew about their general purpose, but you were asking about the third treasure. So, frame that entire question again, tell the story behind it, and you know what to do. Take it from there. Give me a short break.
Yes. So the three, yes, the three treasures of the Imperial Japanese dynasty.
Yes.
There was, of course, the sword, the shield, and the final relic, which was the Magatam necklace. So we kind of went into that, their different powers that they had. What was the Kusanagi sword? What was the Yata mirror? And then I asked, what were these Magatam? What was their power? And what was their connection to the other two relics? And you explained them wonderfully. And I would like to add, since that last when you explained it, is that explains the powers of the other two weapons.
Yes.
Because
please.
one would be the offensive, the offensive weapon, and one would be the defensive weapon, basically as a failsafe for when the necklace was used.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
explain a little bit about the cloud billowing, the cloud cutter sword, the sword for giants, the shield, of course. Explain what you understood about those two artilica before I go into the necklace.
Yes, of course. So the Kusanagi blade, as I know it from Japanese mythology and also from other creative sources, it's the blade that can basically be used to seal any being in a state of basically what would be the word for it? Basically, it can take the life essence of a being, their very soul or their eternal soul, and basically trap it in a dreamlike trance for all eternity. It's basically a sealing weapon, what would be called a shinjutsu sword, a sword of sealing. So it's not necessarily offensive, but they're both like defensive weapons. And the Yata mirror can basically deflect any attack, any spiritual attack, any mental attack, and either copy it and release it or completely nullify it. So that's its advantage. They're both extremely powerful mystical weapons, and the Kusanagi sword is something that is very is one of the most powerful weapons, in the Artilica world arsenal, the magical weaponry that we have, even that still extends, basically. And it also has a component of it that's not shown. Is there's actually a gourd, kind of like the sealing gourd that it comes out of, and that's actually not shown, obviously, but it's part of it. They had these these senin items, these items of senjutsu, senin meaning sages, the rishi. They're basically rishi weapons. So the word senin or sanin are sages. That's the Japanese word for sage. Or also, it basically means a rishi. So there are these beings that are far above our level that create these weapons, and they use these technologies. And the Magatoms are in and of itself if you see these tomoe, the tomoe that they show artistically in Japan, they're like these teardrops with the point, and they have there's triplicity to them. There's usually 3 of these tomoe, these little drops, those are representative of many things, but it's actually it shows this like seed-like fractality, the spiral of creation. It's usually shown as a spiral, and it's very basically it shows the fractality, like the essence of God, or the essence of the creative. So that's why they're so powerful. They can do many things as well. And you elaborated on what those the necklace actually looks like. It doesn't look like what they show,
Right.
where it's like this Jomon like hand carved bead of a Magatam, something like that.
Right.
They're actually never worn by Amaterasu no Kami, no, the first empress, excuse me.
Yes.
You know.
Well, the sun
So,
goddess herself. Go on.
Yes. So she was the wielder of one of the necklace itself, and the other weapons were actually possibly created, but owned by Susanoo, her brother, and these other creatures, Izanagi. Not creatures, these beings. So Izanagi and Izanami as well are involved, and they had knowledge of high mystic arts that are, basically they had access to all 5 elemental chakra natures. They had yin and yang release, for which they could create new life, like they could breathe into life new creations. So this is like a high magic that's like beyond even, like this is like Rishi level magic. Like that's why they're considered gods. They were powerful beings that helped create the multiverse. So that's why they're important. And this can connect to like the Vedic knowledge as well.
Yes. Thank you. And
even there's a huge connection etymologically as well. Like if you use the word like Meiji Tenno, or we said like Amaterasu Tenno, the monarch.
Yes.
The word Tenno is actually a Sanskrit word that means divine king. So that just proves that lineage comes from a Vedic, source. And many Japanese words. I mean, they even have Ganesh statues in Japan. They have, Buddha is there, who's also a Vedic based system.
Something gets lost along the way here.
Okay.
And I mean, this story you're telling is incredible about the mirror, the sword, and what was the other one?
The necklace.
It's the necklace. It's a necklace, but they're known as like the Magatam. Douglas has the full name.
Now, my question would be, are these things, I mean, they're powerful artifacts that are relegated to, beings of a higher order. What is their use currently, if any, or do they just sit there? In other words, it's like all these, no denying the power, but what are they sitting there in a reliquary? Or, and I could see that FDR wanted to get his paws on them, but what is their current applicability in terms of?
Well, as Douglas mentioned, that they're very much hidden, obviously. Like the ones that they show in the museums are just basically Jomon, ancient, basically prehistoric Japanese renditions of them. They're not the actual items. So they'll show like a sword and a shield that like are all rusty bronze. But
Right.
These weapons are like obviously hidden. And I would say that even though these, like the modern Japanese emperors, have the DNA lineage, they don't have the actual Shakti power or the ability to unleash them. As far as I can tell. So they're kind of like kept as.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're just kept. They're kept as a placeholder. Like you don't want that stuff floating around, or you also don't want it destroyed because it could, It's very important in human history. It's like having like a Vimana or something. Like you don't just casually get rid of it. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings. Like you can't destroy them even. Like some of these items are so powerful that humans can't destroy them. So there's many reasons why they're still kept.
Okay, and I'll take it from there just to try and put what I can into perspective. So, of course, it requires some context and some background to explain the purpose of these items and what they're used for. When we think of Shambhala that we've brought up, I want people to understand that this comes from, of course, my mother's experiences, and I have to be very careful about what I share. She did warn me about sharing ultimately with humanity certain elements of her experiences until the time was right. And the time might not be right for several human lifetimes. Fortunately, normally, my lifespan would be around 1.5 to twice that of a normal human being. With modern genetic sciences, it might be even longer, but obviously, I want to share what I can in times like these. Times like these, of course, are, for lack of a better word, desperate, because Peter won't be with us during the roundtabling, and he's so extremely busy. I do want to make some points before he leaves us tonight. At COP28, I want people to understand how dire the situation was. There were 2,456 representatives of the coal, oil, and gas industries that were registered. Those were the ones that were registered for COP28. That's a number that quadrupled since last year. That's how bad the situation was. And of course, at events like this, there's always a need for popular protest. This is something that the Blood Boys wanted to participate in. But what made COP28 such a catastrophic failure from the beginning was the fact that in a totalitarian oligarchy like the United Arab Emirates, even under normal conditions, anything deemed to harm the public interest, quote unquote, would result in arrests, mass arrests included. Even the most minor signs of dissent during the 2011 Arab Spring, the year my mother died, were immediately repressed. So there was no potential for protest whatsoever. So this was going to be a total petrol fuel fuckfest, a fossil fuel fuckfest. And so when I was able to accomplish what I did, and they made a 180-degree turn through greed, we can talk about that more Sunday. Basically, the one single line I was able to speak to Sultan Al-Jaber, Mr. Al-Jaber in the English, that kind of, I believe, turned him, really, concerned Zakat, the third pillar of Islam, and charity. And I told him that those who are kind to the impoverished and the desperate prosper on earth, not in heaven. That's what really made him decide he was going to make himself the head of a fossil fuel department for the United Arab Emirates. So now he runs both petrol fuels and the, recyclables, the renewable energy resources is what I meant to say, that he put himself in charge of as well. It's like somebody being in charge of both the morgue and the maternity ward. He basically controls the life and death of the human race at this moment. It's beyond disgusting that one man have that much power at this point in history. But of course, it brings us back to other points when people had power. Shambhala, which of course is to be understood not just as a place, but a secret mystical community of seekers after enlightenment, clinging to the mountainsides of either the Himalayas, the Kunlun, or the Altais in Mongolia and Tibet. In that sense, it kind of changes place with the location of a certain populace. The Paktala fortress was supposedly in Lhasa, but that's a pale reflection of the true paradise. Shambhala was essentially a white island of enlightenment. And of course, it was also referenced as Shangri-La, as FDR was fascinated by the film. But the way it was understood by my mother was that there are two Shambhalas, an earthly version in the far north with the aurora borealis, which were perceived as rays of psychic energy by some of the Myojoi, the Myoji, who were the sorcerers of Japan. And they worked, of course, for the Onmyoryu, or the occult department of Japan. The one of the only governments until the Third Reich established the Annenab of the SS. These are the few governments on Earth that had departments dealing specifically with the occult. And of course, that material Shambhala in the north would be something that many people would seek. It's where the ascended masters, or near immortal arhats and lambas, well, they humbly meditate upon the future of humanity itself. And they're able to see the future and the savagery into which humanity will degenerate, meaning that they saw the forthcoming of today. And they're determined to save the best works of human culture for the next age. Naturally, Japan sees itself as that bastion of human civilization. But there's also an invisible Shambhala, an ethereal doppelganger, said to be the dwelling place of Maitreya, the Buddha that will come in the time of Mappo, or the Buddhist apocalypse, and other ascended masters who watch over the welfare of humanity, charged with elevating mankind into a state of unity with the universe. There is, of course, amongst things that I can go into on Sunday in greater detail, basically, when you talk about how can such a place exist on a planet so thoroughly mapped and accessible by aerocraft, there's a lot of factors that aid in the paradise's secrecy. The near unreachable valley is in the highest mountains of the world, one of the most desolate and sparsely populated regions on Earth, protected by local hill people against the inquiries of strangers, simply by distracting and diverting them elsewhere. Those lucky enough to know the general vicinity must also pass through one of several narrow cavernous passages and deal with the lethal border of Shambhala, caves riddled by subterranean volcanic exhaust vents that are quite literally toxic, poisonous caustic vapors that linger at the ground level. At best, a person wanders away an amnesiac, and at the worst, of course, dies in a matter of moments. There was one Western explorer, the Russian Nicholas Roerich, who did reach Shambhala in the 1920s, the decade into which my mother was born. He found the secret passage and survived the fumes to enter the hidden paradise of a very lush and verdant valley. And he found, among other great secrets, that the kingdom of Agarthai, or Gartai as he called it, is linked by underground tunnels to the rest of the world, and uncovered a subterranean system populated by a psychokinetic race. He's the individual who, of course, then contacted Henry Wallace. And this was part of the, shall we say, the sullying of Shambhala. And this is something that can never be forgotten. Now, of course, since before recorded history, there thrived ancient civilizations peopled by beings beyond the imagination of most humans, and this would be the true source of the reliquary. And I don't like the name Mu, which is Japanese, sounds much more dignified, M-U, but in the English it just sounds like the looing of a cow. So I usually use the term Muvaya. That the people from, this is to disambiguate it from Lemuria, which otherwise is often used interchangeably, but it's not really accurate. But 'tis from there that we really get
they call it like
the
Kingdom of Kiva.
so
or
some
Kiva.
getting an echo now. Maybe Peter's computer turned on.
That's not
Oh, okay. Let me check the call and see if there's someone who joined us, perhaps, or something that happened here. Because, yeah, that's odd that happened.
In the animes, they call it like Hiva or Kiva.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Kiva.
Thank you. Anything else you can bring up, please do.
Yeah, that's all that came to mind. And Shambhala in Sanskrit means the place of peace, the place of sanctity, the place of silence. So it's a place where worldly things cannot touch. There's no violence. There's no strife. It's basically an intermediary to the heavenly realms.
Yes, and of course, understand that when I do speak of Muvaya, and I can go into it again, that was now known as Zealandia, which people can look up. Anybody can look up Zealandia. Just spell it like New Zealand and add IA to the end of New Zealand. Zealandia without the new, the original Zealandia. What's new is simply the mountaintops above the sea. But 'tis there, of course, that was the ancient continent of Muvaya, or Mu, where the Hachuri, or the race of serpent people, arose. And, of course, this was a place where something quite different developed than other relic populations that were extant at various times in geoevolutionary history. Here, the population of the Hachurui, the serpent people, treated humans as equals, educating them with the ways of civilization. And this came to be called the Kingdom of Mu, the Golden Empire of the Sun. And it existed for thousands of years. It's the two peoples of the Golden Empire of the Sun, intermingled, hybridized. This is the stronger the dragon bloodline, the more noble you are deemed in the Yamato dynasty of Japan. And this is where the reliquary truly come in. The imperial regalia, of course, are catalysts to either usher in the age of Mappo or basically a way to contend with it if the anti-gods are ushered in. This is what they represent. They are the ultimate defense against the anti-gods. So when it comes to the temporal authority of the Japanese emperors, which has waxed and waned, they've always been considered the spiritual leaders of the empire and the de facto high priests of the Shinto religion. The imperial line is directly descended from the sun goddess Amaterasu, Omi Kami-sama, the most powerful of all the kami, or the spirits, from whence we derive the term kamikaze. The divine Yamato line is descended to earth to claim their birthright as rightful rulers, and in thanks gave proper homage to their creators. And this became the Shinto religion. And in turn, to bestow her blessings upon her children, Amaterasu, Omi Kami-sama, bequeathed the three ancient and sacred objects as part of the covenant with the Yamato line. And this would be their Ark of the Covenant. The Japanese are the true chosen people, not the Jews. The Jews who escaped from the sundering of Israel itself. Those that were worthy migrated to Japan anyway, and then became part of the Japanese lineage, which was older than their own. So when it came to these supposedly ceremonial objects, they're bequeathed to the new emperor when the old one retires from public service or abdicates, essentially, as happened with the latest emperor before the last emperor before this one we have today. But more often, the emperor will retain them until the day they die. Now, as mentioned in the Shinwa Taizen, the Book of Myth, the emperors trace their bloodline of 100 generations of rulers to Mu's Golden Age, the Empire of the Sun, the Golden Empire of the Sun, and the Shonshu Nojingi, the three symbolic regalia, the jewel, the mirror, and the sword. The mirror also being a shield, a mirror shield, very similar to the one that was used to reflect the head of Medusa. These, of course, were taken along with the imperial regalia from the sinking continent of Mu. and in the hands of a capable high priest. As the emperor is the acting head of the Shinto religion, effectively its pope, unswerving command of the will of the masses can be mystically obtained with chilling ease, made possible by the vestiges of Muvayan blood that flows in the veins of every Japanese descendant. Certainly until there was a greater intermingling with foreigners after the Japanese won the war and became of conditional their victory, more cosmopolitan. Until that point in time, every Japanese could essentially declare themselves in one way or another indirectly to be a relative of the emperor. Truly, they were one extended family. And this triad of powerful items, constructed of Muvayan, the golden metal known as Lag, or Lagh, in the Romanization, that also allows command of the awesome raw fury of the elements. And so the power of the regalia was tapped during World War II by Emperor Hirohito to command total fealty of Japan's citizens to the war effort. And of course, he knew when to dispel the command. He wanted a new age of science, as he himself was a scientist. So the will of the emperor, the spell of mass command, requires three conditions to be met that my mother understood: that the individual possess all three regalia, that the individual is a high priest of the Shinto religion, and that the individual has a high concentration of Muvayan blood, such as a member of the imperial line, of which the most purebred are, of course, within the center of the imperial family, the center of the House of Yamato itself. So most people never notice the effects of the spell because it's gradual in nature. They think it to be the evolution of their own thoughts. That's how powerful its telepathy is. Of course, any spell that's able to alter the temperament of an entire race is certain to gain the attention of the anti-gods, or disturb the dreams of Cthulhu and his ilk long enough to investigate the cause. This is, of course, where the Americans come in. When it comes, of course, to commanding the masses, the caster can command any being with at least a trace of serpent folk blood in his or her veins, which includes all ethnic Japanese, and those even of Korean familial stock to an extent. But the most notable exception are the Barukamin, the Ita, as they would be called. That would be like the Japanese word for nigger. The untouchables, who are ethnically identical to other Japanese but possess no Muvayan blood. There's no serpent or dragon lineage within them, thus explaining all the many generations of shunning by mainstream society as impure. Also, the small Hokkaido-based population of indigenous Caucasian Ainu are also immune. They're the descendants of the Caucasoid Lemurians instead. As for the sword, of course, that is the sword of the billowing clouds. Ame no Murakumu no Tsurugi. And like the Muramasa blades, it captures the soul of that which it kills. And that includes other entities besides humans. The mirror always stays at Ise Shrine, but the sword has moved with the changing fortunes and palaces of the emperor. It was actually believed to have been lost at the famous Battle of Danoura in 1185 AD. But the original blade, as far as my mother knew, was hidden away at the, I think it was at the Atsuta Jingu Shrine in Nagoya. That's something that later, of course, might have been relocated into the Imperial bunker. They have, of course, things on display which are obviously not the real reliquary. The sword itself, of course, is a soul prison, as I said. A fatal blow struck by the sword, even to a non-terrestrial being, would capture that creature's life force, which is sucked into the blade of the soul. And the souls of the many killed over the millennia of its existence still reside in that sword. It has a preternatural edge, an edge so sharp it can cut through any physical object on Earth. It can kill or at least critically injure creatures that are normally immune to physical attacks. This includes ghosts, other ethereal beings. If the welder can see the entity, he can attack it. And it's something that, of course, can cause a berserker rage, just like the various blades that are considered cursed throughout Japan that were created by bladesmiths and force their samurai to draw blood regularly, or the samurai themselves will die. The mirror, on the other hand, the mirror shield, the Ata no Kagami, the mirror of the eight-handed flowers, that holds, Japan's emperor holds these three sacred insignia of office handed down from the time the gods created the islands of Japan itself. But among these treasures that my mother was able to personally see, aside from the necklace, she never saw the sword, but she did see the mirror, and this was presented to her as a test to see if she would reflect. You see, it's known as the mirror of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the progenitor of the imperial line itself, and it's considered a requisite. Any woman it's considered a requisite for her to possess a mirror. As the old saying goes, as the sword is the soul of the samurai, so the mirror is the soul of a woman. And so mirrors have a special sacred significance since ancient times. The most ancient of mirrors, and also the most powerful, are discs of lag, the Lagh, that highly polished on one side, intricately detailed on the back with scenes of Japan, is how they're traditionally sculpted. But the mirror of Amaterasu, the illustrious goddess, that's within the main sanctuary of the Jingui, the shrine to the sun goddess in Ise on the island of Honshu. And this ancient lag mirror is incredibly plain in appearance, really. The front is slightly tarnished, but a reflection can still be seen, and the back is decorated with reliefs of a few magatama, and around the entire edge of the circular mirror is this strange script, much older than Japanese. Of course, it has been translated by some, even during my mother's day, as archaic Hebrew, but it's actually Nekal, the language of Muvaya. So the mirror was an actual physical possession of the high sorceress Amaterasu when she was a living sorceress on that continent before it sank. It is, of course, the size of an extraordinarily large shield. Large enough, like a Spartan shield, where if the bearer were to die, their body could be borne home upon it. So it's the reflection is what counts. Those who possess the blood of the original Muvayan progenitors, such as the imperial line, will see a reflection in the polished surface, and the stronger the bloodline, the clearer the image. If, say, a foreigner with no sanguine heritage gazed at the mirror, they would see only a reflection of their surroundings. So the mirror was able to determine that a person is of Muvayan lineage, and for many generations, human Muvayans, sorcerously and genetically, technologically, interbred with serpent people. The purity of the blood detected is actually how much of the hybrid DNA is extant in any modern Japanese. And since ancient times, the mirror has also secondary uses for divination and scrying. Female Shinto shamans would channel and contact the sun goddess Amaterasu, who would in turn show the priestess either a scene from the future or a scene from ancient Mu in its heyday. And finally, of course, there is the use of the artilica the ancient relic to call, contact, or invoke Amaterasu, the sun goddess herself. It's also a ward if the welder has no Muvayan heritage nor any way to circumvent the requirement, yet tries to use the mirror. Amaterasu's gaze is invoked, and the mirror holder would be the target. So, like the Ark of the Covenant, it would destroy all those not of the chosen people, the true chosen people on Earth, the Japanese, not these horrible imposters, these posiers in Israel. But that brings us to the necklace, which is what confused Brendan Zoget. The Yasakani no Magatama, the so-called necklace of jade, but these are really bowling ball-sized black pearls. You're talking about incredibly heavy. You wouldn't even string them together into a necklace. They're actually cabled together, really. But they're kept separate for a reason, separate from each other. Of course, what happened was that the Yasakuni no Magatama, also known as the Gyoku, if my mother said it correctly, I know she did, it was the gift of the goddess Ama no Uzumi, whose name means whirling. Basically, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, had gone into seclusion in a cave, plunging the entire world into night and chaos. It was Uzumi, the dance goddess of fertility, naked except for this jewelry, adorned with her hundreds of other Magatama jewels, who performed obscene and provoking dances, basically adult entertainment strip teases that caused laughter and joy among the other gods of Japan and aroused the hiding sun goddess's curiosity. When she emerged from her cave to investigate, the other gods pulled her out of the cave, so Amaterasu brought light again into the world, and Uzume, thankful for her success, gave the Yasakuni no Magatama her largest and most ensorcelled gems to the radiant goddess of the sun, and these gems in turn became one of the items given to Yamato, the Yamato dynasty, founding line of emperors. So these jewels are a gift of the Shinto goddess of dance, and all powers of that relic must be activated using dance as part of the ritual. Uzume was a good friend of Amaterasu and the royal family in Mu, the sunken continent, and of course all her spellcasting was performed using dance, and these often found their way into later Japanese folk dances. Her charge was as co-guardian of the floating bridge to other realms on Mount Takachihi with her husband when the great cataclysm struck Mu and Atlantis in their global war. She and her husband were at the vanguard of the conflict, and she was the first to fall to the obscene hordes, but not before she invested the last of her power into opening one of the major teleportation gates of Exodus to the Japanese islands. So understand that these pearls, when cabled together, and each one of them you would at first think was simply a giant, smooth, polished black pearl the size of a bowling ball. Each one of them has a different mythical animal symbol carved upon it. The four images my mother saw, because she only saw four of these pearls, were one had a kappa, one had a tengu, one had a dragon, and one had a kirin. A kirin is a Japanese unicorn. The tengu would be the kind of humanoid avian that rules the arboreal treetops. The kappa would be the turtle humanoid, Homo testudinis, that dominates many areas of ancient Asia, and of course still surfaces in Japan today at different times. So when these pearls are cabled together, then what happens is they summon the dragon of Mu. This would only be done in a time of the end of the world. It would be done to combat the anti-gods. And that's what it is essentially a weapon for. It is to usher in that dragon at the end of the world that would, some say, be the islands of Japan itself, which would emerge from the sea in the shape of a massive dragon, one that could stride across the globe and fly within the heavens. And so when this would occur would only be, of course, at a time when, say, someone activated the Vox Arca. So, coiled around the deepest bowels of the ruins of the last Muvayan settlement slumbers the harbinger of a new age, the herald of Mappo, known in the Japanese myth as Ryujin. She hovers on the edge of collective consciousness of the human race in numerous myths throughout the world, crawling from the darkest bowels of the earth to devour the sun and plunge the world into the endless chaos of the void, is what the Edomites would assume. But that's really not the case. She's the servant of Japan itself, is the embodiment of Japan itself. The islands of Japan are but a material reflection of her essence. But all cultures have dim memories of her last visitation upon the earth. Of course, in her rage against those who worship the anti-gods like Seth, the Egyptians called her Apophis, the devourer of the sun. So when the age of man is essentially complete on this earth, if the anti-gods are allowed to run amok, then that would be when the mother of Yig, the mother of all serpents, would arise if called. So this would be that which stands against the anti-gods. I could go more into that, of course, on Sunday, but it's already 12:30 a.m. in the morning, and we should let Peter get some rest. Hopefully all of this puts some of that into further perspective for you.
It puts it into perspective, Douglas, and we can talk about it privately, but it's so, I guess it's wrapped up in so much significance that it's like a backup system for the universe.
Yes.
Backup system. And ironically, the dragon appearing is somewhat mimics the story of the Hobbit when the dragon comes out at the end of the story. Of course, that dragon is not portrayed as good. The dragon is also part of the topography of Romania. Carpathians are shaped like a dragon.
Yes.
But what happens in the context of all this, it's hard to connect all the dots because it's voluminous. I do want to know the significance of it, though. Yes. You know, and that reliquary is very powerful.
Brendan, anything else you can add, by all means do so. Tell him a bit about how Dragon Ball Z has essentially tried to communicate this to the popular culture.
Dragon Balls? Who's Dragon Balls?
Hey, Brendan, if you could speak, please come off mute. Yes.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. So, yeah, I sent you this. The GIF that's in the chat right now shows what that series shows. Is if you bring all these Dragon Balls together, it summons the dragon called Shenron. This is a Japanese quote-unquote cartoon. It's an anime. So the creator Toyorama is reflecting this mythology into this story. And then when the dragon appears in that story, it can grant you any wish on the Earth plane. And then in subsequent stories, there's Super Dragon Balls and other like galaxies. But in the main story, the original Dragon Ball story, it's this dragon comes out and grants you one wish, and then the Dragon Balls disperse again, and you have to collect them again. And that's what creates like the plot of the story. But he clearly got it from that. And then the article above that, if you look at that, it has this entire the entire story of the mirror, plus the Hebrew connection and the Vedic connection, which is huge.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is
I
a
see
really
that.
beautifully written article, Douglas. I would suggest. Hopefully, you can
Okay.
check
Okay.
it out.
So can you send it to both of us in our private messages, please?
I have it. It's right here. I
Okay.
have it.
Okay.
I have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Yata no Gami. Okay, you have it, and then I'll send it to Doug.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And so that being said, we
That
love
will
you.
help. That
Yeah.
will help. And,
Yeah.
and I will look.
Yeah, that's a huge one. Especially with your background, Peter, you'd be able to decipher like the Hebrew and.
Well, I
the
don't know. It's what it happens. It's all about. I've got a challenge to connect the Green Llama, which I'll talk to Douglas about when we talk privately. That's pretty easy to connect. All this other stuff is it gets real heady.
Yes.
It gets real heady.
Cosmic, celestial.
Yeah, and it's like it's good to know. It's very good to know. But it's
To simplify it for myself, I just say that it's like these are astras. These are like divine weapons. So like God in the Vedic,
they
like
are
these
divine
astras.
weapons, and they are divine weapons. And if I didn't have divine weapons in back of me, I don't think I would even be in a position to do what I'm doing.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
and it's and this the fact that it validates it from the perspective of Douglas's mother and the lineage that she comes from is very empowering. It's empowering to Douglas, and it's empowering to all of us, and the fact that he struck a course. See, this is one thing, Douglas.
Mhm.
As I said, it's good that you didn't get money from that, because that's, they're all dealing with Judas money.
Yes.
They are, because that's who and what they are.
Yes.
It's Pharisee money,
Yes.
and
Right.
you don't want that money. And the people that listen to you, and please do remember to donate to Douglas. This is money. It's authentic. It's genuine.
Thank you.
And it's what's really important here is the Blood Boys and your son, and now Sugar Daddy, are participating actively in the redemption of humanity. And every time something like this happens, it makes them see your value. You see, while you are valued by Sugar Daddy, you are also undervalued.
Yes.
But that's, we're not gonna beat that horse. We let things flow, and it all comes out in due time. We just have to be patient and stay on the course. So it sounds very good, and I'll get to bed. And if I got a busy day tomorrow, and but if I wake up, we'll talk soon enough in any case. And I thank you, and Brendan, I thank you for sending that article, and thank Amy, even though she's not here, and we'll carry on. It's really getting exciting. I didn't get a chance to talk about that. It's okay.
Great.
Okay, so good night to everybody. Remember to donate to Douglas. Thank you, Aristides. And
Good evening.
go ahead.
Good evening.
He was
Have a good
just
rest of the evening.
he was saying have a great rest of the evening. Yes.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good night,
Thank
dear
you.
Peter. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. So Peter Moon has left. That's skybooksusa.com. And okay, Brendan, if you could come back on with us, and then we will, of course, have you participate with Aristides while I take a short break. And I will, of course, call everyone
I'm
else.
here for a time.
Yeah. How long are we gifted with your presence, Brendan?
Well, maybe just a few minutes, like 30 minutes, because there's the Geminid meteor shower tonight in Peak. And, that's my rising sign, or near my rising sign. So I am obligated to observe the celestial event.
Is that where you're heading right now in the car? This is why we hear you driving?
Yes, I'm going to prepare myself for the situation, and then I'll be going.
Okay. And all right. So by all means, though, how can we hear you better? You sound pretty. It sounds pretty bad the way you are in the car right now.
Is it any better now, or is it still problematic?
Not too much. It's pretty distant. Yeah. If there's a way we can. Yeah.
Second.
Yeah. Take your time.
Is that better?
A little better. A little better. Yeah. And
Okay.
and yeah. So, oh God, Aristides. So
We
that's
gotta fix this, man.
Night walkers.
yeah, yeah. Oh, what are you saying? You're driving at night and there's night walkers? What what on earth?
Yeah. Ladies of the night, we'll call them. Will be nice.
Oh, okay. Oh, so well, lucky you. You get some visual stimulation on the way to your destination. Are you sure you're not out there to see that instead of some fucking rocks falling from the sky? I would prefer what's at ground level myself.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way: they're not exactly
I
the
see.
top, the cream of the crop.
Oh, these aren't escort level like I'm used to.
No. No, these are like, it's like 40 degrees out and they're wearing like nothing. So it must be drugs.
Oh my God, that's awful. I feel so bad. This is so awful.
Yeah.
I feel terrible. Oh my God. Oh, just hearing that, I'm so sad. Oh my God. Well, at any rate, we can hear you, obviously, and so
Is it any better than before? Or
it's audible at least. We can make out what you're saying at least. So I'm trying to contact some other people to join us in Roundtable before I take a short break. Troy Bellamy has joined us. Hello, Troy. Can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, good. So are you at home? And Brandon Young has joined us. Dear Brandon, how are you? Yes, welcome aboard. Thank goodness. So good to hear both of you gentlemen, and I'm so happy to have you both with Brendan and Aristides, and we'll see who else joins us before I refresh myself for a few minutes, and then prepare myself ultimately towards some, monologue. Yes, our dear Brendan found a perfect GIF for the Dragon Ball. And I'm very excited he found that, actually. Glad he was able to share that with Peter. I'm glad Peter downloaded it, or whatever it is he does with what he receives. And don't forget to put that GIF on my private message as well, Brendan. Or I'll try and download it now, as a matter of fact. I'll just download it from here. And if I'm provided that option.
I can find you better ones. That's just like
okay.
Like a basic.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't think it's offering me the ability to download it, so just send me that later.
Do you want like a still photo?
Oh, the GIF is fine. Both, they're both fine. Okay.
I can send a video too, like a YouTube video of just the actual scene.
Oh no, I prefer the GIF or the illustrations. That's
Okay.
Yeah. So Aristides, if you get back to joining us, and that way you can help because.
I'm here.
Yeah, because Brendan's quality of sound is okay, but it's, he is driving, and he's heading further and further away from civilization to get out there to view the meteor shower. So Troy and Brandon, before I refresh myself, both of you gentlemen, catch us up on what's been going on with both of you. You're both teachers. This is so important.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. And Troy works in Florida, which is a challenge. It's where they burn books, And
Right.
So
I've heard of this place.
Yeah, I know. You've been trying to avoid it.
Old Spanish colony.
Yeah, yeah.
St. Augustine and the rest.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So
Refuge for Donald Trump and Epstein and all the rest, right?
Oh God, yeah, it's hell on earth. And,
mind you, much of my family lives in Florida, so it's okay.
Oh my God, why? Why?
Because it's the climate.
Oh my
And the
God.
taxes.
Oh my God.
In the end, I mean, you think about it. You're right in the Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
You get the drugs from Mexico.
There you
get the
go.
drugs from-
There you go.
You get all the illegal immigrant. You get whatever. It's just the it's like Pirates of the Caribbean out there.
Yes, yes. I mean, what other charms do you need? Why shop anywhere else?
No, Florida's the way. That's it. The whole Gulf Coast is a whole gateway towards, you want the cheapest drugs, you want the best drugs, you come through us. That's what they say. I don't live in Florida, as you know, but yeah, anyway.
Yes.
Well, I must have post my disclaimer. I know nothing about drugs.
No, I've never heard of it. What is this word you say? I have no idea. Yeah.
Illegal pharmaceuticals.
Oh, drugs.
Yes, the recreational stuff.
Drugs.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, which I'll engage in a bit more of when I'm refreshing myself. So,
What's your predilection, Douglas? Is it into like uppers, downers, psychedelic, sort of? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty well known. It's cocaine in particular.
Uppers. Really?
Yeah.
I've never done it.
You might try sometime.
Someday, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just generally helpful, or can be.
Yeah.
There are people who just don't need it, who have too much of it. Our dear Brooke comes to mind.
Right.
Yeah, I do want people to know. So far as I know, she's okay.
Okay.
I spoke to her, and like I said, I think I caught everybody up to a degree, but I'll happily go into that again when I return. Other than that,
She lost 2 limbs, did she not?
No.
She lost
that's funny.
the right arm and the left leg.
No.
She did. Okay, different Brooke. My
Yeah,
bad.
there we are. Brandon, why don't you let Troy know what you teach, where you teach in general?
All right. Well, I'll be very vague. 'Cause this is the internet after all. Knowing the gang stalkers out there, they do target
Yeah, they do.
people.
They do.
And their jobs, and they dox people. Not that I'm really afraid of it, because I am who I am.
Yeah.
As Popeye the Sailor Man said once.
Yes.
And who was played by Robin Williams.
Of all people. Yeah.
Yeah, from San Francisco.
Yes.
He loved San Francisco. Robin Williams. So anyway, I'll be happy to do that. Will you take a break, Douglas?
From Orc.
Sure. And then, Troy, you can explain to our gentleman, Brandon, where you work. I mean, we know it's Florida, obviously, but you can go on a bit more with some other details about, the kids you teach and how savvy they are to juice in the system or work in the system. And, so I'm going to go mute while all you wonderful gentlemen tend to this and roundtable. And Aristides and Brendan, do join these gentlemen, okay? And encourage roundtabling, and I will be back. I'm going to go mute.
I am here. Yeah,
Okay.
I am here. I'm just getting some doggy business and whizzing squared away so that I could be with you better.
Excellent.
Very good.
Excellent. Deeply appreciated. Profoundly so. And hugs for that. Okay, then.
I also appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just want to put the record. I also appreciate it.
Yeah. Cool. And okay then, so what I'm going to do now is I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. I'm going to go mute, but everybody stay with us. These gentlemen have got this, and they're going to bitch about the horrors of being a teacher. I mean, this is kind of like,
Oh, no.
I think I can't imagine any employment similar to this other than being a devil in hell who's herding various damned souls into various pits. That's what these guys do.
It is somewhere. It is in the Inferno.
Yeah.
We can talk about this.
Yeah.
We can talk about Dante and in the Inferno and what circle of hell teaching actually is.
Thank you. These guys are on some level of hell. Is basically what they exist on. They can have it. I can't imagine being there. I'm going to go mute while they can commiserate over this. And,
Sure.
Okay, I'll be back. Love you all. Thank you.
All right, much love. Is it Troy? Is it? Hello.
Yes.
So
Hey,
we're
Troy.
both apparently teachers. No.
Yeah. Yeah, I teach middle school.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting period of life. It was for me as a kid. I think Florida sort of changed how middle school education is done when they went from the junior high system to the middle school system.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm probably right in the middle of my education. I think they went to it in 1983.
They invented it. They basically like
No.
implemented it.
Yeah, they just basically implemented it.
Really?
It was
I
being
didn't
done
know
in
that.
other schools, other states. But in up until I got to high school, I got to 10th grade. That was high school. Ninth grade was still junior high. Seventh through
Oh,
ninth grade was
really?
junior
Okay.
high. And I think allowed. I think it allowed for a different level of maturity. It's tough for
Definitely.
for fifth grade going to sixth grade to be
Yep.
in school with eighth graders.
Especially at that time.
Who should have been
Absolutely.
ninth graders.
Yeah. No, I
But
100% agree. Yeah.
for
Sorry,
me,
continue on. Yeah.
teaching is a labor of love, man. I tell you,
Yeah, absolutely.
my original occupation was in finance and investments,
Yep.
and I picked up the paper one day and I saw that in the county where I work, that like 75% of the black boys who
Mm-hmm.
were in the school system had been diagnosed as ESE by the time they were in third grade. I was like, come
Wait,
on,
ES what?
ESE,
Uh,
exceptionally students.
oh, all right, okay.
Yeah, basically you have to make all these behavioral accommodations and all these other things.
I think it's a little bit different. Yeah. The name is a bit different. That's ISP up in here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Same
We have
thing,
that.
I think, though, like
Yeah, I
accommodation.
think it's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same concept.
Mm-hmm.
Individualized study plans and things
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. Yeah, right.
So I mean, it alarmed me to the point where I was like, I gotta jump in. I was already coaching youth football and youth basketball, so I was
Yeah.
like, let me
I
see if
coached
I
too,
can.
and I played too.
Yeah.
I was like Deion Sanders. I was like, they did both football, uh, basketball. Did a little. They asked me to do baseball, but I didn't really want to. So
Interesting, you brought up his name. Dion is actually a friend of mine. He
no,
played.
stop it.
Well, I live probably an
Prime
hour
time.
from. I live an hour from Fort Myers, where he
Oh
grew
my
up, and
God,
I have.
that's right. He lived. Yeah, that's where all the baseball players go. Yeah.
Yeah. And my uncle was his high school basketball coach, and so we met. When we rekindled when he was in Tallahassee at Florida State, and I was at another school.
What?
So yeah, he's good. He's a real good guy, and he's
No, I
going to do
saw him
well.
recently. He's coaching. What is it? The
Colorado. Yeah.
Colorado right now,
University of
and he's
Colorado.
like Coach Deion Sanders. He's like the best coach.
Well, I
Well,
think
he's a
he'll.
good coach. He's a
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
He's
I
like.
think he'll say that's a little bit hyperbole, but
Well, I don't
nonetheless.
know who's the best coach. I mean, I would say. Now, I'm not gonna even listen. I'm from Boston, right?
Yeah.
So we got a lot of good coach. We have Belichick.
All
We
right.
got Red Auerbach, right, from the Celtics.
All right.
But like, I'm not even. I think Deion Sanders is like, because he played the game, he's above all them. You know what I'm saying?
The hardest thing for a player of his caliber, Hall of Fame, considered the best to play at his position, is the expectation. That's why a lot of other guys who played
True.
basketball who were great, they were very good coaches because their expectation level, their
That's true.
preparation doesn't match with what these kids do today. So Dion is more patient because he's not only, he was just coaching just to be coaching. That's one thing, but he's coaching his sons
Yeah.
and has coached his
Right.
sons. And
Exactly.
so there's a little bit more patience and a little bit more inclusion in that. Whereas
Yep.
guys like Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and Isaiah
Yep.
Thomas, they almost all failed miserably.
Mm-hmm.
These are some of the greatest. Bill Russell, since you're from Boston, he was one
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
made the transition.
I don't even know if he tried. He did coach for a little bit, but I
Yeah,
think he
he
even
was
won a
player.
championship as a
He's the
coach.
only player coach that
He won a championship, right?
Yeah, he played and coached to win.
I remember meeting him, and they had this thing where they had a photo shoot, and it was all the rings that he had, all the championship rings, and it takes up both his hands.
12 is a lot.
He's amazing, but like he hated Boston.
Yeah,
because they were racist. For the most part, like He was like, no, man, there was a lot of racism there too. You don't forget.
I mean, those guys faced all that during the 60s and 50s and 60s. So
But anyway, yeah. So, but like, all right. As far as coaching goes, I think that's cool. You know, Dion, I look up to that guy and his discipline because I looked up to him when I was playing. You know, and to see him go into coaching with the same sort of passion that I go into coaching with, because I coach basketball, football, and I was asked to coach baseball, but I'm not I'm not into that so much because baseball's like a slow game. You know what I'm saying?
right.
It's cool. It's fine. Like my brothers are good at it and all that, and I was good at it, but I wasn't like. It was just too slow, man. It was just too slow.
Baseball is well too slow, but it's still a
I mean?
great game. It's
Basketball is more my jam, where it's like run up and down the court, back and forth, back and forth. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right, man. Jordan couldn't. He was never a coach, was he?
Jordan coached
for the Wizards.
Wasn't it? He was GM. He coached. He owned.
No, he owned the Wizards and he played for the Wizards.
He owned the Bobcats, or they at one time they were the Bobcats. Then they
was he the coach though?
I don't know if he coached. I can't.
I don't think he ever coached, dude.
He was like GM, or he was trying to.
Yeah, he was in there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he even played with the Wizards. And he was the owner, I think. Yeah.
He went to become an owner, but at one point he was GM. You know, Isaiah Thomas and these other guys, they all coached.
Isaiah Thomas was definitely a coach.
Yeah.
Isaiah was one of my favorite players ever, man. And I think it's a travesty he was left off the dream team.
Yeah.
In some ways, I get that like people didn't like him, but he was only, you think about it, he was only 6 foot. And he was the bad boys. Man, like look at his crossover and his handle.
Right.
And he grew up on the streets, you know?
Yeah, no doubt.
And grew up and was this little guy, but he just schooled everybody, and he was tough. I forget his exact biography, but man, I love Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, he's out of Chicago,
Is he?
From the mean streets, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, coming from the mean streets of Chicago.
I thought it was Michigan. He was from Michigan. No, that's Irvin Johnson.
That's Magic.
Magic was from Michigan, yeah.
Yeah. So
anyway, Sports Talk Radio with Douglas Dietrich here. Here we go.
Exactly.
But
San Francisco's a great sports town, so you can't not talk about. I mean, we talked about Bill Russell. He went to the
University of San Francisco. That's right. He did. That's right.
Barry Bonds, accused of doing drugs. He paralleled Douglas.
Wade
Barry
Bonds. Oh.
Barry Bonds, yeah.
Barry Bonds. Yeah. I saw Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire go head to head on a home run derby.
Oh yeah.
Back I think it was like 98, 99 All-Star game in Boston Fenway. They had it.
Right.
But San Francisco, they have what I'm really into is Steph Curry. He changed the game. He totally changed. I don't know if you coach middle school.
Yeah.
So like all the kids are just like throwing it up from 3-point
There
line.
you go, and then that would be a whole nother hour of
he changed He changed the game. It's like every kid now.
But I don't know if he changed it for good.
I don't think so either. I think they're all just sitting around the 3-point line, waiting to get the ball and to shoot it.
Tremendous skill, and that's why they're actually losing now so badly that Draymond Green has lost his mind and
he got suspended.
He's been choking people, kicking people, hitting
No, he got
people.
Suspended indefinitely.
Recently. Yeah, I know.
Just last night because like some guy was guarding him and he turned around and punched him in the face.
Just I got.
Dude, and he choked the guy like a week earlier, and like there's a whole highlight reel of Draymond Green going after
these are not his first incidents. I have
exactly.
I have a relative that played football at Michigan State when he was there in school, and he literally
went to Michigan State.
Yeah, He literally was slapping guys
Remember the
out.
Fab Five or whatever it was?
No, that was University of Michigan.
I met Chris Webber. I used to ball boy for the Celtics, so I met Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, and that's it.
Yeah.
When they were on the was it the Pacers? The Pacers actually together, yeah. But anyway.
Yeah, so
that's cool.
Man. And
Steph Curry changed the game with a 3-point shot, I think. Like every kid I know now that I try to teach, I'm like, no, you guys gotta set picks.
Yeah.
You gotta move around, you gotta cut this way, cut that way, create plays and stuff. And they're all just like sitting around the 3-point line just waiting to get the ball. And the defense is so bad, dude. I saw a game today where it was like, I think it was Knicks. Like the guy just his buddy took a shot, didn't go in.
Yeah.
And then he didn't get back on defense, and they just scored with the foul, and they ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
So I think the lack of fundamentals, man. I hate to sound like old, but it's true.
It's very true. It's very true. Even tonight, Giannis Antetokounmpo scored 58 points.
Did he?
Yeah, he broke a record.
That guy's oh my God, that guy's a beast.
Ridiculous. He broke some sort of record.
Dude, that guy is amazing in some way. I love him in some way.
He travels every time he touches the ball.
He does, though.
Physically, he's amazing.
He did a thing the other night. It was like he took one dribble, like the full court, and dunked it or something. Yeah. Like he's just crazy physical. Just, the 58 tonight. Wow.
Yeah. So it's been an incredible season.
But you also had Luka getting ejected. I think, was it Luka? What's his name? Jovic?
Oh yeah. You talking about the Joker? Yeah.
Yeah. The white Serbian
from Denver Nuggets. Yeah.
Forget his name.
Jovic. You can cuss at the ref, but you can't call them an MNF-er. They take that one personal.
Yeah, I guess so.
And
but like all the announcers wanted it to be the fault of the referee. They were like, "That's too terrible." Like, come on, I see, giving him a technical foul, but it's up to him. The rules say one thing. You know? Like he's not going to get away with being a jerk, just because he's, the referee's got a job to do.
Exactly.
So
they had to clean it up, starting with Draymond and everybody else now. So it should.
Well, it's still not even half the game that it used to be in the 80s and 90s or 2000, like any decade before. I don't think they call traveling as much now. The game has changed.
Not at all. Everybody travels.
It's crazy how much they travel and carry. It's crazy. Like I remember getting called for like jump steps when I was in like middle school, high school playing, like, and it's like, no, it's not a travel, you could not argue,
Yep.
Anyway, yeah.
So what state are you in, Randy?
Massachusetts.
You're in Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah. I'll dox myself that far. I'll say Massachusetts.
Great state, man. How did you like Mitt
I've been
Romney
around the world. Dude, I met Mitt Romney. He used to live over in the town over from where I lived. Mitt Romney. Mm-hmm. That's who you said, right? The governor?
Yeah. How was
he? Was Mormon. He's a Mormon. He was like, as far as like today's standards go, he'd be considered a liberal. He would be considered left wing or like
no doubt
liberal essentially, because he's so moderate. Like he believes in like even when he was governor, he was just like out there, like picking out like bottles of water and stuff and like getting his hands dirty, and he would actually do that stuff. He he had it in his mind that he was going to fulfill the Mormon prophecy, which I don't know if you're familiar with, but there's a prophecy and I mean, I'm sure maybe Douglas he knows a lot about Mormonism as the uniquely American religion. But what happens is like this prophet says that, like, well, one day there's going to become a prophet from the Mormon church, and basically he's going to become president of the United States. And that happened with Mitt Romney's father, if you remember, right? So like he ran for for president, he didn't get it.
Right.
But once that happens, that's going to bring in the end times.
Right.
And that Mormon prophet will see us through the apocalypse and the end times. And so Mitt Romney believes he is that figure. And he tried to run for president. I think he still might. He's in the background there.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too. Yeah.
He's so dirty now, especially on the Republican side.
But as a governor, like, I mean, he was moderate considering like the yahoos that you have now with like
my guy,
all these like actors basically, and like who knows who they are,
Well,
like,
I asked that because the model for the Affordable Care Act system came from the Massachusetts healthcare system.
Yes.
Basically, all Obama did was just repackage the whole thing
100%
and made it national.
That's right.
Very
You got
smart.
it.
Very, very smart.
Listen, I remember sitting down with like I don't know where I fit on the political spectrum, but I believe people should have welfare, and I don't care who they are, what they are. But so you sit down with anybody from across the aisle, you look at them in the eye, and you say, you know what? It's funny, I believe that everybody should have health care. They'll say, of course. Most people, unless they're psychopaths, most people are going to agree that most people need health care. They're going to need essential things. They're going to need this, and then but they're like, oh, but my taxes. But wait, let's talk rash. If you talk to them, most people believe, and I think that. So anyway, point is that I think Romney was like sort of a moderate. Like now we have people that just deny and are just absolutely ridiculous for even a politician, which is saying a lot, Yeah.
Everything that's, I hate to say it, but everything that is going on in our political system, well, especially on the far right, is based in protection of privilege and perceived threat against their station in life. And I mean, down to the religious right, white nationalism, the attack on abortion. They're going to tell us what was good for us, and they know better. And it's all this zero sum politics. It's either our way or no way at all.
Right.
They're just shooting themselves in the foot, and it's like it's causing smart-minded people to just ignore certain truths. I mean, I'll even go to the Hunter Biden thing today. So they want to throw Hunter Biden under the bus. They want to expose Biden. Okay, well Hunter Biden says, well let's do this on camera. And they go, oh no, no, we can't do it on camera. We want to interrogate you first in private. So then they come out, walk out to the cameras in the lectern and just spin their own narrative versus, okay, you said this is what happened. This is why I couldn't understand. Well, I know why. You talk about a fix. Why Hillary Clinton wasn't president. The woman went through, when they tried to hit her with Benghazi, she did 11 hours of testimony in front of Congress on TV. And they could do nothing else but say, well, she knew nothing.
Right.
That was the end of their report. So it should have been the end of the whole deal.
Yes.
But,
right. You're right.
That election. If any election has ever been fixed, and it was only on the basis of the fact that they suppressed the vote in the urban corridors, Detroit,
Mhm.
Philadelphia,
Mhm.
Atlanta, Milwaukee, places like that. And that's why
Mhm.
Trump said it was fixed the second time, because too many people voted.
Yeah.
But anyway, I kind of went
Wow.
on
No,
a
that's
tangent.
that would blew my mind. Wow, you're right. I don't even go like that. Seems like ancient history, but it's not. It's
I mean, never
actually.
in the history. When Obama became president, they knew, the Republicans knew at that point, my God, we'll never win another popular election. We got to find a way to rule from the minority.
Mhm.
And they had 8 years to figure out how to get an electoral college victory. It only has happened one time. It only had happened one time before in the history of our country. So that either tells us that the system is manipulable, or we need to change the system, because we have always been told in our civics classes that majority rules.
Yeah.
And now we have a mess
Right.
because of the desire to rule from the minority.
Well,
And they don't
yeah.
want to get anything done. They don't want to do anything. They don't want anybody to have anything except for them. They don't want anybody to have power.
Yeah. I think part of it is like, you have private corporations that are international that don't have to adhere to the nationalism of the United States or Germany or the UK or France or Canada or Mexico or anything like that. They have immense power beyond nations. Like they have the GDP of like India, say.
Okay, I just returned back. Please continue. What are we talking about? Just a summation for me.
Oh, Troy, go ahead.
Oh, well, we're just kind of ranting on different tangents. We started on sports, then we went to education, then now we're talking politics.
Okay. Yes, something about a GDP larger than many nations. What are we discussing?
Uh, uh, Brendan, what's your name again? What's your first name again? Bryant?
Brandon.
Yeah,
His
yeah,
name's
Brandon.
Brandon.
Yeah, a little different from Brendan, but
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
don't worry. Everybody
Brendan.
that's
confuses
fine.
them.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah,
Storyline.
the enemy was convinced they were the same person and kept insisting they were the same person. The gang stalkers
Oh,
kept
that's so
yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they kept
Oh,
saying
that's
that.
so
Oh,
funny.
it's true because none of them are ever on at the exact same time. You never hear
Oh
them
my
on.
God.
Yeah, and you do notice that Brendan leaving when he did. Apparently, he
True.
abandoned the program. It reflects their insane assumptions. So it's like it
It's
reinforces
like
their notion.
Mr. Jekyll and Hyde or
Yeah,
whatever. It's
yeah.
Dr. Hyde and Mr. Jekyll.
Just bizarre. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that keeps everybody on their toes, so that's good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah, it's yes. So
Keeps them on their toes.
so what
So
was
yeah, no, the GDP
Yeah.
of India, like you'd say that I think it's California has the GDP of countries here. I
Yeah,
forget where
yes.
it comes in. I think it's California. If it was ranked as a country, would come fifth as a country in terms of GDP.
No, it's fourth now. It's fourth now.
Fourth now, is
yeah,
it?
it's in race to neck with United Germany.
Right.
So the only three economies larger than that of California in this day and age are the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the United States of America, solely because California is a part of the Union. So before, the other nation that would be above California would be Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, but now we're neck and neck. We had surpassed the United Kingdom of the Greater English-speaking Commonwealth of Nations a few years back. Some years back. Basically, yeah, California is yeah. So with that being said, continue your point, whatever your point was about that. Yes.
Oh no, I think I forget what we were ranting about. Do you remember, Troy?
Yeah, we were just talking about the election and how corporations have now uh, have such an influence on elections, and so
And
uh,
supersede national boundaries and don't have to adhere to the laws of nations, much like Blackwater or I forget their new name, Academy, is it?
Yes, at this point in history, they've changed it so many times. I don't even try to keep track. I don't even bother. I think that
Yeah.
they've kind of faded out of significance, to tell you the truth. But for a while there, they were quite significant during the whenever there's a Republican in charge. But after the Bush dynasty, they kind of just
Well,
yeah.
the wife was the Secretary of Education, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Under
Yes,
Trump.
that's correct. Madness. Yes.
So that's not totally out of the picture, right?
Yeah, hey, true enough.
And if it's
Yeah.
if you're out of the front facing picture, what are you doing behind the scenes? You know, something I've gleaned over living in, doing my job, and driving around a lot is the massive amounts of little businesses and little job like highway departments and sort of public works, not just that, but private businesses that take care of sewage or take care of this and that and all the like tiling and cement and whatever. There's so many of them across the United States. It's absolutely insane how many little businesses like that. Not little either. I mean,
Right.
they're huge. I wouldn't say they're all in like the farmland, but on the coast here, it's pretty, and it's you can see why the GDP of the United States is number one, because it's just absolutely massive, Anyway,
Okay, go on. And were the two of you talking about your educational jobs? Like what?
oh yeah, we both coached basketball, so we talked about basketball for quite a bit.
Okay.
And not so much about teaching, other than that, I think in Florida you start high school at 10th grade or something
ninth grade.
Ninth grade. Or okay, well that's the same here too. And like they
Yeah.
started at first, I think, at middle school. Like middle school, the concept comes from, I didn't know this, comes from Florida apparently.
Well, I don't know if we were the first to start, but I just remember being in high school as a 10th grader. I mean, but coming from elementary school, the biggest thing was being in 7th grade and going to 9th grade. And then when I got to 10th grade, they changed the educational system in the state of Florida to the middle school concept.
Yeah.
And I see some good in it, but I see it's a lot tougher for 6th graders to adjust to,
or 5th graders. Yeah.
Yeah. Got kids coming from 5th to 6th.
It's
tough
really
for them
tough.
to adjust, socially,
Everything.
physically,
Everything.
educationally. Yeah, it's
Organizationally, everything.
because
Yeah.
I mean they all have everything in one class at that point.
Oh man, it's you're basically a
one
babysitter.
teacher, yeah, basically, yeah. And then now they've got to jump into this responsibility, and mommy still walks into the class. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, yeah. Like you're babysitting, basically.
Yeah.
And they all act different. The psychology of classrooms is such that they're with their peers, and this is the time they get to like all hang out together, right? Think about it. When you were a kid, that was the time you got to see everybody or whatever. I don't know what your school experience was, but like you act way different in school than you do at home, and that's true of a lot of kids. But once you understand that, and the thing they haven't done yet, which I think might happen soon, is, and I've invested in this, so I'm going to make $1 billion. I'm joking, but it's cameras in the classroom, right?
Yeah.
Multiple why not, right? So why aren't there? So like there's cameras in like the hallways and stuff, but not really in the classrooms, right? So what would be great is to say from a authoritarian perspective is to say, hey kids, just to let you know, your parents are watching you right now, and they have access to you on camera and everything you say right now. So the way you act will be reflected completely.
The thing is, man, is that the liability, because what happens is, there's so much on a teacher in general, but especially a middle school teacher. You've got to teach with fidelity to the curriculum, to the pacing. You got the kids have to be engaged. I mean, you have to basically, play the xylophone and the drum.
It's crazy. Yeah.
And the harmonica at the same time you're doing,
Right.
teaching them about integers, and it's got fun for them, and then they got to all be engaged, or else, your principal comes around and says, hey, this one kid is back here asleep. Well, maybe Johnny.
Yeah, exactly.
Amen.
Amen.
Maybe Johnny's asleep because his mom was doing crack cocaine. Boyfriend beat her up. Right. I'm exaggerating hyperbole, but
it's your fault.
Stories
it's your
not
fault.
that far. They're very parallel.
That's your fault, though.
I see on a daily basis. Right. And in a way,
how dare you?
They will say that it is our fault. Now,
I know.
Here's a tough thing in the state of Florida is there is a union. It is moderate. It used to be very strong, but it's very moderate now. They've been attacked by the governor, by the educational leadership in the state, and they actually discourage teacher unions. And at the same time, they need more teachers in the state of Florida, and more teachers are leaving the profession in the state of Florida because you simply just want. Because here's the thing: even if you teach at one school and you want to go to the other school, your principal has to rate you as highly effective. That means you've done everything that they've asked you to do. Your kids have improved. You've shown up every day, and you're the best teacher in the world. And
every day, by the way,
teachers only as good
every
as their students.
day.
There are a lot of teachers who can get things out of kids, but teachers really only as good as the students.
It was like speaking of Mitt Romney, it was like a Mormon church. It was 99.9% women, right?
Wow.
As I'm sure you know, like teaching basically is in middle school.
Yeah.
There's not many dudes. And
this gave you a lot of room for action. I hope you got some. Hope you got some out of that.
From the I met Kelsey actually that way.
You can't crap where you eat.
I mean, where else you gonna meet people other than work, Troy? Come on, that's how you met Kelsey.
I met Kelsey. That's where I met Kelsey.
I know. I can imagine there are a lot of romances that get started.
But she was an instructional aide. So I'm not saying she was a student. So
Jesus Christ!
Clarify that.
Just in case you were confused, I want to clear it up. Kelsey was a co-worker of mine.
Yeah.
But she's like 10 years young. Whatever. But I met her. That was great. That was a good thing about it.
Yeah, you should see who he meets when he volunteers to act as Santa Claus. I mean, people sit on his lap, after that. Yeah, she's like 25 years younger than me. Yeah,
that's disgusting. No, it's all...
what are you talking about? We all know Peter Moon. I mean, heck, he met his wife in Romania. Yeah.
Listen, the only place I'm dressing as Santa Claus, I'm going down to the geriatric old folks also. They can all sit on my lap with their wet Depends and diapers.
Jesus, that's disgusting. Now, talk about disgusting. Yeah.
No, but they enjoy it more.
Moving right along, back to where we were before we continue on that arc, please.
Please. Well, I mean, at least they're of consent. Anyway.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Good Lord.
Yeah, what was that noise? What is that?
It's some kind of clonking. I hear that. So.
Jennifer has joined us. Oh, my God. Thank God. Thank
That
God.
was not me.
That was me, guys. That was me.
Yeah, understood, Jen.
Eating a midnight snack.
Yeah. Why am I not surprised? I mean, hey, you got to support that 300-pound frame. Yeah, there's a lot of.
I'm way down now, buddy.
How did you manage that?
Oh yeah.
What? Fuck! You got to patent your secret. Jesus fucking Christ! Make yourself a millionaire. Jesus fucking Christ! What the hell was it? I mean, you finally rendezvoused with Brooke, right? She gave you some of that fucking Adderall. That was it, right?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
No, man. I love Brooke, but I like my freedom a lot more. But my wife is not having any of that.
Yes. He's not giving us the secret, people. It's like he probably did fen or something.
Drink a lot more water and eat more food. A lot of cucumbers and stuff like that.
Cool.
Fills me up. I love salads.
Okay, cool, great.
I love them. I love salads. I love I love lamb.
Oh my
And I
God.
love tomatoes.
Okay, so how long, Jennifer, were you before we get ourselves into deeper holes here than
Oh,
these
here
minutes?
just a little while. I have some time.
Oh, thank
And I
God.
just came on. I was like, well,
You have no idea how much I've missed you. At any rate, especially with conversations like this, like these men.
now I just popped into this conversation, so I'm just catching this in and talking about education.
Honey, you didn't miss shit.
It's Douglas's fault. My apologies.
I mean, look, these two are educators. These two are educators.
Yeah, I'm gathering that.
Yeah, and yeah, you get them together, and we get locker room fart jokes. It's like this is incredible to me. It's just like. This is what happens when you work with kids today. They drive you nuts. See, it just goes to show.
We're both coaches. We're both guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do? I mean, most of the people you have on here are homosexual as far as Peter Moon. No, just kidding.
Oh my God. So he's taking us already in a number. I'm sorry, Troy. What was that?
Lorian and Fenton.
Oh yes, that. Oh God, don't even
She's
remind me.
sapiosexual.
Yes.
She's mind sexual.
Thank you.
That's kind of weird.
Yes, that's food sexual. It's what is the Latin name for food? It's that's what she gets off on.
Comida.
Which omnivore or
Oh, she's yeah.
It's just so
Omni is all.
Yeah, omnivoracity. She's the omnivoracity.
She's omnipresent because of her size.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, when she sits around the house, she sits around the house. Yes, I mean
Here we go.
it's kind of like a competition between her and the garage door as to which is the heaviest moving object in the home. Okay, that's okay, so
she has her own zip code, as we all know.
Yes. Which, by the way, the Twin Towers, each one of them had their own zip codes because each one of them was so large.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jennifer, now that you're here as the savior of us all, you can basically help to elevate. You can help to elevate this from where it went.
I don't think so. I mean, it's interesting to catch to have educators in the room and their experiences and what they're talking about and their firsthand account of their perspective.
I mean, Troy, I mean, we love you, but go mute when you're raiding the fridge or whatever it is you're doing. Jesus Christ, what are you?
For some reason, guys, that's not
That
me,
wasn't
by
me
the way.
that time.
Oh, it was
It's
Brent.
not me, but I'm trying to mute and I can't.
So
mute
weird.
Or whatever.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
I wonder what that was. It's probably
that's not me.
Like I said, there are people who join us and they're basically NSA or whatever, or cultists, but they come in on the call and they make noise and interestingly enough, when I bring it up, it's not like they go further with the noise to harass us. They stop, like they're self-conscious. It's very bizarre. Like they suddenly remember to mute, and it is what it is. But we have, of course, people who have said, snarky or supportive, but they're just not taking into account what's going on with this program. But they leave comments in thread of our past episodes where they say, "Oh, I love you, Doug, but I don't like your microphone, and I really don't like, the ambient noise." Is basically what they're saying of your clothing ripping across it or whatever. They assume that it is, but I've told people, and I'll tell them again. The response of Nemo was okay, what was that? Now, when that noise happened, okay, it was Troy's box that lit up. So Troy, is there something you're doing with that? It's what that might be.
Absolutely not. I'm just sitting here in my living room.
Okay, interesting. For some reason, your box lights up when that noise happens, whatever that noise is. So it's like, it's going to show up somewhere simply because whoever's on the line, it's not going to reveal who they are. So there we go with that. And you wonder why they come in on the call, because it's like they could just listen to the bandwidth, but no, they choose to come on the call. So it's indicative of something. I have no idea what it is. Maybe they can somehow record it all better that way. That would make sense. So the quality of sound is higher and they can get every single noise that they wouldn't hear otherwise on normal bandwidth. That would make sense, that they don't have ambience or interference. But at any rate, so someone was, Nemo's response to this individual in particular was, buy Doug a new mic then. But it's not a mic issue. So just so everybody knows, we have things going on. When you hear these weird, bizarre noises, it's beyond our control. And this isn't a professional studio. Just everybody has to take it as a newsroom kind of ambience. Jennifer Hawkins has a far more professional setup than I do.
I don't. I just have this, I just plug a microphone in there, and that's my upgrade. But
it looks good. It looks good. And you look wonderful on it. And it's very respectable looking. And you do have that and the computer that you use, and it works out well. So, darling, catch us up a little bit on what's been going on with yourself, whatever you're willing to share.
Well, something caught my attention in the conversation I was listening to between Brandon and Troy. Mm-hmm. When they're talking about, the shift. In their case, they were talking about sixth graders and the middle school system and the way that it's arranged. And it occurred to me, the concept of teenagers in general or adolescents, it's a fairly new concept. Like, it creeped up in the 1920s. The idea of the creation of the teenager came up in the before that, you had children and you had essentially adults, like very little adults, basically. But it's interesting because the whole concept in our society of how they have created this epoch of adolescence / teenager, and it's an invention. It gave them an identity, and it may have been, maybe it's not a good thing, or maybe it is, I don't know, but by
the way, we're getting echo,
I noticed that too. Where's it? Is it from my end?
It keeps showing Troy's box, but it's probably the NSA agent is reflecting it on poor Troy, or somehow deflecting it on poor Troy. But Troy, do me a favor and go mute while she speaks, and then unmute when you speak. It'll probably be the most effective.
For some reason, my mute button is not working.
Okay, that's the way it was that's the way it was with Brandon for a while. You know what you can do? You can, if unless you have to go to work tomorrow, you can drop off the call and come right back on. Or do you need to go to work?
I do have to work tomorrow. Okay. But I'm still gonna be listening. I'll just listen in on.
Surely there's a way to click the mute or something.
I tried. I've been trying, but
no, these things happen.
Probably to log off and log back in. So I'll try to come back in.
Yeah, try that for at least a few minutes. And then George Knight has joined us for a little bit.
George.
And so, George, say hi to everyone and let us know how much time you have with us.
Hello, everyone, and hello. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. And I've got a good few hours with you, Douglas.
Good. Okay, good. Wonderful. And and Troy will try and reintegrate himself. And then with that, so you were talking about the good George can join us for a good few hours, and and Brandon's still with us, and he's ready to unmute whenever he's ready to participate, as is Aristides, presumably, if he hasn't fallen off into slumberland yet, because his own schedule is, more like a normal human being's. But so Jen, you're talking about this, the kind of like the invention of the teenager, teenager. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that didn't exist.
Yeah.
It didn't. The whole concept of, even when people think about our society today, I mean, we've always had things like, this identity that people can pick up and put on, like with fashion or with their music choice. People had preferences, but the way that the society has stylized it, where it's coming from the manufacturers that are marketing it to make something substantial out of it economically. That's a newer concept, and it came about in the 1920s after World War I. There was this movement to initiate the idea, and I think that it has been successful, that there is such a thing as an adolescent and teenager. They supported it in psychology. Whether the truth is, though, you really have a child, or it's strange to create that pocket of that, where a lot of ideas are formed at an age where they're very malleable, that they are a unique breed at that age that is useful for some things and not for others, and they create their identity out of that. And then you have, 'cause when they started to classify adolescents and teenagers, and I think that's been not to the benefit of the young person, the young child themselves, nor to the adults, by trying to alienate or create, because in that alienation, they're neither a child nor are they an adult, but they are this little pocket of time that is identified with their self. And then in that, you can mold through the marketing system of creating identity, of creating a fashion and a statement about who they are thinking they might be when they become an adult. So there's a strange thing going on there. I think that is very it's interesting, because they're saying that they can see that the young or children coming in with middle school, so to speak, that it might be difficult for them to adjust as they're joining into the ranks of older children or older youths, and how they may have trouble adapting, and then adapting to the whole system of what is expected of them as they are younger and younger, being acclimated. It reminds me much of the child workforce that we escaped, that was actually more prominent than people really think about, that there were the children workforce in the United States and around the world that people don't acknowledge, but they are acclimated to that kind of workforce in our school systems, and it is nothing more than glorified babysitting in some instances at that age, when we're expecting to mold them into what they will do when they get older. And it's not a far throw from communism or of socialism that we intend to use. They're molding them for what they intend to use them for, which is the workforce. Yeah. And it's a far throw from the education system, where they're actually learning something, and the intent is not upon learning, but it's to acclimate them to the social system and the way that they will be judged and handled when they get into the workforce.
Yes.
Beautiful point. And I'll just add real quickly to that the New England, or the school educational system here in America, was based on the factory system. So that's where you get like bells for every period that ends. You get the bell that rings, and it tells you when to go to the next class and when your break is, when your lunch break is. That's to acclimate that kids basically to the factory system. At least it was here in New England. So that's a really good point.
Yes. So beautiful, Jennifer.
yeah, it's a shame too, you know, because I think that the parents are they get it in their head, and I'm not judging, and there's nothing to judge, but they may take up the mindset that, you know, they can have, you know, these families, but then the children will be taken care of by these trusted individuals who they'll take care of it. They'll take care of it. And they have, and we'll go make the money. That's the concept of the modern family. We'll make the money. These individuals will take care of everything. You know, as far as for 8 hours a day, thereabouts, 7 hours a day, maybe more if they have extracurricular activities or pre-opening, because they bring them in early sometimes. Even I've looked into the education system because I think that it really is the foundation. It's so important, and people are not thinking about it, but it's the entire foundation of what we can expect. Because they are, you know what I mean? Like but I think it's sad that, I'm not saying it's everyone, but a lot of people I think do think, I'll have these children, I'll put them in the system and they'll take care of it. And this is strange because when I looked into the Finders situation,
explain the cult of the Finders. Just briefly summarize that for our listeners.
I'll try to briefly explain it. Basically, there was Ted Gunderson brought this up and did this in a lot of lectures, and he described a situation wherein, in the case of the Finders, there were these groups that may have been associated with possibly, you know, not necessarily, I don't want to reach. There were children that were called in about by concerned individuals. I can't remember, Mr. Dietrich, I actually can't go into, I mean, any other time I could, but I have been working like so much, I'm so tired, but I just wanted to come in and visit. But the Finders themselves, the gist of it is that there were children that were being either, no one knows where they came from, if they were the product of a cult, like not a cult, a cult production, a sort of baby farming in a way, or they were you know, from individuals that just had given their children over to a certain system. But the Finders cult, and when you look into it, it appears that they were trying to do a study of how you would raise children without parents present on a mass scale, and how they would acclimate to their environment without a familial environment, but rather raised by a system. And if they would still be, I think that was the gist of what, but the Finders cult, you know, was during, primarily in the 80s, the early 80s and late 70s, they were creeping up. That, couldn't you describe it better than I can, Mr. Dietrich?
Oh, I given enough time. I mean,
I feel like I'm kind of, you know, the facts of it. There were two men that were discovered that were at a playground.
Yeah.
And they had about, I think it was like 7 children that were unkempt and, you know, so much so that other, I suppose, mothers or fathers that were there with their children called it in to the authorities that there were these children that it didn't look right, that these men had all these children that actually didn't seem to belong to them perhaps, and they were unkempt, and so much so that they called it in, and the authorities showed up and they began to interview the children, and they were ages from like I think it was like 5 to 9, you know, or 5 to 10, you know, at the most. And some of them had been sexually violated. They even took them to the doctor, is what I'm saying, that they discovered that. But they had been, so these reports came out of that case alone. And I can't remember what the case was or what paper it was, but basically it's strange because there seemed to be an insider view on this, because the location, there was like an apartment even associated with those 2 men And they went to that apartment. I hope you follow. But like they went to that apartment and it was vacated. It was like a warehouse that had been vacated recently, and there were children's things there. There were things that like toys and children's clothing and things like that. But it appeared as if, they had been basically that there was an insider communicating with these individuals considered the finders. And the finders reach into the whole idea that they take these children and then they grow up in a scenario where they're kind of broken and they're manipulated to work within the system in the United States or around the world at a scale where they might be reporters or they may be working as city councilmen or God knows what. But they are actually kidnapped as children, or they are bred out of a baby farm in a way, and then put into those positions, and then they themselves kind of they become the future finders.
Yes.
Then go on themselves to intentionally help to find more children, because it's like, what do they call that? It's Stockholm syndrome.
Right. Well, I mean, this is beyond Stockholm syndrome. You're born, yes, you're born and bred.
Yes, they're just bred to, and they think in a predatory way, but they're also working for the system. And so the system being to maintain some type of, I don't know if the ideal is to do with the philosophy. Is it existentialism, or is it, because people want to talk the surface, like it's Marxist, it's communists, but at when you really look at it, pardon me,
it's cultic, and it's controlled by the deep state. Really, it's the finders are ultimately American government. So this is basically a result of the American government extending itself via the dark elements. This is not to alleviate or absolve the responsibility of the rest of the United States government. This is the ultimate result of the United States government and the people that are running it, which is effectively your military junta. And of course, this is part of not just a military industrial complex, but a military industrial intelligence occult complex that includes, of course, science and other elements that all bleed together. It's originally, these things are often considered scientific experiments. Let's see if we can experiment and have a certain social engineering project happen where we can get certain people to do this or this, and it just goes on, and it's really part of human trafficking and exploitation. It's all rationalization towards the breeding of children for exploitation that are bred to then ultimately entrap other children into the matrix of abuse. This is what ultimately is, in a nutshell, the finders at its base, at its most basic. So go on. Yeah.
And there's just so many details, but it's hard to, to really pin those down. Because people will want to, and I recommend people. I hate to say this, but that do your own research.
It's not often a safe thing to say. But go on. Yeah.
But with the adolescence, the creation of that, and the idea that they separate themselves then into a compartmentalizing from being children, in between there of being babies, kind of protected and shielded. Between that and being completely independent, there's this middle ground where they have the benefit of being completely independent, though still babies, protected and shielded by everyone. And it's a good fertile ground for shaping the early psyche. And that's why I think that a lot of the music and they have a fashion, for example, and a music for every type of personality, and it's been kind of cookie cut for you. So these young people, very young people, like can't vote, can't do anything. They pick from those, and they think that they choose to alienate themselves, oftentimes from a family who they think doesn't care about them at all, because they've foisted them up into a system that denies the reality that the child, when they were littler, that they were enjoying of being around those they knew. They're being thrust into a situation where they know they have to trust people they don't know, and they have to rely upon them for everything that they need, and they've been abandoned in a way to a system that doesn't even make sense. They're not even at this point, I don't know, the motivation, is it for education, or is it for typographing them to maybe be useful? And you see that in the cartoons as well. Like, if you ever look at any of the cartoons, they talk a great deal, because I watch cartoons and things like that. I mean, let's just be honest. And the message in these are you useful? And if you are not useful, then you are useless to society. And so there's this strange, it's nothing to do with anything tender or human. It's about being a cog in the machine. But I think it's deceptive, because it's that and I think that's the struggle for a lot of the educators today, because I'm sure many of them do care. But I think it's a problem with the parents as well. And I'm not being accusatory, but I do think everyone's hoping that they'll get a good education. But if you look at the private school sector, they are teaching in some of these higher echelon private schools, for example, the kind that the senators might send their children to. Those schools cost upwards to like $20,000 a year, the same price as many of the common universities, to send your children to kindergarten in these private schools. And in those private schools, those children are taught things like Singapore math. Singapore math being the cutting edge of mathematics and problem solving, versus typical public school math, which is incredibly inferior. It teaches them an inferiority of problem solving skill. And if the child does not have it on their own, which I think that many children will naturally have and be gifted, many people will be gifted with natural problem solving abilities. But in those school systems that are giving to the wealthier class who can afford it, for example, they are getting a much higher level, at least in mathematics, and in every other level as well. When you have fewer students per teacher. But the way that especially in many of where people are crowded into small spaces, and it's expected of one teacher to try to educate 30 struggling students who are coming in out of a poverty cycle, where they literally are a commodity, perhaps even just for the income of their own family, which is something that is happening today with the the economic system we have in place, where we're trying to venture into universal basic income, where a child becomes something that you can make money off of. And that is not something that I think that's something that it's strange, because in Germany, Hitler actually talked about, which this has nothing to do with that, but just to draw a correlation, Hitler did pay families to have children, which was, one aspect of it, but I don't think it really relates. But there's something strange going on, because it's not the case here in the United States. I don't know, because we have a conflict. Because many people will not have children because they cannot afford to have them.
I mean, these days you can't pay children to You can't pay people to have children. I mean, they're trying that in communist China. They're trying that in Russia to a degree. Nobody's taking it.
Nobody's taking it because they can see that it's all. Yeah,
well, they know the children aren't worth it. They that know, you know, that whatever money you get is not going to cover those children. It's not going to cover the expenses.
It has to be that the person can give. People, I think, or maybe they're moving into a time where they want to actually spend time with the flesh and blood of their loins, so to speak, and actually be a part of their life. But if the idea is that the more you have, the more you work, and the more you're gone, and the more they aren't yours, actually they belong to something else.
Yes.
It's
what's going on is that when it comes to the child situation, it's just that in most cases people cannot afford the time to raise children because they're too busy trying to survive. It's that simple. And but definitely, let's just put it this way. We'll return to that train of thought at some point in the future because it is important. George, when you hear Jennifer speak about these subjects, now you and your wife worked hard to bring a child into this world during COVID lockdown, and so
lockdown baby.
Yes. And so how are you trying to? She's not at the point yet, I don't think, is she, where she's even going to daycare center, or is she already at kind of like daycare center level, but at grade,
yes.
not yet at grade school, right?
No, that's correct. She's got over a year to go before she gets to what you call infant school. But at the moment she's at nursery, so it's sort of like it's equivalent to daycare. It's I assume because she's under the age of 3, so she's at nursery. So it's just childcare whilst we're at work.
What's your image or vision of where she's going to go after that?
And so she's got over a year to go, and then she'll be going to infant school. And then from infant school they move up to primary school, which is then you lead up to secondary school, and then you go to sixth form after secondary school. So by the age of like 15 they'll leave secondary, and then by the age of 16 they are in college. And so that's the trajectory path that she'll be pursuing. Down that same as I did, exactly the same as I did. Unfortunately they nowadays it requires both people to go to work, whereas once upon a time it was just one person that could go to work, bring an income, but it requires now 2 people to go to work. So just with the cost of living and the childcare is not cheap in the UK either. It's very, very expensive until they get to a certain age, and then they get government funding for a certain amount of hours, which helps magnificently. But that's just to explain it.
And thank you for that. And have you been enjoying time what you can with Everly and all the rest of that? I take it just kind of.
It's Christmas, and she's at the age now she's acquainted with what Christmas is, and she's more aware and acute to everything. So it's definitely an exciting time of year, and it's just spending obviously that you have to invest your time in your child. You have to make every moment count, and they note that as well. Children will know who's around them. They'll know who invests their time in them, and that's certainly that's noted.
So with that being said, what Jennifer speaks of, the concept of a teenager status. Now, when you married Susan, I'm sorry, do I remember your wife's name correctly?
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah. Shit. Sorry. Been dealing with so many people. When you've been dealing with Sarah, it's been I've been awake for if you heard the opening hours, you'll know I've been awake for 3 days. So
yes.
Okay.
Oh,
you did hear that. You did hear that then.
Got you. No, I haven't. I've woken up myself literally in the short amount of time that I've been on. Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm oxygenating myself as well to try and wake up.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
continue, yes.
I've been awake for 3 days, so just forgive me for forgetting things like that.
That's all right.
So at any rate, you can listen to the opening hours later, and you'll get a general idea of what was going on. So when it comes to what Jennifer was speaking of, the invention of the teenage status, when you mentioned when you married Sarah, you had all these teenagers to deal with, basically, at least two teenagers to deal with. And this is something, was England similar in its development to America? Because England really just had this kind of like, you were a child, and at some point you became very much an adult very early.
Very quickly.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Yes.
it's only been recently there was the concept of teenage status, which Our Lady Jennifer was speaking of, developed around the time my mother was born, really. So you tell us a bit about your understanding of this dynamic with England as to how that developed.
Yeah. Without going into anyone personally, like my personal, I could talk about myself, but not anybody else, unfortunately. But to speak about myself, there was a adolescent status when I was growing up. There was the teenage years, but nowadays, what I've noticed is children go from being a child straight into adulthood. There's no in between. There is no developmental period of time where they are, transitioning from a child, going through their adolescent years, and then they're morphing straight into an adult status. So yeah, I've just noticed that children are growing up way too fast, and they want to become adults before they're even left school. And so yeah, that's what I've noticed with the current culture in Britain at this point in time. So yeah, they're doing things illegally a lot earlier. So just to put that out there, they're doing things, they're doing drugs a lot earlier before they've even left school. They're doing everything before they've left school. So, and they want to have kids before they leave school. So yeah, that's the scenario here in England. So it's probably very similar to the culture elsewhere in the West. So yeah, just to outline that, Douglas.
Yeah. And so there's further you can go than just that. What about a social analysis of somehow when this concept developed in England or English culture?
I believe it was around about 10 years ago.
Okay.
I think it was around about 10 years ago.
All right.
Most predominantly, I think now with the I don't know what to. I can't pinpoint any I can't pinpoint any reason or catalyst that invoked that, but I assume with technology, people are gathering. They're going from that child status to to an adult status too early. I think it's the influence from maybe social media. I believe so. That's just my thesis on that. My notion on it, just from what I've seen and gather. But no, I can't pinpoint any blame or reason for it. But I've certainly realised that kids nowadays, they want to grow up way too quickly. As like from my generation, we were staying young as long as possible. There was no such thing as, the only available technology was just telephony, just a landline. There was no mobiles. And there was no internet accessible to the majority of people. So yeah, it was just basically you had to go out and interact with people physically. Okay. Even at my age.
Yeah.
At my age.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I got into my 20s that's when I was accessible to the internet. I was in my early 20s when I first got the internet. Sorry, excuse me, around about the age of 19, 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
I didn't even see you come on.
So I had to be quiet. I heard last time I wasn't here, you were going on and on about me, and if Brooke was here,
We're saying how much we missed you.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And
now, how old are you? If you only had internet at like 20, I had internet. I'm wondering if this is a different experience.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of these kids now don't want to grow up because they don't want to pay bills.
I think we need to give him a chance to process that question before he responds. Brooke, I would like to introduce you to Jennifer Hawkins. Jennifer Hawkins, I would like to introduce you to Brooke Gibson. And,
Okay.
yes.
Troy.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, Troy joined us. Oh my God, I didn't even see Troy. He did jump back on. Troy, what drove
Yes,
you to jump
Troy.
back on?
And he has it muted. So he found the button.
Yes, he did find the button. Well, that's because when he jumped back on, it worked again, like I told him. But he says, I'm listening as I go to sleep, which makes it even stranger that he jumped on. Like, did he
That's
too?
good.
He was on when I.
Well, he
came
might
on.
have something to say since he works in the education system and he is around the young
It's
people.
me.
a lot.
Yeah, I thought both he and Brandon would have something to say, but we saw what that descended into. But Brandon, do say hello to Brooke and
It's Mama. How you doing, girl?
that. Thank you.
What's up? Do you get your tongue? Yeah.
She messes with everybody but me. You notice that. She doesn't mess with me because she knows.
You're both glitching. Where does that come from?
From Brooke, obviously.
Oh my God, I have to show.
I'm on my phone. I have you on speaker. I can't take it. There I go.
Oh, I had it on. Yeah.
Okay, both of you, do me a favor. Don't ever do speaker. It's awful. It's one thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it's one thing. It's bad enough when we're speaking privately. When you're on bandwidth, just don't do it.
Yeah.
So anyhow, somebody wrote, "Brooke is back. Glad you're okay." That's Troy. Troy wrote that, I think. Yes. So
Wasn't she dead for a while?
Good.
Is she back now? Is that her ghost? I was doing the Ouija board and it said Brooke.
And Troy left. All of a sudden.
And Troy, goodbye. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's well, honey. He's working in the morning, and
yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
How about you, Brandon? Is tomorrow a day off for you before we go to Brooke? Because
For
we
a
do this.
vampire like me, I'm up at when the sun goes down and the sun comes up. I go back in my little coffin with the soil from where my birthplace was.
Cool.
And,
Cool.
and then I teach the kids, and I coach basketball, and all that. So yeah, it works.
I guess. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm being very vague. But no, tomorrow I could work. I could not. We'll see.
Cool.
You know?
I mean, geez, Brooke. I mean, imagine having a job like that.
Yeah.
You work from home? Is it kind of like that? Just kind of
remote. It's a remote viewing job.
Holy shit.
I do remote viewing.
Yeah.
You do?
Oh shit! I went to say yeah. I went to
Brooke, I'm thinking of an object.
Okay, so well,
It's
you want to
not
write
a
it down?
pyramid.
Ugh.
It's not a pyramid. Hold on,
No,
it's not a pyramid.
I'm drinking Coke and it all went up my nose. All I could think of was he's looking at his dick.
Are you thinking your penis?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's
was
what
that-
you're thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was
See?
thinking.
That's what you're
go.
thinking. You're a man. That is exactly what you're thinking about, dude.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I'm thinking of an object, Brooke. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's either your penis or your hand on your penis. I mean, one of the two, right?
Yes.
I mean, no, it's not the pyramid. Is what I'm saying. It's
Not the pyramid. I see you
it's-
on Mars, and there's some
It might be
catacombs
Mars.
in
Okay, you're on the right track.
there. Mhm.
Okay. So
Mars is in the equation. Here.
let's check in with the chat. Troy says the feed is really choppy. He's wondering if anyone else is getting any interference, but it seems to be okay in the chat. We'd like everyone to report on our quality of sound. Says we have an excellent connection. We got high numbers. Aloma Alber points out, yes, the flappers in the 1920s, but the word teenager was Life magazine in the 1950s, just as they coined hippie in the mid-1960s. Look at how early people used to marry right after high school. She says, I had a grandparent who came to a marriage at 15 years of age with tailoring and carpentry skills and how to run a shop.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, and she says,
Wow.
and then she says, ever notice that the Forbidden Little House on the Prairie great show was the only time TV had a good dad, except for the very early Father Knows Best. Most shows the dad the butt of the jokes. Well, by the way, I will argue personally that I think that that's pretty justified. I think most dads are this is
It doesn't matter though. I mean, the father being seen, no matter how many foibles, that you know, I do think though there was an undermining of, and there was a schizoid about the mother figure too. That
they made the mother kind of crazy in a lot of those shows, like and then they did like a Father Knows Best when they're like Father Knows Best a show, right?
Yeah,
so I mean, it was kind of mixed in.
Homer Simpson was the best dad, and he was the idolized best father ever, and he was not dumb, and so he was not the butt of a. I'm joking.
Is Homer Simpson your father? That's what I'm starting to
Yeah, but
I wish.
I was going to say, okay, that was interesting. I have to admit that was an interesting little tangent there.
Even with the Bill Cosby story, you know, they had this strange schism where he was this idealized father figure.
I know.
Yet
He
they
just lived up to
undermine
that
it
in real life.
They
right?
but they undermine it, and they force people to think that, you know, oh, look what he did, you know, that so on the psyche of people, that's what they're thinking.
Well, you know,
like,
drive by his house every day. Shelburne Falls, I'm serious. Peter Moon knows Shelburne Falls. It goes from Shelburne Falls, he calls it the occult corridor of Massachusetts.
But by the way,
Route
I wasn't laughing because I disbelieved you. I find that quite believable. I just still find it funny. But what I'm trying to just kind of shall we say square here, or kind of get out of this, not to get out of the subject, but trying to draw something out of the subject. I'm trying to what I'm kind of getting is that you know, personally, I've got a bias. I hate to say it, I got a bias. I love my legal father. And my legal father taught me so much, but my legal father was, without any disrespect, a combination of Homer Simpson and Al Bundy. I mean, this is what George Dietrich was. I mean, so when I take a look at my dad, I can see the father as the idiot in all of these television series as not being anything that's all that particularly off the mark. But when it comes to the what was just brought up about I'm sorry, Bing Crosby. I keep, you know, I don't want to say it wrong, like Bill Crosby. One of them is the Irish white guy.
Crosby.
But yeah, one of them is the Irish white guy, and the other one is the black guy. It's Bing is the Irish guy.
Bing is white.
Yeah, Bing
Bill is the black.
But do they have the same last name?
No, it's Crosby and Cosby.
Oh,
so
okay.
So Bill is black and he's Cosby, no R.
Okay.
And then Bing is Crosby.
Is Crosby. Okay, got it.
I think that it might be something along the lines of, as far as governments paying for children to be born, I think a lot of people, when they might actually want to have children and families, they are skeptical of the government, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
And they see it as a breeding program, not for the benefit of a family, but for the government's compromise in a way.
Right.
So there's something that's being off, you know, there's something like that, a system going on like that.
Right. I mean,
then
we can get back to that, but
we can move on to anything, but I think.
Well, I mean, I didn't finish my thought. I mean, my thought was that.
Yeah, I'm confused. What are we talking about?
Right, because Brooke was not here for when we were talking about that subject initially, and that kind of will throw off people who just entered into the conversational stream. So what I meant to finish about Bing and Bill Cosby, Bill Cosby without the R. That's the black guy, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was that, do you think, not that I mind either way, or do you think there was an actual conspiracy to take this guy down simply to totally destroy the image of the father figure in all men's minds?
Wow.
Yes, I do. I think so.
Do you not think he's some despicable individual, just a natural?
I think there's been way too many stories to show that he was despicable, and I think a lot of Hollywood gets away with it, and they decided to take him down, whether it was for that reason or because he was an idiot and did too much, and or because he was black. I mean, I don't know. You could argue that in several different ways. I'd like to hear somebody have a really good argument for one justification.
It's so is it not possible, Jennifer, that he might have been selected because he was a despicable individual and put into that role so they could expose it and then
yes, I think that's probably how they do these things. It's intentionally. That's why they have the snuff films and why they would exist. It's to frame people in situations. It's not just snuff films, but like that went a little far. But like in the case where people intentionally place individuals in a situation where they can be blackmailed, or they pick personalities, especially if they know that person from childhood. Don't think for a second the presidential candidates you're looking at. For example, Vivek Ramaswamy was, ironically, and he's running in the Republican. I think he's running as Republican Party for president.
That's correct.
But he was also. I have no opinion whatsoever to voice here, but he was, as a young man, fresh, I think like 19, 20 years old, videotaped, giving commentary to the then president, who I can't remember who, I just remember this on the surface, and you can look this up, and it's actually fact.
By the way, did anyone just hear an animal-like sound? That was very...
Okay. I apologize. Roscoe all of a sudden just like a snort. He's sleeping.
Oh, okay.
I realized I should have had it muted.
Thank God. I always thought Aristides was a lycanthrope, and I really thought it was beginning to manifest. And I said, oh shit, he's turning. And I said, damn, he's doing it publicly. I know that's embarrassing for them. And what's worse is if he turns his camera on accidentally, we're going to finally see hair sprout on his head instead of just everywhere else on his body. And that'll weird people out. Okay, I mean... So,
how are you getting me to come on the line?
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I was just telling these ladies how if it were my job to assassinate you, all I would need to do is just rub my hands through your chest hair, and that would create enough static electricity to finish you off. Okay. Sorry, couldn't resist that. Okay, but it turned out it was Brooke's dog. It was Brooke's dog. Not all your puppies, for a change, but you've got plenty of them. Right?
Yeah. Hi, Brooke.
Hey, Aristides, how are you doing?
Hey. Wow.
That's
what
so.
am I doing?
It's so deep. That's he's a deep guy. He's got deep thoughts. Go on, Aristides.
How you been?
I've been doing good. I've still been trying to figure out how you have all these dogs that you stay with you like once a week.
Yeah. It's something like children with a marriage.
Some dogs and some other dogs.
We'll talk about that.
It's custody. It's like child custody. Somehow the judge arranged it so that the dogs are at his house for a bit, and then they go, to the other person.
Okay, well, I don't care, Douglas. I know, like, you're not taking my squirrel. Okay, you're not getting him.
That's right. Delightful. So, were you able to review any of the Squirrel Girl videos?
The Squirrel Girl videos? I didn't see that. I sent all those links, but what was a Squirrel Girl in?
Squirrel Girl is like a comic book character created by Marvel Comics quite a while ago, actually. So she's kind of like classic, and so she like has the ability to control squirrels, and so she's kind of hyperactive. Because like a squirrel.
Oh, are you saying I'm Squirrel Girl? Oh,
yeah, of course. Yes. And there's this one time she takes down the greatest villain in the Marvel Comics universe, who's Doctor Doom, who's considered like godlike fucking level on their crazy comic logic. And she kind of takes him down by, overwhelming him with squirrels. And so I thought you'd find all that cute.
Oh my God, I totally want to be Squirrel Girl. Which one was this? I'm going back to look to see.
Just look at my emails where you find all those links and
yeah, I went through. I must have missed one of the links for that.
God, there was several links on her. There was several links on her. So yeah, I'll send them again. I can resend this.
No, I've got it. I'm pulling it up right now. I was just like going to see it.
But yeah,
I'm definitely gonna go back and look at that.
And her lips always taste of hazelnut or something like that. Chestnut or hazelnut. Her lips have.
He loves oh my God, he loves walnuts.
There we are. Yes.
Like walnuts are just like, oh my God.
So Jennifer, our lovely Brooke, has 4 dogs, just like you two. So the two of you should truly relate. You also have a cat, and Brooke has a squirrel.
That's cool.
Yeah. They used to be classic American pets. I mean, tell her, Brooke, Benjamin Franklin used to have a squirrel. Right?
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin and who was it? Benjamin Franklin wrote the eulogy.
Yeah,
he wrote the eulogy for.
How'd you get your squirrel?
I didn't get him. He got me. Like I just actually was taking a dog to the vet and walked to my garage and driveway. Like I had it put the dog in the car and then I turn around to get my purse and then get in the car and this little baby squirrel just like kind of runs up in the corner of the garage from the driveway and looks at me. He's just staring at me and he's not moving. Like just like mesmerized looking at me. And then so I kind of took a step toward him because I thought it was odd. And he ran back, into the driveway outside and put it around the car. So when I walked out there just to check to make sure he was not behind the car before I backed out, he's like sitting kind of, at the corner of the yard right with the driveway. And he looks at me and I'm looking at him, like about 10 feet away. And then he just suddenly I'm looking at him and then he just suddenly takes off running at me and climbs up my leg. And he scurries up my leg and then he kind of gets to my stomach and then kind of scurried down and then I got my ankle and then he decided to come back up and then he just went up to my shoulder and just perched. Cutest little baby squirrel ever. And then he just sitting there and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed. What do I do with this squirrel? I'm waiting for him to jump off. He never had a squirrel that I could even pet, much less run at my shoulder. So I was finally when he didn't get off, I was like, okay, I don't know if he's maybe he needs to be checked out. So I was going to the vet anyway. So I put him in a crate and took him, and they were like, well, we don't really see squirrels, but anyway, I mean, he ended up being fine, and so yeah, he found me, and I just it was heaven for me because I love animals, and I've always loved squirrels and all of them, but I did not expect a little baby squirrel. Yeah,
that's awesome, and. Yeah, and there's all that. I think that's wonderful, and I don't see any reason why not. I've seen people have raccoons, squirrels. These things happen. I'm gonna hop off here.
Oh, you say it horribly. That is a horrible way to say it. These things happen. I got pregnant at 14 or something. These things happen. I mean, you walked into the driveway. That squirrel jumped on you. You can't help it. Things happen.
I don't know why it sounded horrible. I just mean
I just meant the way you said it.
It did sound kind of.
I say it more clearly then.
It
happens sometimes that wild animals become tame animals, become pets. Yeah. And I think that's it's fantastic when that happens.
Yeah, I think all animals.
I don't think it's a horrible thing. Yeah. I'm gonna take off. You guys have a great night.
Jennifer, thank you so much for gracing us with the gift of your presence.
Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, somebody's a good attitude.
Yes, bye for now. Care. And do join us again soon. Thank you so much.
Did Alex say something horrible?
You did. That was kind of sudden, wasn't it? It was kind of. I don't think it. No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It just. I think because she also works and she has this kind of schedule where she has to take off after a certain point. She does stay up pretty late. I mean, she's on like yourself. Eastern Standard Time, so you're both.
I just didn't mean to. wasn't meaning to.
Oh no! She usually takes.
She said that. I thought it was funny with the squirrel, but it's okay.
No, it's adorable. Yeah, it sounded. No, it sounded like exactly. I know exactly what you mean. It's.
He was a little bit talking down, it's okay. We're not gonna judge you.
Yeah, it's like the time that I contracted the yeast infection on my penis head. It would have been like that tone.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you didn't even care that you did. You were just like, "Hey, Doc, so can I still jack off?"
Yeah, I did ask that question. Yes.
He didn't ask when he got better. What were the side effects of the medicine? Just when can I jack off?
And what else was I going to say that reminds me of? So when I told V what Brendan Zogit said about the faux tea, she had handed me. V gifted me a little bottle of faux tea, which is this liquid extract from an herb by that name. So I was asking Brendan what this was for, and he said, "Oh, that's sexual performance." And he said, don't try it before sex, test to see if it works for you. Take 30, 40 drops when you're chilling, and I was like, Brooke just paused. That was, I guess, the image just of my doing this excited her so much she just had to kind of, relieve herself of that tension I was generating. Okay, I'll get back to the story when I know she's with us. At any rate, Aristides is still with us. Aristides, what's keeping you up tonight?
The excitement of having Brooke here.
Yes, there we are. Yes, I hope she hears that when she comes back.
And there I was fading off, somewhere. I was almost in Shambhala, and then I heard thought I heard Brooke's noise voice, and I heard her saying penis or something, and then then I was back. I was fully back, landed here.
Oh, that's adorable. Yes, she has that effect. Yes, it's that energy, that squirrel girl energy. Hope she's all right. So she just went on pause, and so George, catch us up on how things have been for you. How's work? Whatever you're willing to share, George.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I was going to ask Jennifer if she wanted to speak about anything more regarding Michael Aquino or the Second World War, the Third Reich. It's it's a shame, but hopefully she can join back, depending on the time.
Yeah, Sunday or hopefully, Sunday. Yeah. And because no, she usually does that. She'll usually be here and then leave at a certain point where she suddenly seems to realize it's a working day. And or rather, suddenly, I mean, that's a silly thing to say, when she suddenly seems to realize what time it is and that she has to show up for work at a certain time, so get herself enough sleep. So but like I said, hey, as far as I understand, we are going to do another interview in February. So want everyone to prep for that, and hopefully she'll prep her listeners for that, and hopefully this time we'll actually make it onto her terrestrial broadcast, and that'll help expose us all a bit more. I mean, word's going to go out. Certainly her interview with myself is successful on my channel. And I sent you all, of course, Aristides wrote back, YouTube doesn't mention how many times that they... there's more irony than Aristides might expect with that. He said YouTube isn't mentioning how many times they suspended you. But beyond that, the most watched video is the one that YouTube tried to ban. So that's understandable. We won't go further than that. But it's it's interesting just how bizarre it's also bizarre. So such being said, George, I don't know, did you get my email? You got my email, yes?
Your email. Let me just check now, Douglas.
Yeah.
Just have a quick look.
Sure. And and Brandon, are you still with us, Brandon? Brandon. Whom everyone confuses with Brendan. There he is.
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm just making a little fuck, so I'll be right back.
Sure. Thank you. Did he say fuck? I'm just making a little fuck. That's what it sounded like to me. I'm certain that's my brain, all twisting and perverting everything. But if anyone else heard that, let me know. What did it sound like he said? Anyone?
Who knows?
Yeah, that's a yes.
Is that my year on YouTube, Douglas? Is that my
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, no, remarkable. Look at the figures. Just remarkable.
Yeah, thank you. That's cute. Yeah, okay, so Aristides answered yes. I'm not quite sure if that means he heard the same thing I did, but it's
Yeah, who even knows? I hope we find out more.
You mean about what Brandon said?
Or whatever's going on there.
We have no idea what happened with his girl Kelsey. Hopefully she's all right. I'd like to hear more. I'd like him to bring her back on the show just to say hi. So that would be nice. And as for Brooke, yeah, like I said, she went on pause, and we'll talk with our man George here a bit, and then I'll go into monologue after that if we can't get a roundtable restarted in terms of more people participating per se. George, so catch us. Yeah, so catch your bus on work. Yeah. Or whatever you want to talk about.
I do have a quick question, Douglas.
Sure.
Has my wife been in contact with yourself or Brooke very recently?
Not with me.
No, that's all right. Has she been in contact with Brooke?
Not that I know of. So I spoke to Brooke recently, and that didn't come up, and I'm sure it would have.
No. Thank you. No, that's all right. It was just the question that Brooke asked, and I was like, was that directed at me? I wasn't.
Which question?
About paying bills. People don't want to go out because they don't want to pay bills. And
God! Oh, dude, don't read too much.
No,
don't read it. Jesus! Oh no!
When you become an adult, it's inevitable. Everyone pays bills.
You mean it's inevitable that people like me do their best to avoid paying fucking bills, and then we wind up. This is why I have no credit. This is one reason.
Oh.
One of the reasons why V is an important character in my life is she has good credit, so she can order things for me, which I wanted to talk to Amy about. Is that?
Well, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yes. So Amy turned me on to a particular type of caviar that is important for my health, and so I had V order me a large jar of that, 12 ounces, which is not large, but it's large for comparatively speaking. And so then I found out that Amy was buying these like little 2 ounce caviar, and I was like, good God, how can you apply that towards your diet if it's that small? I don't know, it boggles the mind. So just wanted to talk to her about that subject. We'll see if we can get back on that later. And but that being said, so with yourself, George, aside from my weird dietary fixations, and now that you know that Brooke's question was totally innocuous, or whatever she was saying, it's honestly, you've got to learn to it's kind of like that guy who calls himself the troll in the chat, and he I do want to get back to him on this. Just take advantage of this moment now that I'm thinking about it. He wrote in the chat that this was devastating to him, and he's carried it obviously the rest of his life, where somebody told him that he was an alcoholic at the age of 10. And he took great umbrage at this, and he found this abusive. But for what it's worth, obviously a child can be an alcoholic at the age of 10, because if children get into the hooch, like the adults leave it around, and children have access to it, this can start an extraordinary. It just starts whenever the child has access to booze and is able to acquire a taste for it. Then yes, a child can become an alcoholic at a very young age, and around the age of 10 is not surprising. So for someone to have said that to him, I would assume, and this could be entirely wrong, perhaps this person was just being abusive and just being, horrible, but it could have been that this person thought that they witnessed manifestation of something symptomatic of alcoholism in the individual's behavior. But regardless, if you're not an alcoholic, why would you take offense? That is what it comes down to. It would be like somebody said when I was 10, somebody said that I was gay. And it was like, why would you carry that if you're not? It's like, if you are, then it would be like, are you saying that that's what turned you? Is it like, where do you go with something like that? In other words,
you wouldn't take it.
Thank you. I honestly was going to have you kind of share with Jennifer, if you felt comfortable about it, certain private experiences that you have spoken of on air before. So and so I thought, I would turn the conversation in that direction. But like I said, she'll just, when she decides to go, she'll be like, gotta go, and she'll take off. And when it comes to Brooke, as you notice, she'll just go pause or whatever. And so God knows what's going on with that. Hopefully everything's well. I mean, she's at home, and hopefully, the only thing I could think of is maybe Meth Head Dude came by or something, and then she would go, was just possible. And honestly, I'll tell you the truth. Meth head dude in her life he's a clown, and he's like he has done prison time, and apparently the more she's found out about him, this is potentially a negative or potentially something, because it turns out apparently probably he got into prison for probably some abuse of some partner, but for some reason his ex-wife still wants to get in good with him if he'll kick the habit. I try not to overdwell on other people's drama, but it is kind of like her drama at the moment to a degree, peripherally, so you can't help but learn bits and pieces of it. But honestly, he did us all a favor, because what Brooke really needed was some dick, and I wasn't around to give it to her, and so somebody had to, and it basically, I think, helped her a lot. She really needed that. Her last relationship was with this horrible, abusive bull dyke, and this kind of brought her out of that. It really did. So yeah, and that's kind of like what attracted the squirrel. Kind of like, she's in a different space, on a different vibe. And it really did sound like when Jennifer said, "Oh, these things happen," it really did sound like, like she got pregnant at the age of 14 or something. That was a good way of putting it. It was funny. So George, yeah, how's work?
Douglas,
Tell us about work. Anything else?
No.
And what did you say you were going to
got
ask
the
Jen
rest of the
about?
week.
What is it you said you were going to ask Jen about? If she stuck around.
I don't think I had any direct questions to Jennifer. I was going to just mainly relay anything anything that she wanted me to elucidate to.
Right. If she had, got it. If she had any other questions about Aquino and stuff, right?
Yes, absolutely. I'll look forward to that next time, Douglas. I was going to say about this is the reason why I was very open about steroid use, because the majority of people out there, they would admit to murder before they admit to taking steroids.
I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Or insecurity, because of ego or insecurity, whether or not, because I know many females, they are very reluctant to be with someone who's on steroids, who they will call a roid head, for obvious reasons, because they're more egotistical, they're more misogynist. They mainly are very selfish people, so they only think about themselves before they think of other people. But the majority of men, they will admit to killing someone as opposed to admitting to taking steroids. And that is just common. That's just common in the culture. They are very reluctant to even admit to it. But this is the reason why I was very open about it, because I'm not insecure about admitting that I've done steroid cycles, previous steroid cycles in my past. I haven't touched them for good over half a decade, and thank God I won't touch them again. Obviously I can share personal experiences and the reasons not to do them. Mainly look at Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right.
Yeah,
and what's going on with him
for
these days?
example.
Yeah, what's going on with him these days?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, we could go on about him for ages, Douglas. Oh my God, that's he was a man I looked up to as a child. From the old Predator movies that was released the year I was born, and I used to really admire Arnold as a child and growing up, and even today in the bodybuilding scene and that fitness industry, he's looked upon as like the godfather of bodybuilding. He is the of modern day bodybuilding, right. Not the big mass monsters, but the modern day era they call it the golden era. But if you just take a look at what he,
I've murdered 3 people, but I've never took steroids.
Yes. Yes.
Oh God, that's
Single
funny.
All the Way is the best movie of the century. Terminator 2.
If you take a look at the Rock, Dwayne Johnson, the movie actor and the former, WWE so-called superstar, he has always denied taking steroids. He says he took them when he was 18. They didn't do anything to his body, and so he's never taken them ever again. And you just look at him now; he's just completely juiced up. And yeah, I don't know what it is with these individuals. They'll admit to murder before they admit to taking steroids, and that's the reason why. Because you always get caught out. You might as well just be open and honest.
Thank you.
My name is Ted Bundy. I never did steroids, though. I killed everybody. I've murdered all those people. I'll admit to that. But steroids, no, I never did that.
There was 2 individuals going back in 2014. Back in the year 2014, there was 2 individuals that would frequent the gym I was attending to before I got
Benny
knocked
and
out.
Barney Hill.
Go on. Yes.
Oh god, yes. Yeah, with these 2 individuals, they would always, one moment they'll come in scrawny, skinny as anything, and then all of a sudden, a few months later, they were completely juiced up.
Jesus.
And I would say to them, "You're on steroids," and they'll say, "No, we're not. We're natural. We eat granola and mutant mats. We eat these, and this is what's getting us these gains." And I'll be like, I exposed them. I completely exposed them. I even got into a heated argument on Facebook, on social media. I exposed them, and I end up having the family, make threats against me. I was like, I'm just telling the truth.
Oh my god.
I remember that so well, and it's all documented. I have actually the screenshots from that, because these were people that were, obviously on juice. They were obviously taking steroids, but they were very, very persistent to telling people and making their voice heard that they were natural. I mean, when people go around saying they're natural, they're not natural. It's the ones that voice it. They are the ones. If, like for me, for example, I'll go around and people say, "Well, you've put on some size." Yes, because I'm doing this, this, and this, X, Y, and Z. I'm eating, dieting, training, and taking steroids. And then people come along and say, "I'm natural." Whoa, you guys are big.
I'm naturally taking steroids.
What is that?
Yeah.
Nowadays? I said, what is natural nowadays? Because every one of those supplements you're putting into your body is not natural. So anyway, that was like a personal experience. And they were trembling. Like when you would say to them face to the gym, "No, you're on steroids. You're clearly lying to me." Their eyes would just shake and their hands would tremble, and that they were like their soul was shattering inside.
Oh my god! His bicep vein turned into an actual entity.
And I knew that was bloody I knew they were experiencing roid rage. When I was saying that, I knew they were experiencing roid rage at that point in time. I knew there was.
This was extreme roid rage. This guy's vein just was popping out of his bicep, and it was sort of like his unconscious or his ego or something just really wanted to wring my neck,
that's what it comes down to. Oh my god, I'm just so glad you were able to avoid violence. And now was this like a male and female couple, or what?
Oh, it was 2 guys.
2 guys, okay.
And they were trained together. Yeah, they were both injecting each other. So one was pulling down his pants, one was injecting the glue, and then they'll reverse it. And I knew exactly what they were doing because they would do it before they entered the gym.
Ooh, are they gay?
Wow.
No,
they weren't, and now they're not friends anymore. I don't think they completely. One blamed the other for destroying his reputation because essentially he worked in the pharmaceutical industry and he was afraid of getting caught because he was doing stuff that was completely illegal. Well, it was against company policy, so it detrimented his career. So that was the reason. Well, I don't believe it was anything to do with that. These guys are so insecure, and they don't want people to know they're on steroids. They want people to believe they can do this naturally. It's something in that. It's that lack of self-esteem that people portray themselves as they're achieving something without having any, without any advancement or push, because it's an edge. That's what it gives you. You want to achieve that sort of physique naturally. It's unnatural. Our bodies are not designed to have that amount of mass or amount of muscle because it's energy. It's energy it doesn't want to use up because the body wants to be as lazy as possible. It wants to use up as less energy as it can. But this is the reason why people do steroids, so they can achieve that look. And it's so obvious. The look is obvious. But
it's like that Liver King, whatever.
The Liver King is the most famous, latest one. But most people, if you look at them and they tell you they're natural, they're not natural. 100% of the time.
Someone told me you gotta check this Liver King. I'm like, I already know Douglas. I know the Liver King. Or is that the Lizard King? No, but do you know the Liver King? Explain who the Liver King is, George, real quick.
Yeah, explain it to our listeners.
Well, I wouldn't know to call him, the term enigma or phenom.
Yeah.
This online social media, so-called quote unquote influencer. He's an influencer, and he sort of what he promotes is this. I'm trying to think of the he called. I think.
Well, I mean, he's not promoting it anymore. He's not promoting it anymore, is he? Because he's been outed, right?
No. No, he still is.
Maybe he's reduced his dosages.
Oh.
He's reduced his dosages of testosterone and what was it? Anavar and Trembolone and all these other performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah, but he'll just put
Deca.
He's cow's liver in the blender with balls and bull's testicles. And,
yes, that's all he'll do. Liver, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And he'll blend it up with some almond milk.
Yeah, something like
if
that.
If you're lucky.
Yeah.
And then
you might as well just have
full
cow's milk. Yeah, it's just it's just
this is all he does. He goes in the grocery stores and does this.
He was claiming natural. He was claiming natural until this individual
outed him,
exposed him.
Right,
exactly.
Someone who was affiliated with him. He was formerly affiliated with him, right? Yes, go on.
Yeah, his private emails, he was asking him questions about his diuretics, about what to take and these supplements, and he basically exposed him online. So then it it outs him. He was literally that was it. Yeah, that was the end of his his reign of disinformation.
Well, but apparently he's still into disinformation. He's still spreading disfo about. Yeah. Oh.
King's reign has ended. Yeah.
Just
long live the king. Yeah.
There are people who are so naive. If you go to any store, if you go to any supermarket or any store, and you see the label and it says protein or 20% protein or 25%, whatever it is, that's all a big fat lie. That it's just marketing, advertisement to make the consumer purchase a product because they think it's healthy for them. And that, when it says protein on it, or it says 20%, it's the same as the Liver King saying he's natural. It's no difference. It's no difference.
Yeah,
it's selling a lie. And that's true, unfortunately. If you want to be natural, you eat the natural organic products. You eat eggs, you eat ground beef, you eat chicken, you eat fish.
Correct.
You don't buy any products. And if you want to stay natural, then that's all you do. But if you want to look like the Liver King, then please jump on the
I saw this. One of my friends was eating these potato chips, and he's like, "Oh no, these are great because they're keto." I'm like, "Keto potato chips?" He's like, "Oh no, look, they have 10 grams of protein every serving or whatever, you know." And I'm like,
exactly.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, keto diet, carnivore diet. There's so many different variants of the bloody It's all laughable. We could always,
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, what would be wrong with the carnivore diet? I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong about that.
No, I wasn't. No, beg your pardon, please. Let me explain. There's actually nothing wrong. But I wasn't slating it in any way. I wasn't.
Got it.
With the carnivore diet, it is the one I am most conducive to. It's the one that I.
Thank you. And that young lady,
myself,
the young lady who's been on this show before, Victoria, is also a carnivore diet follower. So go on. Yes.
Yes. What I was alluding to was the fact that, like, the Liver King would promote the carnivore diet as this is what you need to do to achieve this physique level. And of course, he was not explaining that also you need all these other quote unquote supplements to also go with that to achieve that achievement. But the carnivore diet has its benefits. It certainly does have its it's the one that if I ever want to lose a bit of weight, it's the one I turn to, or essentially keto. It's a high fat, high protein diet, and that's the one that's most beneficial to humans. And I find it helps with my when I incorporate iodine into my diet, it makes my brain sharper, and so I prefer it. It makes you less fatigued, less lethargic, and you have more energy. And so that's the one I always recommend or promote to people to pursue. When it comes down to carbohydrates, they turn towards it converts to sugar majority of the time. And when, unfortunately, vegetarians and vegans, they promote the and I don't want to trigger anyone, but that they promote that as like a form of healthy lifestyle when they pursue that, and also a moral compass. They use use it as a moral.
They're very righteous. They're very righteous. Go on.
Righteous, yeah.
Militant and righteous. Go on. Yes. Yeah,
but predominantly it's all carbohydrates they're consuming, and they become very deficient in other natural vitamins and minerals that the body is, it needs to sustain itself, but it lacks of. So I think
it's a fatty vegan. They call them fatty vegans.
And it's the bad type of fat. It's not the healthy type
mozzarella
of fat
sticks all day, and they're like, "Oh,
yeah." Oh my god, could talk about it all day, every day. Do you know what? It's one of those interesting topics that when you discuss with people, there's always people on the opposite side of the fence, or they oppose something, or they will go into some form of. They will try to debate with you what's the most viable method, or what's the most viable diet. And I've had it for ages, and you know what? It's just let them continue with their devices, and then we'll see the end results. It's like I've had people trying to critique me on my methods. But sorry, continue, Brenda. Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, it's all individualized. Like
it has to be.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Because everybody has a different body type. Everyone has a different composition, and certain foods will what you consume will have different outcomes. So what you input, you have different results. And so not anyone can follow the same method or the same ladder. Not everyone can follow the same regime or same the same diet. You'll get different results for every person. But it's so true. It is individualized. It's unique to the one to yourselves. It's individual. It's unique to yourselves. And so there's obviously like a baseline, a basic protocol you can follow, but you're going to have to change it over time. Your body gets used to things and adapts to it as well. So you cannot follow the same.
There's so many variables.
There's so many variables. You can't follow the same regimen over and over again. You'll get different, you get different end results. So you have to switch things up.
And it's all about how much exercise you get as well, and a lot of things. How active you are.
Yes. And do you know what? I've made many, many mistakes, and the whole point is it's you learn from your own mistakes. But say, for instance, when you're training, and I realised I was well overtraining. Even though I was consuming steroids, which you can get away with it, but I was still overtraining because I was training 6 days a week.
Right.
And what me and Douglas have always said to people is that in order for you to sustain or maintain that physique, you have to be able to. It is a dedication. You have to be in that gym all the time.
You have to live there.
Gym rat.
Yes.
You have to live, breathe the gym. It's a lifestyle that you cannot. This is why I said earlier, people become very selfish and they get self-centered and they only think about themselves. They have to prioritize themselves over anybody else. And they're on like a regimen where they're like, I have to eat at this time, I have to eat this at this time, this. And it becomes very, very draining and consuming. Very, very. And that's something that, it was all right for me as a single man at one stage, but then, you can't. It's not sustainable.
It really isn't if you want to develop a social life. And this is part of the sacrifice that a person makes. If you're going to dedicate yourself to that bodybuilding, it's an art form. And as an artist, you are going to truly dedicate yourself to it like you would to a monastic lifestyle, like a religion, like a religious discipline. And it is something that you make sacrifices for. There's a price to be paid to be developed to that level. But the reward, if this is reward enough, there's several potential rewards, but the most immediate reward that you're definitely going to get is basically the envy of every man. The first thing every man comes up is, how do I get like that, bro? And it's like you're left with, well, you got to sacrifice pretty much everything else. I mean, and they don't want to hear that. They want to hear the magic pill. They want to hear Liver King. And by the way, so our lady Jennifer Hawkins has left a number of entries in the chat room explaining why she had to leave early. So I'll go over them in a few minutes. What I'm going to do now is take a short break. I finished my Coke. I've got to rinse the taste of that malted battery acid out of my mouth. Otherwise, it feels like it's eating my porcelain away off my teeth. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. You guys are doing great. Handle this and continue this line of conversation. I'll be back soon enough. I do want people to know that, I love Brendan Zogit dearly, but he's definitely a very militant vegan. He's very righteous about it. And yet he had a pet cat, and cats are pure carnivores. And so this is something that, people realize that animals have to do this, and he kind of forgives me, quote unquote, because I'm a vampire. And so he he kind of forgives my tendency towards carnivorous diet. And but he's like pretty almost offended at anyone else eating meat. It's I think it's a little extreme, and I am convinced that in his case he's supplementing like mad. So with Brendan Zogit, he's taking a lot of supplements. So but for many vegetarians or vegans, there really is, if you're not supplementing aggressively, you're not going to be getting in a lot of things you would get if you ate meat. And I'm very disturbed at this postmodern effort to try and phase out meat with the climate crisis as the excuse. And they're trying to say, oh, we got to stop eating meat because it's and what they're doing is they're depriving all of the impoverished of a necessary food source. Now, granted, the poorer you are, the less meat most of these nations eat anyway, but it's like it's only as nations progress in economy that they get more and more meat. And that was the case with Japan and China. Once their economies became world-class economies, they both went carnivorous. So it's Brandon, help us out here, okay? Tell us how they're going to deprive children of meat, and it's going to make us all stupid. I'll be back soon, okay?
You're right, Doug.
All right,
right.
Thank you, Aristides. Aristides, help us too. Go on.
No, absolutely. And I like Brendan a whole lot. Yeah. Even though he's like that, he is a vegan that the one vegan I do like because he knows how to do it. Unlike what I'll call processed food vegans.
Thank you.
Which I actually loathe, and I've seen that do bad things to people, and so.
Thank you. No, I mean, is there any example? I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in a few minutes. But in the meantime, don't be afraid to share any personal examples you know of where somebody became sick doing this.
Not sick, but just not healthy. You could just, you look at somebody's body and even as far as like gaining a lot of weight, you figure you're only eating plant food. Why do you have a lot of weight on you? That's just That's counterintuitive. What are you really eating? And it ends up being a bunch of just horrible, convenience food and stuff, and all these gimmick brands that say, "Oh, it's vegan." And it's vegan garbage. Yeah, it's vegan, and they'll buy anything that says vegan. They're just like, "Oh, it's vegan. It's okay. It's vegan. It's okay." And it's just like,
Yes. And just think about what I was saying earlier, when it comes down to the actual products themselves, the labels, this false advertisement of, oh, this is protein, or this contains this amount of protein in it.
Right.
And that's what you mentioned about the processed foods that they eat.
Right.
So they eat these products with these labels. So it's all written on these packages, and it tells you that this is completely animal free. And so, but you don't look at the ingredients, what goes into that.
No.
It's a processed food, which clogs up, the detrimental effect of it is it will clog up your arteries. And it's all the things that are very non-conducive to the sustainability of a healthy, functional body.
That's true.
Yeah.
Um,
I was gonna say. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, continue. No, thank you.
Oh, just really quickly. It's just like I think some of these like vegan, quote unquote, like alternatives, like tofurkey and all that's right. It's ground up insect protein, so it's like a lot of insects.
That'll be the next thing. That's the next thing they're trying to come out with. They're trying to convince everybody to eat bugs. So I hope you like
Well,
eating.
it's like I said,
yes,
it's like a source of protein, and if they grind them up into a paste, how are you supposed to know what's in that chicken nugget? There's a vegan chicken nugget. So what are they? Oh wow, 10 grams of protein.
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh, guess what? No, it's already here. Like
yeah.
I'll
say that. I mean, I do dislike cruel factory farming. I wish we lived in a world where we could support like local farmers more, which they've done everything to ruin. So,
yeah, no, absolutely. But I remember I was in a relationship with a girl going back several years ago, and she was doing nutrition at university in England, and I remember they were telling us. I attended this semanar, and they were basically explaining that the future of protein sources, it won't be from these, from like producing meat per se, these farms that would that would.
Oh, they're going to grow the meat too. Now they're going to grow the meat in tanks too.
Yes,
which I'm sure will be executed very responsibly, no doubt.
Yes, no, exactly. And but yeah, they were just bringing up that they are going to result to the alternative is they're going to be using like things like grasshoppers, locusts, insects, grinding them down for the future alternative to the alternative to mass because as you said, there's industrial version of farming where it's mass slaughter or mass. As opposed to local farming, which is more humane and more the animals themselves has a more happier lifestyle, a more happier life as opposed to being congested, as opposed to being force fed, and then also injected with all these hormones as well. So yeah, they refrain from that. But yeah, that was, I remember listening to this lecturer, this university lecturer, giving that speech that they're going to result to using insects in the future. I've still not seen that introduced yet. But they're certainly talking about it. It's not been introduced in the UK yet.
Not
but
in the UK,
probably
maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
Other places, Asia, you can get
certainly in yes.
You can get ants on a stick. You can get grasshopper.
Oh yeah, in Asia, and by this, just so people understand, we're not talking Japan, okay? We're talking we're talking Southeast Asia, basically Indochina, and you go anywhere in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. You go to mostly these areas. Now, granted, when you go to Japan, you're already going to get dietary styles that people were introduced to fairly recently in history, and then they learned to accept them. They learned to accept Japanese sushi and sashimi, which before World War II, Americans would have found that as inedible as Japanese found meat. And but everything really changed with World War II, and of course I would say the Japanese victory. But when it comes to the Korea, there's still stuff like in Korea that people would not that people would just find disgusting, and I enjoy. I love Korean food, but there's like these penis worms that penis sea worms. We could look this up. penis sea worms cuisine Korea, and I'll put up a link for people because I love this shit myself. But people would say, "Oh God, that's disgusting." But they here we are. So I'm gonna give people the link here. And I'm going to put this both here in text and then in the chat room so everybody can gross out over it. But I love this shit myself. But, then by the time you get to Southeast Asia, people are eating bugs. And so when it comes to the bugs, I would not mind them as a snack. Now, I've looked up the crickets. They sell like big jars full of crickets that they flavor with all kinds of spices and shit, and they look intriguing to me. I'd like to chow down on them, see how they taste, but V refuses to order them for me. And, so other than that, I would say that let me see if I can enter. I can't seem to enter this link into the chat room. I can enter it into the text, but not the chat room. And Acid Kick 96 may have found it already. But anyhow, people, all you need to look up is penis sea worms cuisine Korea. And
I remember, Douglas. Sorry. I remember an article saying that. Oh my God, penises are washed up on the beach shore, and all of them were going crazy. And it wasn't. It was these sea worms, these penis sea worms.
Yes.
That being washed up.
Yes,
So,
that was when I was on Facebook. That was on Facebook where I was talking to a lady who was totally grossed out that anyone would eat these things, and they're actually they're exquisite. They're exquisite, really. With bugs, what's going on right now that what Aristides and Brandon and George were talking about is the fact that there's something subversive going on in the West, and it's subversive in the sense that it's paired with this campaign where they're trying to get us all to stop eating beef, and in particular, and now they're trying to introduce like bug hamburgers and shit. So it's like just disgusting. I mean, no, I don't want a hamburger made out of crickets. I would gladly eat crickets as a crispy snack, where I know what they are, and they look like crickets, and they're just crunchy, crispy, and they're kind of like, you're just snacking. It's like popcorn. But I do not want a hamburger made out of insect protein. It's just, that's not
what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And this is what they're trying to reduce us to. This is Snowpiercer.
That's your Beyond Burger. That's your Beyond Meat.
Thank you. Disgusting.
Team Package does that.
Yes. Thank you. Who does that?
I think Burger King started it. Beyond Burger.
Oh, shit. Disgusting.
But it's everywhere now. You can always get like a Beyond, option.
Fuck, they can keep it. They can have it. I would die first. And what was it? So with I mean it's not that it's even repulsive. Obviously, if this is what people had and it's like this is what we've got, yeah, I would take that. But it's what I resent. I resent them trying to push this new diet on us without and it seems to be for no goddamn good reason other than they say, oh well, it's climate change, and they say the cattle's causing all this climate change. No, it's not the cattle, it's the fucking fossil fuels. You dumb shit. It's like thank you.
They try to accuse that the methane levels they are compensating for an enough methane that's being emitted into the back into the atmosphere, and it's causing the carbon. Right. It's a massive carbon footprint.
That's insanity. And you know what these people? You can look this up. You can look this up. You can look this up. There's this attempt to say that the dinosaurs went extinct because they all suffocated on their own farts. They're trying to say that the dinosaurs had produced all this methane.
Gaseous extracts.
Yes.
Gaseous extracts.
Thank you. Madness.
Yeah. It's all this benevolent instance. They don't want to say cow farts, or they don't want to say it because they know they'll sound ridiculous saying that.
Thank you.
It is ridiculous.
Thank you.
It adds very little
to in comparison with like, say, oh, the burning of coal.
Yes, yes, industrial level output of burning byproducts. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
This is Snowpiercer shit. That's what I was gonna say.
Car's fine.
Yeah. By the way, have you all seen Snowpiercer? There's the Snowpiercer. They're all eating roaches. They're all eating roaches in the back. Yeah. That's what they're trying to reduce us to. This is Snowpiercer.
That's Willy Wonka. That's Willy Wonka.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes. The man who that's the concept is Snowpiercer is the Willy Wonka concept. He's looking for someone to take over, and but then it's the horror of the of the Snowpiercer film was there was no point to its ending because the two girls that survived, it's like they're not going to survive. It's like, the train crashes. There may have been a few cars that survived with maybe some people in them, but unless there were, certainly those two girls are not going to survive. And it's like, what was the point of that film? It was like, so, the guy who played Captain America is playing the hero, but he dies in that film. So it's not like he recovers, so it's like, what's the point of the film? It's like there's no point to that film. And when I talked to my gang brother Beaver about it, he said, I guess the message is we've got to make certain we never get to that point where we're at that point.
But where we have two women fighting over the world.
Yes.
That's surely to be a disaster.
Yes, that's right. And no chocolate to calm them down.
That's right.
So yes, by all means, gentlemen, continue with your own thoughts on this. Obviously, you've got them trying to somehow steer us off of meat, but what is their intent? What is their conspiratorial purpose? What do they get out of this? I mean, meat is an industry. It is such a powerful industry that they were able to shut Oprah up. They shut Oprah fucking up. So how is it that, what are they trying to do by destroying the meat industry? What are these people going to gain? What do they get out of this?
They want to keep you weak so you can't fight back.
That's got to be it. And by the way, for those of you who just don't get it, take a look at your teeth. We have the teeth up.
I was going to make that, Douglas.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. I was just going to say the teeth is the obvious, that's the obvious clue in this.
Yes.
Because we are designed to be omnivores. We are designed to eat meat as well as grind down vegetables. Our teeth are that's part of our anatomy. It's the evidence that we are designed to eat meat. It's our purpose to eat meat.
Thank you.
We have canines, our teeth, and incisors, which are designed to literally incinerate meat, to cut down, and our molars are designed to grind it, to break the product down. So it's evident. That's what I was going to say, Douglas, but please continue.
Oh no, you said it all. I mean, that's it. I mean, what mankind is mankind is an omnivorous ape. That's what mankind is. So he's meant to eat everything. This is how we fucking evolved. Why we're and why we're kind of on shall we say, why we're able to impact our environment so incredibly. We're able to, or rather, man is able to. I'm not quite human myself, but man in general is able to impact their environment because they're able to eat everything and anything. But for this reason, the one thing we have noticed is obviously the wealthier people get, and I think the most evident examples of this are Japan and China. As soon as they get to a new level of economic development, they turn carnivore really quick. So obviously, it's a sign of success. It's a sign of success when you're able to afford meat. Then you
eat Wagyu.
Yeah, you grow.
Japan, Sorry.
No. Say it again. I mean, I didn't quite hear what you said.
Yes, Wagyu is quite an expensive delicacy. It's an expensive cut of beef, and it's very extravagant and expensive in Japan. Over here, Douglas, we have it in our stores, and you're looking at I think it was about 8 ounces, 27 pounds English sterling, just for an 8 ounce. Cut of Wagyu meat, Wagyu steak, and this is this is a Japanese delicacy. It's a cut of beef, which is it's the rind and the fat is so fine. It's what creates that delicious taste, because when it's being seared on the pan, it releases the juicy fats, and it's so delicious, so tender as well. But yeah, this is in Japan it is expensive. You're looking at hundreds. You're spending, the expenditure is really extortionate in Japan if you eat this. But thank you, Douglas. Please continue. That's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah, definitely. It's an important point, and it's well taken. But it goes to show that as cultures get wealthy, then they turn towards meat, and it goes to show that it's a sign of success. And by this I mean at literally the animal level. It's a sign of success at the animal level, where you are now able to get meat, and then you take it. You take that opportunity. Of course, the difference between all these places is their meat is so expensive because they don't have the land to munch these herds on adequate grazing grounds, so they have to buy their meat elsewhere. Japan, they do produce their own cattle, but their land is limited enough where the expense is astronomical. But that being said, with the British beef, obviously there were problems that occurred with just a very old industry dealing with not enough land, and then they cut all the corners to feed the cattle that they had, and so that became a real issue. I mean, how do you feel about British beef these days? Do you feel safe eating it? Your family eating it?
Douglas, I remember foot and mouth. I remember the prions.
Yeah.
I remember that epidemic in Britain as a child, where you couldn't. They literally, you would go to McDonald's and like, sorry, burgers are not on the menu at this moment. I remember that, and that was a product of that was the result, a byproduct of the of cutting corners from that beef industry. And so they are predominantly imported. The meat is imported, and it predominantly sourced from Europe, where there's far more land to graze the cattle. In Britain, it's obviously it's an island, an isolated island, but there's very little land comparatively speaking to most places in Europe, and certainly the United States. That's why beef in the United States is a lot cheaper to purchase, because the amount of land that there is available. So yeah, I remember the foot and mouth, and that's something we know quite a bit about. And the only way to destroy it is by burying it, because it cannot be destroyed. Yes. That is the only way you can get rid of this disease, this horrible, and it's, what would you call it? It's like it's on the level of like a true environmental catastrophe. It's I'm trying to think the word for it, but it is on such a high level. Prions, the only way you can't incinerate it. It cannot be destroyed. The only way to dispose of it is by burying prions, burying it. So the cows were being buried en masse. The only way to dispose of it, and so there's no other way. There's no what's the word? There's no strategy or there's no solution to it to get rid of it. You can't. You can't.
I'll tell you what though.
Yes.
George, a prion hamburger. Prion ribeye.
Yeah. Yes, and obviously evidence that this results to Alzheimer's or dementia later on. It's a true and what's the word, Douglas? It's a true form of it's a true form of family. I
made the analogy before that this is similar to like a magical curse, a familial curse. Yes. But this is with specific cases of the prion disease that are jumping generations within the same family bloodline. With the prions, of course, that you would get with that we associate with the TSEs, or the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, meaning the basically the brain diseases where the brain becomes vacuolized, spongiform, and encephalopathy, disease of the brain. Of course, transmissible means it'll cross species, jumping from one mammal to another. Cows are, of course, mammals like we are. Basically, what's happening is that Well, this is basically a zombie disease, and so we are at the level of it's borders on the supernatural. We truly do not understand prions to the degree where we have a solution, and certainly we have to consider. I have said before, where I think the only solution is molecular disassembly in a nuclear furnace when it comes to prions, because otherwise you cannot kill them. So the only thing I could think of is molecular disassembly, but then we would have to watch where the waste product would go. I don't think the waste product at the molecular or submolecular level would necessarily be a contaminant, but obviously you would want to be careful. And but when it comes to the prions, everything that George said is true. They literally, because they're not really alive, you can't kill them, not in any conventional sense. So it's they are this true form of unlife. They are what you would call unlife. It's not undead, but it's something just as bad. So unlife is that it certainly twists people, and certainly the Alzheimer's and the dementia. This is all bad enough, but obviously I've told people how it can get worse. And I've told people about the fact that there are ways that this can actually be triggered instantaneously, and this is through the neutron bomb and the kind of radioactive effect that it has. Basically, it's the pulsation effect of its explosion, what it does to carbon and carbon units, so to speak, living things. So it's all very alarming, and as I've said before, the only nation in the world that maintains a neutron arsenal is Israel, and this is something that again adds to the alarming nature of Israel's existence, the way they act. I'll certainly get into that in monologue. It goes without saying. And by all means, gentlemen, do continue with what you're saying first. I mean, go on with some of these subjects that are important. I mean, so this is the only reason I could think of that they might be trying to get rid of cattle. It could be that they're trying to get us all off of meat because they might be perhaps they foresee a massive prion plague, and that might be the reason they're trying to get everybody onto vegetables. That would make far more sense to me than this climate bullshit that they're pushing concerning meat.
Well, but that would assume they have your best interest.
Yeah, they care about us?
No. That would assume.
Save you from the cows that might kill you.
No. That would mean they care about themselves because they don't want a plague of fucking zombies on their hand, or a bunch of people coming down with Alzheimer's and TSEs. I mean, that would make sense. I mean, who needs a labor force that's spazzing out and chewing their own face off? That's what I'm thinking. That would, at least that self-interest makes some sense. But men, carry on. I mean, whatever else comes to your mind about this.
Well, I mean, they could have the surface area of the Earth, and then us can we the elites and the rest of us can go underneath.
Well, that's what George has been saying all these years, is that this is what...
Finally, I'll meet with James Caswell, my mentor and savior, who has been waiting for me with Xenu and the rest of them underground. My family, essentially. And so that will come. No, but, I mean, I think there are underground sort of things where I think that is a possibility that the cows... they might be hinting at a food source plague. I'm not saying it because the avian flu happens all the time. Chickens. Why wouldn't there be a beef? All of a sudden, a beef shortage due to a virus. Again, we've seen how everything shut down due to the recent virus. Why not suspect that would happen with cattle?
Yeah. Okay. And respond, please. There.
Anyone?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't. somehow I don't worry about prions. That's why they're trying to do all that.
Okay.
I'm, they could potentially get very scary, but I mean, as far as meat goes, like, and is there a way to like test for them? Like, or like, how would all of a sudden all the meat be contaminated unless it was some artifact of the industrialized food, system? Which, again, if we just had more local farmers, you just went down the road to your local farmer and got, would they be less susceptible to that?
I think so. Yes, because they're not.
Like these things. I mean, there was a whole prion thing. What was it with the British beef, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So just don't do that. Do the opposite of that. Whatever caused that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And what caused that was basically the British killed their local farmers and tried to globalize their entire supply chain of meat by industrializing all of their processing of meat, their processing of cattle, and this is ultimately what led to that was the death of the local farming in England.
What was it? They fed them, or they ground up like bones from the animals and fed it back to the animals or something like that?
Oh, worse yet, they were getting human bone meal from India because India was just taking, a bunch of its skeletons that were not... all skeletons come by international agreement of the United Nations. All skeletons come from India for medical display. And but everybody demands perfect teeth on their skeletons, which, as you know, very few of us die with a set of perfect teeth in our mouths.
Yeah.
But in India, with over 1 billion people, they have these skeleton farms where, plenty of people die young before they develop any real dental problems. So then they sell these skeletons and skulls to medical and dental facilities. And then what happens is all the rejects, they grind into bone meal. And a lot of this was sold to the British, and then that's what fucked everybody up. It was basically the cows eating this shit. Was then the humans ate it. It was all a form of cannibalism that caused the down calls, and then cows, and then the people. Yeah, all because go on.
Isn't that just like quintessentially British? They like literally fed their animals ground up Indian bones.
yeah. That's pretty.
No offense to George at all. I mean, we're talking
about bone marrow. They do this. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even my brother, who was breeding canaries, he was feeding them bone marrow.
Holy shit!
The same thing. He was doing the exact same thing. Yes.
Holy shit!
This is true. This is what they do in here. Yes, I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the just to read an abstract, Douglas, foot and mouth disease is a highly contagious viral disease of cloven hoof animals. It does not have human health significance. Mad cow's disease, technically known as BSE, bovine spongiform, and this final word I can't pronounce correctly. It's encephalopathy.
Encephalopathy. Yeah. So just think, encephalos means brain, and pathy, like pathology, means disease. So go on.
Yes, it's believed to be caused by a protein called it's believed to be caused by a protein called a prion, and affects the central nervous system of cattle. And that's just taken from an abstract about mad cow's disease. But yeah, the end result, I remember in Britain, it was on the news. It was, well, we have to bury them. We're burying all these cows in Britain, and that was from the epidemic. It was in the 90s. I believe that was in the 90s.
Yes, early 90s.
When that broke out. Yes, I remember that very well. Because I was like, oh, can't eat beef.
Yeah.
And it was on the news fallaciously. It was continuous. But yeah, no, thank you, Douglas.
Where did they bury the cows?
Yeah, where did they bury them?
That's I'll have a look at foot and mouth disease. I'll just quickly have a look at it up because I don't remember. I could just remember seeing all the news broadcasts about it. Foot and mouth disease in the UK. I'll just take a look, and as soon as I find it, I'll bring it up.
Thank you. I was just wondering where they buried all those cows.
Yes, it's a very important point. Yeah.
I mean, was it Westminster Abbey? Was it?
Number 10 Downing Street. Yeah, that's
number 10 Downing Street.
Oh my God, 2001 United Kingdom. I've just looked at these images. They're like mass graves where they're incinerating the bodies. Oh my God. The outbreak of
cows.
maladies in the UK, United Kingdom in 2001 caused a crisis in British agriculture and tourism. The epizootic, which is the term they use, saw 2,000
epizootic. Yeah.
Yeah, epizootic.
Meaning that. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Yes, saw 2,000 cases of the disease in farms across most of the British countryside. Over 6 million cows and sheep were killed in an eventually successful attempt to halt the disease. And you just take a look at the images. It's just, it's like you're looking at I was going to say, it just resembles Baviar. It just remembers
the massive killing fields of Cambodia or something. Yeah.
Yes.
If you take links for the chat room as well as our text box here will be helpful. Yes, a link of the images, yeah. Well, like I did with the penis. The penis fish. Yeah. Wow. That I'm sure got everybody's appetite, everybody's lips, everybody's salivating over that shit. Yeah.
Yes.
And okay, so there we are. So there we are. Arcane Observer responded. Goddess bless her. She said, pleasure as always, all mine. At Douglas, wonderful woman. And Dylan West says, also, could you explain the origination of the Kings of Edom? I listened to your interview about H.P. Lovecraft and understand the entities you speak of, but have trouble finding info on Edom. Okay, thank you, Dylan West. I will basically let you know that it's a term, it means red. It means red, basically. Adam also means red. Edom and Adam, they're both essentially these words from very ancient Syriac, Akkadian, Hebraic, also that whole area of those Sumerian languages, and you have this kind of Assyrio or Syriac kind of cultural hearth. And so the languages all have a kind of similarity, these Semitic languages that ultimately branched out up towards the Caucasus Mountains of the dividing line between Europe and Asia. I remember one time this Russian idiot was writing me, the dividing line between Europe and Asia is the Ural Mountains. And I said, yes, that's one dividing line. The other is the Caucasus Mountains. It's not like, there's only one. But this is how stupid people can be. It's like he was an example of Soviet education. But when it comes to the Edom, it means red soil. Adam, of course, meant he was ruddy, red in the face, with that blush in the face. When I was explaining this one time and I was talking to Sean Bond, George Knight pointed out that Sean Bond's face was just blistering red from whatever he was drinking, which was quite a bit, apparently, while he was speaking to me. And yes, Caucasoid people blush. As opposed to other ethnicities. They have blood in the face, they have blush, and that's why they were referred to as ruddy or red. Adam, they can turn red in the face. They can redden. Yes. So Adam had that, and Edom refers to the red soil of Edom, which was a nation south of Israel, south and west, and it was, or south and east, and it was a enemy state of Israel. But it became affiliated with the anti-gods. It became affiliated with them because of Arad, as he secretly worshipped them. And of course, he was out to kill your God if you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, Arad is truly an antichrist figure. He is a man who was not true Israeli. He was placed into power by the Romans and a kind of Jewish corruption at that time. And then the most corrupt of the Jews accepted him as their leader, and it's gone downhill ever since. So when it comes to Arad, that's the correct pronunciation of his name. Americans would say Herod. As Aristides can attest, the Greek language, the H is silent. But when it comes to Arad and his evils, this is how they began to identify the anti-gods as the kings of Edom. So here we are. I'm looking at this link, 2001 United Kingdom Foot and Mouth. Yes, this is This is apocalyptic stuff here. So, did you also put this inside of the chat room? Don't be afraid to do that, please.
No, Douglas. If I can do that as well, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it is Wikipedia, but it does the job in this case. Yeah. Yeah. Just so everyone knows, I try to avoid Wikipedia wherever possible, but
we do. Yes.
It's okay. It does.
Obvious reasons.
Yeah. And look at that. It's pretty nasty shit. And but I do notice that they're burning them, which is kind of odd to me.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess that's just so the ashes will settle. They must be. Yeah, they must be hoping the wind's not going to blow that, and I guess they figure the wind's not strong enough at that time to blow that around. And
the equivalent of asbestos, yes. Yes. Being blown in the wind.
Yeah, but
thank you, Doug. I was going to say also, it's the other term to use as well as Edomic or Edomite is Herodian.
Yes.
The assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. He was killed by a Herodian that wanted to because Franz Ferdinand was the rightful heir to the kingdomship of Austria-Hungary, and his assassin was Herodian. He was a worshipper of the kings of Edom.
Yes.
And that was just something I wanted to just input also, Douglas. The other term would be Herodian. Herodes Magnus, the king of Judea, who's the man who called for the killing of every infant male child under the age of 2 in Jerusalem. The mass baby killer. Because he was convinced, he knew that he was the true heir of the Davidian line.
He knew that Christ was the true heir. Yes, go on.
Yes, of the house of David. So it's that's the other. I just wanted to input that as well, Douglas. That's the other term to use is Herodian, and also
very important point, and also emphasize that when this individual killed Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and his name's escaping me at the moment. Do you remember his name? But he was basically described to him how World War I was apocalyptic. I mean, by doing this individual unleashed an apocalypse upon the world. This was so he has heirs, like a cult that is basically descendants of his family that are determined to, at some point, assassinate someone of equal importance that will generate yet another world war. And just so people understand this, before World War II really got going in Europe in 1937, the king of Yugoslavia, along with the French ambassador, was assassinated. And they were both assassinated in, I believe it was in Paris that this assassination took place, or maybe...
Gavrilo Princip was his name. Sorry.
Oh, go on. No, go on.
Yeah, Franz Ferdinand was assassinated by Gavrilo Princip.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And thank you. No, very important point. Very important point. And
I will be listening, you guys. I love you very much. I must go.
We love you too. Stay safe and be well. And Kelsey, do bring her back on, okay?
Oh, she's okay. Sometime.
Okay.
She's asleep right now, but yeah.
Understood. Yes. Thank you. All right. Hugs.
Good night.
All right. Bye. And that's Brandon Young and Gavrilo Princip. Thank you, Gavrilo Princip. That was the name of the man who killed Franz Ferdinand, and he was Serbian. He was ethnically Serbian. Yes. And what happened was the assassination of King Alexander of Yugoslavia. He was assassinated by a Croatian, Alexander Karađorđević of Yugoslavia in 1934. So basically, the individual was another Herodian, but he was Croatian. But he had infiltrated the Ustashi, the Hrvatski or Croatian movement for independence. And so this was the first assassination captured on live action film, like the Hindenburg, that made it a first and very important. And it was also the most censored and unavailable film after that point. They just basically scrubbed it. You can find bits and pieces of it, but almost nobody has a whole part of that footage that was taken. So the individual who shot him was Wdy121323, and another Herodian. And so that means that in World War I, a Herodian shot Franz Ferdinand, and that launched a major war in Europe in 1934. A Herodian shot King Alexander Karageorgevich I, along with Louis Barthot, the French foreign minister. And this is one of the first shots fired of World War II in the in terms of engagement, violent engagement. You could also consider the other shot fired was by another Herodian, and that was the young Jewish boy Theodor Herzl, who shot the German ambassador in Paris. And so...
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yes. So both of these started World War II, and these were both Herodian assassinations. So the Herodian cult has been phenomenally pivotal in history in terms of taking down important people and precipitating major actions. In the case of World War II, you had two wars. In Europe, you had a two-front war. There was, of course, the conventional war, which was essentially started in the proactive prosecution of hostilities by the assassination of the French foreign minister and the king of Yugoslavia. And you had the Holocaust, which was started by the shots fired by Theodor Herzl against the German ambassador, and this in Paris. And this was what led to Kristallnacht. The immediate response was Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, and the shattering of many Jewish shops and their windows of display, their display windows, and many Jewish men being arrested and sent to concentration camps because of the response to this assassination. So this is, if people truly knew this history, this is history that's never taught in schools. Everybody learns about the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. Nobody learns about these assassinations in World War II. Why? Because this would bring us back to the kings of Edom. And so the Herodian cult.
Who were the other ones you're talking about? For the second one?
Oh, sure. Theodor Herzl, and let's look up now. Can you give us the name of the German ambassador?
Yeah, it was Herzl Grunspan. He was the man. He was a young Jewish. I believe he was Polish by ethnicity, and he had a romantic relationship. He was a homosexual, which is something that most conventional historians would disregard. They would deny this. They had a homosexual relationship with the diplomat in Paris, and he assassinated him, which resulted in the night of Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. Upon his assassination, this is what initiated anti-Jewish pogroms throughout Germany. And as Douglas elaborated, this was the destruction of shop windows, and this was a campaign, and this was the man. And there's a book written on Herzl Grunspan, the boy who started World War II, and that's the title of the book. He had a homosexual relationship with the diplomat in Paris, and he assassinated him. He walked in and he shot him. And so this is something that
no, thank you. By all means, I just want you to keep continuing because I had his name wrong. I kept saying Theodor Herzl because I'm thinking of the guy who started.
That's what threw me off. I was like, what?
Yeah,
I heard that.
Yeah,
wow, I didn't know he did that.
It's Herzl Greenspan. Yeah,
he was bad enough. I'm like,
thank you.
He may as well have.
Yes.
No, absolutely. Theodor Herzl he started many things.
None of them any good. None of them
positive. Oh my God, Douglas, that just brings to mind what I was reviewing some of Piers Morgan's, because he continuously, inflatiously keeps pumping interviews about Israel and Palestine, and the speaker that came on the show, he was bringing up the definition of a jihad, and they had on Douglas Murray, who came on afterwards and just said there is no positive with jihad, the term jihad, which means, in definition, it can mean an outer struggle or an internal struggle. And the Muslim who was on the show, he was alluding to it being positive, but Douglas Murray came on and said there is no positive. But the equivalence to a jihad, as opposed to also a Christian crusade, is the term Holocaust, and there is no positive equivalence to a Holocaust as there is opposed to a jihad or a jihad campaign or a Christian crusade campaign. There is negative and positives in both of these. It's duality. There is polar opposites. But with a Holocaust, there is no positive with that. But this is the latest that I've noticed, that they are trying to claim that a jihad there is no positive with that, and this is something that is not included in which is not taught in the curricula level. It's not, people are unaware of this. It's the same with the term Semitic, the term anti-Semitic. Semitic peoples encompasses Arabic speaking people as well as Sephardim speaking Hebrew speaking Jews, which were both people of the desert. And so I just wanted to share that, Douglas. That's something else I've noted with the whole the current ongoing affairs that are going on, the crisis that's going on in the Middle East. They are promoting a jihad is all negative, and it isn't. As I learned from Douglas very early on when I first discovered him, it is there is a positive with that. But yeah, just like we were saying, Theodor Herzl started many things, and he is predominantly responsible for the Holocaust himself. What he started, the movement, the extremist militant movement that he started with Zionism. He was the man who who started that.
Since he came up accidentally, so he's huge. Obviously, I guess you could say he kind of started it. But what are the other big guys? Like who would you place up there with him? Like Jabotinsky or?
You mean like if we're talking about people who machinated the state of Israel and the Holocaust at a more
the big kings of Zionism, like who else besides him?
Oh, well, that's what Peter Moon and I are writing about in the book that we're writing, really. One of them would be that rabbi who misidentified the Hilozon, or the cuttlefish, as the source of the Techelet blue. That sounds incredibly obtuse to anybody who's listening who's not contextualized in the occult history of why this mattered so fucking much. But when it comes to just so people understand it, that rabbi who's I'd have to look through the chapters of my book to get his exact name. It's a name that I don't really recall consciously. One of the things that George Knight and I were emphasizing right now, and I put the links into both the chat and a text box, was, so one of these guys was Herschel, the boy who started World War II. So we've got links there for people to look at him. And he is what in the gay world would be called a smooth or hairless twink, meaning hairless like he shaves his body and looks very much like the feminine role in a relationship with a top man. And the top man in his relationship was Baron Ernst von Rath. And he was he was this Nazi diplomat in Paris who was ultimately shot by his lover, and this resulted, of course, in the Kristallnacht. But the other individual, let me look up Croatian, who shot King Alexander. Croatian who shot King Alexander would be the other man who launched World War II in his own right, who shot King Alexander. And let's see if we can even find him. Okay, so we've got Vlado Chernozemsky coming up, and I'll see if there's any images. And so I guess the best thing we can do is, some images are provided. And interestingly enough, they probably have scrubbed all photographs of this guy. So you're going to find things around him, Well, but not directly to him. I'm going to put this in the text box first, and then I'm going to put it in the chat. And so in terms of what these men did, these guys helped really get World War II going in Europe. So, and these were both part of a Herodian conspiracy that led to millions of deaths, just like with what happened in World War I. And so it's frightening. It's frightening when you think that there is a cult of people out there that sometimes takes action, and the actions that they take result in world-shattering global conflicts. So this is, when we speak of this threat from these cults, it's not to be taken lightly. I want people to understand just how serious the situation is. And so aside from that, aside from Theodor Herzl, there's obviously other big names in the Zionist movement, and I'll try to look up some of these guys in my files. But here's one. I'm sure I can put this here in. I know I sent you some memes recently to our friend George Knight. And who was that guy I sent you memes of, George? It was this other guy that was along these lines.
Yeah, sorry, I can't ascertain him at this moment on the Skype because I think it's via Skype, and I'm on the call, so I have to.
Okay, so here I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
No, it's Theodor Herzl again. It's Theodor Herzl. So it's so that was the latest memes I sent you, but there's others out there that were big names. Let me see. Okay, so let's look up Teklet Blue.
George brought up what was it, Jabotinsky before.
Jabotinsky, yes, yes. Yeah.
Yes, I dug up some shit he had written on PDF.
He's the most radicalized of them all. He is the most, in his literature, he was literally calling for the complete destruction of Germany and the Reich. He was calling for the complete destruction of it. And also the Palestinians, as well as Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is another Herodian who calls for the complete annihilation of the Palestinians.
Right.
He don't differentiate between Hamas and Palestinian. He refers to them all as Palestinian. Which is completely radicalized. It's completely off the charts. There is no excuse.
Yeah, well, Jabotinsky's scarier than Ben Shapiro. You know, he was actually probably a militant. Ben Shapiro just sits there and whines.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Your point's well taken. These are just spoiled ass elites. When it comes to people like that, yes. So all of you do continue with some of what you were saying.
Yes. He was. Yeah. There was a very famous, I should say. It's not really. It's a popular video of Ben Shapiro. He played the violin at a very young age, and there's a footage of him playing the theme song to Schindler's List. And the ironic thing about Schindler's List is the man who's playing the villain in that movie, it's the actor who played Lord Voldemort in the Harry Potter series. He played Eamon Goth, and I believe that's how you pronounce his name, Eamon Goth.
He played the Camp Commandant. The Camp Commandant. Yes.
Yeah, the Camp Commandant.
Who happened to have a black wife that they never brought up.
That's exactly it, Douglas. The irony of this, the convoluted irony of it, is that the man who's portraying, in reality, had a black wife, and there is you can see his descendants, the children, who've come out publicly and spoken of, yes, they are descendant of the Camp Commandant, the camp villain in the movie Schindler's List, and ironically has a black wife, and they are portrayed in the movie as being completely the most racist, pathologically racist people on earth. And the irony of that is the man who's playing the protagonist in the movie, Liam Neeson.
Yeah. Liam Neeson. Yeah, go on.
Yes. He came out publicly and spoke of, he went out with a kosh, which is like a nightstick, to deliberately kill anyone of black color.
Yes.
Anyone who is black.
Yeah.
So the man who's playing the good guy in the movie Schindler's List has publicly spoken and admitted that he went out deliberately to kill anyone who was black.
Yeah. I remember him saying that. He said that.
Yes.
He was open about this, public. Yes.
Yes. This you cannot get anything that's more asinine than this.
Thank you.
When the man who's playing the good guy in the movie, who's truly a racist, and the man who is, the villain, who's also coincidentally the man who plays Lord Voldemort, which is Michael Aquino in the Harry Potter series.
Yes, thank you.
Who is a metaphor to, yes.
He's a metaphor for Michael Aquino, yes.
Yes.
Just go on.
But he's playing the guy from the reality. He has got a black wife. That is just the nonsensical, like, convoluted situation. How ironic can you cannot get any more extreme than that. And it's truly, I have to laugh because it is just truly asinine when people will speak of this. They truly don't know anything. They truly don't know anything about history. It flips their whole. It's a paradigm shift. It warps everything. It's just, the whole. Douglas knows where I'm coming from, but I can't express it because it's just laughable.
It becomes after a while you're left at a loss for words. The ironies are just so rich. If you were in a, shall we say, a giving mood or a expansive mood where you're kind of just genuflecting and you're taking all of this in the best humor possible, you would say the ironies are rich, but mostly they're simply infuriating, and they're nothing to take lightly. I mean, they're basically sinister, and and you have these individuals that are going out there and bragging about, I was angry because something happened with
he witnessed a woman get raped or molested or harassed, something along those lines, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And then his response was, I went out with a kosh, which is a deliberate weapon to kill.
Yeah.
There's no other, you can't just hit someone around the back of the head and not like cause a hemorrhage,
right?
A brain hemorrhage. You are literally, he's out to murder.
Yeah.
And it's anyone of color, anyone of black origin, anyone who is black, and that's what he said publicly.
Yes.
On record.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was doing this to flex. This is what the kids these days would call it. He was flexing, like trying to show, see, I'm a guy who's got my own inner demons, and I'm working my way through violence, and I recognize I have these tendencies in myself. He's trying to say this to make himself look like a badass while trying to garner sympathy. He's trying to garner sympathy while making himself look like a badass. This is the kind of male paradox that I find so toxic. This is the toxic male paradox where people are saying, sympathy for the devil, that we want you to take pity on me because I just want to go out and kill people. This is actually where Jameson Reese was always coming from.
I was going to mention. Yes, Douglas, thank you.
Pathetic. Yes. Go on. Yes, whatever else that brings to mind.
He kept saying about, of course, the reality is what he was trying to do was try to gather as much information from Douglas as he could. What he wanted to get his hands on or ascertain was the Vox Arca.
Yes.
He wanted to initiate a true apocalypse on Earth, so then he will reign to become to rise, to ascend to a deity level, which is what these Herodians, this is what the kings of the cults of Edom, they all try to, this is what they are, and most people don't understand what we're saying, to be honest with you, but I completely can comprehend everything I'm saying because I'm more acquainted to it. They want to bring up the apocalypse on Earth and then raise to the point, this is what
of
the
godhood
fathers, of godhood, and this is what George Washington wanted. So you look at the statues that he had erected of himself. He is on the throne of God, and these were deists. These were the men who were truly ascended to the point of godhood, and they wanted to be worshipped as gods on Earth. These men wanted that, and Jameson Reese was one of them. Is definitively a hero.
Exemplary. He's exemplary.
Of it. And so and this is what he was. And on his Facebook timeline, he kept publishing just these nuclear test sites, footage of nuclear weapons being detonated on the surface and underwater detonations. I remember these all the time, and the only person that would heart it was Salmon Sheikh.
Yeah.
These were the only two that
he would heart it. He would heart it. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And so of course, I never interacted with it. I was like, this is just insane.
Thank you.
This is just truly pathological, but this is what
repulsive.
These men,
the word for it is simply
truly,
repulsive.
Yeah. Yes.
By the way,
but it's all true. It's all,
Thank you. By the way, in the chat as well as in the text box, I have placed a link. This is one of the big names in the monsters who started Zionism. This is the rabbi who felt that he had discovered the source of the holy blue that meant everything to the ancient Israelites that was lost under Herod, under King Herod. Herodias Maximus, or Magnus, Herodias Magnus. And so this rabbi was someone who led the Zionist movement. He was one of the sources of the Zionist movement. And he said that the real source of the sacred blue, holy to the Israelites, holy to God, that was worn on the robes of Christ himself, he said this came from Cthulhu. That this was sourced from Cthulhu, the cuttlefish. And this is the kind of anti-godliness of the Edomites. This is where the seriousness of what we're dealing with really comes to the fore. So when we speak of madmen like Jameson Reese and their desire to end the world so that they can become as unto God, which was a desire held by George Washington himself.
Yes.
This is, for those of you who don't know, that's the whole concept of the Founding Fathers, where they were not only Freemasons, they were religiously, they were deists. And a deist, the concept is of a clockwork universe, a mechanical universe created by a god who then abandoned the monument, the mechanical clockwork creation, and therefore man can ascend to the position of God because the throne is empty. This is the belief of deism. And ultimately, the blending of this concept of deism with this is what infects the mind of many Edomites or Herodian cultists. Herodian cultists, they believe that they can ascend to godliness by destruction of the world around them. That if they can destroy God's creation, then they are as unto God themselves. This is a concept that Joseph Stalin once expressed. Joseph Stalin, let me see if I can look up that quote that he said, kill everyone and you must be God. And that was a quote that Jameson Reese loved. Yeah, kill everyone and you must be God quote. So look that up, and by all means, what else comes to your mind, George, when we bring that up?
Yes. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. There's several things, actually, Douglas. And the other thing I think I brought up last time was the other quotes that you would hear about from the Edomites is to, once you've destroyed man itself, because man is created in the image of God, meaning, and it's a metaphor speaking, it's a metaphor term that's expressed, but once you've man itself, then you've erased the existence of God, and that's the other phrase they use, the other belief that if you destroy man, then you are essentially risen to the point of godlyhood, and essentially ascended to that level. And this is with their pathology. This is with their true complete egotistical belief, because you have to be completely arrogant and ignorant also to ever think that you can appoint yourself to the position of God, as someone who is outside of space and time, and who is truly almighty, who has truly got the true power of creating the universe itself. But that's the other what I was going to say, Douglas, is because the socialist constructs that we are living in, we are living in a capitalist and a, you know, there is, you know, you have communism and capitalism. You have Ayn Randian objectivism, which is atheist. They are both capitalist and communism are both godless social constructs.
Yes.
And the end result of having a godless society, it equals to millions and millions, ultimately hundreds of millions, into the billions of lives lost under these two social constructs. Both Karl Marx, whose real name, Rabbi Moses,
Yes.
I believe. Is that correct, Douglas?
Yeah, very similar. It's like you might as well just say Rabbi Moses, but it's like Rabbi Moshiach something. It's like, by the way, he was not a rabbi in terms of a title or a profession. It was just his name. It was just his name. You can name a child rabbi, so it is an actual legitimate Jewish boy's name. So he was named Rabbi something Levi, Rabbi Levi, I believe. I could look it up. But, yeah, it would take some time.
That's correct.
And Ayn Rand's name was not Ayn Rand. It was some Slavic as hell sounding name. But they were both Jewish, and so you had a Jewish man generate an idea of godless ideological communism. You had a Jewish woman generate an idea of godless capitalism, and then you had Anton Szandor LaVey, a Jewish man, take that godless capitalism idea of Ayn Rand's and take it to its logical conclusion of atheistic Satanism. So it's just degenerating. And by the way, I want people to know, I could go on about this for hours, but the heinousness of Ayn Rand in particular is that, certainly with Karl Marx, the reality is most people do not understand him because this is going to be a strange analogy, but it's a fitting analogy. Understand this. Man is intrinsically a God-fearing or God-needing animal. And if man does not have a God or gods, some sense of the divine, if one ascribes to atheism, something is going to fill that void of godliness or the sense of the divine. Even atheists need to have a sense of spirituality or spiritual centeredness. In the case of communism, this becomes locked into the dictator, the cult of the personality, where they basically hero worship Stalin or Mao or the dictator at hand to the point of a godlike being. He is basically their Christ and or their prophet. And when it comes to their idea of the Christ in communism, modern ideological communism, it would be Karl Marx. But he, like the historical Christ, had a Saint Peter or St. Paul. It was, or was it John? One of them essentially rewrote much of what Christ had to say. I believe it was Paul. And and so in the case of Karl Marx, it was the individual who was known as help me out here. Who came after him? The guy who was Engels, Friedrich Engels. And so Friedrich Engels created the Karl Marx myth. It's like most of us have no idea of the real Christ. Most of what we get is kind of like this biblical filter of Christ through Paul. And hence the term Pauline corpus. It's the Pauline corpus is what it's called. Paul basically took Christ and turned him into something else. It's not that Christ was not divine, but rather the flavor of that divinity, the nature of that divinity, was filtered by Paul. And with Karl Marx, he was filtered by Friedrich Engels. Most people don't know that Karl Marx was Prussian culturally. He was very
Yes.
very much a Germanophile, meaning he would get into fights in England. He lived in London.
Bars, yeah.
Yeah, and he would get in fights in pubs over the fact that he was arguing that Germans were better laborers than British people were, and so you're talking about somebody who had this kind of. He also was very much on the side of the Confederate States of America during the American Civil War. You're talking about somebody who would be perceived today as basically a white supremacist, racist. And all of that was erased by Engels, who presented this mythical Karl Marx. So when it came to Karl Marx, he's not what you think he is anyway. But beyond that, then you have the concept of he's perceived as this Christ figure. Engels was his Paul. Think of communism, the modern ideological communism, as a kind of anti-faith, a kind of alternative faith, but it's really just a Western heresy. So it was part of the westernization of the world. All it is a Western heresy that the Russians and the Chinese took upon themselves. So it really was exemplary of not an Eastern idea. It's a Western heresy that took over the East. But when it came to, what he was, that's one thing. What I've just described is rather simple. It's just this kind of filtration of this guy into something that was considered more liberal, progressive, so that all these suckers in colored communities would eat it up. But with Ayn Rand, you're talking about just pure hypocrisy. She collected Social Security and Medicare after years of opposing benefit programs. And she went under an assumed name to collect these benefits. And beyond that, she hero worshipped a child rapist and murderer. So you're talking about somebody. Ayn Rand was truly beyond redemption, a real, genuine. While Karl Marx was a nihilist. And ultimately, nihilism leads to Adamic or Adamite, makes one vulnerable to that ideology of ultimate nihilism. With Ayn Rand, it's a nihilism that can take you nowhere else. It's honestly, just so people understand, look, you can't make this stuff up. In 1927, 12-year-old Marion Parker was at school. She was told by one of the school's employees that her father had been seriously injured in an accident, that one of her father's employees had come with a message, and Marion left with the stranger. She was never seen alive again. After a couple of days of trying to blackmail Marion's family for money, the stranger, William Edward Hickman, basically felt that the family wasn't going to pay, so he began to just tell the family that she's still alive, and unfortunately she was. He began cutting off her fingers and toes one at a time and sending them to the police, taunting them, and then he cut off her hands and feet, and then he cut off her arms and legs until there was nothing left but the torso and the pelvis, still alive, that he continually raped and fucked. And said, I'm feeding her my sperm every day, giving her a steady diet. He just sent all these letters to the police, taunting the family with each hand, with each finger, with each arm, with each limb. And finally, after he got tired of raping her, well, it wasn't so much that. He continued to rape the body after she died. And then finally, he basically got the blackmail money because they had to raise all kinds of money for him that today would be the equivalent of millions and millions of dollars. And then he was captured, convicted, and executed by 1928. But understand the horror of this young girl's life during the time that this madman, who himself was underage, under 18, I believe, what he did was... And Ayn Rand loved this man! Loved him! This infamous bank robber, child kidnapper, mass murderer! One of the most hated and heinous criminals in American history. And she wanted him to be the ruler of the world. She said he was one of the greatest thinkers of the 20th century. That she named one of her fictional heroes was named William Edward Hickman, named after this character. So, I mean, you can understand why the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey said Ayn Rand's ideology is Satanism without the magic. All he did was just add water. He added the magic, and lo and behold, you have atheistic Satanism. So
yes,
back to George.
Exactly, Douglas.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that, Douglas. Yeah, I hope that puts things into perspective for people as well.
Oh, it doesn't do it. It's just the tip of the iceberg. But go on.
Yes. Like, as you said, you can certainly go on about it for hours. And
Yes.
certainly I have some comprehension of everything, but certainly I thank you so much for sharing that, Douglas, because, certainly it puts things into perspective. And makes more sense if anyone takes a look at the literature or review what Anton Szandor LaVey stood for, when he spoke of his atheistic Satanism. Of course, it's something that Michael Aquino certainly he ultimately he severed away from that.
Not because he was any better, mind you. I need to emphasize.
Yes, not that he was any. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my
He was
God.
actually getting worse. He was actually getting worse.
Yes,
but go on.
far worse. Yes, but yeah, thank you. With Ayn Rand, it was that the whole promotion of every man for himself, take what you want, kill who you want, and have sex with who you want.
Yes.
And this is.
Yeah, by the way, he's not exaggerating. She literally promoted rape.
No.
Go on. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And she also promoted, if you look up Ayn Rand's, if you take a look at her literature, she would speak about corporations being victims.
Yes, that's right. Like my gang brother Beaver said, oh, why don't the poor bastards just divest themselves of all their shares and liquidate all their assets, and then they'll be free from this horrible victimization that they're suffering.
Yes, yeah, oh my, and that is, do you know what and I can see that personally all around me with everything, including my own, well, I won't speak illy of my own organisation I work for, but you can see the similarities there. Yeah, think of the company, think of the organisation. It's more worthy than any person, of any people, of any of their own rights. Certainly, this is it. This is Ayn Randian objectivism.
Yes.
And as I mentioned, the end result is, and of course, communism promotes, it's promoted in the same way capitalism promotes democratization, which means through force of arms, force majeure, for going in and basically force of arms invasions, and then indoctrinating its population under a form of social engineering construct, axiom washing, and the end result is you have millions of lives lost. And this is going back to my original point, was that you have these two ideological movements, ideological social constructs, which result in millions of lives lost. And most people who I speak to, majority of them are atheistic. And actually, Richard Dawkins, I bring up this individual, and as you said, he is a noted atheist, but he cannot admit, and he will admit to you that he doesn't know what was before time, because he appeared on Piers Morgan, Douglas. He appeared on Piers Morgan. Piers asked him, because he's a Roman Catholic, Piers Morgan is, and he asked him the question, well, can physicists actually give an explanation before time started itself, and what started it? Because human beings cannot comprehend a universe before time itself, or the notional idea of a world before time. And so can you explain that? And of course, Piers said to him, he alluded to, well, surely that must mean there is a godlike figure, there is a cosm agent, someone who is intellectual and intelligent enough to do this. And and Richard Dawkins will say, well, he thinks that's a form of lazy. You know, this is a lazy thesis. This is just intellectually lazy way of thinking. That's what he says. But in the same breath, later on, I reviewed the interview, Douglas, actually, and he will tell you that the universe is so large and we are such a small point in the universe that there's got to be beings out there, intelligences that are far more superior than us. And what he's referring to is the
talk about a faith in God. Aliens have replaced God.
Yeah. Yes, and that's what I was saying. It just brings credence and qualifies what Douglas was saying previously. This is what they ascend to in atheism. Is they will have that, and with like Karl Marx, is they will have that there has to be a replacement for it. There has to be a replacement for God. And so this is Richard Dawkins' thesis. He believes in life out there. He believes in extraterrestrial life. And so that is his paradigm, his paradox. This is just, yeah. It makes me, it just makes me speechless. I'm just, yes.
I mean, it's like, how do these people live with themselves? I mean, it's if you think that God is intellectually lazy as a concept, how much more lazy is it to say that there's these superior aliens? Like, where did they come from? What did they? It's absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
And there's no answer. Yeah. There's no explanation, and that's what people need to realize is if they turn towards these individuals, these so-called what do you want to call them? These figures that are supposedly the most famous figures in all scientific, in the scientific field, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins. Excuse me, is it Hawkins? Richard Hawkins?
I think it's Dawkins. It's Dawkins. Remember. No, it's Dawkins. I think you're right. Yes.
Dawkins. Thank you. You get no answers, and it's the same with the gang stalkers. You don't get any answers. You don't get any. This is why you have to refrain from listening to people. These charlatans and shills that don't give you anything. They have no answers. So therefore, you're not going to seek anything. You're not going to get anything out of it. And so that's why I always advise people, please refrain from listening to these individuals. And I've just exposed that because this is what they tell you. And Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that dark energy and dark matter, this keeps him awake at night because he cannot even understand the notion that this is a construct of a divine, and this is the work of a divinity. He cannot even fathom that, not even and accept it. He can't even grasp that. There's these individuals. They'll tell you that there's got to be a reason, there's got to be an explanation, but we can't explain it. So there's got to be something else, and therefore you're not getting anything out of it. And it's like you just think, well, why don't these people just admit there is an existence of God? Why don't they just admit to it? But they don't.
Because somehow that their egos, they're so ego driven. They're so that and not only that, it's self-loathing. It's self-loathing.
It is.
The amazing thing about these people is how they're hooked. They're addicted to this concept that humanity. It's for instance, you saw reflections of this in old what were at the time considered groundbreaking science fiction television series like The Outer Limits, which I will admit when I was young, of course, I was this is what was available late night, and it was like where I got my impression of the deep thoughts or things that looked like they had profound meaning to me. Were coming through these television series like Outer Limits, and they would promote oftentimes in their episodes this man is but a speck of dust in the universe, that always remember you are nothing. And this actually was part of this mechanistic, atheistic, nihilistic drive of many of these people. They have grown up, and I do not understand what cold comfort they derive from this, but this is their idea of some kind of spiritual experience. To them, this is something that is they feel that they have matured, or they feel that they have elevated themselves from what would be an anthropocentric or man-centered, humanity-centered universe. They feel that they're perceiving the universe the right way, that they're truly seeing the universe as something that in which man has no importance. But they've replaced man. This is the insanity. When you speak to the overwhelming majority of these so-called atheists, they will believe in alien life. And this is what makes the least sense of all. It's like you have to have more faith than I do to conceive of a God, to conceive of this alien life, because where would it come from when you're arguing that we come from this protoplasmic globule by sheerest accident, which is like the chances, as I pointed out, are so impossible mathematically, and they know this. They know how impossible mathematically that life is. So if you're saying that this has happened twice or more, that this is happening consistently, then they have more faith in something out there, some force that's generating all this life. But it's bizarre. But somehow they've got to feel that man is nothing, that there's greater things out there, and it's not man, and that it's these other races. Or I have yet to encounter, it's so few and far between, it's very seldom you will meet an atheist who does not believe in alien life, who thinks the universe is empty. Exactly. Yeah, instead they'll replace it with this other belief, and it's bizarre. And so this is what I've said, man is a naturally God-needing being, and if he does not have a concept of God, he's going to replace it with something. And and so back to George. Yes, it's.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Doug. Very important. Thank you so much. And yeah, Richard Dawkins, he's a man that will tell you that faith, the definition of faith is your acceptance of a belief without any evidence. And yet, this, in the same breath, this man is telling you that there is life out there that are far superior, far more intelligent than that you and I are. They are far more intelligent than you and I, or anything that man has ever achieved, whether or not technologically or or theologically or anything along those lines. Because these atheists will tell you that we are not the apex and pinnacle of life, that there is far more superior life out there, and it's out there in the universe. And the way of them trying to bring out, their justification for their belief is they will sometimes refer to the Third Reich in exile as the evidence that we are being visited. And so they will use this. They'll completely.
But they won't call it the Third Reich in exile. They won't call it the. Yes, go on. They aren't even aware of that. But go on.
They're not even aware of it, and this is their evidence. This is their so-called evidence for that. And of course, they will truly, they won't even. First of all, they are naive and ignorant of the fact that there is a breakaway civilization. And I would just quickly bring up, what's his name? Dolan, Richard Dolan.
Yes.
Name.
Go on.
He refers to him as a breakaway civilization, which attributes to human civilization a breakaway civilization. It's not attributed to extraterrestrial sentiences or any form of life other than human life. That's the term applicable to a breakaway civilization is humans. So Richard Dolan will tell you it's a breakaway civilization, but he will not tell you it is humans. But of course, that's the only term it's applicable to.
He's pretty much copped to it, because he knew from of all people, Disfo Dick Dolan. Disfo Dick Dolan knows that there's a Third Reich in exile, because he was affiliated with Michael Aquino. So he knows that from Michael Aquino, but he will talk about it, but he won't go into any details. He remains vague and just like nebulous. It's evasive, and so in the end he ultimately says nothing. He might say that they're affiliated with Werner von Braun. He would allude that. But he doesn't go beyond that. By the way, Dylan West adds, he says they promote complete nihilism, and he says Neil Weed Tyson, has he ever heard of contributed anything to the scientific field? And I said nothing. He feels that he contributes by popularizing science. But beyond that, he's a rapist. He sexually harassed his employees. So take a look at the personality of these people. They're not just charlatans and frauds fooling themselves. They're criminals.
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. And these are the people that people listen to, and they keep regurgitating the same bullshit.
Thank you.
Essentially the same crap. That's what they this is what these are the people that they listen to. So yeah, we're just exposing them. We're just bringing it, but nothing that people can't vet for themselves. It's not defamation. It's
yeah. I mean, all of this is on record. I mean, people have sued Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, he's like, these people are like, how are these people still loose? Is what you need to wonder, and doing the damage. But yeah, with I've gone into Disfo Dick in the past, and some other examples of this kind of just blasé mediocrity in terms of their bullshit. They're just somehow, people think that they are impressed by them because they make a lot of footnotes. For instance, that's the Disfo Dick's big trademark is I do footnotes, and it somehow makes what he does look like he's looked into it or something. But these people are just acting on orders. Mike Lucchino was praising Richard Dolan, which goes to show you how much you've got to understand him as the enemy. Other than that, these other guys, they're on the same level, but with Dawkins and Tyson, these people are just making a career of indoctrination. So they're trying to indoctrinate people into a nihilist ideology, and they are unfortunately in their own way succeeding. I wouldn't say that ultimately they're succeeding very, I don't think it's overwhelming success. It's certainly just has its impact on a number of people. But I really think that, honestly, they're too lame to really be inspirational. They're just too lame. Most people just don't see much in them. Younger people can't relate to them and see anything in them that holds their attention. So they just are what they are, and they're going to be not remembered. They will not be remembered either case. In terms of what else was on your mind? By the way, just so everybody knows, again, Jennifer Hawkins left several reasons why she had to leave early, and curtly, very shall we say, in a huff, she had to, or I don't know if that's the appropriate word, she had to leave right away. And so that's written in the chat box. So anybody needs to assess that, that's there later for your reference. Just letting everybody know that. I haven't been able to review it yet myself, and I'll review it later. But hopefully she'll have more time with us on Sunday. And our man George will certainly be back for a longer period of time on Sunday. Right, George? I think.
2 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So he's taking care of something.
Back.
Okay.
No, I'm coming back. Yes,
okay.
Thank you. I was just going to mention about Mike Lucchino's playlist on YouTube.
Please.
People if they review it, then you will see some of the topics and matters that Douglas has always presented as a public informant, such as Howard Phillips Lovecraft, the Nazi Bell, the Die Glock, 9/11. Going into the Psy Wars, some of his the books that he's written on, Mind War and Psy Wars and etc. And so if you take a look at that, it brings credence and qualifies everything that Douglas has always said, including the Moonlanders as well. When I recently reviewed his playlist, it was besides, oh my god, those erotica stories. Oh my god, do not review them. Oh my god! Yeah, please, people, do not review those erotica stories that he has on his playlist. That also qualifies everything Douglas said about the individual. That it proves everything that Douglas is saying is true. And but yeah, it was this with the moon landers as well. He was saying that it was all completely fake and these were not possible. And with 9/11, he references Christopher Bolin. I mean, what he states is that it was an Israeli. It was an Israeli. They were the fugitives they were the culprits behind 9/11. But all of this is all of it is completely.
It has to be
biased.
taken in the context of the fact that it's sourcing from a professional propagandist, psychological warfare expert, disinformation distributor and disseminator, an Adamite. It's like when you summon a demon and you question the demon. You have to filter every response you get through 100 angles. Is okay. He's not going to be telling you straight truth. This is the one thing you know.
No. Exactly. Like on Geraldo Rivera, what he was if you take a look at that program that he was it's on YouTube. If you take a look at his responses, they're all disingenuous, and including when he appeared on Oprah Winfrey, when the young man was talking about the grotto leader. He was referring to the what they call the leader of the not. I was going to mention then the lodge, but I was thinking that's in Freemasonry. But it's the they refer to it as all the satanic leader. And Michael Aquino's there telling you there is no such title as an acolyte or accolade, and so but he's appearing on with acolyte robes on this show. You have to take everything with a pinch of salt and face value, these people, and you have to filter it, like you said, Douglas, because it's the inversion of the truth. It's the opposite, which is true. And when he's obviously he's everything that on his playlist is giving you the polar opposite. He's giving you the complete opposite. So it is the disinformation campaign. It's an indoctrination program, and the whole point of it is to obfuscate and discombobulate the person who's either reviewing it or listening in. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to share, Douglas, just for people to be aware of that if they ever take a look at anything that he's ever published. Of course, just like himself, like with Richard Dolan, they know of the breakaway civilization, the Drick Muck, or the
third power.
Das Drick Reich, the third realm in exile. They know of their existence, but of course they'll never ever admit to it or allude to it. They'll just simply say it's part of the program that was to incorporate National Socialist physicists, engineers, the prominent figures incorporate them into the United States.
By the way, this is an important point. In other words, what they say is somehow, this is what they'll say. They'll say something really stupid and say, this is Project Paperlip, a paperclip gone off the edge. It's like somehow we brought a bunch of German, scientists over here as advisors, and somehow they managed to hijack everything and run away. This is what they say, basically, right?
Yeah, simply as that. Or just like with the same premise, the same consensus. I find this with most people in the UK. And I don't know if it's just predominantly here or it's elsewhere, like in the Western spheres of the globe. But in the Western cultures, they simply cannot articulate World War II or articulate history. When you ask them any questions about when it comes down to World War II, they will speak of it as a Allied victory. And when you ask them the question, well, what happened after this so-called victory? And what I'm referring to is VE Day, Victory E-Day in Europe, which was announced on May 7th, and it was concluded on May 8th. And for the Soviet Union, it was on May 9th because they continued to fight on. But but when people think of Victory E-Day, they think of it was the surrender. So then what happened? Obviously, you're not going to displace 100 million Germans just like that overnight. What happened to the remaining? There is no answers. They just think of Adolphus Jacob Hitler killed himself. They just say there was a victory, there was a surrender, and then there's no more National Socialists, no more.
Like
Nazi
it all disappeared somehow.
It just disappeared. There's no explanation. You don't hear anything. Nobody can explain it. No scholar, no historian can ever tell you the reality, because they don't know. They simply just don't know what happened. They cannot explain anything, and so they just think they somehow just disappeared. But if you take a look at what is being pumped at you on a daily basis, anti-Nazi propaganda, every single day of your existence, there is this, and they are still spoken of more highly than anyone else. Adolphus Jacob Hitler is the most talked about man in history. Why, after all these years, are you still being pumped, exposed to anti-Nazi propaganda in your curriculum levels, in the academic level, through the media platform, through social media, through your literature, video games? I'm talking every single platform. Yes. Why all this still being pumped at you, this anti-Nazi propaganda trip, years after a so-called victory? That it doesn't make any sense. So obviously, there is still a legal state of war going on, which is what, this is something that me and Douglas can speak about in highly great detail, that you're still legally in a state of war. And it also, it's evidence that there is still a government in exile that still exists to this day. Because there would be this anti-Nazi propaganda trip. You don't have that with Japan. You don't have that with anybody else. You do kind of have that in the UK with immigration. You kind of, the antithetical, people are very, with the xenophobia and their racist rants about migration, but you don't have that level of indoctrinational pathology like you do with the National Socialists. So this is obviously a massive indoctrination campaign, which is still ongoing, is perpetual to this day. And you are still under conditions of unlimited state of emergency. Yes. You are still, like daylight saving time and paying World War II taxes, as well as being in a legal state of war, meaning you cannot declare a state of war ever again. Yes. for facts that we've gone into. But it's all circumstantial. All of this is out there, and it's synchronized. It's completely deliberate. It's the whole point of it is to make you hate the Nazis, have this Teutonophobic or Germanophobic response to Europeans, which is why they promoted Brexit, which was the whole campaign, was to divide the populace into severing ties with the European Union. All of this was promoted at you it was all completely deliberate.
In this case, it was very much a Russian-sponsored campaign for Brexit.
It was. Yes. And that was outlined in the book, The Foundations of Geopolitics by Alexander Dugin. He outlined in 1997 in his book, just articulated, he references that Britain must sever ties from the European Union. So this was the objective. This was the goal for his ideology. And it was under Putin and Putin was his man to get that job done. And so, this is why it was a Russian-sponsored campaign to promote Brexit that promoted it in the first place, that called for a referendum in the first place. And so, they obviously did succeed in that campaign in it, and this is the end result. Obviously, that's a different subject, different topic that we can go into another time. But this is essentially what I'm bringing up is the fact that you are all still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich,
in exile. Yes,
in these people, Michael Aquino. I've seen in his forums that he's written about the conventional gyroscopes. He would, and it's funny how he will say what you'll see him say, and it's documented. You'll hear him talk about the conventional discraft that they were producing. Obviously, he knew a lot more than what he led on to make people believe. He knew a lot more than what he ever led on And so, but in the same breath, he was always promoting that there is no exile government. There is no government in exile as well. So you have to take everything that these people say with a pinch of salt. And he's the ultimate propagandist. And, you know, and as we mentioned earlier, because I linked Wikipedia recognizes Michael Aquino as the main contributor to information on Wikipedia. So this is why Michael Aquino and Douglas Dietrich do not have a Wikipedia entry. There is no page on these individuals. They're obviously, because if you ever discovered them, you will get the real fact of history. You get the true fact of reality. And so, but with Michael Aquino, he was recognized as the main disinformation propagandist. So he is the guy that is recognized. Wikipedia is owned by the government. It's essentially a form of, it's a filter. So whatever goes onto the internet is filtered through DARPANET, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Is filtered onto the net, which is your source of information.
Yes.
And that's why we've always refrained from, we never recommend people to cite Wikipedia, because more likely what you're getting is very disingenuous, because it can be altered and manipulated very easily. Anyone can go on and become a contributor.
Yes.
But Michael Aquino himself, his name is salted, it's completely censored. So anyone who attempts to write about Michael Aquino will be automatically, like I said, will be sorted and censored. You cannot write anything about him.
Yes.
On there.
Thank you. Just to put this into clarification, the better way to say it to make the point more understandable to the lay public would be that when it comes to Wikipedia and the entire net, you have to understand that Google, which is of course the ultimate arbiter of everything on the net, is a defense contractor. It is a contractor to the United States military-industrial complex. It was created by them. DARPA is, of course, its own governmental function, but it's internal. DARPA is internal to the United States government, but DARPA decides what Google shares. And so Google then, Wikipedia is, of course, within that. And even though what George says is true, it can get on Wikipedia. It's the bathroom wall of information intercourse, and that's why it's not allowed for academic reference. In other words, you're not allowed to reference or cite Wikipedia as a source for any academic papers, any academic work. That alone tells you everything you need to know. If you can't do that academically, then it's worthless. Why are you using it? And yet this is what everyone uses. So just understand that it's useless. You've got to stop using it. Just use anything other than Wikipedia to keep yourself sane or truly informed. But all that being said, keep it in context. We're still in a state of war. Google is a defense contractor. And unfortunately, pretty much everything you get on the net is going to be one way or another through Google. Even when I'm using Firefox, Mozilla Firefox, it's basically a Google search engine. They're ubiquitous. You can't escape them. This is what we're stuck in. This is the matrix, people. If you go to a different country, you'll be in a different matrix. I've had other people who've argued with me about this, but I swear to God, I knew people who were in Spain at the time of 9/11, when 9/11 was going down, and they had no news whatsoever in Spain that 9/11 had happened. At least this one individual I knew who was there, and this guy was pretty much into the media business, and he couldn't find anything. He had no idea 9/11 had happened. So you're in a different country. You're in their matrix. People have no idea. They think that because it's on the American internet, they think everybody sees this all over the world. That's not the case.
No, that's true. Yes, it's not accessible to the rest of the world. It's just simply their own net. It's essentially, and it's the same with Britain as well. It's it's, as you said, it's a government contractor. Google is a search engine, and and this is underneath that umbrella you have these agencies that work on subcontract to the government, and the whole intent of that, the whole purpose of it, is to filter information so you only get what they want you to see. So you're only what you're looking at, and you're absolutely right. And if you talk to anyone that is at the university level who's basically an academic, who is either in education, they are told to never cite or to use any form of sourcing from that comes from Wikipedia, because it is something that is so it's something that it could be manipulated so easily. Anyone can go on there and write a Wikipedia entry, literally anyone. That's the reason for that, and so they don't see it as a form of something that is substantiated form of information at any point. And I remember being in secondary school, and this is in the very early 2000s in secondary school, that we were always told to always cite books as references, as opposed to going on the net, on the World Wide Web, and never source anything from the internet. We were always told by our teachers to always go by what we can find information on by books, because it's got more vet into it. It's more validated. It's a more reliable source, as opposed to anything on the internet which can be manipulated. So yeah, that's just to just to bring further context to that, Douglas. But yeah, so many important topics to up actually as well.
Yes, very much appreciated.
There's so many others.
Yeah,
no, thank you. I also another thing just to mention, I was going to mention it earlier whilst we had Brandon Young with us, and Aristides, as you know, I know Aristides is there, but one of the things I was going to bring up was the individual Candace Owens. She's that Republican. She's not part of the Republican Party. She's like an advocate for the Republican Red Party, and a Trump supporter. And she is another very inflacious, very offensive individual. I was reviewing one of her. She was participating in this interview about sex workers, and she was speaking about how these women are completely these are regarded as irredeemable, or they are there's no dignity, and they're promoting that. They were talking about body counts. You know, women that have high body counts, that men will disregard these as valued women. And it's it's just like that other individual, Pearl Davis, I think her name is. They are both Tate supporters as well.
Oh God!
So it just tells you everything about these two women, these individuals. They are anti-feminists. They are these women hate women. They're
self-loathing women. Yes, go on.
Yeah, another self-loathing type of woman. But the thing is, I know you would definitely agree with me, Douglas, because there was only one man on this panel, and he had all these women. They were all sex workers, and then he asked them all individually, "What's your body count?" Some of them were very honest. One woman said she had 9,000, according to her spreadsheet. Wow. And another woman said that she had single digits. Another one would say that she was in the double digits. And Candace Owens asked the man who conducted the interview, and I don't know his name, doesn't matter. Asked him, "What did you feel? What's your what is your opinion or views on these women? Would you go on a date with these women?" And he was just basically then went off on a tangent and said how despicable and how much he despised these women, either selling themselves to these men, and but they were talking about the topic of discussion was, oh, so you're a sex worker, you offer your body for sexual services, and you get paid by these men, wealthy men, that will pay you tens of thousands of dollars to have sex with you and take you out. You're an escort. And they were saying about, but would you date him personally? And they were like, no, because these men are because in real life they are picky, as opposed to when they are conducting their services, they will take any man that's offering them money. So, but this is what the discussion, the topics and the questions they were asking. This is what they were speaking of and alluding to. And I was just thinking, and do you know what? I had to switch it off because, and I knew, and I said, I know exactly what me and Douglas would think of this.
Thank you.
Me and Douglas will think, well, thank God there are sex workers.
Yes!
Thank God there are women offering their services to these men, because if every man couldn't get sex from these women, they will turn into incels, involuntary celibates.
Yes.
You have an even worse case. Yes. And I was thinking, Jesus Christ, no wonder why there's this campaign against, you know, it's like whistleblowers. There's a massive campaign against whistleblowers, but there's also a massive campaign against sex workers.
There is.
But like,
go on.
And I was just thinking that's exactly what me and Douglas would think of that. And I know you would definitely agree with me on that, because
yes.
the opposite of that, you have far worse response. You'll get more mass shootings.
Yes.
Like that individual who was an involuntary celibate. He was the man who, and I forgot his name, but he was the man that conducted that mass shoot because women wouldn't even speak to him or look at him.
Yes.
I was thinking, thank God there are these women in this world that will offer themselves. Otherwise, you'll have more mass shootings. Yes. And I don't know if you can add anything more to that, Douglas, but I know I obviously knew that you would definitely agree with me on that one.
Oh, most certainly. And what I'll remind people of is a few upcoming days that we have that I want people to be aware of. And I'm looking at my calendar here now. And so this weekend, I'll be busy with some things at the estate. Friday the 15th, which is effectively tomorrow at this point, here in America. It's basically today in where you're at, right, George? Friday the 15th, is it not? Where you're at? Right? You there? Did they knock him off? Fuck, did he go mute? He's mute. Okay, so he's taking care of something. Oh, there
Douglas, please excuse me. I do apologise. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I do apologise. No, continue. What was the question? I do apologise. I just had to run out of the room quickly.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, so I was saying it's Friday the 15th where you're at in England, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so I want people to know that that will be tomorrow for us this side of the Atlantic. I want people to know I'll be busy this weekend with a number of different events. I'll be educating the Blood Boys about certain historical issues. I want people to understand that it's going to be Bill of Rights Day here in the United States. And Bill of Rights Day is, of course, back in 1791 on December 15th, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution were put in place and called the Bill of Rights. And these rights help define the basic rights of Americans, and they lead the way for more amendments to the Constitution. Now, I do want people to understand one of the first things I'll have to go into tonight when I go into monologue is I'm going to go into the Boston Tea Party, because the anniversary for that, or the commemorative day for the 250th commemorative day for that, is Saturday the 16th. So do understand that that's one of these bullshit holidays in America, or at least a day of commemoration that is not based on the reality of what was going on with England. The English were trying to give the Americans a break and lower the price of tea, but the American smugglers, they're gangsters who had a racket going on smuggling tea that would ruin them. And so they sent a bunch of hired mercenaries disguised as Native American Indians to destroy all kinds of tea, what today would be, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of tea, that belonged to the British East India Company, not to Britain. This was not some patriotic strike against the British Empire. This belonged to a major corporation, a private corporation. So I'll talk a bit about that to some length tonight. But on Sunday, the day that I'm back, and the day that our man George Knight has a lot of time with us, that will be the International Day to End Violence Against Sex Workers. Sunday, December 17th. So understand that the International Day to End Violence Against Sex Workers aims to prevent hate crimes made against sex workers. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, no, thank God. So, yeah, to outlaw it. Yeah, certainly. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It aims to prevent hate crimes made against sex workers around the world. And as a group that faces extreme marginalization, sex workers are in need of protection and an end to stigma. So this is something that we are profoundly supportive of, both George Knight and myself. And so I do want you to know that when George Knight returns with us on the night that he'll have a lot of time with us, no doubt we will be discussing this. So and so that'll be the time to bring the subject up again. And yeah, okay. So that hopefully puts that in some perspective. And I definitely want people to appreciate that sex workers are providing a service that is desperately needed. And when I say desperately, I mean desperately. As he said, you know, this is the difference that I have with Our Lady Jennifer Hawkins, who, as I said, I do have to commend her for being right about certain things she said about female child predators. Okay, so she's right in a sense. Her and I are still coming at this from very different angles, but she is right. Women are less prosecuted from in this regard. They're generally less pursued. They do get prosecuted. And I do think that when they get prosecuted, they're overly punished. I think they're really overly honestly, I have all kinds of reasons that I go into this, but when you see these mass shooters, you never see mass shooters. You see all kinds of mass shooters say, I can't get a date, woman won't talk to me, I can't get laid. You never see a mass shooter say, I'm doing this because an older woman seduced me when I was a kid.
Yes. No. Exactly, Douglas. Thank you. And a couple very valid points to make is that for a young child, in order for you to be molested, you have to be able to get up in the first place.
Yes.
So you had to have been aroused or seducted to even
young boy. You mean young boy?
Yes.
For a young boy, yes.
At least the woman proved that you're straight.
Yeah. Yes.
And
even if you found out by that experience that you're not straight, then at least that helped you discover your sexual orientation.
Yes.
So it's not you can't. There's all kinds of reasons I can go into this where I don't find it something so reprehensible as to be pursued, really.
Yes.
But obviously there's going to be certain cases, every case by case basis, but
it's going to be unique and individual. Yes, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's actually
go on.
I was going to say, because I remember years and years ago having a general conversation with one of my friends years ago, and he was just saying about he brought up the excuse that have you ever tried going in on a girl when she's dry? You can't get it in. And I was just thinking, no, you can still get it in. This is why you have rape cases.
Yes, thank you.
It's against so it's not the same. It's completely and so what he was trying to defend is that these women had to have been aroused, and that's in order for a rapist to conduct a rape on a woman, the woman had to have been aroused to a point. And it's like that's completely not true at all. It's just that was truly offensive. Something I at that point in time I was like, no, this is highly offensive. This is not true. This is. I realised then, a lot of the points that these people think. I realised, I'm surrounded by insane people.
Yes, thank you. These are people
who
are basically operating on a level of they're not functioning. They're not functioning at and by the way, it's one of these things where we don't need to go into grisly detail about the subject, but a woman who's being raped, even a woman being raped, will ultimately get wet, really, because it's self-defense. It's a self-defense mechanism. Her body is going to have to do that.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Douglas. That's important. Yes, that's the reason for it. That's the whole purpose of it. It's a self-defense. So it brings out less injuries, so to speak. Yeah, it's a self-defense.
So here's a question for you from the chat. So when I pointed out that Dylan West contributes, Dylan West in the chat room was asking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, the rapist, and he said, "What has he ever contributed?" I said, "Nothing. He feels that he contributes by quote unquote popularizing science." Dylan West says, "Exactly. Thank you for explaining that. It's hard to find information on Edomic forces other than here." And then he says, also, if you have information or context on Heinrich Himmler, or a good place to find information on him, because I find him to be brilliant. Yes, I agree. Heinrich Himmler is incredibly underappreciated as a historical figure.
Yeah.
So whatever else to start a discussion in that direction, please do so, George.
Oh, yes. No, absolutely. And do you know what brings to mind is to refer to the Bavarian Schism as a starting point. It was basically a schism away from the Freemasonic established movement in the West. So basically, when you have the establishment of the United States Constitutional Republic, you had in the same year, 1876, and beg your pardon, I have to verify my dates actually, Douglas, at this point, because 1876, that is the year of the Constitutional Republic was established. Is that correct?
No. You're thinking back to 1776 was the birth of the Bavarian Illuminati. Yes.
Thank you. Not 1870. Yeah. Thank you.
1876 was when basically the American military-industrial complex was established, because that was the year that the Great Compromise was made between the North and the occupied American Confederate States. And that was when the Americans put in that President Rutherford B. Hayes, even though he did not win the election. Yeah, but that was 100 years after the foundation of the Constitutional Republic. And so, and always point out, of course, that the United States Marine Corps, Navy, and Army were established in 1775 before there was a fucking Constitutional Republic. So your militaries run America because they existed before your goddamn republic did. But go on, yes.
Yes, and it acted essentially as a mafia, a form of terrorist organization. And,
yes.
Most people are completely unaware of that. The mouths that drop when I tell people that, it's truly astounding. But it's remarkable. But with Heinrich Himmler himself, he was referred to by Adolphus Jacob Hitler himself as Magnatius. And what I'm bringing up is the Bavarian Schism, which is the equivalent to that as an analogy or parallel, to draw parallels to, is the schism in Protestantism from the Martin Luther's schism away from Protestantism within Christianity, which is to draw the parallels away from to when you're speaking of the Bavarian Schism away from the established Freemasonic movement, which was regarded as a form of the. And when I talk about when I'm going into the Freemasons reference that the Freemasons original what do you want to call it, the original establishment of that Freemasonic movement dates back to the Stone Freemasons, dates back to the Egyptian
stonemasons
period.
The stonemasons that
from stonemasons.
Yeah.
So
this is what they claim. They claim that they.
This is what they.
Yeah,
yes.
They stretch back all the way back to the pyramid builders. Yes, go on.
Yes, to put things instead of going into detail on it, Douglas. What I'm going to do is just summarize it in layman terms, how I present it to people, so they can understand it. Is when I speak of the Bavarian Schism away from the established Freemasonic movement, the establishment of the Constitutional Republic established the same year as the Bavarian Schism, the Bavarian Illuminati, the Bavarian It was it was a pan-European, what you want to call a pan-European
movement originally.
Movement.
Yeah.
that was a schism away from the Freemasonic movement of the who were essentially out to who were basically I can only refer to it as Edomic in their nature and in their
Yes.
grasp and in their objective was to establish, their conquest of the New World across the Atlantic. So once that Constitutional Republic was established in 1776, the same year as Adam Weishaupt established the Bavarian Schism, the Bavarian illuminated the movement on enlightenment. It was not essentially international as a globalist, but it was a pan-European movement,
Yes.
which was a schism away from the Freemasonic movement, which established that Constitutional Republic. And so the dates back, so the SS, so right through Heinrich Himmler's SS move, his under the polyphocracy, he had his own empire, and he was the head of the SS, which were there to explain it. They were mainly this is where I'm going into theology, with the more of a pagan. They were more pagan movement as opposed to the as opposed to Adolf Jacob Hitler, who was a Roman, who was a Roman Catholic. They were more I think the term is a Gnostic paganism. Is that correct, Douglas? The SS, they were based their faith under a more.
So
Yeah.
let's put it this way.
not-
It would be let's put it this way. There were two streams of thought in the Schutzstaffel concerning philosophies. They were not antithetical to each other. Rather, they were syncretic, meaning similar to Buddhism and Confucianism and Taoism exist side by side in China. Buddhism and Shintoism, along with Confucianism, exist side by side in Japan. So with the SS, what you had existing side by side as a syncretic philosophical and theological ideology was the concept of Gnosticism and
Yes.
Nordic neo-paganism, neo-Nordic paganism. So you could call it Gnostic paganism, and very similar to the concept of Shinto Buddhism, kind of syncretism. So basically, one of the things that George Knight is trying to articulate is that when Adolf Hitler referred to Heinrich Himmler as my Ignatius, this is because Adolf Hitler is using a Roman Catholic reference. So Adolf Hitler himself was baptized a Roman Catholic, and he never forswore that religion throughout his life. His religion was in his background. This is because he came from a profoundly Roman Catholic cultural upbringing in the Austrian Empire. So from the old days of the Austrian Empire, they were certainly like the Hungarians and the Croatians, profoundly Roman Catholic. All of this is through the Austrian family. That's how the Hungarians were part of the Austrian Empire, as were the Croatians. So these were all heavily Catholicized. And so with that background, he never, for instance, tried to prevent or forbid suicide attacks by his troops. But the SS was not antithetical to suicide attacks because the SS had more of the neo-Nordic paganism, the Gnostic perspective under Heinrich Himmler. What George Knight is referring to is what I've called a polyocracy. So the polyocracy was where Adolf Hitler put himself, imagine a circle, and Adolf Hitler is in the center of the circle. But that circle is a pie graph divided by different empires. And so when you have the different empires of these various other men in the Reich, such as Joseph Goebbels and the propaganda department, such as Hermann Goering and the Luftwaffe, and he had originally established, Hermann Goering was the man who had originally established the Gestapo, and therefore had an influence over the state police. Then, of course, you had Heinrich Himmler with the SS. You had the various other military branches of service, but all of these generally tended to have their own armies or fielded their own armed forces highly rounded. By that I mean a very self-supportive degree, so that they didn't need to call on the other branches of service for help. So they were all profoundly independent and able to operate on their own as private empires. This was a redundant system to add to the efficiency of the Third Reich. This is what made the Third Reich so efficient. And this was the redundancy was an asset. This was a positive. That's not a negative. And when it came to all of these convergent influences, the history of the SS goes back far further than people understand. This was not simply something that was created by Adolf Hitler. Rather, it came into the open, or rather, whereas before it was a covert organization, became very much an overt or open organization under the Third Reich. It came into the open. And the man who came to represent it was Heinrich Himmler. So understand that what George and I is referring to was that when the ancient Freemasons, who claimed to be descended from the stonemasons who built the pyramids, when the Freemasons conquered the New World through the American Revolutionary War of Independence, and you had the Freemasons basically warring against the British Empire. And as I said, this was all where the Boston Tea Party comes in, and why I have to deconstruct the myth of the Boston Tea Party is part of the myth created by the American Revolution to rationalize itself. This is something that the Americans were trying to always present the British Empire as this evil empire. And if you had been around in the days of the American Revolution, remember that this was the longest declared war in American history until World War II. As a matter of fact, if you did not know about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, if you did not know about the fact that the ceasefire carried the war on legally until 1952 with Japan, if you did not know these facts, you would think World War II was 4 years long. Basically 1941 to 1945. That's what the average American thinks. If you truly think in those terms, then the American Revolutionary War was twice that long. So this was the longest declared war in American history, as far as most Americans understand it, was the American Revolutionary War. And they tended to present the British as, in those days, the most evil people, the most evil kingdom, that this was... so they present all these horrible things they say about England to make them sound completely irrational, unreasonable, that they could not be reasoned with. The truth was that the British Empire, as bad as it was, as evil as it was, as much as we can argue its faults, of which there are many, and it got worse. I mean, it got worse as time went on. But at the time, under King George, it was essentially as progressive and as enlightened as you could get at that time. And it was basically, King George was arguing that the Americans go no further than the line of the Royal Proclamation in North America. And the Americans said, fuck you, we want it all. We want the whole continent from sea to shining sea. And therefore, we wage war against England. I mean, for instance, the English were saying, look, we want to phase out slavery. And the Americans said, fuck you, we want slavery to continue. I will go on about this in monologue, but understand that, so when the Americans did all this, this was under Freemasonry. All of this was under Freemasonry. And and deism and the Adamite strain of thought that these were the heirs to Herodian ideology. And God does not exist. He's abandoned the universe, and we can take his place. This is all Herodian. And the branch of Freemasonry in Europe decided it was going to schismatically sever and create a pan-European movement, a pan-European identity movement. This was the birth of the Bavarian Illuminati. But as far as their original title went, Adam Weishaupt called them the Perfectibilists. So people can look up that term, the Perfectibilists, under Adam Weishaupt. And Adam Weishaupt then became, ultimately, this is how most people understand what happened. Adam Weishaupt and his attempt to jack Freemasonry failed, is what they think. And they think that he was taken to task by the Roman Catholic Church, reconfirmed himself as Roman Catholic, and basically that everything stopped. It all ended there. Now, the reality is nothing could be further from the truth. Now, of course, this is what resulted in a man centuries later named Robert Anton Wilson. And Robert Anton Wilson lived here in my own golden state of California. If I were, get my son to drive me there, we could drive to where he lived within a matter of hours from San Francisco. And Robert Anton Wilson took his middle name from the from the magus Anton Szandor LaVey, who was his satanic master, his guru. And so this son of a bitch, this satanic propagandist, wrote a trilogy of books called the Illuminati Trilogy, in which he tried to portray the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati, and their connection to Nazism as Cthulhuid. He tried to portray them as the enemy of man, the Edomites. And in reality, he was propagandizing for Colonel Michael Aquino and Magus Anton Szandor LaVey back when they were still affiliated. So back when Aquino and LaVey were still affiliated, Robert Anton Wilson, in service to them, wrote the Illuminati Trilogy, which was read in college campuses all over the Western world in dozens of languages. People bought into this shit. They ate this shit up. And it was this entire anti-Bavarian Illuminati propaganda trip. This is why people now use the term Illuminati as the essence of evil without understanding who the true evil, the American Freemasons, were. The American Freemasons decided that they had conquered the New World, and they will claim with pride that they were the men who caused the sinking of Atlantis. They ultimately traced their roots back to the war between Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu, the ancient continents, Lemuria in the Indian Ocean, Mu in the Pacific Ocean, Atlantis in the Atlantic, of course. And they claim that they were part of that great war in which all three continents sank because of the deployment of superscalar weapons, which caused supermassive geophysical liquefaction, or the turning of the molecular consistency of continental ground into quicksand, and it's sinking into the sea as a result of this earthquake weaponry. So when it came to these quake wars, the quake wars that ended the original supercontinents on Earth and sank them beneath the waves, the Freemasons take credit for that. And so they say that since they sank the first Atlantis, they now occupied the new Atlantis, and they were going to destroy Europe. Their new enemy was Europe, starting with the British, and they were going to ultimately destroy the identity of Europe. And as I said before, Europe originally was known not as Europe, but as Christendom. Yeah, yes. And in the West, the Christendom was the church. So there was an order that was passed out to the Illuminati, a standing order to destroy the Roman Catholic Church. And this standing order, turning around because I'm actually trying to look for it because I have a copy. Here we are. So I found this copy, and this is known as the Alta Vendita. So this is the permanent instruction of the Alta Vendita, which means this is a standing order. This is the Masonic blueprint for the subversion of the Roman Catholic Church. And so they decided they were going to destroy the Roman Catholic Church, and as a result, you had Adam Weishaupt. He turned against them, and he ultimately informed the church, began to work with them, and the church supported him. So as far as people understand in history, they misunderstand this all, and they think he was like subject to the Inquisition, and that the Inquisitors basically intimidated him into returning to the fold. This is what people think, and this is their misunderstanding of the situation. The reality was that Adam Weishaupt was now collaborating with the church, and that he was seen as an ally, and what he created was a pan-European movement. This, of course, all this happened starting in 1776, and in 1776, this was the same year as the birth of the American Constitutional Republic, the war with England, and the end result was that the Bavarian Illuminati was born, and these are the good guys trying to save European civilization. And for this reason, the SS, which was born of the Bavarian Illuminati, the SS was a pan-European military force. The model for use the word supra, S-U-P-R-A, meaning over-national, supranational, not just international, but where the nations truly are working together under a unified command, a supranational organization of defense. So this was the foundation model for NATO and the Warsaw Pact. So the SS was the foundational model for NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and it was, in essence, the original NATO, defending Europe from the Bolsheviks and Western capitalism. And this was why its hierarchical model was the Jesuits. So these were the stormtroopers of the Inquisition, the Jesuits. So you'll notice that the SS order, hierarchically, was very much modeled on the Jesuits. And this is why Adolf Hitler referred to Heinrich Himmler as my Ignatius. He was using the Roman Catholic model of organization because the SS were truly warrior monks. But they were warrior monks of the neo-Nordic paganism or Gnostic faith. And so these the other difference between the conventional Wehrmacht and the SS that's profoundly important, can never be overemphasized, and people just don't understand this. They don't grasp it. People say, like, why did Hitler need a second army? They'll say, but understand that Hitler understood already that the enemy he was fighting was not simply some conventional army in the field. When you're talking about the Freemasons and the Edomite cult, the kings of Edom, you're now dealing with a transnational, supranational threat. You're dealing with racial conflict. If what the Freemasons say is true, that they were responsible for the destruction of the old world, the sinking of Atlantis and Lemuria, we're talking about people who are operating on the level of supermassive planetary scale genocide. So what the SS is fighting is a race war against an enemy that is existential, that seeks the destruction of the world. And so whereas other military forces, Wehrmacht simply means defense force, and it's the combined armed operations of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Luftwaffe, the Kriegsmarine, and the basically the Lander, or the land forces. The Wehrmacht is simply, all three of these branches of service, they fight for the nation state, the concept of Germany. But the SS did not fight for Germany. The SS, whereas other allies of Germany, Bulgaria, Romania, Belarus, Ukraine, the White Russia and the Ukraine, the Baltic nations, all of these other nations are fighting for the nations, the nation state concept. The SS is beyond nationalism. The SS is fighting for the race. The SS is fighting to defend the very race, the concept of the Aryan race in particular, but the rights of all races to exist as human beings in general. This is the complete antithesis to the Soviets, the Judeo-Bolsheviks, who were attempting to downbreed humanity, literally downbreed, literally degenerate humanity into lower primates by the breeding with lower primates to create a troglodyte chimerical race of hybridized lower primates, a genuine planet of the apes. And people can look this up, don't take my word for it. Joseph Stalin tried to downbreed the Soviet population into a chimerical ape population. You can look up Stalin's Ape Man. Just look up Stalin's Ape Man, the ape breeding program of Joseph Stalin. All of this is true. This is why the Nazis argue so much about the preservation of an ideal race, is because both the American capitalists and the Judeo-Bolshevik communists were attempting to downbreed humanity into a lower order of primate. This is what my father Adolf Hitler was fighting against. This is what Heinrich Himmler was fighting against. So whereas all the other military forces of Bulgaria, Romania, Magyarország, or Hungary are fighting to defend the nation, the SS is fighting to defend the human race. The Aryan race in particular, but the human race in toto. This is what they're fighting to defend, is you. And this is why the enemy vilifies them. This is why the Edomites say that they're the ultimate people you must hate. Now, if you ever take a look, as I've said before, the horror of the first-person shooter video games is indoctrinating you to shoot Germans on sight. But most people say, oh, no, it's Nazis on sight. Nazis on sight, but it's indistinguishable. Generally, the way they're presented in video games, it's a tutophobia being indoctrinated into yourself relentlessly. But beyond that, despite the fact that you see something that I've told people the negative aspect of, say, for instance, Call of Duty, or I believe it's Call of Duty, but it's there might be other video games, similar franchises that did the Nazi zombies trip specifically. They all do, but Call of Duty was infamous for it, right?
Yes, that's right, Douglas. Killzone and Castle Wolfenstein.
Yes, well, Castle Wolfenstein is disgusting, and that's just, I can go into that. I could go into that. Otherwise, Killzone was developed by Europeans. So, as I said, it's rather different because what they're trying to indoctrinate you into is war with Unterland. Killzone is actually, how would I say it? What I'm pointing out is the fact that they're trying to portray Unterland's field forces as accurately as possible. But since they know Americans can't handle subtitles, they can't have them speaking in German, so they all have them speaking in British accents, which adds to this. This is what fucks. Yes. This is where they shoot themselves in the ass. Is basically they bump their door. They bump the door with their ass on the way out because they are indoctrinating Americans to shoot anybody with a British accent. This is what happens. So it's back to the American Revolution. It's a combination of American Revolutionary Warfare propaganda with World War II propaganda. This is what it goes back to. This is a trace back. It goes back to the roots of America's deistic. Founding fathers propaganda, their original Freemasonic anti-British propaganda is what Killzone really goes back to. Even though it's trying to be anti-Unterland, it effectively becomes anti-British. Then you've got the Wolfenstein is just disgusting, and that's something else completely. But with Call of Duty Ghosts and Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, all the rest of that, they have a base character. The Doctor. And so they have the Japanese character, they have the Russian character, they have the American character. They don't have a British character. That's what's so profoundly bizarre. There's no British character really to identify with as one of the player characters in Call of Duty World War II themes. It's mostly the Russian guy who's the alcoholic, the Japanese guy who spouts haiku poetry, the American guy whose trip is just being American, and the German guy who's just this supervillain. The German guy is the Doctor. And he's specifically referred to, this is where you've got to respect the game designers. He's specifically referred to as Illuminati. So if you take a look at Call of Duty, the Nazi zombies, the German doctor is referred to as Illuminati. And they say he is Illuminati. They emphasize that. And so they know what they're talking about. And he's portrayed as knowing what's going on. Everyone else is just a victim of circumstance. But the doctor knows what's going on. He knows what's going on with the zombies. He created the zombies in many respects. He's the doctor. There's graffiti all over the game. Beware of the doctor. But he's with you every step of the way in certain scenarios where you've got the German guy, the Russian guy, and the Japanese guy holding off hordes of zombies. He is potentially one of these characters that's with you every step of the way. So the doctor is this bizarre figure where, again, it's a foot bullet. They've bumped the door with their ass on the way out. They've shot themselves in the ass because he becomes such a profoundly central figure that the game has no meaning without him. And so when you take a look at this, yes, there's the negative aspect where they're trying to indoctrinate you to kill Germans to this pathological degree where you're digging them up and killing them again. It's not enough to kill them. You're desecrating their bodies. It's beyond pathological, but at the same time, the character figure of the doctor acts as this this introduction to genuine occult history. And so the reason that he is Illuminati is because that's what the SS was. So the SS was fighting against the Freemasons. This is what your world war truly is, the Illuminati representing Europe, pan-European identity, protection of the church, ultimately, as well as the neo-paganism, the protection of the church as an institution while introducing a new faith or reintroducing the original faith of Europe of Nordic paganism, and Gnosticism, which existed prior to the church. Gnosticism is knowledge, the original Christianity, knowing the Christ, and the church was Pisces. The church was faith.
Faith.
So understand that the church collaborated with the SS because the SS represented defense of the church as an institution of European identity and tradition. European tradition and identity would be a better way of saying it. And as a result, the church returned that respect and that value of European identity and the protection of the European genotype, the Aryan genotype, by the SS. So the SS is fighting for the race, both the Aryan race and the human race. The communists are fighting to downbreed humanity into a lower order of primate. The Americans are out for the destruction of the universe through their Freemasonic nihilism, their belief in the anti-gods. And now you have a better understanding of World War II, and you have a better understanding of some of these characters that try to personify World War II or are used to personify World War II in video games. Such as, this is where somebody like Salman Sheikh would fuck up because he'd play video games all day and this is his only source of experience. And this is part of the problem, is that with most people, their only source of experience is video games. The overwhelming majority of people out there are primed for death because they have no concept they can die, because in a video game, they keep coming back to life. They can't die in a video game. And as a result, people go out driving, riding their bicycle, and they do so with this video game sense of impunity, and they wind up dying for real, and you can't come back. This is their lack of safety precautions based on a sense of immunity through video games. This is Salman Sheikh's disaster of a life. And he basically wrote an entire book about everything he learned from movies and video games. And he thinks of this as like a valid life experience. Yeah. This is the problem. But at the same time, what I'm pointing out is that these video games, which are used to indoctrinate you, obviously there's going to be cases where the designers know what they're doing. Then there's going to be cases where they're knowingly misinforming you and misindoctrinating you. And this is where George can take over. George, you can tell them about how fucked up Salman Sheikh thought that, you know, what was it, Call of Duty?
Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid!
Resident Evil.
Yes.
Yes.
Go on,
and
take it from here.
Thank you, Douglas. He would try to elucidate that these had some form of these are form of factual realities, or they'll be encompassing or incorporating some form of factual history into the video games. Of course, if people understood the concepts of the games themselves, you would understand that they're not based on anything of factual reality. They're all based upon fiction, and most predominantly science fiction. And so, yeah, when I was listening in, when I wasn't participating in the transmissions, but when Salman was appearing and he would elucidate or reference these video games, he would talk about it as if they were bringing some form of credence to what Douglas was saying. And of course, he misinterprets. It was misinterpreting everything Douglas was actually bringing up. For instance, with the Lycans, the Wolfmen, he would bring up, Resident Evil 8, The Village, and it's like it had nothing to do with what Douglas was speaking about. Absolutely nothing to do with what Douglas was speaking about. I remember him saying about, there's a lot of factual history in Metal Gear Solid, in the Metal Gear Solid franchises, and it's just based upon science fiction. The whole franchise of that. It's the whole concept that nuclear weapons are they are atomic. Nuclear weapons, like what Jameson Reese would always publish videos of old archive videos of detonations, atomic ordinances, when the
just phallic mushroom clouds, yes, since he couldn't get it up himself. Go on.
Yes, because these personify the giant mushroom cloud personifies the phallus being and, with this massive erection. This is what the metaphor is. And so they would and ironically the man was completely impotent. He can do it, he can get up himself, which is why he always connected with his what would you call it, Douglas, Salman Sheikh, as his master, his Sufi master, his Sufi healer.
Salman Sheikh was convinced that he could heal Jameson Reese's impotence by fucking him. Yes, this is what it came down to.
This is why it was hot, and this is why. And obviously, Salman Sheikh, and what's important to note is he is a Freemason.
Yes, thank you. That's right. Yes. Openly. We're not projecting this onto him. He was bragging about it. He had stupid pictures of himself looking like an idiot with that little Freemasonic penis apron that they wear. I mean, they all look like idiots wearing that, but he looked particularly stupid. Go on, yes.
These are all important points to bring up. But it's not defamation again, guys. It is all verifiable.
He published these pictures.
Yes, and so once you understand this, it should make perfect sense, and why you shouldn't listen to these individuals, especially if they reach out to you to try to groom you in any way. And by the way, someone wanted to meet up with me, didn't he? And he wanted to meet up with me when he visited London on the expense of his family, or he was exploiting his parents to give him money because he didn't have a job. So
he's under investigation for that. He's been under investigation for exploitation of his parents. Go on.
Yes, it's all true. And the guy wanted to meet up with me, but what I was pondering over was, well, what are we going to speak about when we meet? Obviously, it's going to be about one thing, and the similar thing that we have in common. It's Douglas Dietrich. Of course, he wanted to just meet up with me just to speak about Douglas. Of course, there was nothing I could share with him.
No, he was assigned to ultimately, believe it or not, basically seduce you onto their side. That was
most likely, absolutely, Douglas. And that was why years ago I blocked that Richard K. Cole initially, because I knew he was trying to try and do what he did to everybody else. And so that's why I always tell people, just block him. The individuals on Facebook and whatever, when he contacted Brooke, I would just recommend to just block the individual so he can never contact you. And so, yeah, he's been blocked on my timeline for years, so he can't. And there's nothing they can do because, like I said, they can't offer anything. There's nothing they can offer. There's nothing they tell you that is for anything with any significance or relevance or importance. There's nothing that you'll gain. So there's no benefit. You'll turn to their side, but what do you get? You get nihilism. You just get, there's nothing. The concept of nothingness, that life is meaningless. So that is the stand. So that's why I tell people don't go to it.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Douglas, for credence to yourself and kudos to yourself, because you elaborated on so many valid points which I was trying to get out, but you did it so magnificently. And this is another point to make the whole idea, because what about Adam Weishaupt, he established a pan-European paramilitary movement against the Freemason movement of that established that constitutional republic in the United States. And it was the as you mentioned, with Christendom being the backbone of Europe, their art vow was to destroy that backbone.
Yes.
To destroy This is when in World War One, when the Americans unleashed the American Army and Navy flew, they ended World War One by obliterating. This is a form of
annihilation.
Exactly, Douglas. What they did was they turned into a desert, and Woodrow was the man who got the Nobel Peace Prize for his committed killing frenzy of death. War One. He established nation states that never existed prior to World War One, or certainly not for hundreds of years. Yes. He established many of these nation states, which basically inevitably resulted in another world war. This was the whole goal of it, was to conclude that there will be a second global world war. It made it inevitable. He basically made it so that it was determined that was going to be the conquest of a second world war. And so what you had is another rise. Now the whole point of that Versailles Diktat, so when he arrived in Versailles, France, when they basically forced the Kaiser to abdicate his throne and go into exile, and Germany then had to be forced to sign the Versailles Diktat, forcing them to pay heavy reparations, equivalent to trillions, tens of trillions. It's like equivalent to 33, 34, 35 trillion United States dollars in today's money. They recently paid off in 2010 to the Allies, to the Central Powers. They paid that off in 2010. Now, the whole point of it wasn't to basically cripple the economy. It wasn't just to dismantle or to destabilize German economy. It was to turn them communist. That was the whole intent of that Versailles Diktat. Now, what that initiated in 1920 was the rise of the German Workers' Party, and this was the what you have, because you have the Judeo-Bolshevik Revolution, you had the Judeo-Bolshevik Communist Party, and you had
and by the way, just so people understand, we're not abusing that term Judeo-Bolshevik as some kind of Judeo-phobic. I don't prefer the term anti-Semitic for reasons I've explained at length, but we use that for a very, it's a pointed reason, and it needs to be emphasized. It cannot be overemphasized just how Judaized, and that's an actual term. That's not a fabricated term. It's not a neologism. It's important to emphasize how Judaized the communist revolutions have been, not just in Russia, but also even in communist China, where there was a tremendous Jewish influence. There's been since Karl Marx himself was Jewish, there's been a tremendous Jewish identification with communism. So back to George with that. Yeah, just explaining why we use these terms. And so go on.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And so what established, this is what initiated, what incepted the whole ideology of National Socialism, what ultimately resulted in fascism, which is the opposition to capitalism and communism. So this was the end result. So this was the rise of this new ideology, which was the opposition to both these other alternative ideologies. So that's the reason for the inception of the German Workers' Party in 1920, and the year of Douglas's womb matron of his mother, his biological mother. And I don't know if I should use that term, Douglas, but I
think that's fine. I mean, yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I was thinking about that myself. I use these terms myself, and I do want people to know, luckily, in the case of my mother, there's only one. So there's not the confusion. There's not the confusion that can happen when I use the term legal father, referring to George Dietrich, the sailor who raised me, and the biological father, Adolf Hitler. So you don't need to say biological mother, but you can say.
No,
but it is, in a sense, it's not wrong to use it, because biologically I'm different from a baseline human. So but it still confuses people until they know that aspect. So you might as well just say mother, or womb matron. Yeah, my mother. Yeah, go on.
And was I'm trying to. Yeah, your father, was he born in 1919? Or
That's correct. Yeah, my legal father was born in 1919. It's incredible when you think about it.
Yes. And this is important because then your mother was born in 1923, which was the year that they established the underground currency known as the Reichsmark. This is what I was getting to.
Yes.
This was an underground currency. Now, this is what divided, what basically established what you could disambiguate, or what separated the Axis to the Allies. Is, like we mentioned last time, was what the Americans done under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, 2 dictators were elected in 1933. Adolphus Jacob Hitler being one of them, under reasons of not his own.
But remember, he wasn't elected a dictator. He was
exactly, Douglas. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Just to clarify to people, he's absolutely right, because he was elected in a coalition government. It was a democratic system. Germany was a democratic system where they were voted into a coalition government with the Conservative Party, and Adolphus Jacob Hitler's title rights counselor.
Yeah.
And it wasn't after the Judea Declaration of War.
That's right.
That was imposed on Germany, which in 1934, the year after, that is when it forced Adolphus Jacob Hitler to declare a limited state of emergency, and that's when it became the Reich, or that is when it became a dictatorship. Just to clarify that.
Or rather, let's put it this way. This is historically much more accurate, is that the Weimar system used the term Reich already. So everybody needs to understand, there is an actual book that I saw in a library a long time ago called From Republic to Reich. And it really is an inaccurate title. It's the reality is that their Weimar Republic, as everyone calls it, was technically, the Germans themselves used the term Reich, referring to Weimar. So what was going on was that the Reich already existed. It's simply after the collapse of Imperial Germany, the collapse of a royal Germany, or an Imperial Germany. Then what you had was a kind of a vacuum, but they said it's still a Reich, but it's democratic. So it's a democratic realm. And so as a democracy, the Reich existed under Weimar. The year of my mother's birth, what happened was the Nazi Party, along with the Hitler essentially as their primary personality representation, were able to get enough interest, funding, and because they were bringing order to areas of chaos, where wealthy people were basically backing up their alternative currency with gold. And so because they were backing up their alternative currency with gold, they had an actual functional currency that they were introducing into several areas in Germany that was different from the bankrupt and empty paper of the Weimar Republic. And as a result, when Hitler was ultimately elected, then he was, of course, in a democratic government. And so the way to express it is that when Judea declared war on Germany, and this is a fact, people can look that up. Just look up Judea declares war on Germany, and you'll get the date for it and everything. And this made headlines. So when the Jews, as a diaspora, declared war on Germany, or at least their representatives who claimed to represent them did, then at that point, Adolf Hitler had to declare an unlimited state of emergency because Germany was already undergoing multiple crises and this was going to destroy it.
Yes.
And which was the stated aim of the Jewish diaspora. Their representatives said, we aim to destroy Germany. Destroy it! And so Hitler responded by declaring an unlimited state of emergency. And at that point, basically what happened was not that he was already Reichskanzler, so obviously there was a Reich. He was a chancellor to the realm. So what happened was he simply became Führer, meaning the leader of an unlimited state of emergency situation. So in an unlimited state of emergency situation, he became Führer. So he became from Reichskanzler to Führer, to leader. And Germany simply was a realm, but it entered into a state of unlimited emergency, which technically was never undeclared. Basically, you had occupation by the Allies. You had the Allies set up these puppet governments, but none of these are legal. Germany's legally elected government is the Third Reich, and their legal leader is still Adolf Hitler. There was these other Germanys, say for instance, by the end of 1990, just before the Soviet Union filed for bankruptcy and dissolved itself, and the organization that was created to oversee the bankruptcy was the it was called the Federation or something like that, the Russian Federation, which is kind of different. It was it's kind of different from Russia under Putin. It was different from Russia under Putin. So, but that Soviet Union itself met with France and Great Britain and America to all sign peace with West Germany and East Germany. But the insanity of that is that they had never declared war on West Germany or East Germany. So it's kind of like a very bizarre situation in why would they sign peace with West Germany and East Germany when they had never been at war with them? It was to try and make these look like legal governments, to try and make these look as if these were independent governments rather than allied established satraps. So Germany is very much in kind of like a second Weimar right now. There's kind of like this. But anyhow, back to George. That just puts everything in a kind of, different perspective and, or shall we say a better way to express it. And
yes. Thank you for clarifying that, Douglas, actually. Yeah, thank you for that. And just so people are aware of people, they don't understand about with the term Reich, with the realm. There was a First and Second Reich under the Kaiser Wilhelm II. That was under the Second Reich, yes. And the term
the first
Kaiser
was the Holy Roman Empire. So always explain that.
Lasted
1,000 years. Yes.
Charlemagne, under Charlemagne, which lasted 1,000 years. This was
until dissolved by Napoleon Bonaparte. Yes, go on.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, until it was dissolved. Yeah, so that's just to briefly summarize that one for you. And the term Kaiser is like the term Caesar or Tsar.
Yes.
Emperor. Is that correct, Douglas?
That's correct. Yes, it means emperor.
Thank you. Yes. And so, just to clarify those terms, if people don't understand them, so what happened was after the Versailles Diktat was signed, and it forced Germany to basically be in an economic crisis. And they were forced to pay heavy reparations to the Allies of World War One. Then you had the establishment of the birth of National Socialism, the opposition to capitalism and communism. And in 1923, they established the Reichsmark, which, as Douglas has just, he has just articulated, the term Reich is applicable and has been used, throughout as not just something that. It's just something that was accepted out of, but essentially nothing. It was already established, and so the Reichsmark was an underground currency which actually had commodity. It had gold investment backers to back up the currency, which made it stronger. And the currency, the Reichsmark, was actually in full force up until the year 1949, years after the war had ended. And so if people look that up historically, it was still the legitimate currency of Germany up until the year 1949, until the year the Soviet Union blew their first atomic bomb. And so, yeah, that's because the Nazis demanded it. The Third Reich demanded that. That's another part of history that people aren't aware of.
Yes, because it made their funding of their exodus much easier, and so that they could have an exchange rate with the surface world that was not burdened by all kinds of currencies, revaluation. Yeah, go on. Yes, please.
Thank you. And that's another factor just to bring credence to the Reich in exile, yes. Which is another thing that most people are unaware of. But yeah, that's this is the inception of that was this is to go back to the SS movement. This was a pan-European paramilitary movement that was to protect Europe, protect you from the Freemasonic movement of the West, which is what ultimately, when it comes down to the religious wars of World War II, this is the religious war that they fought against to protect everyone, the world, from them, essentially. So is that exactly how Douglas has expressed it far than I ever could. My specialties, my expertise is mainly facts of history as opposed to me expressing history. Douglas does a far better job than I ever could.
Bless you. Thank you. But you're getting there. If anyone is my heir apparent, it's yourself. Remember how that pissed off Jameson Rees?
I said that in front of him. I don't use it. I don't say that nowadays to make me sound arrogant or egotistical, because ultimately there is, in my opinion, there is no one of a more higher intelligence than Douglas, and it's simply because of what he knows. And it's just like myself, when people go, wow, how do you know so much? You must do an extensive amount of research. And I'm like, this is not research. I have been taught this. It's an education. And it's your investment of time in listening to Douglas, you will then ascertain it. Now, ultimately, when I was thinking of this only a couple of days ago, Douglas, but my entire time in what you call seeking information, and I don't like to use the term alternative because it's only one reality. It's been 18 years. I've been doing this for 18 years, wow. And a good 7 years with Douglas. So it's a vast amount of time, and so it requires an enormous amount of investment in time in order to ascertain and to comprehend and fathom this information. And I know Peter Moon likes to use the word digest, but it takes an extraordinary amount of talent, and it is a speciality to even express it, which is something that I am hoping to get into in the next few years. That's the point I'm ultimately trying to get to that. And that's what I'm ascending to, is that point where I can express this information as well as Douglas can. That is probably where my downfall and my flaws are. Most people probably find it incoherent how I express them, Douglas. So maybe, I don't know, I need to practice on it a bit more. But certainly, when I bring up facts, people to verify, that's something that they cannot argue against. I mean,
you certainly do the best that you can, but yes. it just takes time, and you get better with it with time. Certainly, you do better than anyone else could at this point. So and I do want people to understand that actually, when it comes to the Third Reich in exile, at this point, in many ways, not everywhere necessarily, because that would be impossible simply because of the amount of materials I was exposed to, but in many ways, our man George Knight knows more than I do at this point, in many ways, in different ways. He's really pursued the concept of the Third Reich in exile to the point where he's done active research. This is where research does come in. He has done independent research and has found out more about how things have developed, whereas I know how things came about with the Third Reich in exile and their breakaway civilization as they've gone on to develop, even though there's certain aspects I know up to a point. What George Knight has done is he's kept track of what's been developing ever since. And so he's knows more than I do about certain subjects in this regard concerning that, certain facets of that topic. So that's very important to know. I obviously am flattered by what he says about it's not so much intelligence on my part. Obviously, there are people out there involved with physics or mathematics who are far more intelligent than I am. But the problem is none of these people, intelligence is not what really rules the world. It's what rules the world is people who have inside information. Or as my legal father would say, inside dope on the situation. The fact is that the people who have the inside information rule the world, not those intelligent people. And this is the kind of information that I tend to excel in, because I was able to absorb so much of it when I was working with the U.S. government with Michael Aquino. And there's several factors as to why. Just understand, most people working for the government don't care about what they're doing. They're not interested in what they're doing. They're just there. They're just there until they retire. Most government workers, all they talk about is retirement. From the moment they become employed, these are people who just exist in in an environment of incredible stupidity, and they can indulge in their stupidity. By the way, I want to, this young lady who contributed has not asked for anonymity. So understand, if you want to remain anonymous, please say so. But I have received a contribution of 200 United States dollars from a lovely Canadian lady, Brooke Hagberg. So Brooke Hagberg contributed 200 United States dollars. God bless her soul and keep her. And so this has been very much needed and helps immeasurably. So hopefully the contributions will continue. I want to thank everyone who does contribute. I'll check to see if any other, there has been another contribution from someone who wishes to remain anonymous, referenced by the initials KP. And they sent a quarter of 125 United States dollars. All of this adds up, so I should be able to make money enough to pay rent by the end of the month. And just everyone understand how vital this is, and I appreciate this profoundly. I couldn't do it without any of you. And so back to George. And so George, take it from here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Turgis. I just looked at the time. I've got a good hour left before I have to make a move, and then probably I believe you're going to go into a monologue this evening.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah. So thank you. Appreciate it. And I think also, if I heard correctly earlier, tonight is the night I'm able to spend some time with you. I don't know when that's going to be, unfortunately, because of my work. I'll be back to work. But tonight, certainly, I'm off work, so I don't know when the next date is where I'll be able to join you for a significant amount of time. It was this evening, so thank you so much. Really appreciate this, because you're allowing me to have this time with you and to consume the majority of the episode.
Well, it's important for all of us, and as I said, it's very important that we cover these core subjects to what I'm basically identified with as an individual. So obviously, in my monologues, I cover current events in historical context, but it's important to go back to these basic issues again and again. And so by all means, continue. When you speak of Heinrich Himmler, and this individual is asking about more about him, you could also bring up the fact that the SS essentially was the core of the new civilization in Unterland, the breakaway civilization. So go into these elements of that.
Spiritual, certainly spiritual, Douglas. This is the spiritual aspect of the Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization, and I was gonna project into something. more of a but I think it's important to bring up the core topics of this discussion.
Oh, you're welcome to go anywhere you wish. I mean, so
there's lots of important points to make, just to let the information out there to people. With Heinrich Himmler himself, the craft that they were producing, they gave them names. So the Andromeda Gerrat, they were able to produce several of these, but two of them they gave the names Freya and the male and the female variant of the Nordic old gods of the Germanic tribes. The old gods, are like Odin or Thor, but they gave two of these Andromeda Gerrats the names Freya and I believe it Freya. Yeah. There's the masculine and the feminine versions. Yes. They were given these two names, as well as the very last variant, the prototype of the real craft. They were different prototypes, just like with cars. There are different models and different types of these, like essentially with like car models. There are different variants of that type or that model. So with the real craft, they gave the number 8 prototype the name Odin. And the real one, the first one, was given the name Hunter. It was the Jaeger craft, the Hunter craft. And these are all influenced by the neo-pagan Nordic god type. This is why they gave them these names. It was
the Pantheon. They're from the Nordic Pantheon.
The Pantheons, yes, the Pantheons. Thank you. That's another term to use, Douglas. Thank you. And so that was why they were given these craft, these names. And of course, and as Douglas mentioned with my research, I have been able to look into several cases which qualifies the right government in exile, the breakaway civilization, the Das Dritte Reich in Imixel. The case with William Lazar, he was working with the Vril 1 Jaeger craft. So,
or Robert Lazar, wasn't his name Bob Lazar, which would mean Robert?
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, do you know what? Because this is something completely different. When people are given the name Bill or Bob, they refer to themselves either as William or Robert. They use these, so essentially you could call them they will take it by however they want to be pronounced or how they want to be referenced to. But I've noticed people with the name Bill want to be referred to as William, and like Bob, they want to be referred to as Robert. So it's really, this is just to explain. It's like Bill Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton. He's another example to use. But when it comes down to Bob Lazar, that's the most colloquial name that he was given, the most commonly known alias name that he was given. This man was Vril 1 Jaegercraft, but the people that were overseeing this program, these are subcontractors of the military. These for essentially the government themselves underneath that umbrella. They were telling Bob Lazar that he was working with alien craft.
Right, and this is how they keep it compartmentalized. This is how they compartmentalize everything. Yeah. And this is so when people actually go rogue and become whistleblowers, if they retain enough of sound mind to do that, because I've explained before how they fuck with these people's brains.
Their mind.
Yeah, and if they haven't gone totally senile by having their frontal lobes and cortex fried by going in and out of work every day, which George will explain, then like Bob Lazar retained enough of his reasoning to be able to become a public informant, then they will fuck up the way that they relate their narrative, because they said, well, I was told I was working on alien aircraft, and that way they will mispresent the reality of what they're working with. So, by all means, continue, George. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's very important. Yeah, and that's essentially, so when this man came public, when he came out and exposed his experience, his personal experience, there was a massive campaign to try and discredit this individual as soon as he came out public. And so the way he tried to rationalize what he was experiencing through his through the department, through the military industrial complex, through their decompartmentalization, they told him that he was working with technology in his rationale and his reasoning, he interpreted it as he was working with extraterrestrial craft. But in the reality, he was working on the real one, Jaeger craft, the craft of that was constructed by the Third Reich. This is during time of proactive prosecution of hostilities and during the Schitt's Creek period, where there was an undeclared aerospace war, or otherwise known as the documents that Douglas was working with. It was known as the Massacre of the Skies.
Yes. By the way, the way to pronounce it would be Schiebkrieg. Schieb with a B.
Yes.
Make certain the B is pronounced Schiebkrieg. So go on. Yes.
Yes, the Diswar period, the Diswar era. This was the UFO flap, that the headlines. There was a UFO flap that was ongoing in the 1950s, and the flap is it's a condition which hasn't reached panic proportions, but it is compromising national security. So the United States Air Force, because the Air Force was established at this point in time, were on standing orders to shoot down any unidentified aircraft that was without impunity over the continental United States, that was imbuing or conducting scatter runs. They were what they were doing. If there was any form of unidentified craft over the continental United States, the Air Force were on standing orders to intercept, and they were given orders to shoot down any craft that they cannot talk down. So if they cannot get them down by talking, by forms of dialogue or negotiation in the air, then their objective was to shoot them down. Obviously, this is to obfuscate the situation. They were basically told, right, when we disband you, when we deploy you, you have to shoot down these craft. We want you to shoot them down. And they were sacrificing their men en masse. These men died in the tens of thousands, ultimately.
Yes.
And in the Washington Post and the New York Times, they both recognized a large number of U.S. Air Force personnel that were being scrambled to intercept these objects, but they were dying. The craft were being destroyed, they vanished, or they were displaced. These are the terms they used over the continental United States in their thousands, in their hundreds of thousands, like essentially hundreds into the thousands. And so in the Washington Times and New York Post, they alluded to these numbers, and we've got the exact numbers. It's in the year 1952 in the summer, 204 United States Air Force personnel were vanished, destroyed, or vanished, the destroyed craft that occurred over the United States during this period. This was the height. The 1952 summertime was the height of the Schitt's Creek, this war period, and large numbers of personnel, pilots, were being killed in an undeclared war. This is a literal offensive. This is an offense. Literally proactive prosecution of hostilities. This is war. This is belligerency. This is warfare that is being conducted over the United States. So it's essentially a front.
Yes.
And so this is just to allude to it. Bob Lazar, when he was working on his craft, these are all truth that he is citing, because what he was able to articulate when he came public was he had enough information to ascertain and explain to the public through his interviews, through his public relations that he was conducting all these interviews with. What he was able to expose to the public and to the world was they had several of these craft in arsenal or in containment, and these are all products of the Diswar period. So they're either retrieved or they were shot down. And he alludes to one of the craft he witnessed. He saw one of them on its side with a projectile that was shot through it. So it had a hole, which was the exit point from a projectile. And obviously, with his rationale, his conclusion to that, he assumed that they were testing their armaments on these craft that were retrieved. Of course, no one, even if the Department of Defense or subcontractor, will compromise these craft by using actual projectiles or armaments to destroy these craft. These are valuable assets, the most valuable assets in the United States arsenal, in the military complex arsenal. So they're not going to use these as so-called test dummies. this is a product of the shipscrew when it was shot down. So his rationale, and this is where people like they run with it and they don't get the whole reality of the situation. So he's explaining to the world that they were testing these missiles on these craft. Of course, the reality is a byproduct of the shipscrew, the downing of the disc craft over the continental United States. And so, but the real one Jägercraft, which was still operable, he was able to witness the craft being operated by personnel which he didn't identify. There was an operative within the cockpit that was maneuvering these craft, and they would not allow him to go. So when he came out public, and then he was working with what's the individual's name? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, was it that? By the way, he was assigned a handler in the form of
Bob Lazar.
Yeah. The handler I'm thinking of is the guy who began attacking myself, Lear.
Yes.
John
Lear.
Yeah.
John Lear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. That's the individual I'm thinking of. So he was able to, and you can see this on YouTube. He took him to basically around Groom Lake, some of the borders where you can look over the mountaintops, so you can still see. He was able to tell the world that, all right, these are the dates where they're conducting these tests using the Vril 1 Jägercraft, and they were able to capture the Vril 1 Jägercraft on camera. When they fly above the mountain range, they fly just above it, hover over, but they won't fly elsewhere. They will keep this because this is their most valuable asset. What they're trying to do is to try to back engineer or reverse engineer the craft so they're able to replicate it. Of course, they haven't been able to do so, even to this day, but they do have these craft in their possession, in their arsenal, and they're keeping them for, this is their prized possessions. So, this is something that is, and they're able to, I believe, because at that point in time in the 1980s, Bob Lazar's case, he identified there was 9 of them, but now, according to the latest, with that Mr. Grush,
yeah, go on.
This former Air Force, pilot. They're all military men, and they, he claims that they were able to, with their retrieval program, they have 12. So they have about you call it a dozen in their arsenal.
Yeah.
But it's all true. I thought, for people that understand, this is all true. They do have these craft, but this is a result of the
war,
the shipscrew, the war, and
on the American front, no less. War on the American front. Go on.
Yes, and they kept all the sophisticated craft, such as the F-94 Starfire, in the continental United States, whilst there was the extension, another front in Korea that was ongoing. That was an extent at the same time. That was co-extent at the same time. So they weren't deploying the most sophisticated craft across the Pacific to Korea. They were keeping all the sophisticated, their highly advanced craft, their jets, their turbojets in the United States to intercept the Third Reich from basically with violating national security, violating national airspace. So they were keeping these on the ground to intercept when they're flying over above, so they're able to retrieve it, these craft, by shooting them down. But they sacrificed thousands of their own men in this period. The Third Reich lost far less than what the Allies lost. So this is stuff that we've gone into, Douglas. And we can go into some of the other factors that went into the legal state of war with Operation Argus, or the blackouts of the 1960s, when the Third Reich was tampering with the power lines, the transmission lines, where they were able to cut the power, generated power to many of the national grid, and took out several statelets in the United States, in the northeast United States, including many statelets in Canada, such as Montreal and Halifax. This is all part of that ongoing war with the Reich in exile, and certainly, that's another
Well, I think
area.
all that's important in a sense. You've touched upon it. But yeah, in the time you have remaining with us, anywhere you want that you feel is relevant, I think certainly one of the things to educate people in is the fact that so we've got this. You've certainly on these core topics explained to people that the breakaway civilization in exile is obviously real. It's pretty much undeniable when people. I want people to understand that when we speak of these subjects, these are things that have hundreds of newspaper articles that are referencing these this conflict. By talking about this plane disappeared, this plane was shot down, and these are military craft. And some of these men who died on the American home front were men who were aces from World War II. You might explain that, or aces from the Korean War as well. So explain a bit about that. And so this is obviously something where the air war was continuing. The Americans were now on the back foot, basically faced with a technologically superior society. This is why German scientists became worth their weight in gold, and why both the Americans and the Russians were vying for German scientists. And yet at the same time, the German scientists, like Werner von Braun, whose brother Magnus went to work for the Soviets, they were basically coordinating to suppress the capitalists and the communists from really developing. And the dominance of space for the present is basically the Third Reich in exile. So I think the question most people would have is at this point the Third Reich in exile a interstellar civilization? I think this is what. So please take it from there.
Oh yeah, so absolutely. Well, 100%, Douglas. Points to make with that. Thank you for that. Other points that come to mind. Excuse me. There's so many to come out at once. I'm trying to think where to start. Actually, the important point to make is that they have gone interstellar, most certainly. And if you take a look at my YouTube channel, you will see their presence on the moon, which is the predominant reason why man has never been back to the moon. And just to go into that into a bit more detail, that was the point I wanted to make, Douglas. Now, before we had a private conversation years ago about the Schitt's Creek, the undeclared aerospace war, I was trying to look up this topic about in the 1950s, about this undeclared aerospace war between the periods of 1951 to 1956. There is nothing you can find on the internet by simply typing in the Schitt's Creek or the Dis War. There is no reference to this whatsoever unless you look up ourselves or anything I've produced or anything Douglas has produced. But when we had the private conversation about, and we start using terms like the UFO flap of 1952, when you start bringing up the New York Post or the New York Times, their articles stating that 204 United States Air Force pilots were either vanished, destroyed over the continental United States, you are able to find references in the public domain. So it is publicly accessible, but you have to be able to know what you're looking for, and you have to make these specific references. Otherwise, you won't find anything. And like we were speaking of earlier, through the net itself, through Google, which is a subcontractor of the government, everything is filtered. So you have to know what you're looking for. Otherwise, you're going to find nothing on these subjects. You're going to find nothing. And that's the whole intent of this. The whole intent of that purpose is to confuse the information consumer. And you're the information consumer. So yeah, just to that was just to validate that point. But yeah, with the breakaway civilization to an extent to this day, as I just referenced, if you look on my YouTube channel, you'll see they are very active on the surface of the moon and the subsurface of that moon as well. There is footage of them literally like conducting a polar discourse, a polar, they are literally shifting from pole to pole on the moon within seconds. In a frame of a second, you can see they are very highly maneuverable objects. and they are very extent on the moon, very active. And it's surprising that most people haven't come out and actually spoken of this, because the moon is very active. But this is the reasons for that. And many of the Reich themselves, because they were the first ones to establish atmospheric, well, besides Robert Goddard with liquid fuel rocketry, the Third Reich were able to conduct aerospace exploration. And they were put in satellites in orbit before Sputnik themselves. And they were the first ones to establish any form of colony on the moon itself. And the lunar stock, the lunar city, in the South Pole region of the moon, in the crater along the terminator line that's divided in daylight and nighttime on the moon. This is where the Third Reich were able to establish a moon colony. And many of the moon bases that people reference, all these conspiracy peddlers, they will talk about, oh, these must be ancient civilizations that once harbored our solar system or the Earth or Mars years and years. And they're talking ancient. They're talking thousands of years ago. The bases that were established on the moon are established by the Reich in exile. And this is going back since proactive prosecution of hostilities. This is post-proactive prosecution of hostilities. And at this point in time, with the technology they have been able to produce, preceding that, post-World War II, as we know it, they have been able to conduct many forms of, what do you want to call it, very high-tech advancements in technology and exploration, and not just with their craft being able to exceed the limits of space and to which don't violate the laws of physics. They are able to secure themselves from the harsh environments of space. Just so people just to make people aware that the space itself is a very hostile environment, and so when we send our own astronauts into space, they have to be very protected from harsh solar radiation. And our Earth itself has this magnetic field that generates around it from the central core of the Earth. It emits the resonance around the Earth, this natural magnetic field which protects us from deadly solar radiation. In the reaches of space, it is a very hostile environment. So with our conventional technology today, we are not able to conduct any form of viable space exploration. But the Reich themselves have been able to produce craft and produce technology that enables them to conduct space exploration, as well as produce, develop technology that are able to take them to other planets and essentially beyond our own solar system. With the craft that they're able to produce themselves, such as the Andromeda Gera, which is based upon a form of what you would call propulsion, which is based upon electromagnetic impulse, a field of electricity which is generated from its own generator, its central core, and it can produce this energy force that can enable them to go beyond our own space itself and conduct safe space exploration. It protects the occupants of the craft themselves from solar radiation, from the natural hydrogen gas, our sun, which is the central point of our solar system that we orbit. They are able to,
So when we speak of obviously, just to disambiguate, anything within the reaches of the planet Pluto and the Kuiper Belt, which contains all these new worlds that they're discovering further and further out, this is still interplanetary, meaning within the solar system. Interstellar means between here and Aldebaran and Pleiades and Alpha Centauri, our closest, Tau Cetus. We're talking about all these stars in kind of like a local regional area. So what you're saying is that the Third Reich in exile is basically beyond interplanetary, and able to extend themselves to an interstellar level. And how does the mineral we were speaking of, the space-sourced mineral tantalum, fit into this? Because tantalum is not found on Earth naturally. It sources from space. The most accessible tantalum reserves are found in Africa, in Zaire and Congo. So this has led to massive loss of life. Millions of black Africans have died in wars for tantalum fought by mercenary corporations or mercenaries in service of corporations. This is what we're shall we say, lowered to, what we're reduced to. This is what we're reduced to on Earth. But the Reich has easy access to this and many other minerals in space. And this, of course, is another means of trade. Whenever they hold the surface world governments accountable, it is through their dominance in trade in such resources that they can access easily. This is something that put all this into some perspective.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And when we are bombarded, like I mentioned with our atmosphere, when space rocks or asteroids or comets, when they enter our atmosphere, they burn up. And so if you take a look at the moon, the binary planetary system of the Earth, it is...
Just what George is trying to explain here is that planet Earth has the largest moon in the solar system, proportionate to its own size. It is effectively, therefore, Earth is a binary planet, and this is something people really are not aware of, are made aware of, because we have a retarded educational system. But understand, life is impossible on Earth without the moon, because the moon is what creates the gravity that forces the tides that oxygenate the oceans, and therefore enable sea life to exist at all, which is where we all ultimately evolve from, is the sea. And therefore, we have to understand that the moon and the Earth are inseparable, without and that the moon itself was created by the crash of another world into our planet, a third world that exists within the Earth at this point. It is subsumed, buried within the Earth. Let me look up world that crashed into Earth. So we can get the name again. Into Earth to create moon. This is an important point, and the name of that planet is Theia, Theia. So within the Earth itself is Theia, subsumed into the Earth, and this is what created the moon. This is extraordinarily rare, even though planets are like billiards and may be crashing into each other fairly regularly in other solar systems. In our solar system, it's a rare enough occurrence where there's no other planet like ours, and therefore the Unterland, they often refer to Unterlanders as the Theians.
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yes, so do go on, please.
Yes, no, thank you so much. Such an important point to make. Yeah, with them, the unlike Earth, the moon has zero. It has a very dim atmosphere. It has literally no atmosphere. So if you take a look at the surface of the moon, it's bombarded with asteroids. Now, what we reference with the
also just in answer to some incoming emails. I want people to understand that this planet Theia is Mars-sized. It's Mars-sized planet Theia. That this collision it had with Earth formed the moon in mere hours, a matter of hours. So this is just appreciate the enormity of everything we're sharing with you. Go on, back to you. Yes.
Thank you, and also it qualifies when we speak about fine tuning of our atypical solar system, because we are truly a unique.
Thank you.
Truly unique, and that everything has to have been intelligently designed.
Yes, it's more proof there is a God. I mean, the more we look out in the universe, the more we realize there is no solar system like our own. Our solar system is truly unique, And
Yes.
so understand that this
Yes.
is the clockwork mechanics of a god that still exists. We do not feel, George Knight and myself do not feel God has abandoned this universe the
No.
way the deists feel. But yes, back to George.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I can allude to so much. And also what people will speak about is this term Goldilocks zone. They call it the habitable zone around our own natural star, the sun. Bearing in mind that when people speak of the Goldilocks zone or the habitable zone, they think of just one type of habitable zone. There is actually, what they concluded, there's 15 habitable zones. You have to have all 15, and there's probably more, but there's 15 you need at least for life to even form and exist in the first place. And they've discovered 5,000 Earth-like planets that are within this habitable zone. And there are other factors, there are other types of habitable zones, such as the UV rays have to be at a certain level. They have to be at a certain you can't have an extreme amount of gamma rays or UV rays that penetrate your surface of your planet, because otherwise that would be detrimental for life to even exist. So they've concluded, with the amount of factors that go into life that even exists in the first place, there's 15. And with the 5,000 discoverable Earth-like planets that are within that Goldilocks zone, they've only discovered 2 that has but 2 of these habitable zones. And the one that has life has all 15. And there's no second guesses for guessing which planet that is.
Right.
That's our very own Earth planet.
Yeah.
And so that is just from astrophysicists. That's from astronomers themselves.
But by the way, just another point to be made with that, when we speak of the Goldilocks zone or the life zone, the habitable zone in our solar system, it's basically everything between Venus and Mars. So it's basically including Venus and Mars and Earth, and that's basically it in our solar system. That's in the habitable zone, but obviously, just because of the fact that Venus has a runaway greenhouse effect because it essentially flipped onto its side and suffered some kind of cataclysm, life there would be in the atmosphere at the biological level at this point, or maybe deep underground, etc. Relic populations do potentially exist on these other planets. Indeed, probably do, but certainly nothing we're going to see on the surface. Mars, of course, it lost its magnetic, what do we call that again? That magnetic core that that enables its atmosphere. It could no longer retain an atmosphere because of the loss of its geomagnetic core. But galactically, understand there's also a habitable zone, a Goldilocks zone, a life zone, galactically. So that's another life zone factor, and the life zone factor galactically is it's got to be far away enough from the core of the galaxy where you've got the supermassive black hole, Die Schwarzenzone, the black sun, that holds the galaxy together. You've got all these stars that are being sucked in gradually into that black hole that render the core of the galaxy impossible to inhabit because it's so choked with the solar radiation of all of these convergent stars, the black hole, etc. So that is not habitable in any conventional sense by life as we understand it. And the further you go out into the bands of the galaxy towards the edges of the galaxy, it becomes, again, uninhabitable simply because that's like a galactic desert in the sense of the lack of solar light and various other factors. When it comes to so you don't only have the habitable zone in the solar system, the planet has to be within that life zone of the galaxy. And so another factor rendering, go on, back to you.
Thank you. Which it just proves that life out there is non-existent. Its life is without our very own existence. Life should be impossible. The very concept of life should be literally non-existent. And so when you look at these factors that go into having life even exist in the first place, it is so fine-tuned. It is so atypical solar system, so atypical galaxy, so typical expansion rate of the universe, you need all these factors to play. They all play a massive part in our very own existence. And to turn back to Mars, our very own, the compromise of our own genome structure with DNA, of mainly ribonucleic acid.
Yes.
And
deoxyribonucleic acid, but you're thinking of RNA was the single strand, which is ribonucleic acid. Yes, the first.
Yes. And this is, yes, thank you, Douglas. And so that is exactly what I was going to bring up. It does not, because of the conditions of Earth being predominantly water, RNA does not abide by the conditions of water itself. It cannot develop
in wet environments. Yes, go on.
Yes, the components to generate a single strand of RNA is not it's hospitable to the conducive environments for RNA to develop in the first place. So the conditions that are suitable for RNA to develop is on the arid deserts of Mars. And so when you look at biology, what astrophysicists will tell you is that we are the way that RNA manifested on Earth is it had to have been a asteroid collision, and what they seem to reference is that an asteroid collision with Mars through an asteroid body collided with Mars, which then transversed it onto the Earth. Of course, what they don't bring up is Olympus Mons, which is the largest volcano. It's non-active to this point in this day and age. It's not active. It's not an active volcano, but it's the largest volcano in our solar system, and it's directly on the northwestern face, and it's basically directly pointed at Earth. And when we're talking about fine tuning for life to exist in the first place, you need, as Douglas mentioned, between the Goldilocks zone, you have a Venus and you have a Mars. You need these components to factor in for life to exist in the first place. For RNA to exist, you need a planet like Mars to exist. And not just that, you also need these gas giants in our solar system also. The proportion and the distance that they are positioned is so accurate. It is not done by sheer chance, by just by coincidence. These are all synchronistical. They're placements in our solar system. The fact that you have Mars with the most gigantic, and just to bear in mind, I think it's like 2.5 times the size of
Kilimanjaro or the mountain in Hawaii is what you're talking about,
in
right?
Hawaii, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up. Mountain in Hawaii, taller than Everest. Mountain in so when it comes to this mountain in Hawaii, it stretches all the way to the ocean floor. And so it's taller than Everest, and Olympus Mons is taller than that. So it's Mauna Kea.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you. My brain is quite fried at this moment in time, but yeah, thank you for looking that up. I couldn't get out without you.
And just so people know, that's the tallest mountain in the world, not Mount Everest.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't know that. They think of Mount Everest because it's the mountain peak, but actually Mount Kea is the tallest mountain because it stretches all the way to the bottom of the ocean floor. So that's another thing that people aren't aware of. But when we're talking about fine tuning and our very own existence, without these factors, we would not exist. And it brings credence, qualifies that there is a divinity. There has to be it has to be intelligent design, and that's when Douglas mentioned about intelligence earlier. That's what true intelligence is. It's the creation. I actually, when I referenced this to my former colleague who's left the company, Douglas, I mentioned about how you look around you. Everything is innovative. It's what we have invented. It's what we have through intelligent design ourselves. When you look at the roads, when you look at the architecture, when you look at the houses, the buildings, it's all by result of our intelligent design. So we're able to design this. And so, and when I brought the question, when I brought the question up, well, what do you think about the creation of the universe and our own solar system and our own planet and us? He simply said, well, it's all natural, so therefore all these houses are natural, all these roads are natural, all this, you know, complicated, this complex integrated circuitry systems, these components, semiconductors, electronics, hardware, software, all of this is apparently natural because we're a product of stardust, so we are natural, so therefore this is all natural. Doesn't make any. This is the level of what we were speaking of earlier. This is the level of Edomic nihilism.
You know, I wish I remembered the names, but there's a apocrypha or an anecdote where we're talking about maybe the days of the Illuminati Freemasonic War when it started. We're talking about the era of the 1770s or so. It was around that time that one of these famous atheists he went into some store and or some place where a craftsman, and people can look up these incredible crafts produced for generations by master craftsmen that YouTube, you can just find excellent examples of music boxes and things like this. But somebody had created a model of the solar system that was very impressive. And when one of these famous atheists walked in and said, "Oh, this is incredible. Who built this?" And the store owner, knowing his reputation as an atheist, said, "No one built it. It built itself." And that's when the atheist got so angry he stormed out of the store. But yes, this is along the levels of what George is talking about. That's if I wish I remembered the names of the people involved. It would be the perfect anecdote to relate concerning that. But yes, back to George.
Yes, thank you, Doug. Just coming back.
Oh, sure. Yes,
that's
take your time.
Yeah, so important. Yeah, and that was one of the questions presented by Hugh Ross, the astronomer Hugh Ross. He said that when he approached atheists and they were working, these were physicists in a laboratory. He was saying, with all your fancy equipment and you got all the conditions to produce things, but you cannot produce life. Even though you've got all this sophisticated equipment, you've got all the conditions that, suitable for life to exist, but yet you cannot replicate that, shows you we are intelligently designed. You can't just do that by sheer chance or through just sheer accident, something creating itself. It doesn't, that's not how the nature of physics work, but they try to allude to that. The people like Brian Cox will tell you that we are a product of stardust. That it was just, we just formed out of nothing. It just
I mean, we are a product of stardust, but it didn't form by itself. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you. Just to clarify that. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Douglas. So, but that was the that's the mindset of these individuals that think like that. I do have to try and wrap up my time now with you, Douglas. Okay. I do apologize, but I will, just remain a few more minutes with you, but just to wrap everything up. But yeah, to speak of the breakaway civilization, this is predominantly why they inhabit the moon to a large extent. Why they're so active is because this scarce, raw, and very valuable mineral, which has a very high chemical radiation, or what you want to call a radioactive factor or component in its chemical element, the chemical component of this mineral, tantalum. It's prominent on the surface of the moon, which is bombarded by asteroids, which again is another factor of our own existence, because of the moon, the distance between the moon and orbiting, the moon orbits around us. It creates the natural current of the tidal wave system, which circulates the oxygen around the Earth. So that's a massive factor. But this is why the Third Reich are very active on the moon itself. Predominantly, this is the reason why the Allies never went back to the moon.
Yes.
One of the key questions that people say is, well, how come we were able to do this in the 1960s and the early 1970s, conduct these Apollo missions, but then we've never ever been back there?
It's a valid question. Yes.
It's a very and the answers that you get are so just outrageous, so outlandish. Like, oh yeah, they dismantled NASA. There was no funding. It cost so much money, etc., etc., etc. And then you get all these presidents telling you each year that get elected that tell you that we're going to go back to the moon and all this crap.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the real reason is because it's already occupied by your legally recognized enemy, the enemy you're still legally at war with. And so, of course, they're not gonna do anything that is. It's it's futile. But even when the former Soviet Union were conducting their Martian moon missions to Phobos, the Third Reich retaliated and took out their Phobos 2 satellite out of orbit, or that was orbiting around Phobos. And the last shots taken was in the Andromeda Gerat. Literally, they went on the offensive and destroyed their craft. And most people aren't aware of that. When you hear about these whether or not it's these rover missions or they send these probes out into space and they get destroyed, and they say, oh my god, we lost communication, etc., etc., etc. It's very more highly likely that it was taken out deliberately. Yes. They are preventing you from expanding. This is the conditions. This is why, like I've emphasized earlier, with the electromagnetic core, which protects us from deep and very what you want to call it, detrimental solar radiation, which is detrimental to our own health. Our central core of the Earth is weakening. So essentially, it's one of the factors into global warming, why the temperature of the Earth is rising. It's factoring into this as well as human activity. But because the surface world will be uninhabitable, the governments have they want to, in their conclusion, in their objective, is to establish themselves beneath the Earth's crust, which will shelter them from deeply violent and detrimental solar radiation.
You notice that Brandon Young was saying that the elite needs to move underground. He was saying, yes.
Yes. The only problem that they are facing with is already occupied by their legally recognized enemy. And so this is why, as we were bringing up earlier, why you are excessively exposed to anti-Nazi propaganda, and why your children or the generations that are preceding are being exposed to violent first-person shooter video games, and the enemy is personifying Germanic peoples, or essentially the Unterlanders, the interterrestrials, the Third Reich government in exile, the breakaway civilization. It's to make you a violent generation who will be extremely antithetical towards anyone of Germanic descent, ultimately. But so you instinctively will kill them on sight. So when they are preempting a violent future to mobilize yourself to go against the Reich in exile. And so that's the whole purpose of these campaigns, these indoctrination campaigns, these indoctrination programs.
Thank you.
It's to turn you violent against them. And so, when your governments are objective is to move underground, that is the objective is to again, like Operation High Jump, to dislodge or try and make them try to mobilize yourself to become very violent towards them and to start a war, which is what they will do ultimately if they have to. They don't want to do that, but that is ultimately their objective. But there is no other alternative to that. So this is why they've indoctrinated people for the last two
generations. For generations now, yes.
And it has been since the generations of post-World War II, as we know it, and or the conventional mainstream narrative knows it. So the people have been indoctrinated for generations to go with this anti-Hitler or anti-Nazi trip.
Yeah. Ultimately anti-German or Teutophobic or Germanophobic.
Yes.
Germanophobic. Thank you. Well, it's been such a pleasure having you with us.
Thank you.
And so what you said is, this turned out to be the night that you spent with us instead of Sunday, as you originally
Yes.
expected. Right.
Do you know what, Douglas? I'll try and come on early. I know Peter Moon said to me, you know, he asked if I can be on in the early hours. So probably that will be the night where I come on in the early hours.
Okay.
I'll
ask him.
To anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. And if there's any, if there's any altercations or anything, just please let me know if there's any discrepancies with it. But I'll certainly, I'll try
or schedule, what would we call it? Schedule conflicts. If there's any schedule conflicts, I'll ask him. So I'll try and talk to him before Sunday. Ask him if there's a schedule conflict with that. And then leave a note with you. So keep checking your private messages in Skype. Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you.
Right. No, much appreciated, Douglas. My brain is absolutely fried, and people need to appreciate Douglas does this, on a weekly basis, and I can attest that it's certainly very difficult to try to. And he does this for a good 12, 13, 14 hours. Yes, and I've only done it for 5 hours. So it is an incredible fate, That's why people don't do interviews for very long. Usually it lasts only 10, 15 minutes.
Yes, that's true. No, people don't understand the intensity that goes into it. So we love you dearly, and share our love with Sarah. Do relay to her my apologies for forgetting her name.
She doesn't really listen in much anymore, so she explained to me, so no, she won't probably not hear it, Douglas, to be honest with you.
Understood.
But thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but you never know what'll happen in the future. People are, it's amazing how they change, and yes. In the interim. So let me check into something here. Can you stay with us for just a few more minutes while I do something? Just a few minutes. Can you do that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do me a favor. Talk for about 5 minutes. I'm going to refresh myself one more time, so to speak. And so what I can ask you to do is tell people about the Korean War aces who were shot down during the disc war.
Oh, yes.
So, I'll be back in about 5-6 minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, Douglas. And I just wanted to check in and see if Aristides was still with us. Are you still there, Aristides, or you've gone to sleep? If you don't respond, I'll just elucidate on the Korean aspect of the war and the ace pilots. No. Well, just for people, just to put things into perspective for people, and an ace pilot to be recognized as an ace, you have to have 5 or more confirmed kills during a proactive prosecution of hostilities during a conflict or a wartime period. So if you have 5 or more confirmed kills, then you are recognized, you are honored with the recognition of that title, an ace pilot. And so many of these pilots that were shot down, these fatalities during the Schitzkrieg, the Blitz, the disc war period of the 1950s, and which proceeded into the 1960s and 70s. Ultimately, these predominantly were ace pilots, but they were written off as just failed training exercises. So these ace pilots that had hundreds and hundreds of hours of flight experience were basically they determined that their aircraft was either malfunctioned, destroyed, crashed, or malfunctioned through just the fault of the pilot, the pilot themselves making these errors, these simple human errors during flight time, during these exercise drills. So this is how the United States government or the public were the publishing offices of information and news basically ripped these off as just failed training exercises. But it was far more detrimental. The numbers that exceeded the Korean conflict themselves. So in Korea, you had a number of pilots that died in Korea, but it didn't equate to the equivalency. If the numbers that were dying, the ace pilots and the Air Force pilots that were dying over the continental United States, which was essentially a front, far exceeded the numbers that were perishing in the Korean conflict, which only lasted for a very few short years. But with the disc war, that exceeded into the decades, which proceeded into the decades. And to this day, we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich. But in 1948, one of the most famous cases of a United States Air Force pilot being shot down was Thomas Mantell in 1948. And if people look at the case of Thomas Mantell, he was pursuing a Third Reich craft, which after Operation High Jump, the Third Reich went on the offensive side. After Operation High Jump was a failure on the Navy's part in dislodging the Third Reich from establishing a safe haven, a impenetrable fortress in the Antarctic. They then turned towards going on the offensive over the continental United States to hold the United States at bay. And they, so in 1948, the result of the ultimate fate of Thomas Mantell, he was an honorable ace pilot. And he has been recognized as a wartime hero in the Second World War. And this man was pursuing a Reichscraft over the United States, and he was shot down. Here, the craft took it out, and the cover-up was that he was pursuing Venus, or he was pursuing a weather balloon. And it's a very famous case, and even the family to this day, they are trying to investigate. They're still they are still pursuing the case to this day. His descendants, his grandchildren, and children are still pursuing. They're trying to get the government to basically disclose the information to them of what really happened, because they don't believe the narrative, the claims that the Air Force gave them, that he was pursuing Venus or a weather balloon. Doesn't make any sense when this guy is recognized as a war hero, a patriot, a true patriot, but a man that's conducted several hundred hours of wartime experience. So he has hundreds of hours of flight experience. So there's no way that he can make any form of radical human error to fall out of the sky and lose his life. So yeah, that's just one case that people can reference. If I just take a look and read up some articles about Thomas Mantell, just to bring up some more. Thomas Mantell Jr. On January 7th, 1948, the 24-year-old Captain Thomas F. Mantell of Kentucky National Guard pilot died in the crash of his P-51 Mustang fighter plane near Franklin, Kentucky, United States, after being sent in pursuit of an unidentified flying object, a UFO. Mantell pursued the object in a steep climb and disregarded suggestions to level his altitude. At high altitude, he blackened out from a lack of oxygen. His plane went into a downward spiral and crashed. The incident was among the most publicized of early UFO reports. Later investigations by the United States Air Forces.
Just want you to know I'm back, but continue. Just yeah, you're doing great. Yeah. And what was I going to say? Just keep going for right now. You're doing fine. Well,
yeah. So the later investigations by the United States Air Force, Project Bluebird, indicated that Mantell died chasing a skyhook balloon. So this was the.
That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up to discredit this individual, effectively smear him, and like it's so offensive to.
Thank you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I'm just the credentials this man achieved. Captain Thomas Francis Mantell Jr., June 1922 to the 7th of January 1948, the day he died, was a United States Air Force officer and a World War II veteran. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for courageous action during D-Day and the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters for aerial achievement. Career, the man is going into his details. I don't really need to go into it, but I basically earlier, Douglas, I just distinguish between what an ace pilot is. It's someone that has been recognized for 5 confirmed kills during conflict or wartime. And so this many of these Air Force pilots that lost their lives during the Schitt's Creek, they had hundreds of hours of expertise and flight experience. These men are not just going to be just falling out of the sky because of drastic human error. These obviously it was a frontier war, American home front war. It was the undeclared war during the 1950s, and this proceeded, as I said, into the 1960s, into the 70s, so forth and so forth. and yeah, just to bring just to speak of more of the Diswar period, it was the most detrimental time, and I just basically say that far more United States Air Force pilots lost their lives over continental United States than they did during the Korean era conflict,
Right.
which only lasted for a few short years.
Well, I mean, long enough. I mean, if I remember, it was 51 to 53. Yeah, about three years.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 long years. Believe me, the people in Korea
yeah.
felt it was forever. But
No, absolutely. I think now we're heading into, like, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That was in February 2022. We're going into 2024 now, so that's going to be 2 years. I'm like, my God. And Britain still haven't done nothing apart from support them. You know, I've been waiting for them to declare war. But yeah,
it may yet happen. You know, of course,
Yeah,
if you
yes.
find any time, do listen to my monologues, and you'll know where this monologue starts tonight. It'll be shortly after you leave. So it's going to be effectively the last 2 hours or the last hour of the show, because, you
Yes.
know, Pete or Amy might come back on in the last hour. So, you know, I'll do what I can during an hour. But definitely, I believe you've covered so much, and
Thank
you did well. I'm proud of you, and love you dearly.
Brain.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me on. Thank you. Appreciate this time, Douglas. And yeah, and this is the reason why I enjoy coming on. It's just to talk about these important subjects. So thank you so much. It's made my day. And
Okay.
look after yourself, and I'll look forward to joining you this Sunday. And thank you, everyone, for being with us and listening in. And please support Douglas with any donations, with any spare funds you can spare. They go such a long way. And as Douglas said earlier, it's very much needed during this time of you know, this holiday season, especially around Christmas.
Yes, thank
absolutely.
you,
It's
because
very much
I
appreciated.
do spend money on gifts, and this leaves me bereft for rent. I cannot ask, of course, my son or his husband to give me money to purchase gifts, so I do have to do that. So, when do you think, somebody was asking in the chat last episode? You can take a look through the chat of our last transmission before tonight's, and somebody was asking when your book might be coming out, and maybe next year or something like that, whatever you...
I'm planning on next year, the early to the middle half of next year, certainly. It's one of those things that I'll probably, you know, I would definitely ask for a little bit of revision from yourself, Douglas, just to, you know, just to maybe skim over some topics. I'll probably end up sending you some of the write-ins just to go over.
Oh, that goes without saying. I'll be happy to go over the manuscript.
Yes, because it will be ultimately a collective effort from both myself and Douglas to produce this, because we're the only ones that know significantly about this topic. So
other than Michael Aquino.
Thankfully, we can't ask for his help. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, he's not going to be helping voluntarily.
Yes. True. But yeah, no. So that's the answer. I'm hoping for next year. That is, you know, the early or to the middle half of it. So yeah, it won't take long. It won't take long at all, because the writing and stuff I've already written, it's already there. It just needs to be comprised together, and then published. And so yeah, I'll have to invest the money to publish it. Of course, I'll be an independent publisher myself, and then hopefully it'll be on Amazon. Then, yes. Just
are you sure you don't want to try seeking out a publisher, or perhaps it's wise not to do that? Perhaps it's wise not to do that because somebody could just steal it all and publish it these days. You can't trust anyone. They would Yes, absolutely, Douglas. It will just be, they'll just plagiarize most of it. But what we could do is, we'll discuss this with Peter privately, but we could ask him if Sky Books would publish it for you. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, no, that'd be wonderful. Yes, just like books, and yes, that would be an idea. We'll see. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how. Yeah, we'll discuss it privately before we even discuss it with Peter. And okay, love you dearly. Hugs. Yes. Douglas. Yeah, look after yourself, and I look forward to speaking to you Sunday. Take care. Okay. Bye till then. Thank you for everything as well. Okay. Bye for now. and that's George Knight, our dear brother from another mother, and he's an individual who, of course, is incredible. And again, I've given some credit. Dylan West says, "Thank you, Mr. Knight." So, okay, good. I'll try and relay that to him. We're going to now go into first a credit to the latest contributors. Credit, of course, to the wonderful lady in Canada who is always contributing automatically, but took it upon herself to contribute aggressively this month, personally and proactively. Aside from her automatic payments, which are monthly, Brooke Hagberg contributed 200 United States dollars, and this is from Canada. So goddess bless her. With that, of course, we also want to thank KP, and KP contributed 25 United States dollars. So all of this helps immensely, and whoever can afford to contribute, please do so. We're fundraising with an objective of at least 400 United States dollars. We were helped towards that by a wonderful young lady recently who contributed 75 United States dollars. I would have to go back into my account and open that to find out what her name was again. Of course, all of these people deserve all the credit we can give them, so I will take the time to do that and then transition into monologue. These are, of course, these can be marathon episodes. They're always a marathon of a sort. And right now, my biggest challenge is to make it through the last few hours, which I should be able to do. And this is I've been up for, as people know, 3 days. Jesus Christ, the latest contribution before Brooke Hagberg's, who always contributes about $40 a month anyway. Before she contributed an extra 200 United States dollars was from Lenore Aipa, and she contributed 75 US dollars. A payment of $10 from Ryan Garner, a payment of 27 United States dollars from Trampas Nicholson. So far as I can remember, none of these people asked to be anonymous. Claudia Romberg, 30 United States dollars. And of course, Stephen Myers earlier in the month had given 75 US dollars as well. Okay, so with this credit to these incredibly wonderful people, God bless them and keep them all. We're going to go into monologue. Little look at the live stream here. And with that, just going to start talking. Basically, as I've explained, in a historic first, nations at the climate summit agreed to move away from fossil fuels. So nearly 200 countries convened by the United Nations approved a milestone plan to ramp up renewable energy and transition away from coal, oil, and gas. These are the participants in the COP28, the 28th Conference of Parties Climate Conference, who shared hugs and self-congratulations effectively yesterday by now, but perhaps in essence the day before yesterday. I'm losing track of time quite easily considering how long I was awake, as negotiators agreed that the world must transition away from fossil fuels. A maneuver, Environmental Minister Stephen Guilbeault, his name is spelled Guilbeault, a series of vowels that my son presented to me. Stephen Guilbeault, hailed as monumental. The conference's chief success in the end was in massaging the language in the central document that spells out the agreement. Does it actually detail how this objective can ever be achieved? Well, not so much. But the important thing was that this came about at all. That would never have happened the way things were going. As I said, the Blood Boys were in a massive depression that they could not follow Sugar Daddy to Dubai for a protest against the fact that the number of oil and fossil fuel lobbyists at the COP28 this year was 4 times that of last year, just abusively offensive. And my son was crying because, of course, humanity is headed towards extinction if something was not done. The Israelis had really fucked this in the socket. They had really established a situation in which humanity could not win. The man running the climate conference, the Sultan Al-Javier, he basically said that there was no science behind climate change, that there was no global warming, and therefore I suggested that he render himself the head of a renewable energies department, as well as the head of the fossil fuels department, the national oil company of his nation, and this way he could make money coming and going, and could truly, in a sense, be master of the universe. The center of life and death as the world transitions from one dying fossil fuel economy to solar future. By that I mean a solar saturated future of renewable energy sources. We'll get back to that. The myth behind the Boston Tea Party is what I want to take on before we enter into the weekend, where people will be celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party, and that's something alone that we should all be offended by, that somebody's celebrating this farce at all. This assault on private property and human sensibility. And if you don't understand why I'm so down on it, you will soon enough. And, okay. So the 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party is being celebrated this month to commemorate the proud Americans who fought back against the greedy British and their oppressive taxation policies, an act that ultimately led to the American Revolutionary War of Independence. But the truth is more jaded, compelling, and sinister, especially regarding the motivation of the patriots, as the Americans who destroyed the tea described themselves. America's founding myth has it that on Thursday, the 16th of December in 1773, a posse of more than 100 true-born patriots raided 3 East India Company ships in Boston Harbor and threw 92,000 pounds of tea overboard. Trouble is, it's all your usual load of shit. Far from increasing the price for American consumers, the taxed East India tea was going to be sold for about half the single United States dollar that they were then paying for a pound of tea, which would be the equivalent of $100 today. This is borne out by recent research into the individuals who attacked those ships, including 8 who were employed by one radical Bostonian merchant smuggler alone. The fear that the East India tea, once unloaded and sold, would undercut the smugglers' prices meant that it was in their interests to destroy it before it could be landed. The East India tea that those self-branded patriots destroyed was due to be sold for around half of the single United States dollar per pound that New Englanders were then paying. Which, as I said, in those days would be equivalent to probably well over $100 today. The only people who stood to lose out were the wealthy local smuggler barons of Boston, New York, and Pennsylvania, who feared that the imported tea would fatally undercut their illicit business and thus covertly contracted the cadre of patriot terrorists to attack these vessels. Under cover of darkness, 3 well-organized teams of mercenaries in persona of Mohawk Native Americans, using soot for blackface, stormed the 3 galleons, hacked open 342 chests of tea, and tossed it all overboard, all in the space of about 12 hours. The Boston Tea Party was actually a highly coordinated assault by rich Yankee gangsters and their henchmen against a government attempt to halve the price of a cup of tea. It was the English overreaction, among other things, closing the port of Boston until the East India Company was fully compensated, that turned a mere squalid act of racketeering into the spark that ignited the American Revolutionary War of Independence, which goes to show you it was rooted in criminality and gangsterism all along. Instead of playing down the offense or treating it as a policing and customs matter, Lord North's ministry in London passed the coercive or intolerable acts against Massachusetts in May of 1774, which caused uproar throughout the 13 colonies. The most important of these acts closed the port of Boston until full compensation had been paid to the British East India Company. The reality which I am exposing makes a hell of a lot more sense than just a petty tax revolt. If it were the latter, then the logical act would have been to seize the tea rather than destroy it and then sell it on the black market without the tax stamps. We've seen that model over and over again, from bootlegged alcohol to cigarettes. But the tea would have to get destroyed in order to keep the prices high for the smugglers. At any rate, go figure that the high-handed British of the era insisted on drastic overreaction to make everything worse. In terms of the myths about the Boston Tea Party, there's about 7 I can think of. The Tea Act imposed on American colonists, which is why tax protesters often revere the Boston Tea Party. Bullshit! The Tea Act did no such thing. Instead, the actual law gave the East India Company a tax break on tea shipped to the American colonies, along with special new privileges for shipping tea directly to consignees in America, both of which would have reduced the price of tea for all Americans. On the other hand, Americans were already paying a tax of 3 pennies per pound on legally imported tea under the Revenue Act of 1767, which, unlike the other townshend duties, was still on the books after 1770. This combination of an existing tax on Americans and a new tax break for the East India Company concerned the Sons of Liberty, who worried that cheaper tea would seduce Americans into paying tax passed by Parliament, where Americans were not represented. The Sons of Liberty, of course, were a terrorist network. Now, another myth. Americans boarded 3 British ships and dumped the King's tea into the harbor on December 16th of 1773. Bullshit! The 3 ships, the Beaver, the Eleanor, and the Dartmouth, were all privately owned, and all 3 were at least partially owned by American colonists. The tea itself belonged to the East India Company, which was a private joint stock company. Thus, the Bostonians technically destroyed private property, American property no less, rather than launching a direct assault on the British state. Another myth, the Bostonians dumped full crates of tea into the harbor. Bullshit! This myth is perpetuated by many historic recreations of the event. But it doesn't seem to be true. Most of these crates were too heavy to throw into the water, so the Bostonians chopped them open with axes and dumped the contents overboard. Also, the tea was loose leaf, not brick tea. Another myth, the event has always been known as the Boston Tea Party. Bullshit. The earliest known reference to the phrase Boston Tea Party comes from a newspaper story on December 30th of 1825. At a dinner celebrating the landing of the Pilgrims, W.P. Hawes, Hawes, offered the following toast. If I remember it. It went like, the Boston Tea Party, may tyrants and oppressors throughout the world be speedily invited to a like entertainment. Then shortly afterward, in 1826, another story mentioned a temperate, hardy old veteran named Joshua Wyeth, who often boasts of the Boston Tea Party. Initially, the phrase may have referred to the party of men who dumped the tea, not the event itself. An 1829 obituary of Nicholas Campbell reported that he was one of the ever-memorable Boston Tea Party. In other words, the band of mercenary terrorists who destroyed American private property. For the first 53 years afterward, people referred to the events of December 16th of 1773 as the destruction of the tea in Boston Harbor, or something similar. Another myth, the destruction of the tea galvanized colonists to revolt against the British. Bullshit! Actually, many Americans were uncertain about whether destroying the East India Company's tea was even a good idea. Benjamin Franklin, the agent of the Massachusetts House of Representatives in London, initially urged Boston leaders to repay the East India Company for the destroyed tea. Some newspaper pieces denounced the destruction of the tea as a terrorist act. Within months, however, the British response to the destruction of the tea, the Coercive Acts of 1774, did inspire the American colonists to reconsider their relationship to the British government. Exempli gratiae, in early June of 1774, after he had learned of the Coercive Acts, George Washington himself wrote, "The cause of Boston, the despotic measures in respect to it, I mean, now is and ever will be considered as the cause of America. Not that we approve," in parentheses he put, "not that we approve their conduct in destroying the tea." Another myth. The Boston Tea Party is a great example of nonviolent civil disobedience. Bull fucking shit. This is misleading in trois respects. First, although the Bostonians committed property destruction on December 16th rather than violence against persons, the destruction of the tea was also the culminating act in a series of violent threats and deeds against friends of government in Boston. Bostonians intimidated importers and customs officers, threw rocks and shattered windows, printed death threats against the tea consignees, surrounded them at their homes and places of business, refused to allow the governor to give them armed protection, and effectively exiled them to a fortified island in the harbor. In other words, these terrorists gang-stalked, no less, and terrorized people into fleeing America effectively. They left the North American continent to live on a goddamn island off coast. Second, when Charles Connor was caught trying to pocket tea on board the Beaver on the night of December 16th, he was stripped of his coat, covered in mud, and beaten as he fled Griffin's Wharf. One observer wrote, "Nothing but their utter aversion to make any disturbance prevented his being tarred and feathered." The tea destroyers did their best to act with restraint only in fiction. They did not touch anything on the ships aside from the tea, and they even replaced a broken padlock, yes, but their actions were most certainly violent. As a matter of fact, there was one man who was injured. We'll get into that later. A final myth that comes to my mind for the moment was that ever since the Tea Party, Americans have deliberately chosen coffee over tea. Ho ho! Bullshit! The reason Americans drink more coffee than tea is that for much of American history, since 1773, the coffee of Brazil and the Caribbean has been cheaper and easier to obtain than tea from China or India, which was often subject to trade restrictions. It is true that Americans engaged in new boycotts of tea in 1774, but their prejudice against tea did not last. They had too many fond memories of drinking it before 1773. Now let's get to what you need to know right now. For that, of course, I'll check the live stream. There we are. Mark H says, incredible information, especially for a Bostonian. Thank you, Douglas. God bless you, dear sir. Thank you. In terms of what you need to know right now, COP28 entered crunch time with countries at odds over fossil fuels. During the COP28 climate talks on Monday, the United Nations climate chief Simon Steele urged countries to come together to reach a final deal for the summit with hesitation surrounding whether or not to call for an end to fossil fuels. Steele said there had been progress in resolving some disagreements, but warned that each step back from the highest ambition will cost countless millions of lives. My son's husband has spent the last 14 nights or 12 weeks in Abu Dhabi, and it has hosted the Fortune Global Forum with sponsorship from their Zionist collaborationist government, no less. So some may claim my own hands, even as many steps removed as they be, are still not clean enough for their own Edomite agenda in this debate. But I think those who argue profit-seeking oil-producing companies cannot play in the climate effort misunderstand the nature of the challenge. That's something that I will put into context. There's a new report out from the McKinsey Global Institute that puts it in helpful perspective. A successful net zero transition, as this report so compellingly argues by mathematical calculation, requires achieving not just one objective, eliminating carbon emissions, but four independent ones. First, reducing emissions. Second, maintaining affordability. Third, ensuring reliability. And fourth, supporting industrial competitiveness. A strategy that focuses exclusively on number one, eliminating carbon emissions, or rather reducing emissions, rather than eliminating them entirely, which would be impossible, while ignoring numbers 2 through 4 will ultimately fail. And when you consider all four, the role of oil becomes critical, both to power the transition and to provide resources and knowledge for a successful green future. But beyond that, it's also clear to me that pursuit of profit will be the most powerful force driving this change, as I myself calculated meeting my rental obligations down to the change in my coin purse last month. My erstwhile father-in-law mingled among the sprawling and somewhat chaotic Expo City, Dubai, where COP28 was held for the last fortnight, or 14 nights, the last 12 weeks. The COP process was designed for government officials, but these days bustles with prominent business leaders. But the span of a few hours on Friday morning into last weekend, Sugar Daddy, we obviously keep his identity secret for security reasons, encountered the CEOs of IBM, BP, or British Petroleum, IBM being International Business Machines, Big Blue, the computer company, BP, the British Petroleum, that fucked up the Gulf of Mexico, The Bank of America, Lazard, IKEA, and State Street, whose CEO, Ronald O'Hanley, captured the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the times, of both the event and the challenge when he told attendees, transitions are seldom straight lines. They are messy. Well, numerous reports, including the one I cited from McKinsey, have noted that despite all the progress that's been made, the world is still far off course to reach net zero by 2050, and under some scenarios may not get there until the end of the century. But messy challenges create massive opportunities. When O'Hanley says it will require 2.4 trillion United States dollars in financing over the next decade, the dollar signs light up in his business listeners' eyes. These days, the effort to fix the climate is being driven by the profit motive, and that's a good thing. The proliferation of CEOs, chief executive officers at the COP, the Conference of Parties, including those from oil companies, makes me more optimistic about the future, not less. At least I could reason with the unreasonable by appealing to greed. Resultantly, for the first time since nations began meeting 3 decades ago to confront climate change, diplomats from nearly 200 countries approved a global pact that explicitly calls for transitioning away from fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal that are dangerously burning our planet. This sweeping agreement, which came during the hottest year in recorded history, that's this year, people, was reached on Wednesday midweek, basically yesterday by now, after a 14 nights, 12 weeks of furious debate at the United Nations Climate Summit in Dubai. European leaders and many of the nations most vulnerable to climate-fueled disasters were urging language that called for a complete phase-out of fossil fuels, but that proposal faced intense pushback from major oil exporters like the United Arab Emirates, the host nation itself, the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, their neighbor and ally, and co-collaborationist with Israel, along Iraq, as well as fast-growing countries like India and Nigeria. In the end, negotiators struck a compromise. The New Deal calls on countries to accelerate a global shift away from fossil fuels this decade in their words, just, orderly, and equitable manner, and to quit adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere entirely by mid-century. It also calls on nations to triple the amount of renewable energy, like wind and solar power, installed around the world by 2030, and to slash emissions of methane, a greenhouse gas that is more potent than carbon dioxide in the short term. As for the moment, European Union scientists concur 2023 will be the hottest year on record. Last transmission day, European Union scientists agreed that 2023 would be the warmest year on record, as global mean temperature for the first 11 months of the year hit the highest level on record, 1.46 degrees Celsius. That's 34.63 degrees Fahrenheit, above the 1850 through 1900 average. The record comest as governments were at the COP28 summit in Dubai on negotiations on whether to, for the first time, phase out the use of CO2 emitting coal, oil, and gas, the main source of warming emissions. Cutting or eliminating the use of fossil fuels, a critical part of any effort to slow global burning, was nevertheless the most contentious topic at the United Nations' COP28 climate talks. More than 100 companies want an agreement to phase out the use of coal, oil, and gas, but top oil-producing countries, including Saudi Arabia, vehemently oppose any such language. But top oil-producing countries that oppose it were swayed by the Sultan Al Jaber after, of course, being convinced that he could double his income by making himself the head of a renewable fuels department for his nation, just as he's the head of the Department of Fossil Fuels. United Nations scientists have warned that greenhouse gas emissions need to fall by at least 43% by 2030 from 2019 levels to keep global warming within the 1.5 degree Celsius threshold. The planet is currently on track to warm by 3 Celsius at the end of this century, which would be cataclysmic for humans and ecosystems. Now, I do want to emphasize that oil is not tobacco. After Exxon and Chevron reported disappointing earnings on the last day of January in the 2020th year in our Lord, CNBC's Jim Cramer sputtered, "I'm done with fossil fuels. They're just done. We're starting to see divestment all over the world. These stocks don't want to be owned by young people. The world's turned on them. They're tobacco." Now, Cramer may have been right about investor sentiment at the time. 3 to 4 years ago, energy accounted for just 3.8% of the value of the Standard & Poor's 500, down from 16% in the year of the great crash of 2008. And the sharp market reaction on into that weekend, transitioning into February of 2020, showed even the remaining investors were skittish. Exxon stock fell 4.1% and Chevron fell 3.8%, wiping out 19 billion United States dollars in market value. But Cramer was wrong comparing oil to tobacco. If the tobacco industry shut down tomorrow, the world would be a better place. If the oil industry shut down, we'd return to the Dark Ages, with human suffering on an unprecedented scale. According to the McKinsey report, which I will enter into our chat room, global demand for oil and gas won't peak until after 2030. In the meantime, the industry needs to keep doing what it is doing. Shunning oil and gas stocks is a spectacularly silly way to fight climate change. With that, of course, entering this for our listeners to access. And global demand for oil and gas, as I said, won't peak till after 2030. So what's an investor who's concerned about climate change to do? Well, first of all, don't focus on the product, focus on the production. Investors and regulators should be riding herd on producers to control gas flaring and methane emissions. They should pressure them to invest in cleaner production methods and in alternative fuels. And they should be skeptical of companies planning massive investments to reach more supply. All of that pointed to picking Chevron over Exxon nigh half a decade ago. Indeed, this may be the one case where share buybacks make sense. If Chevron couldn't create the energy future itself, better to free up its capital for those who can. Now, after the United States of America's veto obligingly derailed the United Nations Security Council efforts to halt their war, Israeli leaders have rebuffed international pressure to halt their military campaign in the southern Gaza Strip. Israel vowing to press on with its Gaza offensive until Hamas is eradicated, even as Gaza health authorities have evinced that the death toll inflicted by mass murderous Israeli forces already exceeds well over 17,000 and another 5,000, about 17,500 Palestinians during 12 months of war. And this, in the last time I checked, it must be up to 18,000 by now at least, I'm sure beyond that. Israel intensified bombardment of the southern Gaza, encircling Jabalia camp. The Israeli army said it had encircled the Jabalia refugee camp after destroying what it referred to as terrorist infrastructure as it pressed ahead with its offensive of the southern Gaza Strip. Breaking with its long-held apolitical approach, the International Committee of the Red Cross posted a video of its chief, Mirjana Spoljaric, denouncing the moral failure of the international community in Gaza and urging all sides to de-escalate and find a political solution. But Israel's military declared its mission to destroy an estimated 311 miles of Hamas tunnels across the Gaza Strip will take us months. With Israel's bombing campaign continuing, the urban devastation is likely to leave about 2.2 million Palestinians homeless, with no answers as to where or how they will be rehomed. The United Nations has warned that Gazans have no safe harbor amid the bombing. Independent evidence is now emerging that Netanyahu himself covertly supported and funded Hamas as a counterbalance to the Palestinian Authority. It is his creation. The news about the beheading of babies has been thoroughly deconstructed by independent journalists. Yet intense fighting has resumed after a truce allowing aid distribution expired over last weekend, even as more damning evidence is beginning to indicate that most of the Jewish settlers killed on the 7th and 8th days in October were mass murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces themselves in retaliatory fire under its so-called Hannibal Directive, which requires killing of the enemy at all costs, even the death of its own citizens. Some reports reveal that these Israelis were killed by tank shells and 5.7 millimeter bullets, which Hamas simply does not possess. Nor does Hamas possess the kind of lethal missiles that killed 1,000 people in a Gaza hospital in a single midnight strike. Palestine itself is a putative national territory that comprises millions of displaced people with no government, economy, or army, with 80% of the people surviving on humanitarian aid. There are no nuances in the killing of well over 4,500 children and the 1,500 women who had been raising them. Yet the United States Justice Department salted all wounds by declaring itself investigating war crimes committed by Hamas against Americans, thus following the American lead in our own culture wars this side of the Atlantic. Israeli gun licensing authorities have issued more than 100,000 new civilian licenses in the past 5 years. The Prime Minister's support for gun attacks by Israelis proves there be zero interest in reducing violence or preserving lives, especially not Palestinian lives. The Palestinian Authority is working with American officials on a post-war plan for the region, whilst arguing that fully destroying Hamas is unrealistic. Meanwhile, the American empire is facing condemnation after it vetoed a United Nations Security Council resolution last week demanding an immediate truce in Gaza. On Friday into this weekend last, the United Nations Security Council voted 13-1 for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and unconditional release of all hostages. The United States voted against this resolution. The United Kingdom, to its eternal shame and disgrace, abstained. The draft resolution was not adopted due to the American veto. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said he will not give up, calling for a ceasefire, but said to expect public order to completely break down soon. The Biden administration has little to gain from the leveling and depopulation of Gaza. Indeed, it is alienating enormous segments of the Democratic Party, especially as it attacks protesters calling for a ceasefire as pro-terrorist. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer led chants of "We stand with Israel" and no ceasefire at a pro-Israel rally on, well, November 4th in Washington, D.C., despite a Reuters Ipsos survey indicating that 68% of respondents believe that Israel should implement a ceasefire and negotiate an end to this war. That number rises to 77% among Democrats. Joe Biden, or Genocide Joe himself, has a dismal approval rating of 37%. Oh my fucking God. I'm left appalled. I really need to kind of gather myself here, breathe, because this so upsets myself when I even think about the horrors of what we're discussing here. I think that nobody really understands sometimes the implications of the stance that they take, especially a lot of these. Oh God, how do I express it? These Democrats who are going against their own base, which has consistently been asking for peace. They are appallingly ignorant of even the fact that their March for Israel was really a hate rally. About the March for Israel gathering held Tuesday, was it November? Oh God, what date was that? The last time I spoke of this was on Wednesday, of November 15th. So it was the day before, the 14th. It was, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe that's how I remember it. But it was on the National Mall in Washington, the same place where Trump himself started the January 6th insurrection in Washington, District of Columbia, of course. Trump's former ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, chortled, "Final estimated head count at the pro-Israel rally in D.C., 290,000 people. Makes this the largest Jewish gathering in history since Mount Sinai." Now, although Friedman's numbers appear to be inflated, I myself, just observing, saw a massive turnout. I wasn't there, of course, but what I could see on camera, it was a political event like nothing I've seen in 12 decades of basically observing rallies in the District of Columbia via reporting in the incessant calls to keep bombing Gaza. It was a celebration not just of war, but of war crimes. Friedman's joy over such a showing is not surprising to me. What turned the stomach was watching the leadership of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, join in the revelry just hours before Israel Defense Forces captured Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital. And it came amid another round of killing civilians and targeting journalists trying to expose these horrors to the world. When it comes to supporting the Israeli government, it's not a shock to see Democratic Party leaders of the gerontocracy, the hospice care whores, in lockstep with Trumpists like Friedman and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, whose hand they held on stage in honor of Israel. It's not just that the Democratic leaders said nothing about the evangelical Christian nationalist speakers with histories so Judeophobic that they would give Donald Trump himself pause. Make us no mistake, people in the Judeophobic Christian Zionist community made up a significant portion of that crowd. Or that they failed to remark on the racist handmade signs attendees created for the occasion. It's that their presence was a slap in the face to the 80% of Democratic voters who want a ceasefire. It's that they are openly hostile to the generation of youth whom they need to stay in office. A generation that inconveniently believes that Palestinian life matters. It's that they are contemptuous of Jews who say to Israel that their genocidal attacks must not be pursued in the name of Judea. It's that they are in the process of handing the next election to an autocratic Judeophobe who, in the words of the Washington Post, is merely parroting my own biological sire Adolf Hitler by calling their opponents vermin. Schumer, Pelosi, and Jeffries would rather stand with a pro-war mob that shouted down an over-his-head Van Jones calling for peace. Speaker after speaker slammed the idea of a ceasefire and slandered the ceasefire protests as pro-Hamas. Celebrity C-listers like Deborah Messing and Michael Rappaport backed a message whose only logic is bigotry and bombings. But the coup de grace was when they cheered a video speech by Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who said that civilians in Gaza are legitimate targets, that it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. This was not just a rally supporting a war, this was a rally supporting a war crime. The defenders of last month's Shanda, or Shonda. It's pronounced Sean in the Yiddish. The word Shond, it's spelled like Shand, S-H-A-N-D, is used as shame, is used in the English. Shameda, or Shonda, the Yiddish for something scandalously shameful. In the Jewish faith, Shonda is a terrible sin. So last month's Shonda will say, well, the defenders thereof will say that it was a mass gathering against anti-Semitism. But what kind of rally against anti-Semitism features John Hagee, the Christian Zionist evangelical leader who said my own biological sire Adolf Hitler was brought by God on a divine mission to create the state of Israel? Accurate as he is, he knows his shit. You bring Hagee out of his crypt only to send a message that this is not about making sure that Jews are safe at all. It's about showing solidarity with Israel, no matter the allies. What kind of rally against Judeophobia includes racist signs calling for more war, more bombings, and the end of not just Hamas, but Palestine itself? Or as one sign held by a masked protester read, "From the river to the sea, Israel is all you will see." This is not to say that every single person in attendance was there to celebrate war. The reports of increasing Judeophobia have many people understandably concerned, but the messaging was far less about anti-Semitism than about finishing the job. In Gaza, the march was also not a call to free the hostages at all. Instead, it elevated bigots, trolls, and an Israeli president who has made an open call for genocide. At one point, on Herzog's urging, the crowd stopped chanting against a ceasefire and instead shouted, "Never again!" This was a vandalizing of those supposedly sacred words, if ever they even held meaning beyond the self-aggrandizement of the select. Never again! As I myself would always hope that the Judaic diaspora was raised, is supposed to mean that never again would Jews remain quiet when anyone on this planet faced genocide. what a fool I've always been to ever even hope. For Herzog and his hateful Hebrews, it means that for the horrid crime of October 7th, Israel must declare a total war against the people of Gaza. For Herzog, there are no innocents in Gaza. To chant never again in the comfort of sunny District of Columbia while a trapped ghetto is bombed half a world away in the name of Judea shames that rally into infamy. Friedman may have been thrilled, but Democrats sacrificing their party's presidential hopes on the altar of a war crime deserve nothing but contempt. If young people don't turn out to vote, remember this rally. And remember how up Chuck Schumer, Jeffries, and Nancy Pelosi locked arms with Johnson, looked at 80% of their own voters, and spit in their faces. Biden's real base is not disenchanted voters, but the billionaire class, corporations, such as the weapons industry, which is making enormous profits from the wars in Gaza and the Ukraine, and groups such as the Israel Lobby. They determine policy, even if it means Biden's defeat in the next presidential election. If Biden loses, the oligarchs get Donald Trump, who serves their interests as doggedly as Biden. Okay, Victoria joins us. Let me give her, of course, my love. Love you, Victoria. She changed her sigil there, her icon. Yes, let me give her the proper emojis, and then I'll be back on my way. Okay. Here we are. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Okay. Now, all this with Ukraine in the balance. The Israel-Palestine pogrom. It's not a war, and it's not Israel-Hamas. It's Israel-Palestine pogrom. Is Russia's perfect crisis. And Putin's pig-like Latvia threat is a chilling reminder of what's at stake in Ukraine. Events in the Middle East have helped the Kremlin convince itself that Russia's foreign policy in recent years has been the right one. Zelensky junketed to these United States in a desperate bid to rescue 60 billion United States dollars in military aid, even as G7 countries showed support to Ukraine. The Ukrainian leader's third Washington visit came as with the military aid mired in American domestic politics. Zelensky had canceled his high-profile United States Senate briefing with American lawmakers amid a disagreement over future American funding. It came after a top Ukrainian official warned they are in danger of losing the war against the Russian Empire if more American military aid is not approved. President Joe Biden hosted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House on Tuesday, basically the day before yesterday, as discussions for a Ukraine aid deal remain stalled in Congress. The Senate has struggled for weeks to reach an agreement as top Republicans insist any aid package for key American allies, including Israel and the Ukraine, be tied to reformed United States immigration and border security policies. Lawmakers are now working against the clock to end the impasse before they leave town for the holidays next week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, everyone's favorite hate rally man, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell have invited Zelensky to speak the day before yesterday at an all-senators meeting where he called upon the American empire to renew support of the Ukraine's defense against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. These are all the wrong questions about Ukraine's war. American legislators demand scenarios for war termination that neither the Ukraine nor the Biden administration can even provide, because critics of Ukrainian aid are asking the wrong questions. Survival is the only strategy here. In one of my previous careers, when I was working with the Department of Defense and dreaming about someday teaching strategy and national security affairs to U.S. military officers, we used historical case studies to analyze the decisions, some good, some disastrous, made by leaders in these United States and other nations. The specter of Vietnam and the still painful injuries of Afghanistan and Iraq would obviously play a large role in any curriculum that I would be teaching today if I had become a professor at the U.S. Army War College or the like. These open-ended conflicts in Asia and the Middle East, Southwest Asia geographically, convinced generations of American strategists that planning in every war, no matter how the conflict began, should include an exit strategy. I, of course, were I teaching today, would be required to teach that concept, but I have always vehemently disagreed with it. And I wish I could ban the term itself from the strategic lexicon. Exit strategies are the kind of thing that appeal to American hubris. Only very powerful countries, captured by the delusion that planning and firepower grant near complete control of events, can afford to think about how to exit a war before it's even been won. For data-driven Americans who have internalized the middle management tropes of business schools, the concept is pure catnip. Tell us what you need, how long this will last, and explain our return on investment. As if war itself were just another spreadsheet exercise. Return on investment is another sensible business concept that too many in the defense community have clumsily attempted to apply to national security strategies. War is not business. None of this is to say that nations should merely plunge ahead with military action on a whim, of course, especially for relatively small operations. How will we know when we're done is a crucial question. Sometimes the answer is clear, such as in the 1983 American invasion of Grenada, when the objectives were to rescue American citizens, depose a Marxist-Leninist regime, flush Cuban forces from the country, and hand the government over to new leaders. All of these objectives were achieved after combat operations that lasted approximately 4 days, with 19 Americans killed in action. Only days earlier, in 1983, however, the inability to answer the question of why are we here and when should we leave led to disaster in Lebanon. American military personnel sent with unclear objectives into a chaotic situation ended up sitting around in a camp at the Beirut airport a suicide bomber drove into the base and killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and 3 soldiers. The operation was such a mess that it has been taught as a case study at the Naval War College for years. In an all-out war, when the stakes are much higher, questions about exit strategies become nonsensical, even inane. Imagine an American telling Winston Churchill during the Battle of Britain, "Prime Minister, if we're going to send you aid, we really need to know your exit strategy here." Imagine calling Golda Meir in 1973, a war I still haven't finished analyzing, as Israel was reeling under a surprise attack by Egyptus and Suraya, Egypt and Syria, and waffling about how we'd have to get back to her unless she could just be a smidge clearer on how the conflict might end. That's essentially what many critics of aid to Ukraine, especially in the red Republican Party, are asking of President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. I will leave aside the obvious bad faith involved in many of the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent complaints about Ukraine. Some Republican legislators oppose aid purely to give Biden a public black eye. Others, as I articulated recently, are sucking up to the extreme wing of their own party, including more than a few who actually admire Russian dictator Vladimir Putin as some sort of white Christian champion. He's declared this to be the year of the family, after all. Other objections appear to be more grounded, but in the end make little sense. What does it mean, for example, to say that aid to Ukraine needs more oversight? The United States, in a policy I think wise, has placed limits on how American weapons can be used, but the Ukrainians are not going to be able to account for every shell and missile. Even the hyper-bureaucratized American military doesn't do that in the heat of battle, because war never works that way. In a note widely attributed to Great Britain's Duke of Wellington, the man who would eventually defeat Napoleon Bonaparte himself, the famed general bristled at penny pinching from his superiors back home while he was fighting on the Iberian Peninsula. In 1812 he wrote, "We are at war with France, a fact which may come as a bit of a surprise to you gentlemen in Whitehall." To quote his tea at length, "This brings me to my present purpose, which is to request elucidation of my instructions from His Majesty's government so that I may better understand why I am dragging an army over these barren plains. I construe that perforce it must be one of twa alternative duties, as given below. I shall pursue either one with the best of my ability, but I cannot do both. 1. To train an army of uniformed British clerks in Spain for the benefit of the accountants and copyboys in London, or perchance. 2. To see to it that the forces of Napoleon are driven out of Spain." More than 2 centuries later, Republicans such as Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio seem to think it's clever to haul off zingers about Ukrainian officials buying bigger yachts while America sends aid. Senator Tom Tillis, Vance's Republican colleague from North Carolina, described Vance's accusation directly and flagrantly total and unmitigated bullshit. But if we're really going to obsess about return on investment, aid to Ukraine might count as one of the most devastatingly efficient and effective defense expenditures of American treasure in the history of this godforsaken republic. The United States intelligence community in a newly declassified report to Congress, estimates that the revisionist Russian Empire has lost 87% of the total number of active duty ground troops that it had prior to launching its invasion of Ukraine. And note that this does not mean men sent into battle, but nearly 9/10 of its entire fucking army, and 2/3 of its pre-invasion inventory of tanks. The American Empire has so far provided military aid to Ukraine that amounts to roughly 1/10 of its total annual defense budget. In return, one of America's most dangerous enemies has sacrificed almost all of its existing soldiers and the bulk of its armor. The courage of the Ukrainian people and the valor of their armed forces have accomplished all of this without a single American soldier being ordered into battle. And yet Republicans want to depict this astonishing achievement as a budgetary strain that makes America less safe. Despite the clear impact of American aid, critics continue to ask, how does it all end? For Ukraine, the only exit strategy is survival, just as it was for Great Britain in 1940, or Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, in 1973. The Ukrainians will keep fighting because the alternative is the enslavement and butchery of the Ukrainian people and the end of Ukraine as a nation. The motherless fucking Russians, people, are the people who need an exit strategy. But as long as some in the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party keep giving Putin the hope that he can outlast the West, and as long as Russian parents keep handing Putin their sons to burn on the pyre of his ego and delusions, this war will go on. The Kremlin will stay the course. So should we, for as long as it takes to ensure the survival of Ukraine and the security of Europe, the United States, and the entire fucking world. Congress should be asking hard questions about Israel aid. A hard right government is abusing American money for worrying ends, to say the least. American President Joe Biden has asked for an additional $14 billion United States dollars in new military aid for Israel, a request that lawmakers have been considering. Yet as Palestinian civilian deaths rise and disagreements grow between these United States and Israeli governments on the methods and outcomes of the fighting, passage of a massive amount of military support further tying the American empire to Israel's prosecution of the war must not be treated as a rubber stamp exercise. As negotiations continue this week on an emergency funding package that includes military assistance to Israel alongside aid for Ukraine and humanitarian relief, lawmakers must ask some tough questions of the Biden administration and the Israeli government. First, does Israel actually have financial need at all? Even if Israel is seeking additional arms for legitimate security purposes, such a desire for additional weapons does not by itself establish a fiscal imperative for United States taxpayers to foot the bill. While some senior lawmakers no doubt have memories of an Israeli economy working earnestly to catch up with older states, recent decades have seen Israel become a comparatively wealthy nation. According to 2022 World Bank figures, Israel has a per capita gross domestic product higher than that of each of the Fifth French Republic, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, Dai Nippon Teikoku, or the Empire of Japan, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and the English-speaking Commonwealth of Nations, and the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. More than 12 times that of Ukraine and other recipient military aid in the request before Congress. Due diligence requires that lawmakers seek evidence that Israel cannot reasonably pay for necessary additional arms itself. Additionally, lawmakers should ask whether Israel, already the largest recipient of American foreign aid, has used tens of billions of dollars in United States military support to date in a way that enhances rather than harms its own security. In addition to supplying Israel with decades of arms and assistance, the U.S. Congress has repeatedly and rightly condemned Hamas's horrific October 7th attack and atrocities against Israel and expressed support for its allies' right and duty to protect its people. Yet, as multiple reports have now made clear, Israel's failure to prevent Hamas's brutal attack was not due to any lack of weapons or resources. It was, at the very least, a failure of the Israeli government to detect the assault and deploy its forces accordingly. All, of course, in dark conspiracy. They initiated the attack themselves, which is what renders assistance moot. It should not be given at all. Not only did Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government ignore the dire situation in the Gaza Strip and the Israeli security personnel who warned of Hamas's plans, they also prioritized sending military forces to the West Bank, where the far-right settlers who make up a substantial part of Netanyahu's supporter base were intensifying government-backed harassment and terrorism and outright extermination of Palestinian communities. Israel nearly doubled the number of its battalions in the West Bank in the months before October 7th. That left Israel's south poorly defended prior to the attacks, with Israeli experts themselves blaming the slow response to the Hamas attack on the fact that so many troops were in the West Bank helping private citizens with privately owned firearms kill innocent Palestinian civilians. If you say, they're not innocent, well, you're preaching genocide. You're implying that all Palestinians are guilty by dint of being born Palestinian, which makes you a Jew fuck if ever there was one. Even amid the current war and the emergence of horrific new details of Hamas's atrocities against Israelis in the south, the Netanyahu government advanced a budget earlier this month that would allocate the equivalent of tens of millions of new dollars to fund illegal settlement projects in the West Bank. Money is fungible, and American workers are owed an explanation as to why they should backfill gaps in Israeli military funding that were caused in part by settlement activity that can only exacerbate a wider Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a two-front war. The Israeli government's unending project of settlement expansion and Palestinian ethnic cleansing, what they call community displacement, raises another critical question. Will Israel abuse United States-funded weapons in accordance with both American and international law? While the more than 15,000 Palestinians estimated to have been killed in Gaza, 17,500 at this point, no doubt include some number of Hamas combatants, the overwhelming number are civilians, and an estimated more than half, actually 2/3 of them, were women and children. Such figures are prima facie evidence that Israel has not adhered to its obligation under international law to take all reasonable precautions to avoid civilian losses and damage to civilian infrastructure. In fact, Israeli researchers have reported that the Israeli military intentionally and systematically targets civilian infrastructure, routinely attacking sites with little or no known military activity, but which were known to house families, entire families. Hamas's undoubted war crimes, including its continued holding of hostages and rocket launches into Israel, do not relieve Israel of its own obligations under the laws of war. Moreover, well-documented public statements and writing by Israeli government and military officials calling for the permanent mass transfer of civilians or the broad destruction of structures in the territory is worrying evidence of an intention to commit some of the most serious violations of the laws of armed conflict and human rights. And this during, well, what was Human Rights Day weekend. That was Sunday. But that was when I gathered the evidence of which I'm presenting now from sources that are available to all. Breathe. I gotta breathe. Despite these concerns, the Biden administration has shown distressing resistance to enforcing conditions on aid, a number of which already exist under American law, to ensure that United States-funded and supplied arms are used exclusively for permitted purposes. Rather than continuing to give vague assurances that the administration will continue pressing Israel to follow international law, requests that Israel's government has clearly ignored, lawmakers should ask Biden himself for specific commitments related to the enforcement of laws enacted to prevent American arms from being misused, such as the Arms Export Control Act and the Leahy Law. With dozens, if not hundreds, of lives lost daily, and families on either side of the Gaza fence fearing for their loved ones, Congress has a responsibility to ensure that the steps it takes make a just and secure end to this war more likely, rather than funding actions that harm human security, regional stability, and international order with American taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, leaders of the G7 countries held a virtual meeting with Zelensky last Wednesday of Yester Septimania, last week, in a show of support for the country's war against Russian aggression. NATO must take Putin's pig threats against Latvia very seriously. In the Ukrainian war, Russia's military spending is as high as ever. Now the West is alarmed because the Kremlin Supremo is indirectly hinting at a possible attack on Latvia, a NATO member. It is a reminder of the growing danger to Europe itself. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin sometimes chooses downright bizarre occasions to launch his threats against the West. It was at Monday's meeting of the Russian Human Rights Council during International Human Rights Day weekend where Putin expressed a new deep concern. It was not, of course, about the human rights of the thousands of political prisoners in his own empire, but about the Russian population living in neighboring Latvia, which happens to be a NATO member state, having to take language tests. Around 25,000 Russian citizens live there with permanent resident permits, most of them dating back to Soviet times, when they were an enemy occupant. Since September, they have had to prove their basic knowledge of the Latvian language in a brief test in order to extend their permits. Those who fail the test or do not register for it are at risk of deportation. The test must be passed within 12 years. For Putin, who cares nothing about the languages of Russia's non-Russian inhabitants, Latvia's policy is a scandal. Those who treat parts of their population in such a pig-like manner will in turn find, his words, the same pig-like behavior in their own country, he said. It seems that the Russian dictator has now rediscovered the protections of Russians as the new thrust of his criticism of Western countries. So, is this a real threat to the Baltic nations? Putin used the alleged repression of Russians in Ukraine as a reason for his invasion. Baltic countries, where large minorities of Russian speakers resettled themselves as enemy occupants, fear that Putin's logic could soon affect them too. A quarter of Latvia's population identifies as ethnically Russian, but most of them have long since naturalized and do not believe in Putin's Russian world vision. I can state that it still remains unlikely that the Russian Empire will intervene militarily in a NATO country, but what we forget is that the same was said about Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Skeptics said that the plan was too risky and that the prospect of sanctions and long-term disadvantages for the Russian economy would deter Putin from launching an attack. But that turned out to be wishful thinking. Putin is following his own logic and going as far as he can. This brings us back to Putin's failed plan in Ukraine. This can be seen from the very first days of the Ukraine war, when capturing Kiev, its capital, was at the top of Putin's agenda. In the first days of the Ukrainian invasion, only the courageous efforts of the Ukrainian armed forces and a lot of luck prevented a Russian aerolift to Hostomel Airport north of Kiev. If the Russians had managed to quickly deploy a massive military force in the Ukrainian capital, there might no longer be an independent Ukrainian state today. Putin, who today presents himself as some kind of Prince of Peace, could only be prevented from taking the Ukrainian capital with massive resistance from the Ukrainians. Volodymyr Zelensky was supposed to die, or at least be forced to flee, as the unsuccessful attack attempts of the first days of the war prove. At least 500,000 Russian agents, including sympathizers of ex-President Viktor Yanukovych, who was ousted in 2014, infiltrated Kiev and other Ukrainian regions to organize a coup d'etat and install a pro-Russian puppet government. But that plan ultimately failed. From the outset, Putin's target was the whole of Ukraine. This should give skeptical Europeans who feel safe under the NATO umbrella food for thought. Let's say it comes to Putin versus NATO. A war against NATO would be a new, previously unimagined level of risk for Putin and his regime. If Putin were to attack a NATO country, European and American missiles would not only be directed at military bases in Western Russia, but probably also at Moscow itself. This would also be a different level of escalation for the Russian population than the attacks by small Ukrainian kamikaze drones, which make it into the country's interior but cause little damage. Putin still lacks the resources for an open war against NATO. Large parts of the troops that are otherwise stationed near NATO's borders are fighting in Ukraine. But that could change. A drying up of Western military aid for Ukraine would not only mean that Putin would launch a new attempt to bring the whole of Ukraine under his control, it would also free up Putin's resources for new interventions. All this means a long war ahead. As we approach the end of the second year of the war, it is clear that the Kremlin dictator is gearing up for a long war. He openly states that he is fighting against the West in Russia's neighborhood. At an official 6% of gross domestic product, Russian military spending has reached a level not seen for decades. High oil prices and a low ruble exchange rate are pouring a lot of money into Putin's coffers. According to experts from the Deutschen, or German Council on Foreign Relations, Putin is likely to have built up his army to the point where he could wage war against NATO in 6 to 10 years' time, calculated from the point at which heavy fighting in Ukraine ended. Putin's war in Europe may seem today like an unrealistic vision of absurd horror, but it is an opportunity that Putin will seize, if he is allowed to. Thusly, the Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky made his case for Ukrainian funding to American senators. Zelensky addressed American senators via secure video on Tuesday to make his case about why fresh military funds are needed to help Ukraine fight Russia. This came as the White House was pressuring Congress to pass a supplemental aid package of nearly $106 billion United States dollars for the wars in Ukraine, Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, and other security needs, and as American officials have warned that all resources available for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, will be exhausted by the end of the year. United States President Joe Biden urged Congress to approve additional aid for Ukraine before Christmas, as the administration warns the embattled nation's ability to combat Russian invaders will be compromised without it. The latest package of assistance has been held up for months by a Republican blockade, fueling worries that the Russian Empire will gain the upper hand in its 22-month war, during which it has killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians. Some Republicans, of whom have made their price for supporting the United States ally stricter regulations tied to the Mexicano-American border, Biden countered that, in his words, "This cannot wait. Petty, partisan, angry politics can't get in the way of our responsibility as a leading nation in the world. And literally, the entire world is watching." Biden opened the door for talks over the aid, signaling he was willing to consider immigration policy changes to secure a deal. Delays have stoked fears that the desperately needed assistance, over $110 billion of which is tied up in Congress, would never be approved. This American aid package is part of an almost $106 billion request for emergency funds that also includes support for Israel, money tied to the American southern border, and support for American allies in the Pacific. Regarding the latter, Red China criticized the American empire after an American warship sailed in disputed waters in the South China Sea. The main beneficiary of the gridlock on Capitol Hill has been the Republican sponsor, Vladimir Putin, whose strategy to win his 22-month war has become clearer in these past months. He's betting on a conflict lasting years, and may believe Russia and his willingness to sacrifice tens of thousands of his country's own soldiers, mercenaries, and convicts can outlast the West. Now, in the time we have remaining, shout out to T-Tank Barry, our man in California, and goddess bless his family as well. So glad they brought him into this world. Okay. In the time we have remaining, of course, recently was the Armenian Day to, protest genocide. I'm obligated to describe the plight of my son's people. Defeated Armenia is looking to a new post-Russia foreign policy, and they should be considered the West's greatest ally in much of the world, aside from my Taiwan. Yerevan, capital of Armenia, does not want to repeat the mistakes of the past by relying too much on a single ally. Armenia is on the brink of formulating a new foreign policy. Moscow's silent acquiescence during September's one-day war, in which Azerbaijan seized the long-disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh, basically East Armenia, in which Armenia lost half its nation, prompting the flight of all Karabakh Armenians, means most Armenians no longer see Russia as an ally, never mind a security guarantor. Armenia is likely to both turn to the West and make overtures toward other major powers, particularly India and Iran. At the same time, Yerevan will be looking to retain constructive relations with Moscow, and despite the trauma of losing half their nation, Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh in the Armenian, there will be continuing efforts to solve the long-standing conflict with Azerbaijan and normalize relations with the Turkish Empire, even though both of those will continue to attack. By the way, I do believe we're joined by our man Peter. And so good morning, sir. How are we?
Hello. I caught the last 20 minutes or so, the diatribe about the Ukraine.
Yes.
And I have something to say about it. And first off, it's amazing. You know, this is probably the high point of Joe Biden is his support of Ukraine. And I don't even think he knows why he's doing it. I mean, he might have some convoluted reason for doing it to protect his business interests or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know why he does. I don't know why he does, but he does.
Yes.
Just like he even called Taiwan our ally. Or no, it wasn't him. It was Sean Hannity who referred to Taiwan as our ally.
Well, that's good news. And I do want you to know that before you started listening, I was going into several other things. I do hope you find the time to review. After all, I was only able to speak for about an hour, really. So you should be able to review that. I'll timestamp it for you so that you can...
So the rest of it was roundtable from when I left?
Yeah, after you left, it was roundtable because what happened was initially our man George Knight thought he was going to be able to spend this Sunday speaking the majority of the night, but it turned out it was tonight that he was able to do that. So it was mostly roundtable with him, and then of course we had other participants, and I of course am fried enough now after the amount of time I've spent conscious that are semi-conscious that I don't quite remember who was with us, but Brendan Zogit for a time, Aristides, we were joined by Troy Bellamy, a number of other people. And so, but generally towards the late night, it was only Brandon Young who stayed on for a long time. So Brandon Young was with us for quite a while before he finally took off. But then finally, when George Knight left, I spoke starting about, basically 2 hours towards the end of transmission. So you missed maybe about a half hour, which I'll timestamp for you. And that's where I really went into, of course, several aspects that have meaning, have relevance. And so that being said, welcome aboard and tell us what else.
We went into aspects of the current scene in Ukraine or the current scene in Israel or both?
Both. I was talking.
I heard some of that.
Okay.
But this is the thing that seems to be missing from the whole equation from the United States is viewpoint. And I don't think Trump would ever let this go by. And I don't know if there's any arrangement in place, but if I was, and I heard you talking about Wellington and the British, and this is a situation that L. Ron Hubbard described very well in his fiction book, A Final Blackout.
Yes.
Of the ineptness of headquarters, which his organization suffered from in the extreme.
Yes.
Destroyed it.
Yes.
And he might have actually been guilty of being headquarters. I really don't know his complicity to the extent maybe that I could. But anyway, is that the United States should be extracting some sort of collateral on Ukraine. In other words, we're going to support you, but what do we get back? We want, just like Mulholland secured water rights to the Colorado River, which Colorado to this day cannot divest themselves of. Right. California owns the water rights to the Colorado River.
Yeah.
And Colorado was pissed. And they can't do anything about it. Now, this is the same thing with Ukraine, have rights to the, what is it, the neon gas? Is it neon?
Yes.
Yeah. Or whatever it is, what is valuable. That's what's valuable. And this is like getting the Teclet Blue.
Yes.
It's like we want the rights to this and securing the rights to it. And this really, and I don't know that they've done that. I don't think, it just seems to me that, we're just giving it away. We're just giving it away. No, I don't know. But it's just this attitude, I just give it away. And the Republicans are going, you're giving it away. And it's like, and this is what Jewish banking is considered notorious for. It's playing one side off the other and getting the rights to, secure the property.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they wage war. So what is the machinations behind the scenes of the mineral rights? This is what we're talking about. And this would now put things in perspective, and it wouldn't be a waste of money. It wouldn't be viewed as a waste of money if they could understand. Instead, they're all going, you're paying too much, you're paying too much. It's like, let's get this down to reality. Do you have any knowledge of do we get anything back from Ukraine for sending them all this money, other than the satisfaction of putting our thumbs in our ears and waving our fingers at Putin?
Well, as I said, when I'll timestamp this for review later, but I can give you the summary, of course, as quickly as possible. I'm trying to kind of get my head together in the few minutes we have remaining to express myself. But basically, when it comes to return on investment, which is what you're basically approaching this as, I addressed that earlier, probably before you started listening, and what I pointed out was that our aid to Ukraine counts as one of the most devastatingly efficient and effective defense expenditures of American treasure in the history of this whole goddamn republic.
I heard you say that.
Yeah.
But I heard by that I don't see the secured collateral. Carry on.
Oh, well, the collateral was that basically in a declassified report to Congress, the U.S. intelligence community calculates that the Russian Empire has lost 87% of the total number of its active duty ground troops that it had prior to launching its invasion. And this doesn't mean just men sent into battle, but 9/10 of its entire army. 9/10.
I did hear that, and I was already aware of that.
Yeah.
And that's good as far as defeating Russia.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that's not what a banker goes for. He doesn't want dead soldiers. He wants collateral. He wants mercantile. He wants pentacles, coins. He wants, he wants a secured deed of a piece of property. And yeah, like they're winning the war, but then as you point out, Russia can come back. Yes. So it's like let's get the mining claim.
Mm-hmm. I understand what you're saying. Probably what America is counting on, I would presume, as you said, are the ability to do business in Ukraine. There should be some kind of deals being made. Sure, why not? I mean...
But one would think, Douglas, and one would hope, but this is the thing, when you don't see it, if Trump was engaged in this is what he's about. He's about real estate.
Yeah.
He's about collateral. He knows the game. And this is to his credit as a business person. People say, oh, he's not a good business person. Well, he acquired tremendous amount of assets and perhaps on chicanery, perhaps whatever. But it's about like securing this. And this is the problem. This was the difference between him and the rest of the government. Is the government, they're just on a dole.
Yes.
They're being fed money. They're on a dole. He had to scrap for his money. He had to scrap for his money in New York City, the most hardest place to make money in real estate. You got to survive or die real quick. And what I'm saying is these people are not survivors. They're on the dole. It's like they're just a bunch of...
Oh yes, yeah, that's kind of the point I was making about what the man who was fighting Napoleon, Lord Wellington, was saying. Yes, definitely.
Great.
Yeah,
he's great. The clerks. Hitler had this similar outrage, not identical, when he went back to. He complains about seeing all the clerks.
Yes.
And he said they were all Judaic.
Yeah,
It's a bureaucracy of Jews. He said, and they were not. I guess what you'd say banking Jews. They were bureaucratic Jews.
Yes.
They're not producing anything but serving the bureaucracy, which is a dole system in itself, not a Robert Dole system. But the dole, of course, refers to just getting welfare. And this is what, and that's what, communism is.
Yes.
Judaism is a fascinating complexity with regards to their support of communism and their use of capitalism.
Absolutely.
It's ingenious. It's complicated. It's you can't tell, which hand is doing which. It's true magic.
It's like Carl Gustav Jung said. Jung concluded that the Jews are an insane race. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It's not so much even connived, so much as it's absolutely insane. It's more a product of their sheer insanity.
This is the problem with the Jewish culture. Is that. And this is the real problem with it, and they could identify with it if they could apprise themselves of it, is the average Jewish person has been completely hulled from any of their own religion. They don't understand their religion, and when they do, they're usually under the tutelage or perhaps undue influence of a rabbi, who could or could not be beneficial. Because there's many different rabbis with many different interpretations, but the individual, they know nothing about nothing when it comes to their religion. They don't think with it. The Hasidics do, and whether they're in a good direction or a bad direction depends upon many different things. So this is the big problem. They don't even understand. I think they have this huge, rich tradition that they know nothing about, and that they're very proud of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And sometimes feel persecuted, but they know nothing about the tradition itself. And of course, the core of the tradition is what we have in the book.
Yes.
The core point.
Yes.
And then even then, it's a bit over their heads, because how do you start? How do you begin your study of your own religion with Tekalet Blue? It's like you don't even know, a Sephiroth from a.
No, I got it. I entered into the chat earlier, and it's still in the text box. You can actually scroll up a bit and see it. I entered a link on, Aristides asked about who are the big monsters behind Zionism, aside from Theodor Herzl. And so I looked up the name of the rabbi simply by saying rabbi, the link was something like Rabbi Holy Blue Cuttlefish, and it came up. So we got the rabbi's name through that. So the link's there in the text box. Bike Tweet, who is Dan van der Meulen in Nederland, he says, Peter, his work is mentioned, meaning Peter Moon's work, is mentioned in a new book from one of the best Dutch podcast makers. His last book was a bestseller. Hope more Dutch people will read your awesome books. So maybe this podcast guy's last book was a bestseller, but he's mentioning your books. And so Dan in Netherlands is hoping more Dutch will read your books. He also says the EU sold all their old weapons to them, meaning Ukraine, I presume. They tell on the news that they are giving them, but they have signed big loans for them, and the EU bought new weapons themselves. So apparently there's big loans being made to the Ukraine. So this is some banking, return on investment potential with the Europeans. So your response to that in the few minutes we have remaining, dear Peter, and then of course
what I would say is you don't make a loan unless you have collateral.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm not a banker. I wasn't trained to be a banker, but you want collateral.
Yes.
You want, okay, here's the weapons, but what happens if you can't? You pay me for the weapons or whatever, but you want property.
Yeah.
And this is and that property could be the rights, and the only way you maintain those rights is if the government stays in power.
Yes.
And this is I think when it comes down to it, it's a war for that neon gas, because if you don't have that neon gas, you don't have chips. Now,
yes.
They did say, I did hear it say, maybe, I don't know if it was from you, but I don't think so. But the Israelis, I think I heard it from the news, the Israelis want to be supplying the chips, and they have some resources for doing that. Is that true at all?
They have some resources to play a role in that. They could never attain the level of chip manufacturing that Taiwan has with the war that they've started, because this is disrupting all their supply chains. You see, the Israelis are used to acting like America with superpower style conflicts. They're used to wars that last at the most like a few weeks. Israel's historic wars are literally week-long wars generally. The times that they got involved, like in the Intifada in the north, this is extremely low-intensity conflict. They're bombing from the stratosphere, just like the Americans did. But this war is profoundly different. Israel has never been in a war like this before, in terms of whereas before there could have been existential wars, there were wars that threatened their existence, but they were extremely short in duration, comparatively speaking. This war is, by their own definition, going to be a long war.
The mother of all battles, and it's a very strategic miscalculation.
Yes.
What they should have done, which would be much more efficient, is just kind of stand down and let things go back to normal, and then use their intelligence to ferret out who their enemies are. Ferret out.
Oh, absolutely. And look, if the Israelis really wanted a solution to the problem, they would simply pour all the money that they're putting into defense into helping the Palestinians develop their infrastructure and their land and their educational system. And then they wouldn't have an enemy who wants to kill them, instead of just punishing the Palestinians for being born Palestinian. If the Israelis could just be human and sympathetic, and instead of being assholes. By the way, Dan,
that's the bigger issue. Yes. I was granting them more than I should, yes. But I'm saying if you accept the paradigm as they present it,
as they present it,
as they project it, then what you'll want to do is stand down so you're not so hated, and then go in and ferret them out like they did at the Entebbe airport. Yes. And they went in and hijacked or took over that plane and freed their hostages. Do something efficient and quick, yes. And surgical, yes. Not just blow up the patient, blow up the hospital.
Thank you. I mean, that's what they used to be famous for back when they were a lot poorer. Yeah, by the way, so Dan in Netherlands says not to forget that Ukraine has the best farming soil in Europe. So that of course is part of the collateral you're speaking of, as well as
excellent collateral, but get a claim on it. Get a percentage. This is, if I'm talking from the United States perspective, it's like it's just it's like these guys can't even think straight. It's just like I don't know what they think. They're just run. They're just run like a program.
Well, like I said, they're run by the Israelis basically, and the Israelis are juicing them for everything they got. Dan is saying there's a lot going on with farmers getting their land taken by the government. He's speaking, of course, in the European Union. And by the way, we have only a few minutes left.